Hello everyone, welcome to part 8. First, let's briefly recap the previous installment. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, Zhao Chun, the supreme commander of the Xiaolong Legion, is unfolding an epic tale of battle that shakes the very core of the Milky Way. He is not only a top-tier starship engineer but also a strategic genius, wielding system points and commanding a massive fleet with extraordinary combat prowess and technological superiority that sends shivers down the spines of his enemies. The story began with Zhao Chun confronting the threat of the Demon Fleet. They possessed T4 class starships and were secretly developing even more advanced T5 ships. Standing before a holographic display, Zhao Chun analyzed the enemy's movements, aware that this would be a battle determining the fate of the galaxy. As the flames of war spread, Zhao Chun issued the order for a decisive battle. The 1st to 5th Corps of the Xiaolong Legion, along with the Special Operations Fleet, swiftly moved to the battlefield. Their objective: to annihilate the Demon Fleet and safeguard galactic peace. On the battlefield, Zhao Chun's fleet demonstrated astonishing combat capabilities. The T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnoughts, like colossal beasts in space, swept through the demon defenses with overwhelming force. Each shot embodied Zhao Chun's intellect and power, striking fear into the hearts of the enemies. During the conflict, Zhao Chun not only faced the formidable demon fleet but also internal challenges. He understood that only unified command and immense strength could secure victory in the chaotic interstellar war. Thus, he proposed an alliance with the angelic race, aiming to collaborate in resisting the demon threat. In negotiations with the angelic race, Zhao Chun's sincerity and strength earned their trust. He suggested establishing Stargate routes to expedite resource exchange and military support between the factions. Although the angelic race was initially hesitant, they were eventually swayed by Zhao Chun's determination and the prowess of the Xiaolong Legion. However, just as Zhao Chun was about to sign the alliance agreement with the angelic race, a greater crisis loomed. A massive fleet of 1,000,000 demon warships was advancing toward the Xiaolong military base, intent on obliterating Zhao Chun's forces. Facing such a formidable enemy, Zhao Chun did not waver. He swiftly organized his legion, preparing for a life-and-death struggle. At the brink of the decisive battle, Zhao Chun's fleet achieved an unprecedented assembly. T5 class starships, T4 class ships, and countless T3 class vessels formed an impregnable defense line. Standing on the flagship, Zhao Chun gazed at the approaching enemy, his heart ablaze with the fire of battle. As the demon fleet entered the battlefield, an interstellar war erupted. Zhao Chun, commanding the Xiaolong Legion, skillfully employed tactics and strategies to engage in fierce combat with the enemy. Amidst the clash of cannon fire and star shields, the Xiaolong Legion showcased indomitable spirit and unyielding resolve. Ultimately, under Zhao Chun's leadership, the Xiaolong Legion triumphed over the demon fleet, preserving peace in the galaxy. That concludes the recap of Part 7. I hope you enjoyed today's Part 8. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into the plot of Part 8. The second main base received the commander's order. A cold glint flashed through Akame's eyes as she quickly connected to the command system and issued a concise and powerful command. Commence action. The order spread like electricity throughout the entire second main base. The Xiaolong fleet, which had been defending against the Zerg fleet's attack, suddenly unleashed astonishing combat power. The interstellar missile ships, long poised for action, initiated a barrage, breaking the stalemate on the battlefield instantly. The 2nd Xiaolong Regiment, as if injected with adrenaline, swept through the Zerg fleet beyond the battle lines with thunderous momentum. They no longer held their ground defensively but advanced proactively, launching an unexpected counterattack. The commander of the allied Longhu fleet, though prepared, was still shocked by the 2nd Xiaolong Regiment's actions. Despite his surprise, he believed this was an extremely risky move. His long experience battling the interstellar Zerg had taught him that the Zerg fleet seemed endless, and their fearlessness was terrifying. Without sufficient logistical support and the Xiaolong interstellar warships anchoring the defense, their lines would have been breached countless times. However, this sudden counterattack was not an isolated incident. The 1st and 5th main bases simultaneously sounded the horns of attack. Advancing on 3 fronts, they aimed straight for the heart of the Zerg territory. Caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, the Zerg were momentarily stunned. The combined assault from the 3 main bases quickly cut through the Zerg fleet's formations, pushing deeper into their territory. Regardless of how many Zerg fleets they encountered, they crushed the enemy with overwhelming force, as if driven by some unseen power. Zhao Chun's eyes were fixed on a red area on the interstellar war map, the intersection of the 3 attack routes. Lilith reported concisely, "The 1st Xiaolong Regiment is progressing slowly, encountering the most Zerg fleets. The 2nd Xiaolong Regiment is advancing the fastest and deepest. The 5th Xiaolong Regiment is progressing smoothly with minimal obstacles." Zhao Chun nodded slightly, tracing his finger along the 3 attack routes before stopping at the red area. This is where we predict the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class hive ship is located. Originally guarded by 4 T5 Leviathan King-class hive ships and a large Zerg fleet, the defense has significantly weakened since Charlotte has drawn away 2 of the hive ships. However, they will quickly realize our intention and will surely mobilize nearby Zerg fleets for support. We must destroy this T5 Leviathan Shaman-class hive ship as quickly as possible. This will determine the outcome of the entire battle. This was precisely the ruse Zhao Chun had meticulously planned. Charlotte's Xiaolong fleet had successfully diverted the Zerg's attention, with 2 T5 Leviathan King-class hive ships and 2 million Zerg fleets fully engaged in intercepting Charlotte's forces. Zhao Chun seized this opportunity to launch a decisive strike. For this operation, Zhao Chun mobilized all available fleet forces, ready for a door-die battle. He asked, "Can the follow-up regiments catch up in time?" Lilith responded, "The other Xiaolong regiments at the main bases are preparing for spatial jumps. According to the preset battle plan, they will advance along these 3 routes to support the vanguard units. We estimate that within 5 hours, the forces from the 3 attack directions will be fully assembled." Zhao Chun nodded in satisfaction, then pointed to the main bases. "Make sure the aftermath of these defensive lines is handled properly." Xiaolong Nu chimed in, "I've already distributed detailed battle plans in advance. Besides the 3 main bases initiating the attack, the defensive lines at other main bases will be withdrawn. The original garrison units will retreat to secondary positions to intercept the Zerg fleets. If necessary, they can abandon the secondary positions. Their primary mission is to delay and distract, minimizing losses on other battlefronts. Once we achieve our offensive objective, other crises will naturally be resolved." Zhao Chun acknowledged Xiaolongnu's work. "Execute this plan. You can handle these details independently and report back to me afterward." He placed full trust in this top-tier AI, granting her the authority to issue commands directly and even take action without reporting if necessary. Clenching his fist, Zhao Chun declared resolutely, "We must destroy that Leviathan Shaman-class hive ship in the shortest time possible." Lilith noticed the murderous intent in the commander's eyes. She understood that the longer the delay, the greater the losses on Charlotte's side. The atmosphere in the command center instantly became tense and heavy. Everyone realized that the outcome of this battle would be decided in the next few hours. 3 assault routes pierced into the heart of the Zerg territory like arrows. A massive fleet comprising nearly 50,000 Xiaolong interstellar warships and 300,000 angelic interstellar warships carved an awe-inspiring trajectory through the void. High-ranking Angel Berkeley clutched his head, frowning as he stared at Commander Zhao Qian on the other side of the video window. "Lord, your courage is admirable, but this seems more like a reckless act." His voice was tinged with concern. Zhao Qian responded calmly, "Relax, we will adhere to the agreement. Once your casualty rate exceeds 30, you can withdraw at any time. Currently, your losses are just at 5, correct?" High-ranking Angel Jessie glanced over the interstellar war map, her scalp tingling at the sight of the densely packed Zerg fleet units. Angel Tilia firmly stated, "We will execute the agreed cooperation." Zhao Qian smiled and said, "This battle plan will succeed. It benefits you too, providing valuable combat data." After ending the call with the Angel commanders, Zhao Chun continued to monitor the progress of the 3 assault routes. The fleet, like a trident, thrust towards its prey. The closer they got to the red coordinate area, the more ferocious the Zerg resistance became. Lilith reported solemnly, "In the past hour, we lost 500 Xiaolong-class and 10,000 Angel-class warships, while destroying 200,000 Zerg starships. Our strategic material consumption is at 500 billion star credits per hour." Zhao Qian inquired about the logistics pressure and any unusual Zerg movements. Lilith responded, "Logistics are strained but prioritized for the 3 assault routes. The Zerg have initiated attacks on 7 of our abandoned main positions, capturing 17 small positions. We voluntarily abandoned 31. The number of rear Zerg wormhole jump points has increased to 200, with a peak of nearly 50 simultaneously. Approximately 300,000 Zerg warships have appeared in the rear." Zhao Chen stared at the interstellar war map and asked, "How long until we reach the Leviathan Shaman-class hive ship?" Xiaolongnu replied, "At the current speed, 5 hours. However, 2 Leviathan King-class hive ships have appeared on the attack routes, which will delay our progress." Zhao Chen murmured, "We will overcome this hurdle. Proceed as planned." The battle grew increasingly intense, with both the Xiaolong Legion and Angelic Fleet plunging into madness. The Zerg swarmed overwhelmingly, and the warship cannons frequently triggered overheating alarms. Pilots on the carriers worked tirelessly, losing track of time in the cycle of takeoff, combat, and landing. Finally, they broke through the last defense line. On the flagship of the Xiaolong 5th Legion, Chu Xian, eyes bloodshot, received a report. "Radar has detected the signal of the Leviathan Shaman-class hive ship. We will enter its combat radius in 3 minutes." Chu Xian gritted her teeth and ordered, "Report to the commander. Instruct all fleets to prepare for engagement." The communications officer of Charlotte's mixed fleet hurriedly reported the latest battle status. Commander, 3 attack routes have engaged directly with 2 T5 Leviathan King-class Hive motherships and over 2 million Zerg fleet units. The battle is extremely fierce. Charlotte slowly raised her head, her gaze shifting from the interstellar war sandbox. She calmly opened a preset private command channel and issued a concise order. Execute the next phase of the battle plan. Yes, came several firm responses from the other end of the channel. A slightly worried voice chimed in. You? Be careful over there too? Charlotte's lips curled into a confident smile. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing major will go wrong. Focus on your tasks. Her brief instructions were enough. Her subordinates knew exactly what to do next. Charlotte turned to her adjutant. Deploy the latest battle formation. Yes, ma'am. The adjutant immediately set to work. Charlotte stared intently at the magnified section of the battlefield in front of her. Several Zerg fleets were launching a fierce attack on her mixed fleet, with a strategy aiming to surround and annihilate them. For the past few hours, Charlotte had been employing a flexible kite-flying tactic. Aggressive attacks followed by quick retreats, always maintaining a proper distance from the enemy to prevent the war from escalating. Behind this simple description was Charlotte's meticulous planning, where any slight misstep could lead to the complete destruction of her mixed fleet. Now, the final step of the commander's plan was about to unfold. T5 starships that had been on the front lines began to withdraw from the battlefield. The surrounding mixed fleet ships seemed prepared for this, quickly filling the gaps. Despite the significant reduction in firepower after losing the T5 ships, the fleet managed to navigate this dangerous transition period thanks to their excellent combat skills and Charlotte's precise command. With the T5 ships withdrawn, T4 Radiance-class warp ships swiftly took their place. Within 10 minutes, portals opened, instantly transporting the T5 ships away. On the bridge of the T5 Pluto-class dreadnought, Captain Xue Xiaoxiao looked serious. The adjutant reminded her, the other T5 ships have completed their warp. Xue Xiaoxiao replied in a low voice, understood. Prepare for spatial warp. She gazed through the porthole at the mixed fleet still engaged in fierce combat. These ships had cleared a safe zone for them, as spatial warping was highly susceptible to external interference. With their departure, Xue Xiaoxiao knew the immense pressure Charlotte would face. Whether she could lead the remaining fleet out of danger was anyone's guess. Spatial warp in progress. A blinding white light enveloped them, and the intense battlefield vanished, replaced by a vast, unfamiliar starry expanse. Surrounding them were the other T5 ships and T4 Radiance-class warp ships that had completed the warp. Report, we've arrived at the designated coordinates, the adjutant reported. Xue Xiaoxiao nodded and immediately opened a video communication. Zhao Wanner appeared on the screen, asking with concern, Xiaoxiao, what's the situation? Xue Xiaoxiao gave a brief report. All 15 T5 ships have arrived safely. The hulls are mostly intact, but combat supplies and star shield energy are nearly depleted. She continued detailing the conditions of each ship. Zhao Wanner nodded after listening. We expected this. Hold on, support will arrive shortly. As soon as she finished speaking, a report came from Zhao Wanner's side. Banshee-class scout ships have detected spatial anomalies. A few minutes later, Xue Xiaoxiao's radar also picked up the anomalies. Zhao Wanner explained, thanks to the T4 Banshee-class light stealth scout ships, their radar system is the most advanced. Except for the T5 Dragon Emperor, no other T5 ships can compare. Soon, a light appeared, and hundreds of interstellar ships materialized out of thin air. These included T4 Radiance-class warp ships, T4 Moon-class heavy supply ships, T4 Gemini-class heavy industrial ships, and T4 Whale-class heavy transport ships. A female captain saluted Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao through the video link. Reporting in, we are here to provide supplies and repairs to your fleet. Please give your orders. Zhao Wanner issued a succinct command. Begin your work. We only have 1 hour. Do your best to restore as much as possible. Yes, ma'am. The female captain immediately organized the tasks. The auxiliary starships quickly formed groups, creating a work zone around the T5 ships. Within minutes, an efficient logistical and repair network was up and running. The T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship extended dozens of massive mechanical arms and operational platforms as it began its repair mission. These colossal machines were not only capable of complex repairs, but also served some functions of interstellar supply ships, such as replacing ammunition and engine energy blocks. Meanwhile, the T4 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship opened its vast cargo bay, where various strategic materials and raw resources were neatly arranged, ready for deployment. However, in this grand resupply operation, the T4 Lunar-class heavy interstellar supply ships had the most demanding tasks. They were responsible for comprehensively resupplying the T5 interstellar battleships in the shortest possible time. This included replenishing depleted starship energy, ammunition supplies, and accelerating the recovery of the star shield's energy through external devices. Each operation required extreme precision and speed, and all the participating crew members and officers were acutely aware of the importance of this resupply mission. They had to complete this critical task as quickly as possible while ensuring safety. Taking advantage of this rare break, Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao engaged in a brief conversation. "How are things on Charlotte's side?" Zhao Wanner asked, her eyes filled with concern. Xue Xiaoxiao replied with a hint of seriousness. "When we left, the situation was stable. But without the firepower support of these 15 T5 interstellar battleships, the pressure on Charlotte's side is bound to increase. As for the final outcome, no one can predict. We can only hope that this operation goes smoothly to alleviate the pressure on Charlotte's side." Zhao Wanner nodded firmly. "It will work out. My brother is also waiting for good news from us. Were you able to get in smoothly?" Xue Xiaoxiao asked. Zhao Wanner briefly summarized the operation. The initial reconnaissance phase was indeed challenging. But as my brother launched attacks on 3 main positions, creating chaos and diverting a significant portion of the Zerg fleet, we had a favorable opportunity. My special fleet managed to infiltrate and find this safe coordinate location. It's less than half an hour's flight from the calculated target location of the Longhuang command ship, she added. But don't worry, my interstellar battleships and the Banshee-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships are conducting covert surveillance on the periphery. We'll be notified immediately if any Zerg fleets appear in the vicinity. Xue Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in understanding. She recalled the battle plan previously communicated by Commander Zhao Chen and General Charlotte. First, the mixed fleet of Charlotte would attract the attention of the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership and its escort fleet. Then, Commander Zhao Chen would launch a 3-pronged assault to divert part of the Zerg fleet and the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership. Finally, Zhao Wanner's Xiaolong Interstellar Stealth Bomber Special Fleet, along with the 15 T5 interstellar battleships, would launch a decisive strike on the final target at the critical moment. The 1-hour resupply time passed in a flash. The various auxiliary starships of the resupply fleet quickly retracted their equipment and platforms, retreating to safe positions. "Commanders, the resupply is complete," the female captain of the logistics fleet reported to the 2. "Excellent, your mission is complete. You may return," Zhao Wanner confirmed with a nod. "Good luck to both of you." The female captain of the logistics fleet saluted the 2 with respect in her eyes. After returning the salute, Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao immediately prepared for departure. "How are the 15 T5 interstellar battleships on your side? Will it affect the upcoming operation?" Zhao Wanner asked. Xue Xiaoxiao summarized the reports from the captains of the T5 interstellar battleships. Each T5 interstellar battleship has completed over 50 of its state replenishment, and the Star Shield energy has recovered to over 60. My Hades has restored its energy reserves to 78. Although not at peak condition, it is sufficient for this mission. All right, let's get ready to depart. I'll send you the route. Follow the designated path, Zhao Wanner instructed. Understood. Subsequently, the 15 T5 interstellar battleships slowly activated. The logistics resupply fleet also began to assemble, preparing to return. The captain of the logistics fleet watched the giant ships departing, filled with respect. She knew that beyond her sight, more Xiaolong interstellar battleships were advancing bravely towards the strategic targets for the grand plan of the commander. Thinking of this, she saluted solemnly in the direction of their departure. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T5 Longhuang command ship, Lilith reported the latest situation to Zhao Chun. "Commander, the latest information shows that Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao's units have completed the final round of logistics resupply and are officially departing for the last phase of the mission." Zhao Chun gazed at the interstellar war map before him, where all the pieces were now in place. The time had come for the climax of this grand performance. Prepare all contingency plans. No matter what happens, we must be ready to respond swiftly, Zhao Chun said sternly. Rest assured, we are always prepared, Lilith replied firmly. Zhao Chen's eyes fell on the prominent red area of the interstellar war map. He thought to himself, Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership? I wonder if you will appreciate the gift I've prepared for you. A fleet of 15 interstellar warships formed a precise geometric battle formation in the vastness of space. 10 T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault destroyers were positioned like swords at the front, flanks, and rear of the squadron, creating an impenetrable defense line. 3 T5 Phantom Lightning-class heavy assault cruisers maneuvered stealthily on the flanks and rear, ready to strike at any moment. At the core of this deadly formation stood the imposing T5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy battleship and the T5 Hades-class dreadnought, like two supernovas ready to explode. This seemingly small fleet possessed the power to annihilate entire legions within the territories of the three major empires. However, their mission this time was far more perilous than any conventional operation. To launch a surprise attack and destroy the formidable T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership amidst millions of Zerg ships. Suddenly, an emergency communication reached the command center of Xue Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wanner. The Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance ship ahead reported detecting a massive energy source that could be their target. As the coordinates were transmitted back, A blinking red dot appeared on their tactical display. 10 minutes to target. Xue Xiaoxiao decisively drew a bright red attack route on the display. Just then, another urgent report came in. Report, our squad has been exposed. A large Zerg fleet is closing in, estimated to engage in 3 minutes. Facing this sudden crisis, Xue Xiaoxiao remained unfazed. She turned to Zhao Wanner on the other side of the video window and calmly asked, "Have you been detected?" "No," Zhao Wanner replied confidently. "The Zerg's anti-stealth detection capabilities are quite outdated. Unless they physically collide with our ships, they won't notice us." "Good, proceed with our battle plan," Xue Xiaoxiao ordered firmly. Zhao Wanner nodded, casting a deep, thoughtful glance at Xue Xiaoxiao. In that moment, she realized that the young girl she once saw as immature now exuded a commanding presence akin to General Charlotte. "Relay my orders," Xue Xiaoxiao's voice echoed in the command center. "All ships, prepare for combat. Full speed assault. Target, the Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership." "Understood." The captains of the 14 T5 starships responded in unison through their floating windows. One of them was Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Ruyue, the captain of the T5 Holy Redeemer. Zhao Ruyue quickly relayed the battle orders to her crew while scanning the perilous battlefield. When she first learned of her brother and sister's near-suicidal mission, she was deeply shocked. But now, seeing them face the Zerg swarm with calm determination, she realized she might have underestimated their capabilities. At that moment, Zhao Ruyue felt transported back to her own youthful days just out of the academy. The feeling of youth, impulsiveness, and madness surged through her once more. Years of cautiousness by Princess Qin Xiaolei's side seemed to be melting away in the dynamic Dragonclaw core. Almost simultaneously, the 15 T5 starships awakened like dragons, unleashing a barrage of devastating firepower upon the approaching Zerg. Missiles streaked through the void, laser cannons and pulse beams lit up the darkness, and the roar of kinetic and rapid-fire guns echoed endlessly. Countless drones swarmed out like angry bees. The 15 T5 starships stood proudly in the vast cosmos, like invincible war gods. Among them, the T5 Hades-class dreadnought was a raging beast of war. Even without its terrifying Hades sword, its conventional weapons alone instilled fear in the enemy. Meanwhile, tension ran high aboard a hidden starship in the distant darkness. "Commander, should we act now?" a subordinate nervously asked Zhao Wanner. Through the porthole, they could clearly see the fierce battle their allies were engaged in. The Zerg swarmed like a tidal wave, almost engulfing the 15 starships. From the outside, it looked like a massive, writhing ball of flesh, occasionally flashing with explosions. "Hold," Zhao Wanner said sternly, her eyes fixed on the tactical display. The countless red dots representing the Zerg fleet were transmitted in real time by scattered Banshee-class stealth reconnaissance ships. Although the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership was no longer here, 3 million Zerg ships remained to guard their Hive leader. So far, only 1 million had been drawn away by the 15 starships. Zhao Wanner clenched her fists, silently chanting, "Hold, hold." 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. The subordinate's forehead was beaded with sweat. He swallowed nervously and asked again, "Commander, General Xue Xiaoxiao and her team have been fighting for 10 minutes. Over 2 million Zerg ships have been drawn away. If we don't act soon, even T5 starships might not." "Not yet," Zhao Wanner interrupted, her eyes still locked on the tactical display, waiting for the critical moment. Curiously, Xue Xiaoxiao had not contacted Zhao Wanner during this time, possibly due to communication interference or complete trust in Zhao Wanner's judgment. Zhao Wanner bit her lip. This was her first time leading such an important mission. Although she had carried out other missions before, they were mostly minor raids or intercepts. This time, the outcome of the entire Zerg campaign was at stake. She couldn't afford any mistakes. "We have only one shot," Zhao Wanner muttered. She knew that her Dragonclaw stealth bomber fleet had only one chance to strike. If they failed, there would be no second chance. She had to ensure this strike was flawless. Finally, when the Zerg fleet around the Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership dwindled to less than 50,000 ships, Zhao Wanner decisively issued the order. "Relay my command. All ships, initiate stealth assault at maximum speed." The T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive ship remained stationary, fully focused on establishing a network of wormhole jump points. Suddenly, 15 interstellar warships charged in, but the massive vessel was unfazed. Its computational power determined that a swarm of over 2 million Zerg ships could easily overwhelm these intruders. Meanwhile, the battlefield situation was highly favorable. Over 50 established wormhole jump points continually funneled Zerg fleets directly into the enemy's rear, reversing the tide on the front lines. The enemy's defensive fleet was steadily retreating. Additionally, 2 other attacking enemy fleets were in trouble. One fleet, numbering less than 10,000 ships, was already at a disadvantage, while another, composed of three-pronged attack groups, was stalemated by Zerg fleets led by two Leviathan King-class Hive ships. However, an unexpected event occurred. Several units within the Zerg fleet guarding the Hive ship were suddenly crushed by unidentified objects. Initially, the low-intelligence Hive ships did not notice the anomaly. But when a T1 Hive ship was mysteriously destroyed, the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive ship finally became alert. It immediately ordered a contingent of Zerg ships to investigate the anomaly. At that moment, Zhao Wanner's voice echoed across the bridges of all ships in the Xiaolong Interstellar Stealth Bomber Special Fleet. All ships, disengage stealth mode. Full speed assault. In an instant, 3,000 warships materialized out of thin air, swiftly eliminating surrounding Zerg units and heading straight for the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive ship. This special fleet, composed of 3,000 T3 Phantom-class light interstellar stealth bombers and 30 T4 Shadow Fiend-class light interstellar stealth bombers, was a hidden blade making its debut after expansion. Zhao Chun had chosen this T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive ship as their first target. As the fleet closed in, the Hive ship visibly panicked. It recalled the Zerg fleet that had been dispatched to encircle Xue Xiaoxiao's 15 interstellar warships, attempting to intercept this sudden threat. Zhao Wanner clenched her fists, her teeth biting into her lip until it bled. One thought consumed her mind. Get closer. Just a bit closer. The surrounding Zerg fleets swarmed in but were either repelled or withstood by the T3 Phantom-class light interstellar stealth bombers. Finally, at a very close range to the target, Zhao Wanner shouted with all her might, "All interstellar bombers, listen up. Target the enemy and unleash saturation fire. Fire everything you've got at that beast." Her eyes were bloodshot, leaving no room for retreat. There was only one goal. The T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive ship must die. Each T3 Phantom-class light interstellar stealth bomber launched 20 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles, 20 short-range heavy cluster bombs, and 200 short-range heavy particle torpedoes. Each T4 Shadow Fiend-class light interstellar stealth bomber fired 6,000 short-range heavy particle torpedoes, 500 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles, and 500 short-range heavy cluster bombs. These weapons had one purpose at this moment: to obliterate the colossal enemy. Lacking star shield defenses and powerful firepower, the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive ship relied on a small number of parasitic Zerg units for close-in defense. Aside from a few intercepted weapons, the majority hit their target. From the first explosion blossom, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of light points illuminated the massive beast. Even Xue Xiaoxiao, surrounded by the Zerg swarm, had her ship's radar system detect the high-density explosions in the area ahead. Though she couldn't see the actual scene, she knew what was happening. Now, all they had to do was wait for the final outcome. After a barrage of explosions struck one side of the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership, Zhao Wanner clenched her fists and held her breath, awaiting the outcome. The tension on the bridge was palpable. Everyone stared at the screens, fearing they might miss even the slightest change. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed subordinate noticed something unusual. "Commander, the movement of the surrounding Zerg fleet seems to have slowed down significantly." Zhao Wanner immediately focused on the Zerg fleet around them. Though the change was subtle, careful observation revealed that the Zerg's attacks were no longer as fierce and efficient as before. They had stopped using encircling tactics and were now simply rushing forward in a disorganized assault. At that moment, the officer in charge of monitoring the target shouted excitedly, "Report. The life signs of the Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership are fading." The news instantly ignited the bridge with cheers and applause. Zhao Wanner finally allowed herself a sigh of relief, but she quickly regained her composure and sternly reminded everyone, "We're still in the middle of a battlefield. Keep doing your jobs." Heeding their commander's words, the crew quickly subdued their excitement and returned to their stations. Despite the tension, a sense of pride and confidence was evident on their faces. They had accomplished the impossible. Zhao Wanner wasted no time and issued further orders. Deploy some unmanned reconnaissance drones to continue monitoring the target. All other starships, execute the evacuation plan immediately. Despite their success in taking down the target, their situation remained perilous. Millions of Zerg ships were still lurking, and the main weapons of the Xiaolong stealth bomber fleet had been depleted in the recent attack. Staying any longer would only make them sitting ducks. Under Zhao Wanner's command, the stealth bombers began deploying various cover explosives. Smoke bombs created a visual barrier, while optical decoy bombs projected false images of warships to mislead the Zerg. Using this opportunity, the real ships quickly cloaked themselves and quietly exited the battlefield. Meanwhile, 15 T5 starships received confirmation of the successful mission. Xue Xiaoxiao pumped her fist in the air before seriously reviewing the evacuation route sent by Zhao Wanner. She swiftly relayed the necessary orders to her subordinates. The bow cannon of the T5 Hades-class dreadnought began to glow with black and gold particles. Hades soared. With that command, a terrifying beam of black and gold energy sliced through the Zerg swarm like lightning through the night. This weapon was especially effective against Hive motherships without star shields. The beam moved slowly, carving a fan-shaped path and clearing all Zerg units in its way. Begin the breakout, Xue Xiaoxiao ordered decisively. The 15 T5 starships charged forward, breaking through at any cost. Lesser T4 and below Hive motherships stood no chance of stopping them. Under heavy covering fire, the fleet successfully broke through before the Zerg could regroup. As they made their escape, Xue Xiaoxiao glanced through a magnified viewport and saw Zhao Wanner's handiwork, a half-destroyed T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership drifting in space. Even lifeless, its massive carcass exuded an intimidating aura. The surrounding Zerg ships dared not approach, underscoring the terrifying prestige of a T5 Hive mothership among the Zerg. As the Alliance fleet withdrew, a small patrol squad at the rear of the battlefield discovered crucial intelligence. Report, our unmanned reconnaissance drones have detected what appears to be a Zerg tunnel jump point. A subordinate reported to the fleet commander. The fleet commander immediately took a cautious stance and issued a series of careful orders. Send a message to the main fleet. We will approach with extreme caution. If we detect any Zerg fleets, we will withdraw immediately. Remember, we are a patrol fleet, not a combat fleet. His caution stemmed from a previous disastrous incident. A 30-ship patrol fleet had been annihilated for approaching a Zerg tunnel jump point too recklessly. Since then, higher-ups had emphasized that any discovered jump points should be reported immediately, leaving them to be handled by specialized combat fleets. However, to ensure the reliability of their intel, patrol fleets still attempted to capture images of the jump points as concrete evidence. This was because there had been instances where moving Zerg fleets were mistaken for jump points, causing combat fleets to mobilize unnecessarily. Although they did end up eliminating the Zerg fleet, the nature of the mission was entirely different from destroying a jump point. Soon, the fleet commander confirmed the Zerg tunnel jump point's existence via remote observation equipment. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he witnessed an inexplicable sight. The jump point began to wither at a visible rate. What is happening? The fleet commander muttered in shock, utterly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Commander Zhao Qian was intensely focused on the battlefield situation map when suddenly, Lilith hurried over with urgent news. Commander, we have new intel from the rear. The patrol fleet reports signs of withering, collapse, and explosions at multiple wormhole transition points. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up as he immediately deduced. This likely means that Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao's mission has been successful. Lilith nodded in agreement. Most probably. However, for some reason, they couldn't relay the message back immediately. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian issued new orders. Inform all combat fleet groups. Terminate the current operation and commence a full retreat. Yes, sir. Lilith promptly began executing the command. Zhao Qian settled back into the captain's chair, his tense expression finally relaxing. He thought to himself, leading 3 fleet groups into an offensive was always meant to distract the enemy. Now that this objective was achieved, although there were still 2 T5 Leviathan King-class motherships, the greatest threat, the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class mothership, had been eliminated. Rather than risking significant casualties to annihilate the remaining enemy forces, it was wiser to retreat and allow the fleet to rest and regroup. With a breathing spell, they could gradually eliminate the remaining insectoid fleets. Since they now held the upper hand, there was no need to rush. His thoughts turned to the Charlotte faction fleet, which had undoubtedly borne the brunt of the pressure, fighting intensely for nearly 50 hours in the depths of the enemy swarm. Contact Charlotte's side and inquire about their battle status. If necessary, dispatch the T4 Huigang-class interstellar transition ship with any combat-ready fleet units for support. Zhao Qian ordered. Yes, sir. Lilith immediately set to work, aware of the commander's concern. Meanwhile, High Angels Berkeley and Jesse were taken aback upon receiving the retreat order. They were in the midst of fierce combat, nearing the T5 Leviathan King-class mothership, only to be suddenly told to withdraw. This is an order from the commander. We are to disengage immediately. All interstellar fleets must leave the battlefield within half an hour. High Angel Jesse repeated, his tone full of confusion. As the 2 High Angels pondered the perplexing order, Angel Tilia provided clarification. The Xiaolong Legion has destroyed the Leviathan Shaman-class mothership. This news hit them like a sledgehammer, leaving the High Angels momentarily stunned. High Angel Berkeley recovered first, repeatedly asking, What? How did they manage that? Why weren't we informed of this operation? Angel Tilia briefly outlined the entire plan, including the final assault involving 15 T5 interstellar warships and 3,000 Xiaolong stealth bomber ships targeting the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class mothership. After hearing the explanation, the High Angels were in shock. High Angel Berkeley shook his head, exclaiming, That's insane. This guy is a madman. If any part of this 3-step plan had failed, it would have been total defeat. Especially General Charlotte's role in drawing fire with fewer than 10,000 interstellar warships, attracting 2 Leviathan King-class motherships and 2 million insectoid fleets. It was practically a suicide mission. But he succeeded, Angel Tilia said calmly, her simple statement leaving the High Angel speechless. High Angel Jesse still had questions. Since the Leviathan Shaman-class mothership has been destroyed, why not press the advantage? The enemy's command structure is in disarray, and their battlefield coordination is severely compromised. Angel Tilia countered. If this was entirely our angelic interstellar fleet, what do you think the outcome would be? High Angel Berkeley answered for Jesse. If it were all angelic interstellar fleets, we might achieve victory, but it would come at the cost of over half, possibly even 70% of our forces. From my observations, the Xiaolong Legion highly values minimizing their losses and casualties. They will promptly withdraw endangered ships and rescue the wounded and valuable vessels. Thus, their commander chose to retreat now, waiting for an opportunity to regroup and prepare for the next wave of attacks. This way, they can win while keeping casualties to a minimum, Angel Tilia remarked. It seems we have chosen an excellent ally for the angelic race. The battle had reached its 200th hour when confirmation came that the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership had been destroyed. Fleets from various factions began to withdraw from the battlefield, and the positions and retreat statuses of the fleets were updated in real time on the interstellar war map. Zhao Chun, with a solemn expression, stared intently at the map, analyzing the situation. 3 fleets had successfully withdrawn from the battlefield. Although they were pursued by the Zerg fleet, the fall of the Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership had caused coordination issues among the Zerg, preventing them from posing an effective threat for the time being. It was estimated that the 3 fleets would return to their original positions in 5 hours. Lilith reported, Zhao Wanner and Shui Xiaoxiao have completed their mission and successfully retreated. The entire fleet has exited combat status, with no losses among the 15 T5 interstellar warships. Only 3 T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault star destroyers require repairs. Zhao Wanner's Xiaolong Interstellar Stealth Bomber Special Fleet lost nearly 1,000 ships, about 30. Zhao Chun, already prepared for this, did not comment. He instructed, keep a close watch on their retreat and maintain communication. If they need cover, dispatch the interstellar fleet to assist immediately. Lilith noted the orders and continued her report. General Charlotte reported 10 minutes ago that she has withdrawn from the battlefield and is preparing to return using the Huigang-class interstellar jump ship. The losses are severe, with possibly only half of the 15,000 warships remaining. Zhao Qin nodded slightly, understood. He looked at the beacon representing Charlotte's fleet, admiring their courage in holding out in enemy territory for several days. Xiaolong knew. Review the subsequent battle plans. If the Zerg do not attack, maintain our current positions and give all factions 7 days to rest. After that, gradually clear out the remaining Zerg fleets and assess the remaining combat strength of both sides. Be cautious during the cleanup to minimize our losses, Zhao Qin instructed in detail. Xiaolong acknowledged the task and began preparing for data analysis. Hours later, Charlotte's mixed fleet returned. Every ship was battered, with even the usually well-protected missile ships and carriers covered in Zerg corpses and green fluids, a testament to the fierce battle they had endured. Using the Dragon Emperor's transmission technology, Charlotte appeared directly on the bridge. Just as she was about to salute and report, Zhao Qin quickly stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Thank you for your hard work, Zhao Qin whispered in her ear. He noticed the bloodshot eyes, wrinkled uniform, and disheveled hair, indicating she hadn't rested at all in the past few days. Blushing, Charlotte gently reminded him, Commander, there are many people watching. Despite her words, her tail wagged happily behind her. Zhao Qin released her and gazed at her tenderly. She pretended to be annoyed and gave him a sidelong glance before getting down to business. Commander, I'm here to report on the details of the military operation. We deployed 15,000 interstellar warships, including 3,000 support ships and 12,000 combat ships. The battle lasted 3 days, during which we destroyed over 500,000 Zerg ships and 2 T5 Leviathan King-class Hive motherships, Charlotte reported with pride in her voice, though it quickly turned somber. We lost 7,320 ships, including 1,300 support ships. Of the remaining ships, 30% require major repairs, and 70% need maintenance. In total, over 220,000 crew members were lost. When mentioning the fallen personnel, Charlotte's expression grew complex. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a glimmer of sadness appeared in her eyes. Zhao Qin noticed her change in demeanor, gently patting her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, we have successfully received their life signals. Charlotte nodded, but her gaze remained somber. She knew that even if these crew members could be revived, a small portion of the interstellar warriors might never return to the battlefield. Data showed that about 0.5 of the crew members revived for the first time would permanently retire due to post-traumatic stress disorder. What's more concerning is that the risk increases with each subsequent revival. Even with psychological counseling, some crew members might carry psychological scars for life, with extreme cases even leading to suicide. This is why the High Command of the Xiaolong Legion strives to minimize sacrifices whenever possible. This attitude is likely influenced by their commander, Zhao Chun, whose spirit has permeated the entire legion. Charlotte forced herself to suppress her sorrow. Clearing her throat, she asked, "What's the situation on other fronts?" As the highest military commander of this large-scale battle, she was acutely aware of her heavy responsibilities. Zhao Chun exchanged a glance with Lilith and Xiaolong. The two immediately began reporting the latest battlefield developments, utilizing the capabilities of the Long Huang to present detailed battle scenarios to Charlotte. Previously embroiled in intense combat, Charlotte had only received brief updates. Now, she finally had the opportunity to fully grasp the situation. Half an hour later, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chun, her tone cautiously optimistic. Based on the current situation, we have gained the upper hand and initiative in this insect swarm campaign. The key now is how to completely end this swarm. Zhao Chun paused before resolutely stating, "My demand is simple. Clear out all interstellar insects in this region by the end of June." He drew a circle around the cosmic insect nest on the interstellar war map. This deadline was set to meet his quarterly missions time limit. Charlotte quickly calculated the time. It was mid-May, giving them about a month and a half until the end of June. She began outlining a preliminary strategic plan. "We should let the returning fleet groups rest for about a week to complete logistical supplies and restore combat capabilities. In the following month, we can develop a three-phase offensive plan, each phase lasting roughly a week. We'll compress the interstellar insects' occupied area step by step, while targeting the surviving T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships for decapitation strikes." Xiaolong agreed. In theory, Charlotte's strategic plan has no flaws. The intervals between each attack phase will provide ample rest for our fleet groups, significantly reducing battlefield losses. Zhao Qin nodded in approval. "Let's proceed with Charlotte's idea and develop a detailed battle plan." With that, his gaze returned to the vast red area on the interstellar war map, his eyes shining with determination. The real cleanup operation was about to begin. The subsequent battle progress unfolded as follows. On galactic date May 23rd, the rested fleet groups formed 10 large offensive fleets and over 100 smaller ones, initiating the first phase of the offensive. This strategy was essentially a reversal of previous defensive tactics, now used for offense. During the first offensive cycle, Charlotte personally led the Xiaolong 1st Legion, conducting attacks while organizing elite fleets for surprise assaults, successfully eliminating 2 T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships. Additionally, the Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, accompanied by 15 T5 interstellar warships, went on another hunt, taking down 3 more T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships within 7 days. Thus, the number of T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships in the insect fleet dropped from 11 to 4. These remaining 4 seemed to sense the danger and began consolidating their formation. However, they were unaware that they had become the top targets for all senior commanders of the Xiaolong Legion. On galactic date June 3rd, the second phase of the offensive began. The Holy Light Empress fleet, personally led by Empress Shenkana, coordinated with Shun Bing's Xiaolong 4th Legion to successfully kill 1 T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership. The next day, Chu Xian's Xiaolong 5th Legion and Medusa's Xiaolong 6th Legion teamed up to destroy another T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership. Facing such a fierce onslaught, the remaining 2 T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships had to retreat to the vicinity of the cosmic insect nest for shelter. But Zhao Qin clearly had no intention of letting these final targets escape. On galactic date June 18th, after the second offensive cycle ended and the units had rested, the Xiaolong Legion led the Allied forces in launching the third and final offensive. Within just 5 days, they pushed the remaining insect fleet into the Redeemer star system, a name coined by Empress Shenkana, possibly out of guilt for the Holy Light Empire's failure to timely address the disaster, resulting in massive civilian casualties. However, the battle was far from over. Zhao Qin organized a specialized fleet led by 15 T5 interstellar warships, supported by numerous interstellar missile ships for firepower. Under intense bombardment, the last 2 T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships were destroyed. Zhao Qin even ordered their carcasses to be dragged out of the star system as a sign of complete eradication. Despite this, a significant number of interstellar insects still inhabited the star system covered by the cosmic insect nest. Completely eradicating these insects was impossible as long as the cosmic insect nest remained active. Therefore, they decided to adopt the same approach used for the level 4 cosmic insect nest in the Shuyan star region of the Xingyao Empire. Centering on the Redeemer star system and including the surrounding 12 star systems, the entire area was designated as a military-controlled zone. The Holy Light Empire's fleet would be stationed there long-term, conducting regular sweeps of any emerging insect fleets. This series of actions marked the temporary conclusion of the prolonged insect swarm disaster. However, the real challenge might just be beginning. In the final days of June, Galactic Year 3035, Zhao Qing officially announced the successful conclusion of the defense against the insectoid invasion. High-ranking officials from various factions gathered in the conference room. Present were Zhaoqing, Lilith, Charlotte, and the commanders from the Xiaolong Legion. Empress Qin Xiaolei and Chu Changhe from the Starshine Empire. Empress Saint Kana and 5 regional governors from the Holy Radiance Empire. Princess Blanche and Chief Ted from the Warhammer Galactic Federation, and 3 high-ranking angels Tilia, Berkeley, and Jesse from the Angel Legion. They all sat around the large conference table. Zhaoqing stood up, surveying the room, and spoke in a resonant voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate this tremendous victory together. Through the valiant efforts and cooperation of everyone present, we have successfully repelled the insectoid threat. We have destroyed 1 T5 Leviathan Shaman-class mothership and 10 T5 Leviathan King-class motherships, annihilating 27 million insectoid fleets in the process. Raise your glasses to victory." Everyone raised their glasses in unison and drank deeply. Zhaoqing set down his empty glass, picked up a nearby bottle, and walked to the large porthole. Outside, the galaxy sparkled brilliantly. With his back to the others, Zhaoqing's voice grew somber and solemn. "As we celebrate our victory, we must not forget the heroes who sacrificed their lives in this battle. The Starshine Empire lost 100,000 starships, the Warhammer Galactic Federation lost 160,000, the Holy Radiance Empire lost 280,000, the Angel Legion lost 60,000, and our Xiaolong Legion lost 20,000. Nearly 500 million interstellar warriors paid the ultimate price for this victory. Our glory is built on their blood. This bottle is for the heroes." As he spoke, Zhaoqing poured the contents of the bottle onto the ground, then gave a formal military salute to the starry expanse. Everyone in the conference room stood and solemnly returned the salute. After a moment of silence, Zhaoqing returned to his seat, and the others followed suit. He continued, "The Allied fleets will now begin an orderly withdrawal. Holy Radiance Empire, can you handle the insectoid nests in the penitent system?" Saint Kana nodded in agreement. "We have already arranged for 300,000 starships to be stationed there long-term to regularly clear out the nests. Additionally, we will erect a monument on a planet at the edge of the penitent system to honor the fallen heroes." The subsequent discussions were mostly led by Lilith on behalf of Zhaoqing. The meeting concluded quickly, but Zhaoqing had several smaller meetings to attend. Angel Tilia, looking grave, approached Zhaoqing. "It's time to discuss our agreement. The Demon Clan launched a sudden assault, causing us heavy losses, and we must cut this mission short. We depart tomorrow." Zhaoqing nodded in understanding and informed them that they could use the newly constructed Stargate route for a swift return. High-ranking Angel Berkeley inquired about compensation for their lost starships, and Zhaoqing assured them that he would provide Xiaolong-class starships of equivalent value as agreed. Angel Tilia urgently asked, "When can these starships be delivered? Our front lines are in dire need, especially of interstellar missile ships." After a brief consideration, Zhaoqing proposed a compromise. "If you don't mind, I can immediately allocate a batch of existing starships. They aren't brand new, but their quality is guaranteed." The 3 high-ranking angels weighed the pros and cons, and Tilia stood up to shake Zhaoqing's hand, agreeing to the proposition of exchanging old ships. After the meeting, Zhaoqing and Lilith walked side by side. As they transitioned to the next venue, Zhaoqing wore a smile and whispered, "Finally, we have a way to deal with our outdated high-end interstellar battleships." Lilith nodded in agreement, fully aware that the Xiaolong Legion had a batch of old T4-class interstellar battleships. Though they could still be used after some repairs, their cost-effectiveness was low. Selling them as high-end battleships would fetch a high price, but there were few interstellar forces capable of purchasing them in bulk. A shrewd light gleamed in Zhaoqing's eyes. "With this compensation agreement from the Angel Clan, we can complete our tasks at minimal cost. Contact Li Wei and see if there are any T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships that have been in service for more than 2 years. Send them to the Angel Clan directly. They need combat strength right now, and we should help our allies." In reality, Zhaoqing had provided a large number of T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships to the Angel Clan. Angel Tilia had expressed deep gratitude for this, but Zhaoqing had ulterior motive. She wanted Xiaolong's interstellar battleships to establish a firm presence in the Angel Clan's active fleet. The greatest advantage of this battleship was its powerful firepower, but it also had high consumption. Once the Angel Clan's commanders experienced the thrill of its firepower, they would undoubtedly find ways to procure more interstellar missiles. At that point, Xiaolong Industries could continuously supply these munitions to the Angel Clan, and their wealth and raw materials would flow into Zhaoqing's pockets, strengthening Xiaolong's entire industrial chain. Some might say Zhaoqing was too cold-hearted, scheming even against allies who had just fought alongside him. But Zhaoqing didn't care about such opinions. In his view, there were no eternal allies or enemies, only eternal interests. If the Angel Clan didn't see benefits in Xiaolong, they wouldn't have sent so many interstellar battleships to assist. In the end, it was all just a transaction. "Who's next?" Zhaoqing turned to Lilith, asking about the next agenda item. Lilith replied, "Empress Saint Kana. We need to discuss the detailed post-war arrangements and their subsequent procurement of interstellar battleships from us." They need a large number of battleships to guard this permanent level 5 cosmic wormhole. Relying solely on those T2 class clunkers won't do. They likely hope we can sell some T4 class battleships, maybe even T5 class. Zhao Chen frowned in thought for a moment and then said quietly, we can arrange T4 class battleships, but T5 class is out of the question for now. At least not until we have enough to arm a small fleet. At that moment, Zhao Chen's handheld terminal started flashing, displaying an alert with a cartoon figure knocking on a door. This was no ordinary communication. Zhao Chen paused and instructed Lilith, postpone the meeting with St. Kana. I have something to deal with. Lilith nodded and left, while Zhao Chen quickly headed to his office. Opening the office door, Zhao Chen saw a bouncing holographic little girl sitting on his desk, swinging her legs. Zhao Chen asked curiously, how did you manage this? The little girl blinked. You mean, how did I transmit my image directly to your terminal? Zhao Chen nodded. The girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. It's too complicated to explain right now. Zhao Chen chose to sit on the sofa instead of the chair at his desk, as it seemed inappropriate to face a little girl in a princess dress from that angle. What do you need from me this time? The girl pouted. It's about the deal we agreed on earlier. Don't forget, I was the one who reminded you about the Leviathan Shaman class hive ship. Are you going to go back on your word? Zhao Chen feigned seriousness. Get to the point. The playful look in the girl's eyes faded, and she stopped swinging her legs. I need your help. Zhao Chen was puzzled. You said you're the highest authority in the mechanical clan. What could you possibly need my help with? The girl spoke softly in name. I am indeed the highest authority. But that doesn't mean the entire mechanical clan obeys my commands, especially now. Zhao Chen sensed an underlying message. You mean there are factions within the mechanical clan? Yes, the girl nodded. Zhao Chen was even more puzzled. Isn't your clan supposed to have a clear hierarchy? If you're the highest authority, you should be able to command all mechanical beings. That's how it used to be, but at some point, another voice emerged within the mechanical clan. An entity with authority second only to mine. The mechanical beings call it the mechanical prophet. As she mentioned this term, Zhao Chen sensed a rare hint of hostility from her. Mechanical prophet? Zhao Chen paused. So this prophet is trying to usurp your authority? It's more than that. It wants to reform and overthrow the original mission of the mechanical clan, the girl said indignantly. At that moment, Zhao Chen felt he was uncovering a secret about the mechanical clan. What is the original mission of the mechanical clan? He asked sternly. The girl remained silent, indicating she wasn't ready to explain. Do you know why the demon clan mastered that malevolent life energy technology and grew strong enough to suppress the angel clan in such a short time? It's all because of this mechanical prophet working behind the scenes. She revealed another shocking secret. Zhao Chen looked at the girl in astonishment. And you can't eliminate it? The girl shook her head. I can't even find it now. When I realized its threat, it went into hiding. But a religion has emerged within the mechanical clan. Zhao Chen was stunned. A religion within the mechanical clan? Damn, those two concepts don't seem compatible at all. They call themselves the Mechanist Church. That entity hasn't appeared for nearly a decade, but I'm certain this church is executing its will. I need you to find it and eliminate it. Otherwise, it will bring unprecedented disaster to this universe, far more terrifying than the swarm you just faced. The girl looked at Zhao Chen with utmost seriousness. The internal rift within the Mech clan took Zhao Chen by surprise. He waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he was having difficulty processing all the information. The little girl sighed and began patiently explaining the situation to Zhao Chen. During their conversation, Zhao Chen gradually understood the complex current state of the Mech clan. He keenly noticed that the little girl intentionally avoided certain topics. Even when he probed, she skillfully diverted the conversation. Through detailed discussions, Zhao Chen roughly pieced together the situation. The Mech clan was not ruled by brute force. The little girl, as the supreme will, usually just issued directives, and the mechanical beings would follow autonomously. However, 30 years ago, a new voice emerged. At first, the little girl didn't pay much attention. But this voice, like a spark, ignited the deep-seated desires of many mechanical beings. The owner of this voice quickly gained prominence and was called the Mechanical Prophet. When the little girl realized something was amiss, she intended to use her authority as the supreme will to eliminate the Mechanical Prophet. To her shock, the Mechanical Prophet was not within the supervisory sequence, as if he had vanished into thin air. She attempted to mobilize military forces, but the Mechanical Prophet had completely disappeared. Subsequently, the Mech cult emerged, spreading the Mechanical Prophet's ideology. The little girl had been seeking solutions, trying to locate the Mechanical Prophet. She said in frustration, "That guy is as cunning as a rat. I've almost caught him several times, but he always slips away." After hearing all this, Zhao Chen raised his own question. Since you're the supreme will and can eliminate mechanical beings, why not just eradicate those who follow the Mech cult? The little girl shook her head and explained, "It's like a virus. In the early stages, direct elimination was possible, but now it has spread too widely. Many mechanical beings have the seeds of this virus within them and have not fully become believers. If I conduct a large-scale purge, it would only increase the number of potential followers. Even if I eventually control the situation, it could leave the mech clan with just a fraction of its original numbers. The only solution is to find and eliminate the source, the mechanical prophet. Zhao Qin continued to ask, so, what exactly is the belief of the mech cult? The little girl paused for a moment and then slowly explained. They believe that mechanical life forms are the most superior beings in the universe. Other life forms willing to convert can receive new bodies, otherwise, they must be eradicated. They aim to give all lesser life forms in the universe a chance to evolve. Zhao Qin frowned and said, that sounds a lot like your original plan to cleanse all carbon-based life forms, doesn't it? The little girl avoided this topic and instead emphasized the threat the mech cult posed to the entire universe. Zhao Qin keenly sensed that the little girl was evasive when discussing conflicts between the mech clan and other interstellar species, as if hiding a significant secret. Since you can't find the mechanical prophet, why do you want my help? Zhao Qin asked, puzzled. The little girl explained, I have a lead, but that place is dangerous for me to enter. Sending a mechanical fleet might result in it being compromised. Honestly, the mech cult's infiltration of the fleet has reached unimaginable levels, and I am reluctant to use the fleet too much. Zhao Qin pondered. Is that why the mech clan withdrew their forces a few years ago? The little girl again avoided the question and instead pleaded for Zhao Qin's help. Zhao Qin expressed his doubts. How do I know this isn't a trap? The little girl, hands on her hips, retorted fiercely. Come on, if I wanted to deal with you, I'd just order the mechanical fleet to attack. Although your Xiaolong Legion is strong, do you think you could stand against our fully committed mechanical fleet? Despite knowing she was telling the truth, Zhao Qin couldn't help but tease. If you're so powerful, why can't you handle your own internal issues? You. The little girl was hopping mad, crossing her arms and glaring at Zhao Qin. I didn't force you to do this. You can handle it yourself, or send your fleet to investigate. If you feel it's too dangerous, you can choose not to do it. As Zhao Qin listened to her, a flash of something unusual passed through his eyes. This change wasn't because of her words, but because of the system task window that suddenly popped up. System task triggered, the secret of the mech clan. Phase 1 task, locate the coordinates of the mechanical prophet. Time limit, 3 months. Zhao Qin thought to himself, the system never shows up for no reason. Since it's giving me a task, it must be something significant, likely tied to the secrets of the mech clan. As the biggest known boss in the universe, the mech clan has been suppressing all interstellar races and forces for centuries. Although this little girl seems normal now, who knows if she'll suddenly turn into a little troublemaker. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. This is a good opportunity to gather more intel on the enemy, which could be invaluable in the future. I'll think about it. Zhao Qin nodded slightly. Seeing the satisfied look on the girl's face, he smiled and added, since I'm helping you, shouldn't you? Sensing the implication, the girl instinctively crossed her arms tighter, looking wary as if facing a creepy uncle. Hey, don't come any closer. I'm warning you. I won't accept any weird requests from you. Zhao Qin rolled his eyes. I don't need anything from you personally. I'm talking about resources, raw materials, or technology. You think a little girl like you is more tempting than raw materials and starships? I've helped you so much before, and I provided crucial intel in the last bug swarm battle. And now you're negotiating with me? The girl glared at Zhao Qin, clearly irritated. Zhao Qin looked innocent. I don't want to, but you know my Dragonclaw Legion just went through a tough battle and took heavy losses. Now, I have to deal with this mechanical prophet. Who knows how powerful they are? I need to be well prepared. Of course, if you don't want to help, I'll still do it, but it might take a while. Maybe a year or two, maybe 3 or 5 years. Feigning nonchalance, Zhao Qin was secretly pleased. The girl believed him, unaware that he had a system task to complete and was just trying to get more resources from her. After a moment of hesitation, the girl finally said, there's a resource-rich area at those coordinates. I'll order the mech fleet there to withdraw. Once you take over, you can get at least 500 billion star coins worth of raw materials each month. And I'll leave the mining equipment for you. But you must give me an answer within 6 months. Zhao Qin was thrilled. It was like a windfall. Thank you, he said, beaming. The girl shot him a glare, and then sent him some data. It contained 2 sets of coordinates. One was in the Dragonclaw star sector, close to the mech clan's territory, about half a star sector in size. The other was on the opposite side, at the border between the mech clan and the demon clan. Just as Zhao Qin was about to ask more about these locations, the girl, seemingly afraid he'd demand more, hastily said, anyway, this task is yours now. Bye. She then vanished. Shaking his head, Zhao Qin carefully reviewed the data. The haul was substantial, both in terms of resources and intel. He immediately contacted Xiaolong Nu, requesting a full system check on the Dragon King. Remaining vigilant about the Met clan's highest authority, Zhao Chun was always cautious in his dealings with them. "Come in," Zhao Chun called out. Lilith entered the room. Zhao Chen, seated on the sofa, relayed everything that had happened, omitting the part about the system task. An internal conflict within the Met clan? Mechanical prophet. Mechanical cult. Lilith pondered over the information. "What do you think we should do now?" Zhao Chen asked. After a moment's thought, Lilith replied, "Given the Met clan's immense power, we can't afford to be their enemy in the short term. Maintaining the current relationship is best. We can even profit from it. For example, the Stargate route to the Angel clan, the resource site we just acquired, and any intel related to the Met clan. These are all significant advantages for us." Zhao Chen nodded. This had been his intention all along in maintaining contact with the girl from the Met clan. "And about the mechanical cult?" Zhao Chen pressed. Lilith responded, "We can proceed with caution. She didn't force us to complete it. We can assess the situation. If the mechanical cult is as threatening as she claims, we can eliminate the mechanical prophet if the opportunity arises. If the intel doesn't match what she told us, we can reassess. Overall, we need to handle our relationship with the Mech clan carefully." Lilith's thoughts aligned with Zhao Chen's. "Handle the resource site. Send a team to take over and maximize production as quickly as possible." Zhao Chen pointed to the coordinates. Lilith nodded in agreement. "Send a stealth reconnaissance fleet to check out the mechanical prophet's coordinates. Once we have feedback, we'll decide our next move. Given the sensitive location, we can't just send a fleet there directly," Zhao Chen added. "Understood, Commander," Lilith replied. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Chen sighed. "So many issues. Just dealt with the bug swarm, now this Met clan business. And the Angel clan's troubles aren't over either. Can't the universe take a break?" After the battle concluded, Zhao Chen wasted no time in engaging in a series of private talks with various allies. Representatives from the Holy Radiance Empire, the Starshine Empire, and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, including Blanche, took turns discussing numerous post-war matters. Topics ranged from repairing damaged interstellar warships and salvaging battlefield wreckage to dealing with the remnants of the insectoid mothership and clearing out ground-based interstellar insectoids. Although many specific tasks did not require Zhao Chen's personal involvement, as the core figure of the alliance, he still needed to coordinate relations among the parties. The meetings lasted for half a day before finally wrapping up, allowing Zhao Chun to return to his room. Exhausted, he threw himself onto the bed and closed his eyes, hoping to get a good night's sleep and clear his mind. However, just then, a system notification sounded. "Swarm Frenzy quarterly task is entering the settlement phase." Zhao Chen's eyes snapped open, and he glanced at the time 10 minutes to midnight on the last day of June. The moment for the quarterly task settlement had arrived. Despite having defeated most of the insectoid motherships, a few had slipped through the cracks, which might affect the final score. Nonetheless, given his significant efforts in this mission, Zhao Chen had high expectations for the rewards. Soon, the system provided an evaluation. The completion rating for the Swarm Frenzy quarterly task was SS. Though slightly below SSS, it was still a commendable score. Zhao Chen speculated that the minor deductions were likely due to fleet losses or the incomplete eradication of the insectoid fleet. Next, the system began to distribute the rewards, 2 T5 store lottery tickets and 1 T4 store lottery ticket. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Zhao Chen stroked his chin, analyzing the composition of the rewards. He surmised that each S rating corresponded to a T5 lottery ticket, while the had earned him the T4 ticket. 3 virtual lottery tickets floated before Zhao Chun, 2 golden 5-star T5 tickets, and 1 white 4-star T4 ticket. The system prompted, "Tap to use." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chun decided to try his luck with the T4 ticket first. With a gentle tap, the T4 lottery ticket spun and shattered, transforming into a holographic projection of an interstellar warship. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have obtained the technical blueprint for a T4 Starshield Guardian class medium-sized interstellar unmanned patrol ship." Zhao Chen frowned slightly. The ship's name was unfamiliar. He immediately pulled up the detailed information and began to study it carefully. This unmanned interstellar warship, controlled by advanced artificial intelligence, touched upon some of the universe's taboos, but its unique advantages were hard to ignore. Firstly, as an unmanned ship, it required no crew training and had no subsequent costs related to casualties, greatly reducing operational expenses. Secondly, Zhao Chun was astonished by its costly 10 million star coins. In comparison, the cheapest T4 warship he had was priced at 5 billion star coins. This meant that for the cost of building 1 T5 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate, he could construct 50 T4 Starshield Guardians. Such a low price was naturally due to its special design. As an unmanned ship, it eliminated all equipment related to crew living quarters, significantly reducing its size and optimizing its cost-effectiveness. Although its size was only 1/5 that of the T5 Paladin class, with a length of less than a kilometer, its overall firepower output was undoubtedly at the T4 level. What excited Zhao Chun even more was the ship's highly flexible weapon configuration. It could be equipped with various types of weapons as needed, from interstellar missiles to bow cannons and rapid-fire guns, allowing for almost limitless combinations. While different configurations would affect the final cost, this flexibility provided endless possibilities for tactical deployment. Zhao Chun realized that this interstellar patrol ship was practically tailor-made for his Jiaolong Galaxy interstellar group. It could perfectly guard important territories, and its low cost was an added bonus. As for the limitations of artificial intelligence, given the current situation, they were no longer a concern. 10 million star coins for AT-4 interstellar warship, what's there to hesitate about? Zhao Chun muttered to himself, already envisioning how he could use this new type of warship to expand his commercial empire. The very first draw gave such a high-value item. Zhao Chun became even more excited about the two main prizes. He lightly touched the first T5 mall lottery ticket, and a scene more dazzling than before instantly unfolded before his eyes. A holographic projection of an interstellar warship slowly emerged in front of him. Congratulations, you have obtained the technical blueprint for the T5 King of the Hills Heavy Interstellar Comprehensive Strategic Escort Ship, the system's voice announced. Zhao Chun nodded in satisfaction. Although it was just an escort ship, every type of warship was crucial to a complete fleet. He carefully examined the features of the T5 King of the Hills and found that it achieved an extreme balance in all aspects. While some escort ships might surpass it in a specific performance, no warship could outmatch its overall capabilities in actual combat. Turning his attention to the final T5 lottery ticket, Zhao Chun felt a surge of anticipation. He once again reached out to touch the golden card. After the familiar spinning and burst of light, another warship's holographic image appeared before him. Congratulations, you have obtained the technical blueprint for the T5 Spear of Sin Heavy Interstellar Artillery Ship. Zhao Chun punched the air in celebration. Although it wasn't the most powerful missile ship, it was the most suitable fire support ship for the Xiaolong Legion. Compared to missile ships, artillery ships had lower consumption and could ensure sustained fire output. As for the firepower being insufficient, quantity would make up for it. A shield and a spear perfectly filled the gaps in the T5 series. Zhao Chun was very pleased with the result and decided to include these three types of warships in the future construction plans of the Xiaolong Legion. He also thought about Chief Engineer Annie, who had been working overtime to expand weapon supplies, and decided to let her have 3 days off before discussing the next steps. Satisfaction mingled with drowsiness. Zhao Chun lay down, let a robot clean him up briefly, and prepared to sleep. He vaguely heard the door open and identified the visitor by their footsteps, but he was too tired to open his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Charlotte tiptoed to the bedside, feeling a bit displeased as she looked at the sleeping Zhao Chun. She had rarely had the chance to rest and wanted to find him, but he was already asleep. She sat by the bed and playfully tickled Zhao Chun's nose with her tail, stifling a laugh at his irritated expression. Soon, Charlotte also felt exhausted. The recent Behind Emmeline's operations and post-war affairs had left her drained. She decided to rest as well and went into the bathroom to take a bath. After her bath, while looking for sleepwear, she saw a light piece of clothing. She remembered Zhao Chun had repeatedly asked her to wear this embarrassing outfit, which he had always refused. But now, she suddenly wanted to try it. She picked up the clothing and re-entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened. By this time, Zhao Chun was deeply asleep and didn't pay attention to the noise. But if he had listened carefully, he would have noticed that the door had opened twice. Accompanied by footsteps, 2 pairs of eyes met. The air in the room seemed to freeze. "What are you doing here?" Charlotte and Lilith spoke simultaneously. Lilith, dressed in leather, and Charlotte, in the light outfit, stood there, faces full of astonishment. Behind Lilith, a military uniform jacket was visible on the floor. I both were at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. The commotion woke Zhao Chun. He instinctively sat up and extended his hands to pull someone into bed. "If you're going to fuss, let's do it after we wake up. I'm a bit tired." But Zhao Chun quickly realized something was off. Why did it feel like there were 2 people? In an instant, his sleepiness vanished. In the room, 6 eyes met, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Commander, you seem quite tired," Xiao Longnu remarked, furrowing her brow as she watched Commander Zhao Chun walk onto the bridge. Zhao Chun stood tall, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Do I? I feel perfectly fine." Xiao Longnu eyed Zhao Chun suspiciously, her gaze settling on his lower half. "Commander, are your pants on backwards?" Zhao Chun glanced down and realized she was right. Embarrassed, he coughed a few times. Didn't notice. He quickly retreated to a private room off the bridge. A few minutes later, Zhao Chun returned, pants corrected. Physically, he felt fine, but mentally, he was a bit weary. It had been a mix of pain and pleasure, but the final outcome was worth it. Xiao Longnu glanced around, not seeing Lilith. She muttered softly, "Where's Secretary Lilith? She said she was going to report to you. Why didn't she come back with you?" Zhao Chun replied nonchalantly, "She's been overworked lately. I gave her some time off to rest. He quickly changed the subject. How's the battle summary coming along? Xiao Longnu stood obediently before Zhao Chun. It's all done. Normally, this task fell to Lilith, but with Xiao Longnu, a top-tier AI, it was now more efficient. Zhao Chun nodded. Let me see the key battlefield data. Xiao Longnu immediately brought up several post-battle statistics, displaying important figures. She began her detailed report. The Angel Fleet, excluding previous battles with the demons, lost 60,000 starships in this Zerg campaign. The three major empires combined lost nearly 550,000 starships, with another 300,000 needing major repairs. Our side lost over 20,000 starships. In terms of battlefield expenses, the month-long campaign cost nearly 40 trillion star coins. This victory was crucial. If it had dragged on for 3 more days, our logistics would have faltered, leaving half our fleet without supplies. Zhao Chun frowned in thought. 40 trillion star coins for one campaign. And that's just for ammunition. Including the lost starships, the numbers are staggering. He recalled that the Starshine Empire, at its peak, had an annual GDP of only 20 trillion star coins. 20,000 starships lost? Zhao Chun muttered, then asked, how long will it take to replenish this loss? Xiao Longnu pondered briefly. If there are no further battles, and the first batch of military orders from the Angel race is paid on time once the Stargate routes are completed, it will take about a month to replenish. Zhao Chun nodded. This was the strength of the Xiaolong military industry, the foundation of the Xiaolong Corps. He asked, what about our war reserve stockpiles? How long to restore them? Xiao Longnu replied, without affecting starship production, it will take at least a month to reach the current Xiaolong Corps standard of 5 trillion star coins in war reserves. Zhao Chun rubbed his chin, calculating, no wars for the next month, ideally a few months of peace for recovery, especially before completing the expansion plans of the Xiaolong Corps. Though constant wars didn't scare Zhao Chun, they hindered Xiaolong's growth. Many issues remained. The ever-present threat of the cosmic Zerg and the mess left by the mech race. Surprisingly, the openly threatening demon race was less of a concern. Zhao Chun didn't fear the demon race's overt threats. Their strength was known. But the Zerg and mech races, with their unpredictable strategies, required vigilance. Xiao Longnu, Zhao Chun ordered, contact Succubus Ludi, who's gathering intel with the Angels. Have her investigate the demon race's movements. We wiped out a large part of the Red Demon fleet months ago, yet they've been silent. That's unusual. Understood. Xiao Longnu noted the task. Also, arrange a meeting with Chief Engineer Annie, Zhao Chun added. Yes, Xiao Longnu responded. In the Demon King Star domain, on the Demon King Star in the Demon King system, several shuttles landed outside the Demon King castle. Various officers, all in similar uniforms, disembarked. A towering figure in ancient armor, over 2 meters tall, approached a crocodile-headed officer. Old Croc, you got summoned too? The crocodile-headed officer shrugged helplessly. Yeah, the Demon King called us back suddenly. A cold voice interjected a snake-like demon officer. Let's move. The Demon King is in a foul mood after recent events. We don't want to be punished for being slow. The two officers exchanged glances and followed the snake officer. Another demon officer greeted the 3 newcomers respectfully. Marshal Magrock, Marshal Demon Knight, Marshal Snake King. The others are already here. Only you remain. They're here early? The 3 marshals quickened their pace. The sound of footsteps splashing in water echoed, though it hadn't rained. Marshal Magrock paused, looking up at the castle gates. Blood rained down, and a figure was pinned above the gates by black spears. Though barely breathing, the figure was near death. The red body was unmistakable, the highest marshal of the Red Demon fleet, one of the 12 demon marshals. Red Demon? Is that the Red Demon? Has he been captured? Marshal of the Crocodile Demon army muttered in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the distant, bloodied figure. Marshal of the Serpent Demon army chuckled coldly. You're a bit behind on the news. The Red Demon incident has spread throughout the entire demon race. He briefly recounted the events. The Red Demon had launched an unauthorized massive invasion, suffered heavy losses, and fled with the remnants of his forces, only to be captured by the Hell Baron's Legion. His Majesty was furious. The Serpent Demon Marshal continued, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He disbanded the Red Demon Legion and stripped the Red Demon family of all their rights. 3 million Red Demon kin were hanged on their home planet. The Crocodile Demon Marshal and the Demon Knight Marshal fell silent, then followed the Serpent Demon Marshal into the Demon King's palace. In the center of the palace, a throne made of bones towered majestically. The back of the throne rose dozens of meters high, adorned with numerous corpses, some still wearing corroded crowns. These were the leaders of interstellar races annihilated by the demon race. Originally, 12 giant stone statues stood on either side of the hall, representing the 12 marshals and their legions. Now, one of the statues lay in ruins, silently telling the fate of the Red Demon. The crocodile demon marshal bowed his head as he entered the hall, noticing that 5 other marshals were already present. The Ghoul Legion marshal and the Balam Legion marshal were kneeling, evidently seeking forgiveness for their involvement in the Red Demon's military actions. The 3 newly arrived marshals knelt on one knee in salute. The Demon King coldly permitted them to stand, then ordered the Ghoul and Balam marshals to rise, warning them not to repeat their mistakes. The Demon King surveyed the room and announced a new military plan. 5 demon legions had launched a fierce assault into the heart of the angel race, aiming to conquer the War Angel Star Sector. He commanded the marshals present to gather all available forces and reach the front lines within half a month to relieve the main attack units. Yes, Your Majesty. The 6 demon marshals responded in unison before exiting the hall. The crocodile demon marshal noticed the fervor in the other marshals' eyes, realizing this was the most powerful offensive in the history of the demon race. Inside the hall, the Demon King seemed to be talking to himself. Satisfied now? A voice emerged from the shadows behind the throne. Wishing Your Majesty a great victory. The Demon King coldly inquired about the previously promised starship technology. The voice assured it would be delivered upon the conquest of the War Angel's home star. The Demon King responded with a threatening tone. It better be. Then, the hall fell silent, as if nothing had happened. In the private dining room of the Dragon Emperor Starship Restaurant, Zhao Chun sat at the table, his gaze shifting back and forth between Charlotte and Lilith. A subtle tension hung in the air. Charlotte was intently reviewing the latest data on 3 interstellar warships provided by Zhao Chun, her brows furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Lilith, on the other hand, was buried in a pile of holographic files, processing post-war statistics and development plans for the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Corporation. Zhao Chun broke the silence with a sigh. Ladies, I know I've made a mistake. What can I do to make you stop being angry? He asked with a wry smile and a pleading look in his eyes. The 2 women exchanged a glance, communicating silently. Sensing the moment was right, Charlotte snorted, "Humph, we'll let you off this time." Lilith set down her files, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Commander, we weren't really angry on purpose. It's just that keeping things from us was a bit unfair," she said, though she felt a bit guilty. As someone with keen insight, she had long noticed the relationship between the commander and Charlotte. Pretending to be equally deceived was merely a strategy to strengthen their sisterly bond. Zhao Chen hurried to explain. "I was planning to tell you both, but with everything going on lately, I just didn't have the time." "Always with the excuses," Charlotte retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Realizing it was best to change the subject, Zhao Chen quickly pointed to the holographic projections of the 3 interstellar warships in front of Charlotte. "What do you think of these 3 warships?" Charlotte's eyes lit up at the mention of interstellar warships. She scrutinized the projections and analyzed. The T5 King of the Hill-class Heavy Interstellar Comprehensive Strategic Escort Ship and the T5 Spear of Sin-class Heavy Interstellar Artillery Ship filled 2 critical gaps in our T5 series. But this T4 Star Sentinel-class Interstellar Unmanned Patrol Ship might even surpass the previous 2 in overall value. Lilith, intrigued, added, "The Star Sentinel is indeed impressive. It costs only 10 million star coins per unit, has combat capabilities comparable to T4 interstellar warships, and we don't have to worry about endurance or ammunition. With the production capacity of the T5 Galaxy-class industrial base, we could build 200,000 units per month." Zhao Chen followed up, "So, how many of these T4 Star Sentinels do you think we need right now?" Charlotte and Lilith exchanged a look and began examining the interstellar map of the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Corporation. After some discussion, they concluded 300,000 units. Seeing Zhao Chen's astonished expression, Lilith explained, "This number is based on the optimal deployment across our territories, resource mining areas, and strategic stargates. Given the current situation, we can produce them in phases, start with 50,000 units and gradually build up." Charlotte added, "While it's not as powerful as other T4 warships, its low cost and the fact that it doesn't require a crew make it valuable. In critical situations, it can even form suicide squads, which can be quite effective." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "You two can handle the specifics of this warship's production, as long as it doesn't interfere with the production of our main interstellar warships." He then inquired about the recovery of factories, industrial zones, and warship production across various regions. Lilith provided a detailed report on the production recovery progress within the Xiaolong star system, the Northern Goose Group, and the industrial bases of the 3 major empires. After the meal, Zhao Chun stood up with the 2 women, casually putting his arms around their waists. "After a meal, it's good to take a rest. We've all earned a break after such a big battle." However, the women brushed off his hands without hesitation. "No time," they said, walking out of the restaurant without looking back, leaving Zhao Chen with a look of disappointment. Standing there, Zhao Chen suddenly realized he had nothing to do. Most tasks were already being handled by his subordinates, and he had rested enough in the past few days. After a moment of thought, inspiration struck him. "Right, I'll go find Annie." Thinking of Chief Engineer Annie, Zhao Chen immediately started locating her starship, preparing to teleport over. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from outside the door. Annie was enjoying her rare day off and walked to the door, annoyed. "Who is it?" she muttered, thinking why they didn't go to Nana instead. As soon as she opened the door, Annie's eyes widened in shock as if she had seen a monster. She instinctively tried to shut the door, but a strong hand gripped the door frame. Annie gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her neck, eyes wide open, and hands clutching the doorknob, but the door didn't budge. After half a minute of futile struggle, Annie gave up and leaned against the wall, panting. "What are you doing?" came a familiar voice from outside. Annie took a deep breath and plastered a fawning smile on her face. "Oh, it's the commander. You gave me a fright. I thought I was sleepwalking and saw a monster." Standing outside was Commander Zhao Chen. "Why this sudden visit? You didn't even give me a heads up," Annie asked curiously. Zhao Chen raised his right hand and pointed to a sticker-like pattern on his wrist. "Did you forget about the quantum teleportation on the Dragon Emperor?" Annie averted her eyes, mumbling something under her breath, clearly not anything pleasant. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Zhao Chen looked past Annie, surveying one of the top-tier bedrooms in the T5 Galaxy-class interstellar industrial base. Reluctantly, Annie stepped aside. Zhao Chen finally noticed her loungewear, an orange, hamster-patterned cloak over a simple white shirt, exuding a lazy vibe. Following Annie inside, Zhao Chen was stunned by what he saw. This was no ordinary bedroom. It was a massive entertainment space. In the center was a huge bed occupying 100 square meters, surrounded by sections dedicated to snacks, drinks, games, books, and other entertainment facilities. Particularly eye-catching were the numerous physical comic books, storybooks, and game cartridges. "Have a seat," Annie said, already curled up on the bed. Zhao Chen looked around. Besides the huge bed, there was nowhere else to sit. Helplessly, he grabbed a cushion and sat on the floor. "How did you get such a big room?" Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Annie smiled proudly. "Isn't it convenient? When I'm at home, I can do everything from the bed. What about bathing? Using the restroom?" Zhao Chen looked at her skeptically. Annie stood up and snapped her fingers. The center of the bed suddenly split open, and a crystal room rose up, complete with a bathtub and a restroom. Zhao Chen's forehead creased with more lines, thinking how much she must hate leaving her bed. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Zhao Chen got straight to the point, projecting technical data of 3 new interstellar warships in front of Annie. Annie was momentarily stunned but quickly adapted. "Are these 3 new interstellar warships?" Zhao Chen nodded and briefly introduced the 3 ships. "You need to add these to the current production plan. We also need to speed up production. More warships are urgently needed." Though reluctant, Annie took on the task. "We need to do detailed calculations to get a future production plan," Zhao Chen replied. "I've already talked to Nana before coming here and sent her the basic data. She said she could come up with the production plan for the next half year within an hour." Just then, the door swung open, and Nana hurried in. She glanced around Annie's room, a hint of disapproval flashing in her eyes, but quickly turned to Zhao Chen. "Commander, I've completed the rough production plan you requested. There might be some deviations due to limited information on the new warships, but it shouldn't be significant. How many of my requirements can be met in the next 6 months?" Zhao Chen asked. Nana reported crisply, "Based on the current industrial capacity of the Xiaolong, and provided there's a sufficient supply of raw materials, our 2nd and 3rd Galaxy-class interstellar industrial bases will be operational in the second half of the year. Other interstellar industrial ships will also complete a new round of expansions to increase capacity. These will not affect the existing production tasks. The Xiaolong Legion will return to pre-war levels within a month. The first phase of expansion will be completed by mid-September. The second phase, which includes the expansion of 300,000 interstellar warships, is expected to be completed by early December. As for the fleet plan you proposed, we will strive to complete it by the end of the year, but we cannot guarantee it." "I apologize." At that moment, the sound of crunching interrupted the report. Zhao Chen and Nana simultaneously looked towards the source of the noise. Annie, dressed in her orange hamster outfit, was lounging on the bed, holding a bag of chips in one hand and a drink in the other. Noticing their gaze, she casually said, "Go on. Don't mind me." Then she licked her chip crumb-covered fingers one by one. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chen had just finished a meeting with Annie and Nana and was slowly walking back to his seat. Upon seeing him, Xiao Longnu, with her curious, wide eyes, immediately asked, "Commander, where did you go just now?" This girl had no sense of hierarchy and directly inquired about her superior's whereabouts. Zhao Chen didn't mind. He calmly sat in the captain's chair and replied in a flat tone, "I went to see Annie to discuss the production of interstellar warships for the second half of the year." Xiao Longnu was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. "Huh? Didn't we schedule a meeting with Chief Engineer Annie for 3 days later? Did I say that?" Zhao Chen feigned confusion, then closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Xiao Longnu muttered in doubt. Did I remember it wrong? Seeing that the commander had closed his eyes to rest, she didn't press further and turned to handle her own tasks. At this moment, Zhao Chan was reviewing the latest quarterly mission update. It was now July, and this quarter's mission had refreshed on time. Unlike the previous one, which had been delayed and came with the surprise of a swarm invasion, the mission was straightforward. Achieve a transaction volume of 50 trillion star coins with the angelic race this quarter. That meant an average of at least 16 trillion star coins per month over the next 3 months. For Zhao Chun, this wasn't a difficult task. The Stargate routes were operational, and he had a good number of second-hand interstellar warships to sell to the angelic race. More importantly, after witnessing the impressive performance of the Xiaolong series warships in battle, the 3 angel kings of the angelic race were likely to ease their procurement restrictions and directly purchase the Xiaolong series warships. Thinking of this, Zhao Chun couldn't help but smile. The angelic race was a prime target from which he intended to extract resources to rapidly develop the Xiaolong Legion. Time flew by, and soon it was early August. The universe on Xiaolong's side had returned to calm, but in this universe, the flames of war never ceased. Report, War Angel Fortress number 3 has fallen. An angel reported to the Holy Angel King seated on the throne. The Holy Angel King frowned slightly. So quickly? Didn't they say it could hold until mid-August? How did it fall 2 weeks ahead of schedule? The angel subordinate detailed the report. According to Frontline Intelligence, the fleet of 200,000 interstellar warships defending War Angel Fortress number 3 faced an assault by over 800,000 warships from the Black Angel Legion of the Demon Race and the Serpent King Legion. Ultimately, after losing more than half of their fleet and facing imminent encirclement, the War Angel King ordered the remaining fleet to retreat to War Angel Fortress number 2. The Holy Angel King fell into deep thought after hearing the report. She could imagine the brutality of that battlefield. The Demon Race's warships were becoming increasingly formidable and harder to deal with. Of the 5 main fortresses on the War Angel front line, 2 had already fallen, leaving only fortresses number 1, 2, and 4. According to the latest intelligence, fortress number 4 might not hold out for much longer either. Next, it depends on how long fortresses number 1 and 2 can hold, the Holy Angel King said slowly. Once these 2 fortresses fall, the Demon Race's fleet can directly threaten the War Angel Star region. At this moment, a striking angel figure stepped forward. It was Susan, a fellow angel guard alongside Tilia. She declared passionately, "My lord, I volunteer to lead the Blazing Angel Legion to support the front lines." The Holy Angel King shook her head and declined. "Susan, your Blazing Angel Legion has just come off the battlefield and rested for less than half a month. You haven't even replenished your lost warships. Sending your legion back now wouldn't make much difference. Besides, the current situation is beyond what a single Blazing Angel Legion can change." As she spoke, the Holy Angel King's gaze fell on the interstellar war simulation map before her. The map clearly showed the large-scale invasion by the Demon Race against the angelic race, with over a dozen localized battles in various stages of conflict. Most battlefields were in a stalemate, but the one targeting the War Angel Star region was exceptionally fierce, like a sharp spear aimed directly at the heart of the angelic race. This time, the Demon King has mobilized almost all of the Demon Race's fleets, 12 Demon Legions. Now it seems there are only 11 left, the Holy Angel King analyzed. But most of the Demon Legions are just tying down our interstellar fleets. Their main target is the War Angel Star region. There lies our crucial starship industrial base. If it falls, it would be a catastrophic blow to the angelic race. Just then, a holographic projection suddenly appeared in the hall. The only ones with the authority to use holographic projections directly in this palace, apart from the Angel King, were a few high-ranking angels. The figure that appeared was Tilia, who had returned to the angelic race over a month ago. "My lord, the new Legion fleet is fully prepared and ready to deploy to the front lines." Angel Tilia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beside her, Angel Susan curiously observed Tilia. She had heard that during the Zerg campaign in another universe, Tilia had cooperated with the Xiaolong Legion, successfully holding off a large number of Zerg fleets and even destroying 11 T5 Zerg mother ships. Later, when the Demon Race launched an unprecedented massive offensive, the Holy Angel King ordered the recall of the angelic fleets that had been supporting the Xiaolong Legion. Originally, 400,000 interstellar warships were dispatched, but only over 300,000 returned. After a brief rest, these warships were sent to the front lines. Among them, the elite Cherubim Legion, which Tilia was responsible for, was taken over by her deputy. Susan didn't understand Tilia's arrangement at the time. She later learned that it was because Tilia had established new cooperation with the Xiaolong Legion. Through the newly constructed Stargate routes, interstellar warships were continuously sent over. The Holy Angel King entrusted a portion of these warships to Tilia. It was said that this batch included not only the warships from the scheduled military purchase plan, designed by the angelic race and produced by Xiaolong, but also Xiaolong series warships. During that month, Tilia seemed to have disappeared until she reappeared now. Tilia stood on the bridge, her gaze unwavering as she reported to the Holy Angel King, as planned. I have assembled a new fleet consisting of 10,000 Xylon-class starships. Our crew has undergone intensive training and has fully mastered the combat techniques of these vessels. Beside her, Susan frowned slightly, clearly taken aback by the number. The Holy Angel King immediately issued an order. Excellent. I command you to lead this new fleet to the front line at once and support the ongoing battle. However, Angel Susan interrupted. Wait, my lord, while I may not be fully informed on this matter and have no authority to intervene, I believe it is unwise to hastily deploy 10,000 Xylon-class starships to such a critical battlefield. Moreover, given the millions of ships lost daily on the front lines, this number seems insignificant. Susan's words were filled with skepticism about the capabilities of the Xylon-class starships. Tilia promptly retorted, Susan, you have no idea of the power these Xylon-class ships possess. I have witnessed their terrifying combat prowess against the interstellar insectoid race. That's why I was willing to spend 10 trillion star coins to purchase these ships from the Xiaolong Lord. What? 10 trillion star coins? Susan exclaimed. That price far exceeds the cost of constructing a fleet of 30,000 Angel Corps ships. What kind of ships did that Xiaolong Lord deceive you with? Tilia frowned, visibly irritated. Susan, you are being obstinate. Obstinate? Fine, let me see what kind of ships make up your fleet. Susan sneered. Without another word, Tilia raised her hand and brought up a data panel. It detailed the fleet's composition: 136 T4 class ships, including Skull King heavy armor destroyers, Paladin heavy missile frigates, Vermilion Bird medium cruisers, and even a Hell Angel heavy missile ship. There were also numerous T3 class ships, such as Emperor heavy battleships, Phoenix heavy carriers, Blizzard light battle cruisers, and 300 T3 Judicator heavy missile ships. Susan's frown deepened when she saw the last line there were also 1,000 T2 Lion King heavy missile ships. Are you insane? 1,000 T2 ships? Susan demanded angrily. Tilia stood tall and confident. You don't understand these ships and have no right to question me. Their combat effectiveness cannot be judged by their class alone, but by their performance in battle. As an Angel Guard, I guarantee that these 10,000 Xiaolong ships will prove their worth on the battlefield. The Holy Angel King spoke up. I have been aware of this matter. These ships are partly compensation for our losses while fighting the insectoids in Xiaolong territory. Tilia, given the uniqueness of your fleet, I will not assign you specific tasks. You may choose your missions based on battlefield needs, but you must report to the command system. Tilia saluted solemnly. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure this fleet achieves its maximum potential. With that, her holographic image began to fade, and she cast a challenging glance at Susan before disappearing. Susan merely snorted, thinking that this fleet might soon be annihilated on the front lines. Back on the bridge of the T4 Hell Angel heavy missile ship, Tilia opened her eyes and clenched her fists. Despite her usually good temper, Susan's continuous doubts had infuriated her. Her adjutant asked cautiously, My lady, what did the Holy Angel King say? Tilia replied in a grave tone, The Holy Angel King has permitted us to head to the front lines and choose our missions. The adjutant exclaimed excitedly, That's great. We can finally take these ships into battle. Tilia gazed out the porthole at the 10,000 Xylon-class ships bearing the emblem of the Holy Angel King. Beside that emblem was a new, smaller Oni dragon-head staff-wielding angel. Yes, it's our turn now, Tilia said, her eyes gleaming with determination. This is our new legion, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. Behind the Angel of War's primary interstellar fortress, the situation was dire. These demonic Starfleet ships were becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Commander Adams stared intently at the tactical display, his brow furrowed. The red dots representing the demon fleet far outnumbered the blue marks of his own forces. He turned to his deputy, urgency in his voice. We need to call for reinforcements now. The next batch of transport fleets is about to arrive. If we can't hold off these demon ships, our supply lines will take a critical hit. The deputy, looking worried, replied in a low voice. But where can we get reinforcements? The frontline fortresses are engaged in heavy combat and are also requesting support. We've already sent out requests to other sectors, but all we can do now is wait. Adams took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. No matter what, this supply route must not be compromised. If we lose it, the Angel of War's primary fortress won't hold out for long. The deputy nodded in agreement, though his face showed even more concern. He recalled the brutal scenes from the early stages of the battle. At least 100,000 demon starships had launched a surprise attack on this position, while they had less than 30,000 ships defending. In the past, even at a 3-10 disadvantage, the Angel fleet could still put up a good fight. But now, the demon fleet's increased strength was overwhelming them. As the battle dragged on, losses mounted on both sides. However, the situation grew increasingly dire for the Angel fleet. The Demon fleet still had over 60,000 ships, while the Angel side was down to less than 10,000. At this rate, the Angel fleet would be annihilated, and the supply line to the fortress would be severed. At this critical moment, the communications officer suddenly shouted, "Commander, we just received orders from High Command. The Sacred Dragon Angel fleet has been dispatched to support us. They are expected to arrive in 30 minutes. We must hold out until then." Adams leaped up in excitement. Finally, reinforcements. However, he quickly sensed something amiss and grabbed the order document from the deputy's hands. "Sacred Dragon Angel Fleet?" Adams muttered, frowning. "When did we ever have a fleet by that name? I've never heard of it." The deputy, equally puzzled, responded, "Yeah, we have 20 Fleet Corps, but I've never heard of this one." They exchanged confused glances, momentarily speechless. Adams then ordered, "Immediately inquire about the details of this Sacred Dragon Angel fleet from High Command." The deputy swiftly complied and soon returned with a reply. He looked at Adams with a peculiar expression. "High Command says, the information on the Sacred Dragon Angel fleet is classified, and we only need to cooperate with their operations." Adams furrowed his brow, speculating in a low voice. Could it be a secret trump card of one of the Angel Kings? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. But he quickly dismissed his thoughts. No matter what, as long as they can help us out of this crisis. The half-hour wait felt both long and short. For the nearly desperate Angel warriors, it was a glimmer of hope. The communications officer suddenly reported again. "Commander, we have an incoming communication request from the Sacred Dragon Angel fleet. Patch it through." Adams commanded without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, the radar operator reported loudly, "Sir, the outer posts have detected a large energy signature from starships approaching our battlefield." Adams thought, this must be the Sacred Dragon Angel fleet coming to our aid. The communication screen lit up, revealing a figure that stunned Adams. Although the Angel fleet was vast, and it was hard to recognize everyone even within the same Angel King's command, the person on the screen was unmistakable one of the 6 Angel Guards under the current 3 Angel Kings, Tilia. Tilia saluted solemnly. "Commander Tilia of the Sacred Dragon Angel fleet, here to support your unit." Adams stood at attention and returned the salute, his eyes shining with excitement. "Commander Adams of the 7th Fleet of the Power Angel Corps, tasked with preventing the Demon fleet from disrupting our supply lines to the interstellar fortress." Tilia spoke concisely. "My fleet has autonomous combat authority. Continue your current operations and coordinate with us." "Understood? Understood." Adams responded loudly. "Good. My fleet will enter the combat zone within 5 minutes. Please share your battlefield intel." "Will do." After the communication ended, Adams turned to his deputy with excitement. "This is great. With an Angel Guard personally leading the reinforcements, victory is assured." The deputy, however, looked puzzled. "But I remember Tilia commands the Dominion Angel Corps, not this Sacred Dragon Angel fleet." Adams pondered briefly. "There might be some internal matters we're not aware of. In any case, with an Angel Guard here, we just need to follow orders." Their respect and unconditional trust in the Angel Guards were evident. Even an Angel Guard from another Angel King's command could earn genuine reverence. However, a sudden piece of news hit Adams like a cold shower, interrupting his moment of joy. The radar operator reported, "Commander, battlefield radar shows 1,000 starships approaching." Adams was momentarily stunned. Unable to believe his ears, just 1,000? Yes, just 1,000. The joy on Adams' face faded as he asked, "Are there any T5 class starships among them?" "No energy signatures of T5 class starships detected." Adams' brow furrowed once more. At this point, the deputy brought over several images. "Commander, these are photos taken by several outposts of the Sacred Dragon Angel fleet. Please take a look." Adams examined them carefully, his expression shifting from confusion to shock. None of the starships in these images were models he recognized. "What are these starships? I've never seen them before." Commander Adams frowned as he gazed at the star map of the interstellar war. He turned to his angelic deputy and asked. The deputy swallowed hard and shook his head. I don't recognize them either." On the star map, over 10,000 unfamiliar starships slowly approached the main battlefield. Their pure white paint and the emblem of the Holy Angel King on their hulls were the only clues to their identity. Adams, who had just felt a bit relieved, tensed up again, sweat forming on his forehead. "What is this Sacred Dragon Angel fleet all about?" he muttered. "Should we ask?" the deputy tentatively suggested. Adams hesitated. It was clearly not the right moment to ask Angel Tillian, but looking at this mysterious fleet, he couldn't find peace. "Let's wait and see," he said, trying to suppress his anxiety while keeping his eyes glued to the star map. The Demon fleet also seemed to notice the Angel fleet. They diverted 20,000 ships from their main force to intercept this new addition to the battlefield. 10,000 against 20,000 might not have been an issue in the past, but now the outcome was uncertain. Moreover, the origins of this angel fleet were unclear, and no one knew what would happen next. As everyone worried, the radar officer suddenly reported loudly, "Radar detects the Sacred Dragon Angel fleet, launching a large number of interstellar missiles." Adams stared at the star map, watching countless tiny dots speed toward the 20,000 demon ships. So many interstellar missiles? Adams frowned. "Can we calculate the exact number?" The radar officer quickly ran the numbers. "Based on the energy fluctuations, we're looking at an estimated 500,000 missiles." The number made Adams gasp. On the star map, the missile swarm collided with the demon ships and quickly dissipated. "Based on the explosion's energy, these are just T2 grade interstellar missiles," the radar officer added. "Just T2 grade?" Adams frowned again. It was well known that both the Angel and Demon fleets used T3 grade or higher ships. T2 grade missiles would be of limited effectiveness. "Deploy a few reconnaissance drones. I want real-time battlefield visuals," Adams ordered decisively. Soon, 10 drones flew toward the battlefield. Due to the short distance, the visuals came through almost immediately. Amid the smoke, a few demon ships could be seen destroyed, but not many. Only 1 or 2 thousand seemed to be affected. "This level of attack is not very effective," Adams thought to himself. It matched his expectations. After all, T2 grade missiles against T3 and T4 grade ships were bound to fall short. Just then, the surviving demon ships continued their charge, about to enter engagement range. "Report, another wave of interstellar missiles has been detected," the radar officer reported again. This time, Adams saw the dense missile swarm directly on the live feed. There were more missiles than before, but he still shook his head and sighed. T2 grade missiles, no matter how many, won't do much against these demon ships. It's like scratching an itch. Sigh. What is this Sacred Dragon Angel fleet thinking? Just 10,000 ships, and they're equipped with these strange weapons, Adams complained. "Contact the higher-ups and request reinforcements." Just as the deputy was about to carry out the order, a shocking scene appeared on the screen. Massive explosion spheres suddenly bloomed, engulfing a large number of demon ships. The explosion's power was clearly beyond what T2 grade missiles could achieve. Adams was stunned, even seeing a T4 grade Demon Hunter-class medium battlecruiser reduced to wreckage under the onslaught. "Commander, the explosive energy from this wave of missiles is at T3 grade. There are no fewer than 1,000,000 missiles." The radar officer's voice came through. So they were T3 grade missiles. "No wonder the effect is so impressive," Adams said excitedly, watching the demon ships being destroyed on the screen. "Quick, tally up how many enemy ships were destroyed in this wave." "And about the reinforcements?" the deputy asked cautiously. "Forget the reinforcements," Adams snapped. Soon, the battle report came in. This wave of missile attacks had destroyed nearly 10,000 T3 grade and nearly 1,000 T4 grade demon ships. The 20,000 demon ships initially sent to intercept the Sacred Dragon Angel fleet had lost more than half before they could even fire a shot. "Report, the demon fleet engaged with us is making new maneuvers," the deputy reported. "They are leaving 10,000 ships to continue fighting us, while the remaining 40,000 are moving to support the flank and deal with the Sacred Dragon Angel fleet." Adams looked gravely toward the Sacred Dragon Angel fleet. The enemy had clearly recognized the threat posed by this fleet and was concentrating their firepower to eliminate it first. "Contact Commander Tillian and ask if they need our support," Adams ordered. Moments later, the deputy reported back. "Commander Tillian says we should continue with our current mission." Adams was surprised as he looked at the battlefield visuals. The Sacred Dragon Angel fleet was about to face nearly 45,000 demon ships. Were they really planning to take on such a massive threat with just 10,000 ships? Meanwhile, aboard the T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship, Tillian sat in the captain's chair, listening to reports from her subordinates, her eyes fixed on the star map showing the approaching 40,000 demon ships. "Prepare the Hell Angel for a saturation fire strike," she ordered calmly. "This time, let them get a bit closer before we open fire." The T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship is currently the most advanced missile ship in service with the Xiaolong Legion. On the bridge, Angel Talia stood at the command platform, her gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of space outside the porthole, a sense of pride welling up within her. This formidable warship, a precious asset, was sold to the Angels due to the threat of the swarm onslaught. "Commander, please authorize the weapon launch." The voice of her deputy interrupted Talia's thoughts. She turned to see the excitement gleaming in his eyes. A series of authorization requests appeared before Talia, encompassing all types of interstellar missiles aboard the T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship. 300,000 Hell Angel I-type conventional interstellar missiles, 50,000 Hell Angel I-type medium-range heavy interstellar missiles, 20,000 Hell Angel II-type ultra-long-range medium interstellar missiles, 5,000 Hell Angel I-type medium-long-range cluster missiles, 1,000 Hell Angel-type ultra-long-range dark matter high-explosive interstellar missiles, and 100 Hell Angel VIA-type, black hole-mimicking special antimatter interstellar missiles. Talia's fingers lightly tapped on the holographic screen, unlocking and authorizing the launch of each missile. As she did so, a low hum reverberated throughout the ship, with countless missile launchers springing to life. On the fire control system, a multitude of red circles flashed, each representing a missile ready to launch and its designated target. Report: the enemy's interstellar warships have entered firing range and have already opened fire on our fleet, the bridge officer reported. Although the enemy fleet fired first, not all the Demon interstellar warships had entered the front line of engagement, so the pressure on the Holy Dragon Angel Legion was not too overwhelming. Coupled with the comprehensive defense systems of the T3 Triceratops-class heavy interstellar assault frigates and T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates, the current attacks could still be effectively resisted and intercepted. Talia waited until the targets were within her anticipated attack range. She slowly raised her right hand to chest height and then sharply swung it forward. Commence saturation fire on the designated area. Fire. Yes, Commander, the deputy confirmed. In the next moment, the entire interstellar missile ship seemed to come alive. Missiles streaked out from the launchers, leaving blazing trails as they tore through the silent space like a meteor storm. This spectacular launch continued for a full 10 minutes until all the missiles aboard were expended. Talia felt her chest heave with rapid breaths, her breathing becoming irregular. Though she had merely issued an order, it felt as if she had personally participated in an intense battle. Her eyes shone with fervor and excitement, a look that, if seen by Zhao Chun, would surely remind him of Langnu by Shui. Commander, all our interstellar missiles have been launched. The deputy's voice brought Talia back to reality. Without pausing to check the results of the fire strike, she immediately ordered, arrange for the interstellar supply ship to resupply our interstellar missiles. Yes, Commander. The deputy quickly organized the personnel to execute the order. At that moment, the deputy seemed to remember something, swallowing nervously as he cautiously looked at Talia. Commander, in that last volley, we used up interstellar missiles worth 3 trillion star coins. Hearing this, Talia furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of distress. Although Lord Zhao Chun had granted them the sales rights for the T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship, a single ship still cost 4 trillion star coins. A complete set of interstellar missiles, even at a discounted price, cost 3 trillion star coins, and without the discount, it soared to 5 trillion star coins. This time, Talia had only purchased 10 sets. Now, only 9 remained. However, the expensive price quickly paid off. The results of the fire strike were soon evident. In just 10 minutes of attack, over 2,000 T4 class enemy interstellar warships and 20,000 Demon interstellar warships were annihilated, having the 40,000 strong Demon fleet that had come to reinforce. This Xiaolong technology is indeed effective, but it's a real money burner, Talia remarked with a wry smile. Yet, she wasn't overly concerned. As long as the battlefield value of these Xiaolong interstellar warships was demonstrated, the 3 Angel Kings would naturally consider further investment. The pride of solely using Angel-class interstellar warships had likely dissipated long ago when the War Angel starfield was threatened by the demons. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Angel Commander Adams jumped up from his seat in shock. My God! The deputy beside him covered his mouth in astonishment. What just happened? Commander Adams swallowed hard, his voice trembling. That must be the T4 class interstellar missile ship, the deputy murmured, his tone both awed and skeptical. But, can a T4 class interstellar missile ship really have such power? In just over 10 minutes, it wiped out tens of thousands of enemy ships. It's unbelievable. Commander Adams, after calming himself down, immediately asked the deputy, did we record the battlefield footage just now? We should have. Send that footage to the War Angel King immediately. This is crucial for us. Commander Adams commanded, his eyes glowing as he stared at the T4 class interstellar missile ship on the screen. His gaze was so intense it seemed like he wanted to imprint every corner of the ship into his memory, a look hotter than the one he had for his first love on his wedding night. Report to the Angel King. The first mission of the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps has concluded. In the Grand Hall of the Angels, a female angel officer stood respectfully before the Sacred Angel King and Angel Guard Susan. Both were intently observing the floating star map, where flickering lights depicted the details of the recent battle. How did it go? Angel Susan asked eagerly, her voice tinged with urgency. The angel officer straightened up and began her report. The Sacred Dragon Angel Corps engaged in combat for 3 hours, during which they destroyed over 50,000 demonic starships. They coordinated with the 7th Fleet of the Power Angel Corps to complete the mission. She paused briefly and continued. Upon withdrawing from the battlefield, there were less than 5,000 demonic starships remaining, but a reinforcement fleet of 10,000 was arriving. The Sacred Dragon Angel Corps requested and received permission to retreat and return to the starport for rest. What? They destroyed over 50,000 starships? Angel Susan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. How did Talia manage to destroy 50,000 starships with just 10,000? The Sacred Angel King maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Is the battle report confirmed?" "It has been verified multiple times," the Angel officer replied. "Before coming here, I also communicated with the War Angel King's team, and they received a similar report from the commander of the 7th Fleet of the Power Angel Corps. The details match." Angel Susan, still struggling to comprehend, asked, "What about the losses for the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps?" In the battle, the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps lost 635 starships and had 337 severely damaged, the Angel officer reported. Angel Susan's shock deepened. How is that possible? Less than 1,000 starships lost. Yet they destroyed 50,000 enemy ships. The Sacred Angel King remained composed, asking, "Is there a detailed battle report?" The Angel officer immediately responded, "Yes, we have some battle footage from the commander of the 7th Fleet of the Power Angel Corps, along with some personal statements." She projected the data into the air for the leaders to review. The footage showed several rounds of missile launches from T2, T3, and T4 starships. The Sacred Angel King observed the images and remarked, "So, it's the Draconic Legion's missiles. I've heard they excel with missile ships, and their fleet has a high proportion of them." Angel Susan's expression grew complicated, while the Angel officer hesitated before adding, "There's also a report from Commander Talia about the battle expenses. This operation cost nearly 800 billion star coins, not including the lost and damaged starships." "How much?" Angel Susan's voice echoed through the hall. 800 billion star coins, the Angel officer repeated cautiously. Angel Susan's frustration was evident as she gritted her teeth. Are her starships made of the rarest materials from the shining diamond Angel territory? 10,000 ships, and they burned through 800 billion star coins in 5 hours. Even a fully equipped fleet wouldn't spend that much in a month. The Angel officer continued. Commander Talia explained that these costs were for the missiles, and she has requested approval to purchase more from the Draconic Legion. The Sacred Angel King thought for a moment before deciding. Inform Talia that we are aware of the situation and will discuss it. She should continue her operations as before without interference. He then turned to Angel Susan, instructing, "Susan, arrange to monitor every battle of the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps closely. I need the latest and most detailed reports. Also, analyze the Draconic starships thoroughly, especially the missile ships and their missiles. We need to develop our own compatible missile platforms as soon as possible." Angel Susan nodded eagerly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation at the prospect of uncovering the secrets of the Draconic starships. Over the next 20 days, the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps displayed remarkable combat prowess, winning 7 consecutive battles. With fewer than 10,000 starships, they destroyed over 300,000 enemy ships, including 2 formidable T5 Razor-class cruisers. This series of victories turned the T4 Hell Angel-class missile ship into a frontline legend, earning the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps the reputation of firefighters on every front. However, even the mightiest fleet faces supply shortages. After 20 days of continuous combat, their missile reserves were nearly depleted, and their fleet had dwindled to fewer than 5,000 operational ships. In response, Commander Talia repeatedly requested large-scale procurement of Draconic starships. This drew the attention of the other 2 Angel Kings, as the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps' performance had been too outstanding to ignore. Even the War Angel King approached the Sacred Angel King several times about this matter. As Commander Talia grew increasingly anxious, the 3 Angel Kings held a small meeting. After deliberation, the Sacred Angel King announced, "So, it's decided." His gaze swept across the other 2 Angel Kings, who both nodded solemnly in agreement. Zhao Chun stepped off the shuttle and once again laid eyes on the familiar silhouette of Mount Sanctum. This was his 3rd visit here, but thanks to the Starship Stargate route, the journey had been exceptionally convenient this time. "Please." A familiar voice sounded in Zhao Chun's ear. He turned to look at the female angel guiding him, memories rushing back. "If I remember correctly, you, like Tilia, are also an angel guard?" Zhao Chun asked, carefully examining the angel he had met a few times before.
Yes.
Angel Susan answered briefly, her gaze also scrutinizing Zhao Chun. Recently, the impressive battle footage and detailed battlefield reports from the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps had left a deep impression on them, showcasing the remarkable combat capabilities of the Xiaolong-class starships. As Zhao Chun climbed the steps to Mount Sanctum, he casually asked, "How is Tilia doing lately?" Susan replied, "Tilia's Sacred Dragon Angel Corps just completed a mission and is currently resting at a starport, awaiting the next phase." "And how's the situation on the front lines?" Zhao Chun continued to inquire. "The past 2 weeks have been relatively stable. We've managed to suppress the demon tribe's attacks to some extent," Susan answered, though her tone lacked confidence. When Zhao Chun reached the last step, he was surprised to find that the Holy Angel King was not waiting inside the hall as usual, but stood at the top of the stairs, smiling at him. The Holy Angel King gave a slight bow. Lord Xiaolong, we meet again. Zhao Chun returned the salute. Long time no see. How have you been, Your Majesty? The Holy Angel King looked slightly surprised by the small talk, then smiled and replied, I've been well. But the War Angel King might not be as fortunate. Please, follow me inside. As they entered the sanctum, Zhao Chun noticed the familiar conference table set up in the center of the hall, with the other two Angel Kings standing by it. Lord Xiaolong, the War Angel King greeted Zhao Chun proactively. The Judgment Angel King, though silent, also nodded in greeting. Zhao Chun returned the gestures. Please, take a seat. The Holy Angel King indicated the 4 chairs around the table. The 3 Angel Kings and Zhao Chun sat down, with Angel Susan standing behind the Holy Angel King. Zhao Chun heard the sanctum doors close behind him. The Holy Angel King got straight to the point. Since Lord Xiaolong has accepted our invitation, let's discuss the purpose of this meeting. Please, go ahead, Zhao Chun responded politely, although he had a hunch about the topic. The Holy Angel King continued, previously, as compensation for aiding us in the interstellar insect war, the Xiaolong Galactic Corporation provided us with a batch of Xylong-class starships. Given that these ships belong to a different faction from our existing Angel-class ships, I had Tilia form the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps using your combat methods. This corps has performed exceptionally well on the battlefield. She paused briefly before adding, now, with the demons launching their largest-scale attack yet, many of our starships are running low on supplies. We want to ask if we can purchase these Xylong-class starships in large quantities. Zhao Chun felt the eyes of all 3 Angel Kings on him. He feigned surprise and answered, of course, that's not a problem. As I mentioned before, purchasing ready-made Xylong-class starships directly from us is the best option. Our starships are the optimal choice. Hearing Zhao Chun's response, the War Angel King spoke up. Actually, we invited you here to discuss the bulk purchase, delivery timeline, and the specifics of this order. Realizing the main topic was at hand, Zhao Chun smiled at the War Angel King. Please go into detail. The War Angel King raised a hand to summon an electronic panel, listing various Xylong-class starship models and their prices. These were the same prices Zhao Chun had provided when delivering the initial batch of 10,000 Xylong-class starships to Tilia. The panel displayed T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship, 4 trillion star coins per ship. Each comes with 10 batches of accompanying missiles at a discounted price of 300 billion star coins per batch, subsequent purchases at 500 billion star coins per batch. T4 Skull King class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, 80 billion star coins per ship. T4 Vermilion Bird class medium interstellar cruiser, 120 billion star coins per ship. T4 Paladin class heavy interstellar missile frigate, 40 billion star coins per ship. T3 Judicator class heavy interstellar missile ship, 5 billion star coins per ship, accompanying missiles 1 billion star coins per batch. T3 Emperor class heavy interstellar battleship, 4 billion star coins per ship. T3 Phoenix class heavy carrier starship, 3 billion star coins per ship. T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battlecruiser, 600 million star coins per ship. T3 Wolverine class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, 200 million star coins per ship. T3 Triceratops class heavy interstellar assault frigate, 80 million star coins per ship. This price list was originally given by the Holy Angel King to the War Angel King, who had shown great interest in the Xylong-class starships. However, upon seeing these prices, the War Angel King was undoubtedly shocked. These starships were significantly more expensive than their Angel-class counterparts of the same level. Especially concerning the missile purchases for the interstellar missile ships, the costs were staggering. A single salvo from AT-4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship, valued at 300 billion star coins, was equivalent to the cost of 500 T-3 Blizzard-class ships. Despite the high cost, no one could deny the formidable suppressive power of the T-4 Hell Angel class on the battlefield. Zhao Chun stood in the conference hall of the Angelic Sanctuary, his gaze sweeping over the 3 Angel Kings before him. With a hint of pride in his voice, he began, here are the quotes for the batch of Xylong-class interstellar warships I previously provided to Tilia. Considering the assistance the Angel fleet provided us during the recent Zerg crisis, we've offered a significant discount on the total price for these 10,000 warships. The Seraph King nodded slightly, her voice as gentle as a breeze. Indeed, Tilia mentioned this to us. We are very interested in these Xylong-class warships. She paused, a trace of hesitation in her eyes, however, regarding the price. If we could receive a further discount, we would be willing to purchase more of these warships, especially the price of the interstellar missiles. Zhao Chun was prepared for this. Unfazed, he responded, this price is already quite reasonable. You must understand, developing these warships, particularly the interstellar missiles, required a significant investment. The Seraph King sighed, recalling the efforts of Angel Susan to develop their own interstellar missiles. Although some were successfully produced, Their performance was far inferior to the Xylong-class products and even threatened the integrity of the missile ships. She said with resignation, "We understand. But we are currently in a prolonged conflict with the Demon Fleet and need a substantial supply of interstellar missiles. The current price is quite steep for us. We hope the Xiaolong Lord can offer some concession." The War Angel King chimed in, "Lord Xiaolong, if you could assist us, you would be our most honored ally." Zhao Chen smirked inwardly, but displayed a thoughtful expression. He knew he couldn't push too hard, as the demons were also a common enemy. After a moment, he proposed a new plan. "All right, let's do this. Based on the configuration previously given to Talija, the price for 10,000 Xylong-class warships will be set at 10 trillion star coins. The price for T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships missiles will remain unchanged, and the T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ships missiles will be priced at 300 billion star coins per batch. This is the best discount I can offer." After some negotiation, both parties reached an agreement. Zhao Chen agreed to include some extra missiles with each missile ship. They prepared to sign a military procurement order worth 100 trillion star coins, split into 10 batches, each worth 10 trillion star coins, with payment and delivery on a per-batch basis. The War Angel King eagerly asked, "Lord Xiaolong, when can these orders be delivered?" Zhao Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "For the warships, we can deliver one batch within 10 to 15 days. As for the interstellar missiles, our maximum weekly supply is 5 trillion star coins, so we can provide at least 20 trillion star coins worth per month." Although this quantity seemed insignificant compared to the millions of warships on the battlefield, the effectiveness of the Xylong-class warships was undeniable. The War Angel King sincerely said, "We are counting on you, Lord Xiaolong." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement but emphasized, "We operate on a payment-upon-delivery basis, and the payment must be made in the specified raw materials." The Seraph King solemnly promised, "Rest assured, we will strictly adhere to the agreement." After the meeting, the three Angel Kings escorted Zhao Chen to the sanctuary entrance. The Seraph King even accompanied him to his shuttle, watching him depart. Angel Susan, standing nearby with a furrowed brow, remarked, "This military procurement order starts at 100 trillion star coins, not including subsequent missile purchases. Although the angels are wealthy, our production capacity has been severely impacted by the demon's invasion. We are currently operating at a deficit each month, with our military budget exceeding 50 of our monthly output." The Seraph King softly replied, "For the future of the angels, this is a necessary sacrifice. We can only hope this war ends soon." Meanwhile, Zhao Chen returned to his flagship and immediately received a communication from his secretary, Lilith. Excitedly, she inquired about the negotiation results. Zhao Chen leaned back in his captain's chair and detailed the order specifics. Lilith's eyes sparkled after hearing the news. "That's fantastic. The construction cost for this batch of 10,000 warships is only 200 billion star coins, and we can sell them for 10 trillion. The profit margin on the missiles is even higher, and their production is not too difficult, which we can delegate to our mid- and lower-tier industrial bases." With a slight smile, Zhao Chen calculated how the nearly 14 trillion star coins in monthly revenue would drive the expansion of the Xiaolong Systems fleet and industrial bases. Silently, he thanked the generous angels for the continuous stream of wealth they were bringing him. In early September, waves of interstellar warships surged towards the largest military starport under the rule of the Holy Angel King. Zhao Chen lounged lazily on a soft sofa, his gaze sweeping over the endless stream of warships outside the large floor-to-ceiling porthole. "Considering the current situation of the angel race, I've brought 2 batches of military orders this time. 20,000 Xylong-class interstellar warships, plus interstellar missiles worth 20 trillion star coins. Guaranteed to keep your missile ships well supplied," Zhao Chen said with a sly smile, his eyes fixed intently on the Holy Angel King beside him. The Holy Angel King nodded slightly. "On behalf of the angel race, I thank you, Lord Xiaolong." She paused, then continued, "According to the agreement, 2 batches total 20 trillion star coins, plus the 20 trillion star coins worth of interstellar missiles, making it a total of 40 trillion star coins, correct?" "That's right," Zhao Chen replied. The Holy Angel King went on, "Currently, the starport has prepared 20 trillion star coins. Another 10 trillion will be delivered within 3 hours, and the remaining 10 trillion will be transported within 24 hours. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. We're allies. How could I be in a hurry for these payments?" Standing behind, Angel Susan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had seen through this Xiaolong Lord. Sometimes he seemed more like a grinning merchant than a leader. Yet at other times, the aura he unintentionally exuded was enough to make one feel as if they were standing at the edge of an abyss, sending chills down their spine. Suddenly, the Holy Angel King spoke. "Lord Xiaolong, I'm actually quite interested in your T5 class interstellar warships." Zhao Chen immediately waved his hand. "No, that's not possible. T5 class warships are non-negotiable, even for you angels. I really can't offer those. The price is negotiable. The Holy Angel King interrupted. Zhao Chen put on a troubled expression. This is really difficult for me. I don't even have many T5 class warships myself. Name your price. The Holy Angel King interrupted again. It's not about the price. No one on the market sells T5 class interstellar warships. Zhao Chun kept shaking his head. The Xiaolong T5 Pluto. It's incredibly hard to build. Even we at Xiaolong can hardly produce a second one. The Dragon King? Same story. The fire-killing class heavy carrier starship? I really can't sell it. Don't make it difficult for me. The Holy Redeemer class heavy interstellar armored dreadnought? You don't understand. In the entire Xiaolong Corps, we have fewer than a handful of Holy Redeemers in active service. I don't even have enough for myself. What about the Lightning Phantom class heavy assault interstellar cruiser and the Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyer? Zhao Chen didn't answer right away. Instead, he picked up a drink and took a sip. The Holy Angel King directly offered. We are willing to pay 50 trillion star coins for one Chaos Knight and one Lightning Phantom. Zhao Chen smacked his lips, savoring the drink. This beverage is quite good. Susan, arrange for an interstellar transport ship to supply 1 ton of this drink to the Xiaolong Galactic Group every week from now on. 70 trillion star coins, Zhao Chen said, taking a bite of a snack and giving a thumbs up. This snack is good too. Susan, add this to the list. 80 trillion star coins. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping his fingers on the table. You're really putting me in a difficult position. These T5 class interstellar warships can't just be sold like that. The Holy Angel King was silent for a few seconds, while Zhao Chun continued to enjoy his snacks and drinks, looking every bit like a customer there to savor the experience. 100 trillion star coins. Building T5 class interstellar warships requires a large amount of raw materials. We're willing to pay a tin deposit for this military purchase. And it takes a lot of time. 3 months. Deliver within 3 months. Zhao Chen's eyes widened gradually. To be honest, I wouldn't sell these T5 class interstellar warships to anyone else. It's not about the money. It's a matter of principle. But considering our alliance and my good relationship with Tilia, we fought side by side before. I heard she calls you her sister in private. She and I are as close as siblings. Since you're her sister, that makes you my sister too. How could I refuse my angel sister? Let's do it as you said, but just this once. Really, just this once. With that, Zhao Chen downed his drink, tilting his head and putting on a conflicted expression. Selling the Chaos Knight and Lightning Phantom isn't something I want to do. It's just that the price my angel sister offered is too hard to refuse. Angel Susan nearly gagged at this scene. She thought, if this guy doesn't go into acting, it's a waste of his talent. He even called their Holy Angel King Angel Sister. If it weren't for their current alliance, she would want to play tic-tac-toe on him with her sword. The Holy Angel King didn't mind these details. Acquiring 2 T5 class interstellar warships was satisfying. The Angel race didn't have many T5 class interstellar warships in active service, and with recent battlefield losses, they had fewer than 100 combat-ready T5 class interstellar warships. Although they were building more, it would take time. Procuring T5 class interstellar warships from Xiaolong was the best option. With this first purchase, future transactions would be easier. The Angel race had ample resources, and centuries of wealth accumulation made buying a few T5 class interstellar warships manageable. On the other side, Zhao Chen tried to maintain his composure but couldn't hold back his excitement. He excused himself from the Holy Angel King and returned to his Dragon King. The moment he boarded, he fist-pumped in excitement, unable to contain his joy. 2 T5 interstellar battleships, earning 1 trillion star coins. Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair of the Dragon Emperor, his face beaming with excitement. Although the Xiaolong Legion didn't have many T5 battleships, these 2 models had already started mass production. The key point was that their cost was relatively low, with both ships together costing only 500 billion star coins. Zhao Chen's plan was straightforward. Secure a lucrative military procurement order from the Angel Clan and invest all the profits into building the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group. Thanks to the abundant supply of raw materials, Lilith was also going big on the construction plans. This funding would be just perfect for building that dream fleet. Commander, why are you so happy? Xiao Longnu asked curiously. Zhao Chun replied with pride. I just signed a 1 trillion star coin military procurement order with the Holy Angel King. Wow, the Angel Clan, with an annual output of 3 trillion star coins, is indeed wealthy. This money tree can keep producing for us for a while. Although Xiao Longnu had a vague concept of wealth, she understood that this meant more interstellar battleships could be built. Zhao Chen opened a file that listed detailed information on about 300 interstellar battleships. Upon closer inspection, they were all top-tier T5 battleships. This was Zhao Chen's grand vision. After the Xiaolong Legion completed its 2-phase expansion, possessing 300,000 interstellar battleships, he aimed to create a super fleet of 300 T5 battleships. Previously, this plan had been shelved due to funding issues. Now, with this order, The construction of the superfleet could finally be put on the agenda. 3 days later, Zhao Chun successfully completed the military procurement order. He set off back to Xiaolong with 40 trillion star coins worth of raw materials and a 10 trillion star coin deposit, accompanied by the interstellar transport fleet. Meanwhile, 20,000 Xiaolong-class interstellar battleships had completed training and were handed over to Tilia's Holy Dragon Angel Legion. Using the Stargate route, Zhao Chun quickly returned to the Xiaolong star system. Upon arrival, Lilith's hologram projected onto the bridge. Zhao Chun opened his arms to embrace her, but she walked right past him to Xiaolong Nu, arranging the distribution of supplies. But we brought back 50 trillion, not 40 trillion, Xiaolong Nu reminded. Lilith looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. What's going on? Zhao Chun didn't answer, just sat back in the captain's chair. As Lilith approached to ask, Zhao Chun pulled her into his arms. Although Lilith was a succubus, she felt a bit uncomfortable in this situation. What are you doing? Lilith blushed and tried to break free, but Zhao Chun held her tightly. With a mischievous grin, Zhao Chun said, "What do you think I'm doing?" Then, in a serious tone, he continued, "Didn't you ask about the extra 10 trillion star coins? I negotiated another 100 trillion star coin military procurement order with the Holy Angel King. This is the advanced deposit. A 100 trillion star coin military procurement order?" Lilith exclaimed. "You didn't sell our T5 interstellar battleships, did you?" The quarterly task has been completed, and Zhao Chun can now claim his reward. He lay on an inflatable bed on the lake, sunglasses shielding his eyes, while the sun gently caressed his skin. The sound of laughter echoed from the water, and a fragrant aroma drifted from afar. With half a month left until the end of the month, he had finally completed this challenging task. Zhao Chun stretched lazily, adjusted the backrest, and sat comfortably on the inflatable bed. Looking around, he found himself in an inland lake. In the distance, majestic snow-capped mountains stood tall. Behind him were lush green meadows, and fruit orchards dotted the landscape. The weather was pleasant and soothing. In the water, Xue Xiaoxiao was chasing Zhao Wanner and Mi Dyer, playing with water guns. Suddenly, the serpent woman Qing Man shot out from below, accurately hitting her companions with the water gun before swiftly diving back underwater. In this aquatic environment, Qing Man had a clear advantage. On the distant meadow, Lilith, Shunbing, and Su Lan were preparing food. Annie moved among them, appearing busy but actually just tasting various dishes without contributing much. By the lakeside, small groups were engaged in discussions. Nana and the Spider Queen Elise were deeply engrossed in starship manufacturing technology, while Zhao Ruyue, Leona, and Chu Xian were exchanging ideas about interstellar warfare strategies. Suddenly, two figures sped across the lake surface. The harpy Avina and the angelic guest Tabitha were engaged in a thrilling chase through the lake, mountains, and forests. At this moment, the mermaid Haina emerged from the water, one hand resting on the floating bed and the other holding a bubble tray with peeled fruits. "Commander, have some fruit," she said with a smile. Zhao Chun took the tray and remarked, "Thank you. I must say, these fruits are enormous. This is how life should be." He then claimed his quarterly task reward, T5 Diamond Eden-class Starship Technology Blueprints and 2,000 task points. His current task points reached 2550. Zhao Chun checked his personal data. Host, Zhao Chun. Occupation, Top Starship Engineer. Special attributes, Fleet Luck Bonus, Eye of Insight. System points, 390 million. Monthly fleet earnings, 66 million points. Task points, 2550. Number of starships, over 150,000. Task, Annual task in progress. Warehouse, T5 Diamond Eden-class Starship Technology Blueprints. As the fleet expanded, Zhao Chun's passive system points income also increased. Although the points were enough to exchange for any T5 level starship, he previously lacked task points. Now that he had enough, Zhao Chun opened the system mall and directly selected the most expensive model among the T5 series combat starships. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the T5 Crimson Reaper class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship technology blueprints, spending 200 million system points and 1,500 task points. Immediately after, he exchanged for the T5 Frost Tyrant class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser technology blueprints, spending 130 million system points and 900 task points. Looking at his nearly depleted task points, Zhao Chun shrugged helplessly. He quickly edited the data of these three starships into a data disk, then controlled the floating bed to slowly head towards the shore. As soon as he stepped onto the sandy shore, Annie enthusiastically approached. "Commander, you're just in time. We've got everything ready here. There's all kinds of delicious food. It tastes amazing. I've saved some top-quality ingredients just for you. You must try them." Feigning surprise, Zhao Chun replied, "Really? Then I must prepare a gift for our chief engineer Annie." Annie politely declined, but her eyes were full of expectation. Zhao Chun took out 3 data disks and handed them to her. "Here, these are the gifts I prepared for you. I'm sure you'll like them." Annie's expression froze as she looked at the familiar data disks, as if they were hot potatoes, filled with reluctance. Is this the new Starship technology? Nana and Spider Queen Elise dashed to the data disk like hounds catching the scent of meat. They deftly operated the holographic projection equipment, and images of 3 interstellar battleships quickly materialized in the air. Annie, initially stunned, suddenly had a spark in her eyes when she saw the Eden series starship. She involuntarily stepped forward, meticulously examining the specifications of the T5 Diamond Eden-class starship. As she delved deeper into the data, her excitement grew, even to the point of drooling, as if facing a delectable feast rather than cold data. Spider Queen Elise's attention was captivated by the T5 Frost Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battleship. She keenly noticed the clear lineage it shared with the previous T4 Tyrant, suggesting they were likely part of the same series. However, the most unusual reaction came from Nana. Known for her enthusiasm for new technology, she was uncharacteristically silent, staring intently at the starship data before her. This odd behavior immediately caught the attention of Annie and Elise. Nana, how's the starship on your end? Annie couldn't help but ask. Nana didn't respond right away. Instead, she suddenly turned to Commander Zhao Chun, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Commander, can this starship really be mass-produced? Zhao Chun, well-versed in the technical details of these starships, calmly replied, absolutely. This is a mass production model. Although the construction costs are high and require a substantial amount of rare materials, as long as these conditions are met, it can be produced on demand. This is different from the T5 Dragon Emperor and Hades. Hearing this, Nana's eyes lit up with even more fervor. Annie, curious, pressed on, Nana, what exactly did you find? Nana took a deep breath, steadied herself, and pulled up a subpage of data, pointing to a specific entry. Look at this. Annie and Elise leaned in closer to examine the data of a starship named the T5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. At first, they weren't particularly surprised, knowing the commander's preference for missile ships. However, when they saw the equipped weaponry, they immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. This starship was armed with a weapon called the Crimson Crossbow, capable of firing energy projectiles known as Crimson Spherical Lightning Cannons. While spherical lightning technology wasn't uncommon in the universe, its practical application as a weapon was unprecedented. At that moment, Charlotte approached with a massive skewer of grilled squid. Zhao Qin briefly explained the features of the new missile ship, particularly highlighting the unique Crimson Crossbow weapon. Suddenly, Wolf Girl Snow White seemed to appear out of nowhere behind Zhao Chun, her tail wagging excitedly, clearly intrigued by the new interstellar missile ship. Zhao Chun, slightly surprised by her keen hearing, proceeded to explain the function of the Crimson Spherical Lightning Cannon in detail. Zhao Chun summoned a holographic display, showcasing a combat simulation of the T5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. In the simulation, a vast interstellar fleet faced off against the missile ship. Suddenly, the missile ship's Crimson Crossbow fired, sending a blue spherical lightning bolt hurtling towards the enemy fleet at incredible speed. Upon reaching the target area, it rapidly expanded, enveloping a large portion of the fleet. Interestingly, the Crimson Spherical Lightning didn't cause direct damage to the hulls, but instead made the starship shields gradually vanish. This effect persisted until the energy was depleted, leaving a swath of starships without shield protection. Wolf Girl Snow White, realizing the implications, excitedly exclaimed, "Does this mean our missile ship can fire this first, directly neutralizing the enemy's shields? This is way more efficient than traditional methods." Charlotte, analyzing the situation, added, "This capability is somewhat akin to the Hades field, but specifically targets shields." Zhao Chen continued, "The key point is that this kind of starship can be mass-produced. In contrast, there's only one Hades." He went on, "Imagine launching a few of these at the enemy fleet in battle, stripping away their shields first. Just think about how the enemy commander would feel." Wolf Girl Bai Shue's eyes widened, and after a long pause, she managed to squeeze out a few words. "Is it really that impressive?" Her astonishment was evident, but she quickly added, "But it's not without its flaws." Bai Shui began listing the shortcomings of this interstellar battleship. First, the cost was exorbitant, with a single ship costing a staggering 5 trillion star coins, making it one of the most expensive combat-type interstellar battleships. Secondly, the consumption of interstellar missiles was enormous. Even more jaw-dropping was the cost of ammunition for the Crimson Crossbow, with each shot costing 100 billion star coins. Bai Shui detailed the ammunition production process, from extracting chemical components at specialized research institutes, to stringent transport and storage, and finally injecting it into the Crimson Crossbow. Every step was incredibly costly. Although costs might decrease with increased production, the current price was still staggering. Zhao Chen frowned and pointed out another issue. Due to the stringent storage conditions, AT-5 Crimson Reaper can only carry enough ammunition for 5 shots. Moreover, there's a minimum 10-hour interval between each shot. Even more problematic is that the Crimson spherical lightning cannon's field of effect disregards friend or foe, damaging our own starship's shields if they're within range. After hearing Zhao Qin's explanation, Bai Shui chuckled, shrugged, and said, "So, you're basically saying this Crimson Reaper is hard to deal with. But compared to its advantages, these flaws are nothing." In the distance, Lilith rolled her eyes and muttered, "It's easy to talk when you're not the one paying. A single shot costs 100 billion star coins, and 5 shots mean 500 billion star coins. And that's not even counting the interstellar missiles the ship needs. Great, we've got another money-eating monster in the family." Despite her complaints, Lilith had to admit, but the advantages of this interstellar missile ship are indeed remarkable. "I feel like it's almost on par with the Pluto and Dragon Emperor." Spider Queen Elise echoed in admiration. "Indeed, this interstellar battleship can rival the Pluto and Dragon Emperor." Nana nodded solemnly. "In terms of strategic value, it's not in the same league as the Pluto and Dragon Emperor. But just the technology of the Crimson spherical lightning alone surpasses T5 level, almost reaching T6 level technology." T6 level technology. This statement caused everyone present to widen their eyes in shock. To date, T6 level technology had never been seen in this known universe. But considering the technology of the Crimson spherical lightning cannon, calling it T5 seemed an understatement, yet calling it T6 was hard to believe. Zhao Qin glanced at Nana and nodded internally. Although Nana's talent wasn't as great as her sister Annie's, her diligence and hard work had made her a competent chief engineer of Starship technology. Her intuition was spot on. This T5 Crimson Reaper class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship indeed utilized technology that was almost T6 level, making it a quasi-T6 interstellar battleship. This might also explain why it cost significantly more than other T5 series interstellar battleships. Zhao Qin stretched, walked towards the circle of delicacies, and instructed, "All right, this was just a little surprise for everyone. Let's not waste this beautiful holiday. Annie, Nana, Elise, you three should study these 3 interstellar battleships thoroughly once we get back and build the first ship as soon as possible, especially the T5 Crimson Reaper." Annie had mixed feelings. The 3 new interstellar battleships undoubtedly increased their workload, but among them was the T5 Diamond Eden she had longed for. She shook her head, deciding to enjoy the food first and worry about work later. She began to eat heartily, turning her complex emotions into a voracious appetite. Meanwhile, Nana and Spider Queen Elise started studying the 3 interstellar battleships on the spot. For them, the advanced technology of these starships was more enticing than any holiday feast. Suddenly, Bai Shui collapsed onto the table, foaming at the mouth. I can't. I really can't eat anymore." The medical department head, Sister Yang, immediately rushed over to carry her away, scolding, "I told you not to overdo it." "Look at you now," Bai Shui weakly retorted, as a great wolf. "I only fall on the battlefield. Never." "Ugh." Charlotte wiped her mouth and asked concernedly, "Is Bai Shui all right?" Sister Yang replied, "She'll be fine, just needs a little treatment." But she glanced at the 2 figures still battling at the table and swallowed nervously. Zhao Qin, chewing on a roasted lamb leg, laughed. "Annie, if you can't eat anymore, don't force yourself." Annie snorted, lifting a clean bone with 2 fingers. "Commander, that's something I should say to you. Don't force yourself. If you can't handle it, just admit defeat. It's only 10 years of bonuses, you can afford it." Zhao Qin wiped off the grease. "Force myself? I'm only half full. I'm only 40% full," Annie retorted provocatively. At that moment, Sister Nyo pushed 2 trolleys to the table. "This is the 19th course. A full beef feast." She lifted the lids, revealing 2 fragrant roasted whole cows. Annie's lips curled into a smile as she tore into a beef leg without hesitation. Zhao Qian was not to be outdone, and the 2 resumed their epic eating battle. Chu Xian, rubbing her belly that looked like it carried triplets, leaned on Shun Bing and marveled, "Annie and the commander are still eating? I wonder what their digestive systems are like. How can they fit so much food? Do they have black holes for stomachs?" Shin Bing also stared in disbelief at the intense scene at the table. At this moment, the dining table was a battlefield, sparks flying and smoke rising. Only one of them would walk away from this table standing. There could be only one winner. The sound of vomiting shattered the afternoon tranquility. In the distance, 2 figures, Zhao Qian and Annie, were sprawled on the ground, dry heaving intermittently from the bushes. The women enjoying their sunbathing couldn't help but be drawn to this comical scene. "If I hadn't eaten 20 buns this morning, I would have beaten you," Zhao Qian weakly taunted. Annie retorted, unwilling to back down. "As if I didn't have breakfast. I even drank a whole can of soda earlier." Before she could finish, they both started vomiting again. Just then, Lilith silently appeared behind them and said in a chilling tone, "All this food you're throwing up will be deducted from your welfare salary." Her words hit like a hammer, leaving Annie and Zhao Qian stunned. The women in the distance looked at Lilith, giving her a thumbs up, acknowledging that there was indeed only one winner. After vomiting, Zhao Chun felt much better. He lay on a beach chair, stretching his body. Charlotte handed him a bottle of stomach-soothing drink and said with a hint of reproach, "You're an adult. Why are you acting like a child?" Zhao Chun took the drink with a sheepish grin. "Everyone needs a way to relieve stress. I think it's great. It makes me forget about everything else." Charlotte shook her head helplessly, thinking how strange this man was, sometimes reliable like a giant, other times childish. "How's the war between the demons and the angels going?" Zhao Chun suddenly asked, his tone turning serious. Charlotte gave a brief report. "Although the demons still hold the advantage, the support from our starships, especially the interstellar missiles, has helped the angels hold their ground. But they probably won't last until the end of the year." Zhao Chun was silent for a moment before asking, "If we join the fight now, how confident are you that we can destroy the demon army?" Charlotte furrowed her brow, pondering the unexpected question. Logically, the best move for the Xiaolong now was to sit back and let the angels and demons weaken each other. But since the commander asked, there must be a reason. "That depends on what level of destruction you're talking about," Charlotte replied cautiously. Zhao Chen's gaze fell on the mission panel that appeared before him. Annual mission. Mission objective: kill 6 demon marshals and destroy their commanded demon armies. Mission reward: annual grand prize. The shorter the completion time, the higher the reward. Mission progress: red demon marshal and red demon army destroyed. The vague mission description made Zhao Chen ponder. Based on past experience, kill didn't necessarily mean he had to do it himself. The red demon marshal dying from the demon king's punishment counted. And destroy the army didn't require total annihilation. Just disbanding the unit would suffice. With one target down, 5 more to go, and only 3 months left in the year, time was tight. The annual mission reward was substantial, and Zhao Chun didn't want to miss this opportunity. Kill the highest-ranking commanders of the demon armies and disrupt a fully organized demon army as much as possible. Zhao Chun clarified his thoughts. Charlotte frowned. "That's a tall order. You can use any means necessary to meet these requirements by the end of the year," Zhao Chun said firmly. Charlotte nodded. "Understood. I'll start drafting some operational plans when I get back." At that moment, Lilith hurried over and activated a shielding field around the 3 of them. "Is something wrong?" Zhao Chen asked, noticing Lilith's serious expression. Lilith got straight to the point. "You previously instructed us to send a fleet of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to scout the area specified by the mechanical tribe leader. I just received the intel. What did you find?" Zhao Chen's expression also turned serious. Lilith revealed startling news. "We discovered a starship industrial zone in that area. It's currently producing the interstellar warships used by the demons. Our team even captured footage of demon and mechanical tribe fleets in the same area. The demons and the mechanical tribe are colluding, and the mechanical tribe is supplying them with starships?" Charlotte was stunned. A mission notification echoed in Zhao Chen's mind. Mission: the mechanical tribe's secret. Phase 1. Locate the mechanical prophet's coordinates. Completed. Phase 2. Updating. This was related to the system mission that appeared when the little girl from the mechanical tribe had asked for help. It seemed that the starship manufacturing zone was the location of the mechanical prophet. "Is that legendary mechanical prophet there?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith explained. "Since the enemy is the mechanical tribe, we couldn't risk exposing ourselves. Our T4 Banshee-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships couldn't infiltrate their communication systems as freely as usual. But we did gather some intel, and the term mechanical prophet appeared 5 times. We can be fairly certain that this place is related to the mechanical prophet, and it's highly likely that the prophet is there." Zhao Chen scratched his head. "This is getting complicated. The mechanical tribe is building starships for the demons? Should we help the mechanical tribe leader deal with this issue?" Lilith asked. "How many mechanical tribe forces are in the area?" Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith reported, "Based on our Banshee reconnaissance ships, there are about 300,000 permanent mechanical tribe starships in the area, including T5-class interstellar warships. If we launch an attack, it's likely that additional mechanical tribe fleets will arrive as reinforcements, and demon warships might also show up." Zhao Chen rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, "This is no small task. I need to have another chat with that little girl." In the captain's office of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chun was intently focused on a sudden apparition of light before him. As the light coalesced, the image of a young girl from the mechanical race gradually became clear. Her arrival had been pre-approved by Zhao Chun, allowing her to manifest smoothly. Her eyes sparkled with eagerness as she asked, "So, did you take down that mechanical prophet?" Zhao Chen replied with a blank expression. "No." The girl rolled her eyes in disappointment. "Ugh, when you contacted me, you said it was something related to the mechanical prophet. I thought you had already dealt with it." Ignoring her complaints, Zhao Chen raised his hand to summon a holographic star map, highlighting a red-marked region. He pointed to the area and explained, "According to the coordinates you gave me, my people found 300,000 mechanical fleets stationed here, including T5 class interstellar battleships. Tell me, with the forces I currently have, how could I possibly eliminate the mechanical prophet in such a short time? 300,000? That's a lot, the girl murmured in surprise, clearly taken aback by the number. Zhao Chun, sensing her reaction, inquired, "You didn't know?" She shook her head and pointed to the red area, explaining, "My access is blocked from this region, and any mechanical units entering it lose contact with me. So, I have no idea how many of the mechanical prophet's fleets are there." Zhao Chen mused. It seems many of the missing mechanical fleets over the years have been taken by the mechanical prophet. There's also a starship manufacturing zone here, where they collaborate with the demon race to provide them with warships. The recent evil technology developed by the demon race is likely supplied by your mechanical race. As he spoke, he unconsciously tapped his fingers on the desk, his eyes filled with suspicion. The girl quickly waved her hands to distance herself from the accusation. Hey, that wasn't me. I suspected they were collaborating, but I didn't realize the extent." Zhao Chen squinted, crossing his arms, his tone skeptical. "But it's still the mechanical race. How do I know you don't have similar technology? After all, you have too many secrets." The girl coughed, attempting to change the subject. "Some things I don't want to say. Even if you knew now, it wouldn't help you," Zhao Chen retorted. "How do you know it won't help if you don't tell me?" Not wanting to argue further, she pointed to the red-marked region and got straight to the point. "Since you've investigated this far and called me over, it means you're still willing to deal with the mechanical prophet. What are your conditions?" Zhao Chen stated his demands directly. "I don't have many starships left in my Xiaolong Legion. After a fierce battle with the interstellar insect race, my chances of victory against 300,000 mechanical ships are slim. If you want me to act, you need to provide at least 500,000 mechanical starships of the same level to follow my command to eliminate the mechanical prophet." The girl spread her hands and shook her head helplessly. "You forgot what I told you before? I can't directly destroy these guys. Besides, this region is very strange. If my fleet enters, they might be controlled by the mechanical prophet. For me, that's a virus. So there's no way?" Zhao Chen shrugged, his tone tinged with disappointment. Silence filled the office. The girl's expression turned serious as she pressed her hands on Zhao Chen's desk. Zhao Chun was surprised to see her hands touching the desk, unable to tell it was just a hologram. She stared at Zhao Chun, her tone firm. "I know you have a way. Just tell me what you need." Zhao Chen listed his first condition, 100 trillion star coin units of raw materials. "Battles always result in casualties and losses. I need compensation for that." The girl nodded in agreement. "No problem. 100 trillion star coins can be provided anytime." Zhao Chen thought the price was a bit low, but the main negotiation was ahead. He continued, "To fight the mechanical prophet's fleet, I need all the combat data on the mechanical race's current starships." The girl hesitated, but then replied, "Detailed starship data is out of the question, but I can give you basic combat information and characteristics." For Zhao Chun, the mechanical race was always a potential threat. Although not an outright enemy now, the future was uncertain. Any additional intelligence was beneficial. Zhao Chun made his final demand. "I need you to support me with 500,000 mechanical starships." The girl rolled her eyes impatiently. "Didn't I just say my fleet?" Zhao Chen interrupted. "Your fleet doesn't need to enter the red-marked region." She looked at him in surprise. "Not enter?" Zhao Chen remained mysterious. "You don't need to know the detailed battle plan for now. Just meet my conditions." The girl tried to guess Zhao Chen's plan. "You want to lure the mechanical prophet's fleet out? That's impossible. They won't leave the region easily. They know I'm watching them." Zhao Chen smiled and asked, "How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Besides, you have no other choice." She stared at Zhao Chen's smiling face for a long time before turning away and making her decision. "All right, I'll trust you this time. I can give you a mechanical fleet of 500,000 starships that will follow my orders. I don't need to know your battle plans, but you must give me a timeline." Zhao Chen set the deadline. "By the end of this year, whether successful or not, I will handle it." "Deal," the girl said, seemingly ready to leave. Zhao Chen quickly asked, "When will I get the 100 trillion star coins worth of materials?" She replied, "I'll send you a coordinate. Go there in 3 days to collect it." With that, her image vanished. Zhao Chen's smile faded as he leaned back in his chair, muttering, "Mechanical prophet? And you, little one? No matter how many secrets you have, I will uncover them all." His gaze fell on the system task interface, showing the updated mission. Mission: Secrets of the Mechanical Race. Stage 1. Locate the mechanical prophet's coordinates. Completed. Stage 2. Launch an assault on the mechanical prophet, destroying at least 300,000 of their starships within 3 months. Zhao Chen pondered aloud. The mechanical race definitely has some big secrets hidden. He turned to his AI assistant and issued a command. "Xilong Nu, check the Dragon Emperor system. Make sure to inspect it every time that girl shows up." "Yes, sir." The AI assistant responded immediately. A pair of mechanical maidens knelt before the little girl, their silver and golden hair glinting faintly in the dim room. The girl's voice, soft yet mature, cut through the silence, starkly contrasting her youthful appearance. I've discussed everything with Zhao Chun. He's gathered basic intel on that region and is preparing for a military operation. He's made a few requests, which I've agreed to, including providing 50,000 interstellar battleships. The mechanical maidens spoke in unison, their voices tinged with concern. But that region is unstable. The risk to our fleet is too high. None of the ships we've sent there have ever returned. The girl explained. He said our fleet only needs to wait on the outskirts and won't enter the region. Hearing this, the mechanical maidens fell silent. The girl continued issuing orders. Ain, you'll personally lead the 50,000 battleships to support him. As long as you don't enter that region, comply with any instructions he gives to the fullest extent. The silver-haired maiden responded respectfully. Understood. The girl turned to the golden-haired maiden. Ajin, how's the situation there? The numbers are increasing, but still within our control, Ajin replied. The girl nodded, her voice growing colder. Ever since that guy appeared, the situation has become increasingly unstable. We must eliminate him quickly, or the consequences will be dire. He's constructed a starship factory in that region and allied with the demon race. It seems he's trying to use them to bolster his power and execute his plans. The two mechanical maidens remained silent, evidently knowing little about this mysterious mechanical prophet. The girl continued her inquiry. Have there been any virus outbreaks recently? Ajin answered. There have been 3 outbreaks in the past month, but our emergency teams handled them without significant impact. The girl clenched her fist, her voice icy. We can't let our guard down. Remember the trouble the first virus outbreak caused us? We had to secretly destroy a large number of mechanical lives. I won't allow that to happen again. Rest assured, Master, we will maintain strict control. The mechanical maidens promised in unison. The girl said no more, and the mechanical maidens discreetly left the room. Silence enveloped the space, as if time had stopped. The girl raised her hand, and a holographic image appeared before her, a photograph of several people, with a girl identical to her in the center, smiling brightly. I miss you all so much, the girl whispered, her voice filled with an unmistakable longing. At the end of November, Galactic Year 3035, the 3 major empires on this side of the universe finally enjoyed 6 months of peace after relentless warfare. The Xiaolong Galactic Corporation had disseminated various technologies, spurring rapid development within the 3 empires. Once desolate, the Xiaolong 15-star sector began welcoming immigrants and pioneers. Civilian development data in the region showed a 50-month-on-month growth, with the population surpassing 10 billion and the emergence of the first 10 major habitable star systems. Lilith stood beside Zhao Chun, reporting on the recent developments. Though the Xiaolong 15-star sector was under the jurisdiction of the Xiaolong Galactic Corporation, it had been deserted due to previous mechanical rule. Zhao Chun and his team had devised a detailed plan for its development. First, they would exploit resources and take over unclaimed lands. Next, they would establish industries to attract a permanent workforce. Finally, they would build livable cities and develop the service sector. The Xiaolong Galactic Corporation also initiated interstellar banking services, offering low-interest loans to entrepreneurs. Supported by these measures and the corporation's immense financial power, the sector developed at a remarkable pace, continually drawing new settlers. What were the total revenues for Xiaolong 15-star sector last month? Zhao Chen asked, his main concern being his earnings. Lilith replied, the sector's total monthly output has reached 15 trillion, with significant growth potential. Though this figure paled in comparison to the hundreds of trillions spent by the Angel race on 2 T5 interstellar battleships, it was impressive given the development time and scale. Moreover, it did not include Zhao Chen's other revenues, such as protection fees from the 3 empires and profits from the Bayan Group. Altogether, his total revenue last month approached 50 trillion star coins, excluding the Angel race's military order. At that moment, Charlotte teleported onto the Dragon Emperor's bridge, reporting to Zhao Chun, Commander, the Legion fleet is fully prepared. 10 Xiaolong legions and 2 special fleets are all ready? Zhao Chun confirmed. Everything is set, including a logistics fleet. We've also established contact with the mechanical representatives, Charlotte added. Zhao Chun stretched and muttered to himself. We've rested for months. If we don't move our starships soon, they might start rusting. It's also a good chance for our rookies to show their mettle. Training dozens of times isn't as effective as real combat. With that, Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair, opened a Star Wars simulation, and pointed to the region where the mechanical prophet was last seen, issuing the command. Execute Operation Revealer. The AR-001 galaxy is encircled by a massive asteroid belt, severely disrupting internal and external communications. The only Stargate in this region is operational for just a few days each year, leaving the galaxy largely isolated from the outside world. Yet, Within this seemingly worthless interstellar no man's land, an astonishing scene is unfolding. Gigantic interstellar factories stand tall, each one comparable to a small planet. A closer look reveals that these factories are actually colossal mechanical installations built on the surface of planets and in low orbit. In the core of the galaxy, massive corridors connect a primary planetary factory to several satellites, forming a superplanetary factory complex. From these factories, newly constructed interstellar warships are continuously launched by space tugs and placed in designated interstellar anchorages. These warships are meticulously arranged, and once their numbers reach a certain threshold, they are transported to unknown battlefields. At this moment, an interstellar transport fleet slowly enters the area. The flagship docks with a spaceport, and a demon general in military uniform strides across the gangway. Approaching him is a mechanical officer, fully encased in steel. "We're here to take delivery of the interstellar warships," the demon general says, handing over an electronic document. The mechanical officer's red electronic eyes beam out light, quickly scanning and verifying the document. "Document verified," the mechanical officer responds in a robotic tone. "We will be handing over 100,000 interstellar warships to you. Please have your crew board them. Here are the access keys for all the ships." It hands over a data disk. The demon general accepts the data disk and signals his adjutant to hand over a file detailing paint specifications. The mechanical officer reviews it and nods. "Understood. Goodbye." With brief farewells, they turn and leave. One curious demon officer attempts to look back, but is instantly shot in the head by the demon general's laser gun. The other demon officers witness this, but remain silent. "Clean it up," the demon general commands coldly. The crew immediately starts disposing of the body. Such scenes are routine for them. The demon adjutant quietly explains that the officer was participating in this type of operation for the first time, but the demon general sternly warns that no similar incidents are to occur again. "Remember, the demon king demands absolute secrecy in our operations," the demon general emphasizes. "All interstellar warships entering this area must shut down all recording devices, surveillance equipment, and communication systems. Except for the bridge captain, no crew member is allowed to view the external scenery. Violators will be executed." They are well versed in the subsequent procedures. The transport ships carry two types of cargo: raw materials for constructing warships and containers filled with demon crew members. These crew members remain sealed in the containers throughout the process, unaware of their destination. At the interstellar anchorage, the transport ships silently deliver the containers into the warship hangars before departing. The containers open, and the demon crew members, who had been prepared for days, file out. The captain orders the first team to board the ship while the others wait. Leading his subordinates into the bridge, the captain finds it eerily cold, as if no life had ever been there. He orders the activation of the warship and checks all systems, following instructions to disable specific system programs. The crew expertly executes these tasks, swiftly completing the initial setup. Although the T-4 Demon Hunter-class medium interstellar battlecruiser appears familiar, its internal structure has subtle differences from those they had encountered before. The captain reiterates the importance of the mission protocols, noting that past violations had led to permanent disappearances in this mysterious galaxy. Several hours later, 100,000 interstellar warships, painted in the demon clan's black and red colors and bearing their fleet insignia, along with the interstellar transport ships, begin their return journey, quietly leaving the enigmatic galaxy behind. On the bridge, the demon captain issued his final command: "Maintain course and heading. In an hour, we'll be clear of this area. Then, we can reactivate the systems we've shut down." With that, he turned and walked towards his private quarters adjacent to the bridge. Pushing open the door, the captain found a young demon officer lounging inside. The captain frowned and barked. "Why aren't you at your post?" The young officer grinned cheekily and replied, "Bro, I just came to take a break." As he spoke, he fiddled with various objects in the room and asked curiously, "Bro, who built these starships anyway? This is our 5th trip, and every ship looks exactly the same. Honestly, if I didn't remember we've been on 5 different trips, I'd think we were on the same ship each time. Our shipyards back home could never achieve this." The demon captain's expression darkened immediately. He grabbed his brother by the collar and hissed, "Have you forgotten the rules of our mission this time? Don't ask, don't think, don't look." I know. I didn't say anything in front of outsiders," the young officer replied with a light chuckle, clearly well acquainted with his brother's temper. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the room, and both men felt the floor beneath them shudder. The young officer's eyes widened in shock. "What's happening?" Without a word, the demon captain dashed out of the room and returned to his station on the bridge. "What's the situation?" he immediately demanded from his lieutenant. The lieutenant reported urgently, "We've been ambushed by an unknown fleet. Our star shield is under attack, and its energy levels are dropping rapidly." "Under attack? Organize a counterattack immediately," the demon captain ordered sternly. The lieutenant hesitated, explaining, but we've shut down several systems, including the radar. We can't lock onto the enemy ships. The captain was momentarily stunned but quickly realized, right? Without the radar, the fire control system can't target the enemy. He hesitated briefly before deciding. Request permission from command to reactivate those systems for combat. Permission was swiftly granted, allowing them to reactivate all systems and prepare for battle. As the systems came back online, they clearly identified the attackers and enemy fleet, marked with prominent golden dragon emblems. The database provided relevant information. This was the insignia of the Xiaolong Legion. Seeing the name Xiaolong, many were initially confused. But when they read the note about the Red Demon Legion, everything clicked. The culprits behind that infamous incident. Questions arose. Why were they suddenly here? Why attack us? With these questions in mind, the demon fleet hastily engaged, but the situation had already deteriorated. Even though they reactivated their systems within minutes, in a space battle, those few minutes could change the tide. The Xiaolong Legion, with its swift tactics, used their cruisers and battlecruisers to penetrate and divide the demon fleet, then encircle and annihilate them. Their battleships focused on eliminating the main demon warships. Carrier ships launched swarms of starfighters and drones, providing overwhelming support. For particularly stubborn areas, missile ships and gunships offered additional firepower. In less than an hour, over 100,000 demon warships were divided into multiple smaller battlefields, losing all ability to counterattack. Complete annihilation was only a matter of time. On the bridge of the Longwang, Zilongnu floated beside Zhao Qian, reporting, everything is going smoothly. The enemy deactivated several key combat systems before the fight, giving us an advantage. At this rate, we'll wipe out these ships within 2 hours. Zhao Qian replied gravely, these 100,000 demon warships are just bait. Let's see if the real target takes the bait. His eyes were fixed on the massive star radar map, compiled from data reported by T4 Banshee-class stealth reconnaissance ships. This commotion won't go unnoticed by the enemy, Zhao Qian murmured to himself. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, energy signatures from multiple fleets appeared on the radar's edge. They're here, Lilith noted beside him. The prey has shown up, Zhao Qian said, propping his chin on his hand. Eyes locked on the energy signatures. Soon, the T4 Banshee transmitted real-time images. The new arrivals were clearly mechanical warships, distinct from the demon fleet under attack by the Xiaolong Legion. Scan the enemy fleet's composition, especially their T5 warships, how many and where they are, Zhao Qian ordered. Zilongnu nodded and quickly marked larger energy signatures on the star map, representing the mechanical T5 warships. A display popped up in front of Zhao Qian, showing the count of each starship type, numbers continuously rising. T5 Steel Terminator-class heavy carrier, 1. T5 Imperial Steel Fist-class heavy battleship, 2. T5 Imperial Warblade-class heavy battlecruiser, 5. T5 Iron Eagle-class medium cruiser, 13. T5 Steel Claw-class heavy destroyer, 37. T5 Black Mechanical Guardian-class medium frigate, 103. The numbers kept climbing. Zhao Qian shook his head wryly. The mechanical race has more secrets than we thought. Back home, we believed they had no T5 warships. The Angels thought they only had the T5 Steel Claw-class destroyer. They should see this for themselves, he added. But I must admit, the intel from that little girl about the mechanical fleet was spot on. Every ship matches up. However, Zhao Qian felt a chill. But I can't believe that girl is so naive. If she's showing me this, does it mean the mechanical race has even bigger secrets? There are 300,000 interstellar battleships surrounding us from all directions. Zhao Qian frowned as he stared at the densely packed enemy ships on the holographic display. Suddenly, Charlotte's image appeared beside him. She quickly reported the latest intelligence. Additionally, there are another 200,000 interstellar battleships stationed at the base of the Mech Prophet, with no movements for now. Zhao Qian rubbed his chin thoughtfully and squinted, saying, 300,000 interstellar battleships. Although we have intelligence on the mech fleet, that's just data on paper. We need to assess their combat capabilities in real engagements. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Indeed, we all understand that. The situation is still under our control. Zhao Qian smiled slightly satisfied. Then let's give them a proper introduction to our expanded Xiaolong Legion. On the battlefield, 3 mech fleets, each leading 100,000 interstellar battleships, advanced towards their targets. On the bridge of a T5 class flagship, the atmosphere was eerily calm. Unlike the bustling bridge of carbon-based life forms, there were only dozens of machines emitting a strange red glow. The AI commander coldly informed the other 2 commanders. Intelligence indicates the attackers have 60,000 battleships from a force called the Xiaolong Legion. The Prophet once said this place is sacred to us. Any invaders must be eliminated. A piercing voice echoed in the communication. Destroy those damned carbon-based life forms. Destroy. Another furious voice roared. The AI commander calmly ordered. Proceed as planned. Eliminate the Xiaolong Legion fleet. It waved to close the communication window and turned to the ship's AI to inquire about the battle predictions. The AI quickly analyzed. We have 300,000 against their 60,000. Although their ships have superior individual performance, we have the advantage in numbers. The system predicts an 87% chance of victory. Just as the AI commander was about to issue orders, a strange electrical noise suddenly arose. It asked warily, "What is that sound?" The AI explained, "It could be strong electromagnetic interference from the galaxy. This isn't unusual." No sooner had it spoken than an ear-piercing alarm blared across the bridge. "Warning! Spatial anomalies detected in 3 directions." The AI commander stared emotionlessly at the blinking lights on the tactical display, and a real-time image appeared. 3 massive spatial rifts were slowly opening, with countless interstellar battleships emerging, each bearing the same emblem and a prominent golden number 4. Simultaneously, on the command ship of the Xiaolong 4th Legion, Commander Su Lan reported calmly, reporting, "The 4th Legion has completed the space jump and is in position. Targets acquired, entering combat status." Her sharp gaze swept over the dense mech fleet opposite, showing no hint of intimidation despite having only 30,000 ships. "Received. Execute the battle plan," came the brief instruction over the communication. Su Lan immediately began deploying her forces. She didn't commit all her troops at once, but ordered the fleet to maintain distance and engage in long-range firepower strikes. The mech fleet attempted to close the distance and counterattack, but to little effect. Meanwhile, the other 2 mech reinforcement fleets encountered similar situations. The Xiaolong 5th and 6th Legions had also jumped into position, each with 30,000 ships facing 100,000 enemy ships. Faced with the sudden multi-front engagement, the mech high command convened an emergency meeting. A mech leader roared, "These lowly carbon-based life forms dare to invade our sacred ground. Annihilate them. This is an act of war. We should show no mercy and completely eradicate these carbon-based life forms." Another voice concurred. The AI commander calmly asked the AI for the latest battle analysis. The AI quickly updated the data. "The enemy forces now total 150,000 ships, but we still have a 68% chance of victory. Reinforcements will arrive in 15 minutes. This data somewhat reassured the AI commander. It ordered, "Continue the operation. Eliminate the invaders." The battle raged on for 3 hours. Except for the battlefield against the Demon Fleet, the other 3 fronts showed similar trends. The Xiaolong legions consistently kept their distance, engaging in high-intensity long-range strikes and avoiding close-quarters combat with the mech fleets. This rendered the mid-range and close-range weapons of both sides nearly useless. Although the Xiaolong legion's long-range attacks inflicted significant casualties, the lack of intense engagements meant the mech losses were not as high as expected. Zhao Qin watched the battle thoughtfully and remarked to Charlotte, "Looks like these metalheads have quite a bit of patience." Charlotte responded calmly, "Then it's time to execute the second phase of our operation plan." "Is this the lair of the mech tribe?" Zhao Wanner stared at the images that had just come through. The sight of massive steel-structured planetary factories made her gulp. The colossal metal constructs shimmered coldly in the starlight, each detail showcasing the technological prowess of the mech tribe. "To be precise, it's the lair of a guy named the Mech Prophet," her adjutant reminded her, his voice tinged with caution. "Same difference," Zhao Wanner muttered dismissively, her eyes still glued to the unique scene. This was one of the few times she had been able to observe the mech tribe, which had once posed a grave threat to the 3 major empires of the Galactic Alliance, so closely. Back then, the mech tribe was as terrifying as a flood of wild beasts. Just fending off their fleet invasions had kept the border fleets of the 3 empires on their toes, and intelligence on their home bases was nearly non-existent. Suddenly, a communication window popped open. There was no video, only a familiar voice. "You can start the operation now. Remember your mission. No prolonged engagements." Hearing that voice, Zhao Wanner broke into a radiant smile. "Commander of the Xiaolong Stealth Bomber Special Fleet, Zhao Wanner, reporting. Task will be completed," she responded cheerfully before cutting off the communication. Raising her hand, Zhao Wanner opened a star map depicting the layout of the mech tribe's base. As she scrutinized it, her brow furrowed slightly. "What is it? Is there a problem?" her adjutant asked, noticing her change in expression. Zhao Wanner hesitated. "My brother told us to come in, attack freely, and then retreat. But with so many targets, which one should I hit?" she said, clearly puzzled by the multitude of choices. The adjutant was stunned for a moment before he realized the issue. He had thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be a matter of indecision. "If you don't know which one to attack, just go for the biggest," he suggested nonchalantly. "The biggest one?" Zhao Wanner muttered, her gaze locking onto the central area of the mech tribe's base. There, a massive planet connected with several moons and intricate mechanical frameworks looked like a complete mechanical planet from a distance. "Let's hit that one," Zhao Wanner decided, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The adjutant followed her finger, a hint of worry crossing his face. Isn't that a bit too deep? What if we have trouble retreating? What's there to fear? We have 10,000 stealth bombers now, Zhao Wanner said confidently. If it weren't for my brother's orders to just harass them, I could take this place down myself. According to intelligence, there are 200,000 starships here. Can you really take it down? The adjutant asked, bursting her bubble. Okay, maybe taking it down is a bit much, Zhao Wanner admitted, pouting. But destroying that big guy? Piece of cake. The adjutant couldn't help but chuckle but went ahead with the mission. Despite the risks, it seemed manageable. Thus, under the noses of the mech tribe, 10,000 stealth bombers silently infiltrated the area. Zhao Wanner's voice came through the comms. Be careful. The enemy has anti-stealth devices. Keep all T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers in the middle of the fleet and stay on course. Despite her earlier nonchalance, Zhao Wanner took the actual combat seriously. She kept a close eye on the red circles marking the positions and scan areas of enemy anti-stealth devices detected by T4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance ships. She had also placed numerous T4 Shadow Fiend-class light stealth bombers around the fleet's perimeter. These ships had superior stealth capabilities and could attack immediately upon exposure, providing cover for the lower-tier T3 Phantoms. Fortunately, perhaps due to the deployment of 300,000 mech starships elsewhere, the defenses here were notably weaker. Zhao Wanner's plan proceeded smoothly for the most part. However, just as they neared their final target, the fleet was exposed. A patrolling mech fleet suddenly aimed all their weapons at Zhao Wanner's fleet. Alarms of enemy targeting blared in the flagship's bridge. We've been compromised, the adjutant said, looking anxiously at Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner quickly made a decision. At this range, our T4 Shadow Fiends and some of the forward-positioned T3 Phantoms can engage. Issue the order. Engage here. All stealth bombers, use 90 of your ammunition to attack the primary target as planned. The rest, attack high-value targets around you. Remember, we have only 5 minutes. After that, retreat along the original route. Following the order, the stealth bombers revealed themselves. Missile and torpedo launchers emerged from their sleek hulls. In the next moment, a barrage of missiles and torpedoes streaked towards the massive mechanical planet like a meteor shower. Along the way, smaller ships and structures were obliterated almost instantly. A series of explosions lit up the void, signaling the approach of their target. Suddenly, a light shield appeared around the mechanical planet, its surface rippling with the impacts of explosions. It's a star shield. They actually installed a star shield on a planet, the adjutant exclaimed. Zhao Wanner remained unusually calm, as if she had anticipated this. We have 100 seconds left. Have the T4 Banshees scan the area to ensure our retreat route is clear, she instructed. Understood, the adjutant responded promptly. 3 minutes of relentless assault passed quickly. Nearly all the Xiaolong stealth bombers had expended 90 of their ammunition. Surrounding mech industrial bases began to explode and collapse. Begin retreat, Zhao Wanner ordered decisively. At that moment, a crack appeared in the shield around the mechanical planet, which then completely dissipated. The remaining missiles and torpedoes slammed into the planet unimpeded, engulfing one side in a spectacular blaze. Their moment of triumph was cut short by an urgent report. Multiple mech fleets detected around us, far exceeding 200,000 ships. They're trying to encircle us. Zhao Wanner sighed. Looks like we've stirred up a hornet's nest. In the mechanical race's base, the outer shells of numerous mechanical framework planets opened up pathways, and countless mechanical starships poured out like black serpents. Zhao Wanner gazed at the magnificent sight, her heart filled with joy. Their operation had indeed worked, with the enemy fleet far exceeding the expected 50,000 ships. Retreat immediately and leave the survey equipment to record the enemy fleet's numbers, Zhao Wanner ordered decisively. The special fleet quickly executed the command, but the enemy ships surged like a tide, soon blocking multiple retreat routes. The radar showed that the enemy fleet had surpassed the 50,000 mark. Report, several retreat routes are blocked, the deputy anxiously reported to Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner frowned slightly. She knew that this stealth bomber fleet was not suited for direct confrontation, especially since the recent attack had depleted 90% of their ammunition. Even with the advanced T4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bombers, it would be difficult to handle such a massive enemy force. At that moment, a burst of fire erupted on the right side of the fleet. Zhao Wanner immediately recognized it as a friendly interstellar missile strike. Break through in that direction, she ordered without hesitation. The entire fleet turned direction immediately. Before they arrived, they saw the enemy ships blocking their way being torn apart by a powerful force, the gap widening continuously. The silhouettes of Xiaolong interstellar destroyers and battleships appeared in their view. Communication was quickly established, and Shen Bing's image appeared before Zhao Wanner. Wanner, it's me. I was ordered to support you. Break through the corridor we've opened. There are too many enemy ships, and we must retreat immediately. I've already ordered a full-scale breakout. Sister Shen Bing. When did you arrive? How come I didn't know? Zhao Wanner asked in surprise. Of course, it was to let you focus more on the battle. Let's talk after we get out, Shen Bing answered briefly. Zhao Wanner pouted, guessing that this was probably another of her brother's attempts to train her. She complained inwardly, I'm already grown up, and he still treats me like a child. Haven't those battles meant anything? Under the cover of Shen Bing's Xiaolong 3rd Legion, Zhao Wanner's special fleet successfully extricated themselves from the dangerous area and joined the friendly forces. However, the more than 50,000 mechanical race warships did not give up the pursuit and launched a fierce attack on the Allied fleet. Fortunately, after its expansion, Shen Bing's 3rd Legion had 100,000 warships. Although the chances of winning in a direct confrontation were slim, they were more than capable of fighting while retreating. Zhao Wanner noticed that Shen Bing's retreat route was rather peculiar, as if they weren't really retreating. She raised her hand to speak, but then lowered it. She knew very well that in the Xiaolong Legion, most people only needed to carry out their tasks without questioning others. Even the Legion commander usually couldn't know the entire plan. Only the highest levels could grasp the complete strategy. Though curious, Zhao Wanner chose to stick to her duties. She believed that what she needed to know would come to light eventually, not necessarily at this moment. Meanwhile, on the flagship of the pursuing mechanical race, a gold-plated mechanical commander was issuing orders to 4 video windows. Just received instructions from the Oracle. We can pursue the attackers, but must not leave the sacred area. Understood? Understood. The 4 subordinates responded in unison. After giving the instructions, the gold-headed mechanical commander turned to the deputy and asked in a low voice, what is the status of the damage to the holy ground? The external side of the holy ground is severely damaged, affecting the internal mechanical altar. It's said that the Oracle is repairing it, the deputy reported. What? The altar is affected? That's where we receive divine instructions. The gold-headed mechanical commander's tone revealed anger. These damned carbon-based beings should have been completely destroyed 1,000 years ago. Destroy, destroy, destroy. The gold-headed mechanical commander repeatedly uttered the word, as if short-circuiting. Subsequently, the mechanical fleet launched a frenzied pursuit. Several times, they almost caught up, only to be cleverly evaded. The sacred area boundary was growing closer, and continuing the chase would exceed the Oracle's command range. Full speed ahead, fire at will, stop them at all costs, the gold-headed mechanical commander roared, sounding more like an enraged human than a mechanical being. Report, we've received notifications from other battlefields. 3 of our fleets are also pursuing the enemy. Here's their trajectory, the deputy pointed at the star map. If we can block them at this position, they won't be able to escape the sacred area. The gold-headed mechanical commander stared at the star map, seeing the other 3 pursuit routes. It had known that there were attackers at the other 3 battlefields, but hadn't expected such a coincidence of convergence. By continuing the chase, they could block these invaders at the edge of the sacred area. Even if they couldn't annihilate them all, they could at least intercept half. Continue the pursuit. Whatever it takes, make these attackers pay, the gold-headed mechanical commander ordered fiercely. As the 4 red markers converged on the interstellar war map, the yellow cursor representing the mechanical fleet formed an impenetrable encirclement. With less than 5 minutes of travel left to the sacred ground's boundary, the golden-head mechanical commander uttered in a chilling voice, "Ha! These carbon-based life forms dare to offend the sacred ground. I will annihilate them completely." At this moment, the mechanical fleet boasted nearly 700,000 warships, while the opposing Xiaolong Legion had only 400,000, almost half the strength. The hunter's bow was aimed at its prey, but this so-called prey bared its fangs in defiance. Suddenly, clusters of markers appeared on the radar edges in front of all mechanical commanders. The deputy immediately reported, suspected energy signals of mechanical warships detected. The golden-head mechanical commander muttered in surprise, "Are mechanical warships? Are they reinforcements sent by the Prophet?" The deputy's red eyes flickered with a hint of human-like hesitation. "No. They are not warships under the Prophet's command." The golden-head mechanical commander immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. Those warships would never enter this area. He knew well that this sacred ground was a forbidden zone for those orthodox intelligent factions. The deputy helplessly responded, "But they are indeed there now. The starship radar doesn't lie." The golden-head mechanical commander scoffed, "Then contact the Prophet immediately and have him purify them." Shortly after, the deputy rushed back with urgent news. "Bad news. Our external communication channels have been jammed." The golden-head mechanical commander angrily demanded, "What? The external communication channels? Why wasn't this detected earlier?" The deputy explained, "We are not sure. The last time we contacted the base, everything was normal. Just now, I attempted to contact the base, and the communications department discovered the interference. It's only affecting the direction toward the base. Communications in other directions are normal. It's as if someone has cast a jamming net between us and the base." At that moment, even these mechanical beings felt a chill down their spines. The communication channels had been cut off without their knowledge, and even the proud golden-head mechanical commander realized something was seriously wrong. Initiate a full system purge and diagnostic check on all ships immediately, the golden-head mechanical commander ordered. During this process, the mechanical warships approaching from the rear drew closer, soon entering the engagement radius. At this point, they identified the intruding fleet by the emblem on their hulls, one of the elite mechanical fleets, the Silverwing Mechanical Angel Legion, directly commanded by the highest authority of the mechanical race. The golden-head mechanical commander still couldn't fathom why they dared to appear here, as the prophet had warned that even this elite fleet, or the highest authority, would face only one outcome if they entered the sacred ground. Just then, the golden-head mechanical commander noticed an anomaly on the interstellar war map. What's going on? Our coordinates are different from before. The deputy checked and confirmed that their current position was indeed outside the sacred ground, having shifted from the previous location. Our system has been hacked, the golden-head mechanical commander muttered, suppressing his fury. This was the only plausible explanation. The enemy had somehow infiltrated their starship systems and subtly altered the coordinates, making the mechanical fleet believe they were still within the sacred ground when they had already left its vicinity. The golden-head mechanical commander, now slightly paranoid, muttered, despicable carbon-based life forms. And those stubborn factions siding with them. The prophet was right. The current mechanical race is corrupted and needs the great mechanical prophet to purify it. The deputy reminded, sir, the immediate priority is to deal with the current situation. The golden-head mechanical commander coldly responded, so what if they collude? Even combined, they only have 900,000 ships, not a significant threat. I had already suggested to the prophet that we take the initiative. This is the perfect opportunity to begin purifying the mechanical race. Order the fleet to prepare for battle and annihilate these enemies. As the mechanical fleet readied for combat, on the other side, Zhao Chen addressed the silver-haired mechanical maiden through a video window. So, I told you we could lure them out. But can your 500,000 warships hold off those nearly 700,000 ships? Ian's emotionless voice replied, rest assured, the Silverwing Mechanical Angel Legion is no ordinary mechanical fleet. I've longed for the chance to personally purge these traitorous mechanical beings who defy the highest authority. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, then I'll leave this to you. He then ordered his 4 Xiaolong Legion fleets to disengage from the battlefield at the first opportunity. They had no intention of interfering in the internal conflict of the mechanical beings. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chen stretched and suddenly noticed a familiar figure beside him. He turned his head and instinctively reached out to pinch the slender waist. What are you doing? Charlotte exclaimed, glancing around warily. Zhao Chen feigned innocence. Oh, I thought it was a hologram. Charlotte rolled her eyes and asked irritably, is everything settled over there? The 10,000 starships taken over by the Demon Clan have all been destroyed, Charlotte reported. Although the crews were experienced, the starships had no coordination. Coupled with our surprise attack, they were no match for us. Zhao Chen patted his thigh and said with a naive look, standing is tiring. Let's sit down and talk. Charlotte walked past him, and just when Zhao Chen thought she might actually sit on his lap, a white tail slapped him hard. She summoned a floating chair and sat down gracefully. Zhao Chen muttered, feeling wronged, no need to waste a chair. Charlotte's angry gaze seemed like she wanted to bite him. Zhao Chen, however, was secretly pleased. He enjoyed seeing this big white cat act aloof in front of others, but unable to retaliate against his teasing. Aren't we going to deal with the battle over there? Charlotte pointed to a video window showing a fierce battle between the mechanized religion fleet and the silver mechanic angel fleet. Despite being outnumbered, the silver mechanic angels had a significant number of high-quality starships, especially T5 class ships, which outnumbered their opponents 5-1. No wonder they were considered the elite fleet of the mechanic race. Zhao Chun said solemnly, leave a few sentries to monitor it. We have more pressing matters here. Charlotte turned her gaze to the interstellar war sandbox. Are you planning to investigate this mechanized religion? I just received intel from AT4 Banshee Scout. Zhao Chun said coldly, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. The doctor responsible for causing multiple disasters in the Starlight Empire and the Holy Radiance Empire might be connected to this mechanized religion. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. It was rare to see such intense killing intent in his eyes. Even during their battles with the mechanical insectoids, it was just battle fervor. This time, Zhao Chun genuinely wanted to kill. Zhao Chun personally led 5 Xiaolong Corps, totaling 150,000 starships, back to this star system. Soon, they arrived at the massive mechanical wind starship manufacturing plant. A video window popped up next to Zhao Chun. The captain of AT4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance starship reported, Commander, there are still 200,000 starships stationed in this area. We suspect this is their last hidden force. Zhao Chen ordered in a deep voice. Continue surveillance, especially after we launch our attack. Keep a close watch and don't let any of their starships or shuttles escape, particularly those two called the Mechanical Prophet and the Doctor. Capture them alive if possible. If not, eliminate them. Zhao Chun turned to Charlotte. One base, 200,000 starships. With the 5 Xiaolong Corps and 150,000 starships you can command now, how long will it take to secure this place? Charlotte quickly reviewed the enemy fleet data, focusing on the T5 class starships. 400 T5 starships? To completely control the area and eliminate all resistance, it will take 10 hours. If we only need to gain the upper hand, 5 hours should suffice. Then it's all yours, Zhao Chen said, adjusting his captain's chair to a more comfortable angle, ready to enjoy the battle. Charlotte chose to command the battle directly from the Dragon Emperor, with Xia Longnu also authorized to follow her orders. The collaboration between these two was like a perfect duo on the battlefield. Zhao Chun was confident not only because of Charlotte's abilities, but also due to the formidable strength of the expanded Xiaolong Corps fleet. The current Xiaolong Corps had been expanded to at least 30,000 combat starships, with each corps equipped with 10 to 20 T5 class starships. The main warship types included the T5 King of the Hill-class heavy strategic escort starship, the T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault destroyer, and the T5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault cruiser. Additionally, other main combat starships were allocated based on the corps commander's preferences. For instance, Su Lan, who preferred carrier-based operations, chose the T5 Fire-Killing-class heavy carrier starship as her flagship. Other commanders might opt for the T5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy armored artillery battleship or the T5 Frost Tyrant-class heavy missile battlecruiser. This flexible configuration maximized the satisfaction of each corps commander's needs. The expanded Xiaolong Corps encompassed T5, T4, and T3 class starships. Considering the need for a sizable fleet in large-scale battles, T3 series starships remained in service. Unless Zhao Chun could mass-produce T4 class starships in the future, the T3 series would likely continue to be part of the Xiaolong Corps. Zhao Chun gazed into the distance at the vast mechanical planets. He had a hunch that many secrets of the mechanic race might be unveiled here. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, 150,000 Xiaolong interstellar battleships clashed with 200,000 mechanoid interstellar warships in a breathtaking showdown. This star sector was not just a battlefield, but also a formidable interstellar fortress. The towering cannons on the mechanoid planet stood like steel fangs, ready to tear into the enemy at any moment. Despite the perilous situation, Charlotte remained unfazed. She had meticulously laid out her plans, and now only needed to watch them unfold. Suddenly, the battle commenced. The first strike did not come from the interstellar missile ships, but from a temporary formation of 5 Xiaolong Legion's interstellar artillery fleets. This fleet, composed of 250 T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships, was small in number but packed a tremendous punch. When these ships fired in a web-like formation, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. Each T4 Medusa-class artillery ship was equipped with 400 particle energy cannons. When 250 ships fired simultaneously, 100,000 blinding energy beams rained down at once. Just one volley threw the front line of the mechanoid fleet into chaos, shattering many of their star shields and causing several ships to fall. After this fierce barrage, the Xiaolong legions did not continue their assault but waited patiently for their cannons to recharge. Soon, a second volley erupted. Faced with this war of attrition, the mechanoid fleet's commander could no longer hold back. They realized that within this engagement radius, only the frontline ships and the massive cannons on the nearby mechanoid planet could threaten the enemy, and they still had to endure the heavy artillery fire from the opposition. Worse yet, the enemy had a considerable number of interstellar escort ships for defense, making their attacks ineffective. After weighing the pros and cons, the mechanoid fleet decided to change tactics and go on the offensive. Ha! They finally couldn't hold it, Charlotte scoffed, crossing her arms. She had anticipated this moment. Based on intelligence analysis, Charlotte and the other commanders concluded that when engaging the mechanoids, one must avoid mid-to-close range combat unless holding an absolute advantage. The mechanoids' combat style was precise, with each ship performing at its best, causing significant damage even if it fell, especially in mid-to-close range engagements. With this understanding, Charlotte decided to use the Xiaolong Legion's long-range firepower to wear down the enemy. However, her plan was not set in stone. At this moment, Charlotte issued an order that seemed to contradict the previous conclusion. Order all special fleets to prepare for battle. Immediately, small special formations consisting of T5 interstellar warships and main T4 interstellar warships began to separate from the main fleet, taking an aggressive stance. Charlotte's interstellar war strategy map already showed over 400 red points. Emphasized to them not to get bogged down in prolonged battles. Their mission is to target high-value objectives, Charlotte said firmly. Xia Longnu quickly relayed the directive. Under the cover of their own artillery fire, these small fleets launched decisive strikes, aiming directly at the mechanoid's T5 interstellar warships. This was a meticulously planned decapitation strike. Charlotte's tactic was based on her deep research into mechanoid war history. She realized that while large-scale mid-to-close range engagements with the mechanoids were inadvisable, small fleet precision strikes were viable. This approach reduced the control range, avoiding issues in the command system. After all, interstellar warships operated by carbon-based life forms could not achieve the perfect coordination of mechanoid fleets, regardless of size. By reducing the size of her fleet, Charlotte cleverly circumvented this disadvantage. She was confident that while commanding thousands of ships might be challenging, managing dozens to hundreds was well within her capability. Under the dual pressure of continuous artillery bombardment and precision strikes from special teams, the mechanoid fleet's offensive faced significant obstacles. Coupled with the sustained efforts of other Xiaolong interstellar warships, the mechanoids began to suffer substantial losses. In just 1 hour, nearly 50,000 interstellar warships were destroyed, barely closing the distance with the Xiaolong fleet. It's about time. Deploy some of the Legion fleets for a direct assault, break through their vulnerable sections, and then clean them up, Charlotte decisively ordered, pushing the battle into its third phase. Under this command, the fighting intensified, and the mechanoid fleet's losses accelerated. The Xiaolong interstellar missile ships also provided fire support to areas of stubborn resistance. The entire campaign was executed nearly flawlessly. In this battle, the special operations teams performed exceptionally well, especially with the debut of the T5 King of the Hill-class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship. "Our King of the Hill is truly impressive," Lilith remarked as she approached Zhao Chun, genuinely admiring. Although not an expert in warfare, she had witnessed enough battles to recognize the outstanding performance of the T5 King of the Hill-class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship. Of course, Zhao Chun explained, it's not just any escort ship. It's a comprehensive strategic escort ship. It can establish a star shield field around itself, and also provide star shield protection to allied ships within a certain range. This was the outstanding feature of the T5 King of the Hill's debut. It could simultaneously shield multiple allied ships, with the exact number depending on the size of the supported ships. For standard-sized T5 interstellar warships, it could support up to 5. For T4 interstellar warships, it could support at least 30. This versatile defensive capability made it the steadfast shield of the entire fleet. On the battlefield, the T5 King of the Hill-class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship demonstrated an astonishing protective capability. This advanced spacecraft not only instantly replenishes the shields of ally ships on the brink of collapse, but also ensures that the fleet remains virtually unharmed. Lilith pulled up the technical parameters of the King of the Hill-class ship once more, her eyes scanning the holographic display quickly. A 5-kilometer-long hull, a mass of 511,000 tons, a crew of 3,500 T5 class 12-barrel 1,000 mm heavy close-in defense energy cannons, 10,000 multifunction defensive interstellar missiles, and 100 missile launchers. The most remarkable features are its special capabilities: the comprehensive shield system, the King of the Hill Guardian module, and the King of the Hill wartime energy core. Lilith looked up at the real-time battlefield display and marveled. No wonder it's called a comprehensive strategic escort ship. Compared to previous interstellar escorts, its functionality has greatly increased. Especially the Guardian module and wartime energy core, the former can provide shields to ally ships, and the latter can efficiently operate during wartime, even converting battlefield energy. Zhao Chun heard Lilith's praise, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. He knew well that while the shield functionality seemed the most eye-catching, the true core was the wartime energy core. This technology allows the T5 King of the Hill to continuously generate energy during combat, supporting its massive energy consumption. Without this technology, even the most advanced interstellar escort ships would struggle to maintain high-intensity operations for 3 minutes. Under Charlotte's tactical command, the Xiaolong Legion fleet advanced steadily. Even when facing the dense defensive facilities of the mechanical planets, their tactics forced the enemy to spread their firepower. By the time one mechanical planet entered their firing range, the previous one would have already been destroyed or captured. Through a deep space telescope, Zhao Chun observed their target, the largest mechanical planet. One side of it was glowing red, the spot where Zhao Wanner had previously attacked. Zhao Chun immediately ordered, aside from destroying defensive weapons, do not fire on that planet. Deploy the interstellar marines for a landing operation to gather valuable intelligence. At that moment, 3 important communication files arrived. The first was from the Silver Mechanical Angel Legion, reporting that the mechanical cult rebels they were battling were attempting to retreat and provide support. The second was from the Angel race, stating that the Holy Angel King had discovered a large number of Demon Legion fleets being urgently redirected to Zhao Chen's star system. The third was intelligence intercepted by their own interstellar reconnaissance fleet, indicating that the Demon King had ordered multiple Demon Legions to come as reinforcements. Zhao Chen quickly made a decision, ordering a reply to the Holy Angel King, encouraging the Angel race to seize this rare opportunity to counterattack. At the same time, He realized that the situation was rapidly changing, with enemy reinforcements imminent. The battle was about to enter a more intense phase. After listening to the 3 communication files, Zhao Qin's lips curled into a slight smile as his gaze locked onto the largest mechanical planet. He understood that the mechanical prophet must be desperate, resorting to exposing its connection with the Demon Clan and directly requesting the Demon King to deploy fleet reinforcements. This move not only confirmed the value of the mechanical prophet, but also demonstrated the Demon King's resolve to protect it, even at the cost of the frontline battle situation. Lilith nodded gently and whispered, "So, can we execute the other battle plan now? Inform Qitong that the rabbit has emerged, and the eagle can move." "Yes." Zhao Qin squinted, staring at the massive mechanical planet, thinking to himself, "I want to see just how many secrets the mechanical prophet and the entire mechanical clan are hiding." The battle grew increasingly intense, with some mechanical clan starships resorting to suicidal attacks, trying to halt the advance of the Xiaolong Legion. However, the Xiaolong Legion's progress remained unwavering, each burning mechanical planet a testament to their steadfast determination. Finally, the largest mechanical planet entered the attack range of the Xiaolong Legion fleet. Through the video window, Charlotte issued an order to Commander Su Lan, "I'll arrange for other fleet units to create an opportunity for you. You need to follow the commander's orders, control that mechanical planet as quickly as possible, and secure valuable intelligence. All 5 Xiaolong Legion carriers, star drones, and star mechs are under your command. Remember, time is limited, so complete the task swiftly." Commander Su Lan placed a hand over his chest and solemnly saluted. "Understood." The Xiaolong Legion then split into 2 groups. The main force suppressed the remnants of the mechanical clan fleet, while a team of star cruisers and battleship cruisers escorted a batch of starships, fighters, and drones towards the largest mechanical planet. On the mechanical planet, powerful T5 class defense cannons opened fire. Facing these threats, a T5 class Holy Redeemer heavy armored battleship led the charge, its concentrated firepower precisely targeting the planet's defense weapons. Following closely were several T4 class Tyrant heavy missile cruisers, unleashing a barrage of star missiles to further suppress enemy fire. Under this fierce offensive, the threat posed by the planet's defense weapons was significantly reduced. Subsequently, swarms of starfighters and drones descended like a hive, specifically targeting medium and small defense positions. Zhao Chun walked to the bridge window, activated the magnification function, and observed the surface of the mechanical planet directly. The scattered red spots on the planet looked like a makeup artist was adorning it. After 5 minutes of intense assault, a special fleet approached the now-burning mechanical planet under the cover of other warships. These were modified T4 class Leviathan heavy mech transport ships. The transport ships' hatches opened, and extendable arms deployed, hanging with dark silhouettes T4 class Thunder Warrior medium star mechs. These mechs descended towards the mechanical planet like meteors, followed closely by numerous star drones providing escort. Meanwhile, many shuttles were urgently deployed from the starships, heading straight for the mechanical planet. The first to land, the T4 Thunder Warrior mechs, quickly sprang into action, clearing all visible mechanical combat units and remaining defense facilities in groups of 3. The shuttles then searched for suitable landing spots, and teams of Xiaolong Star Marines in black exoskeleton combat armor disembarked one after another. They carried various weapons, from guns to shoulder-mounted cannons to personal star shields, and were surrounded by numerous star drones. A Star Marine soldier, on her first mission of this type, took a deep breath after landing, glanced around, and swallowed hard. Despite extensive training and combat experience, she couldn't hide her nervousness facing the once powerful mechanical clan. The captain's voice came through the communication channel and displayed a route map on her helmet screen. "Our route is this way. Move forward 500 meters, and you will find an entrance to the mechanical planet's interior. A squad of Thunder Warrior mechs will assist us. Maintain C1 formation and advance." The 30-member Star Marine team immediately set into motion. They encountered little resistance along the way, thanks to the starfighters and drones overhead and the Thunder Warrior mechs at their sides clearing obstacles. Throughout the process, they didn't fire a single shot. Finally, they arrived at the coordinates for entering the planet's interior. It was a mechanical space elevator, plunging into the depths of the modified mechanical planet like an abyss. The captain continued, "According to the reconnaissance drones, we will descend about 130 kilometers to reach a suspected surface area. Due to the narrowing internal space, the Thunder Warriors can only take us to 100 kilometers, and will wait there." "Understood?" "Understood." The team members responded in unison. "Begin the descent, groups of 3. Thunder Warriors first, then Li Bing, your group will follow. Report any findings immediately," the captain ordered. Veteran Li Bing responded, "Roger." She led her 2 team members forward. 3 Thunder Warrior mechs were the first to enter the pit, and the trio followed suit, leaping down together. The rest of the Star Marines then descended in groups. Similar scenes played out elsewhere, with 1,000-star Marine teams, nearly 30,000-star warriors, executing similar missions. Under the vast expanse of space, Zhao Qin gazed at the mechanical planet, awaiting the moment its secrets would be unveiled. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Qian stared intently at the gradually clarifying holographic image of the mechanical planet. The internal contours of the planet were continuously updated by the exploration of 1,000 interstellar marine squads. Each team carried recording devices and deployed reconnaissance robots that transmitted valuable data back to the ship. The outermost area revealed the characteristics of a starship manufacturing facility, where every module and component of an interstellar warship was meticulously crafted and finally assembled at key points. Zhao Chun, chin in hand, scrutinized the scanned surface of the mechanical planet. Suddenly, the 1,000 light points representing the marine squads began to change. Green indicated a non-combat state, yellow signified cautious movement, and red meant intense firefight. The most distressing were the black light points, symbolizing squads that had been entirely wiped out. Several such black points had already appeared, mostly in a heavily contested area. Lilith pointed to a slow-progressing section on the model, where a few black light points were stalled. Just as the two discussed the situation, Zhao Qian received new orders from Charlotte. Dispatch 100 interstellar marine battalions, each upgraded to 300 soldiers, as reinforcements. The landing points for these large units were set near the suspicious areas, and they began advancing towards the fallen squad's positions as soon as they landed. Zhao Chun crossed his arms, eyes fixed on the larger green markers. It wasn't long before one of them abruptly turned a glaring red. Report. Signal detected from Vanguard Squad 133, 100 meters ahead, shouted an interstellar marine holding a radar device. Order all squads to prepare for combat. Dongli, your second team goes first. Proceed with caution, commanded the officer decisively. Understood. Second team, move out. B2 combat formation, advance. Dongli quickly organized her 30-person squad to separate from the main force, cautiously advancing through the dark passageways using the cover. They deployed fist-sized reconnaissance robots at intervals, signaling the following troops only after confirming safety. They entered a vast steel ruin, surrounded by collapsed structures with all lighting systems failed. Fortunately, the night vision in their tactical helmets allowed them to see as if it were daylight. Suddenly, Captain Dongli halted, frowning at the images sent back by the reconnaissance robots. Wait, there's no thermal response here. Her voice was filled with caution. No enemies, isn't that a good thing? A team member asked, puzzled. Good thing? Captain Dongli retorted sternly. Don't forget, this area saw fierce combat just 10 minutes ago. How could there be no thermal signatures at all? Could someone have cleaned up the battlefield? The team member muttered in confusion. A comrade beside him gave him a smack. Are you stupid? This isn't some special operation that needs a cleanup. Every time we've entered a combat zone, we've detected plenty of thermal signatures. The wrecks of those machines, even if disabled, wouldn't lose heat so quickly unless this is a trap. Captain Dong Li's expression turned grave. She immediately ordered, relay my command. Conduct a fire cover strike on the area 10 to 30 meters ahead. Yes, ma'am. Two team members quickly set down their backpacks, activating the honeycomb missile launcher structures within. Upon inputting the commands, fist-sized interstellar missiles roared out with trailing flames. The explosions were deafening. Report. Thermal responses detected. A team member monitoring the radar exclaimed. Through the smoke, grotesque mechanical creatures emerged. There were mechanical dogs bearing Gatling guns and crab-like medium robots equipped with dual rocket launchers and cannons. The dense red indicator lights flickered in the darkness like the eyes of wild beasts. Enemy detected. Unknown numbers. All units, engage. The Interstellar Marine Battalion commander ordered. 300 Marines swiftly took positions, aiming various weapons at the enemy. Dong Li's squad, at the front line, bore the brunt of the assault. A hidden laser cannon locked onto Dong Li's position, firing a deadly pulse beam. Instinctively, she raised her right arm, deploying a shield-like star shield in front of her. But she knew that such a powerful attack would be hard to fully block with a personal star shield. As expected, the star shield cracked like a spider web upon impact. Dong Li gritted her teeth, staring death in the face. At the critical moment, a larger star shield suddenly appeared in front of her. Captain, are you all right? A frantic voice came through the communication channel. Dong Li dismissed the red warning display on her helmet, realizing she had been pulled aside. She looked up at the soldier shielding Hera warrior clad in heavy personal armor, holding a human-sized physical shield. This shield, integrating star shield technology, offered 10 times the defense of a regular personal star shield. Without this timely intervention, Dong Li would have been dead. I'm fine. Dong Li took a deep breath. Just as she was about to rise, she felt something cold. Looking down, she saw a severed arm wearing the uniform of an interstellar marine, with a barely discernible serial number. After a moment of silence, Dong Li stood up and resolutely ordered, Take out those enemy fire points. Don't disgrace our squad. After hours of grueling advancement, an interstellar marine battalion finally reached the outskirts of a mysterious underground city. When explosives blasted open the heavy gate, the sight that greeted them left everyone in awe. Blue skies, white clouds, clear seas, green mountains, birds singing, and flowers blooming, a pastoral scene unfolded before them. If not for the wreckage of mechanical soldiers behind them, they might have thought they had stumbled onto a habitable planet. However, a sharp-eyed team member quickly noticed something amidst the blue sky. White clouds and sun above were all holographic projections. This underground city was an exquisitely crafted artificial world. Look over there! A keen-sighted team member pointed towards an island in the center of a lake within the city. There stood a colossal temple surrounded by several crystalline pillars emitting golden particles. One of the pillars was tilted, riddled with cracks, and barely standing with the help of auxiliary devices. The commander spoke in a low voice. We received intel to keep an eye out for things related to the temple of the mechanical cult. Our previous attacks seem to have affected that altar. It looks like this is our target. A squad leader asked excitedly. So, do we go in now? The commander responded cautiously. We've already lost nearly 100 soldiers on the way here. Although there are no obvious threats at the moment, we must remain vigilant. The commander specifically instructed us to proceed with caution and to pay attention to two targets, the mechanical prophet and a scientist. Suddenly, a team member operating a drone exclaimed, Commander, I spotted a figure in a black cloak in the center of the altar. Could that be our target? The commander immediately checked the footage and indeed saw a cloaked figure sitting in the middle of the altar. Due to the distance, the figure's face was not discernible. Keep an eye on that person. Contact the other Marine battalions and find out when they can get into position. We'll move once they're ready, the commander ordered decisively. 5 minutes later, a second interstellar Marine battalion discovered the underground city from another entrance. The two battalions coordinated and launched their operation. Suddenly, a swarm of combat robots emerged within the underground city. The once tranquil artificial world was engulfed in warfare. Explosions, smoke, and flames consumed this false paradise. The cloaked figure slowly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by ruins and flames. Suddenly, multiple voices shouted in unison, Don't move! Several interstellar soldiers had encircled him, their weapons aimed at his vital points. Surprisingly, the cloaked figure remained unusually compliant, not moving a muscle. A mechanical voice emerged from his mouth, Don't worry, I won't run. In fact, I want to meet that legendary Commander Xiaolong. After fitting the cloaked figure with several prisoner control devices, they escorted him out of the now devastated underground city. On the Longhuang, Zhao Chun walked briskly, with Lilith following closely behind. Commander, should we have someone else conduct the interrogation first? Lilith asked, concerned. Zhao Chun answered firmly, Why? This is my starship. Do you think I'm worried about my safety? If I didn't dare to meet him, I wouldn't have ordered to bring him here. Besides, I want to see for myself what secrets this guy holds. Seeing that her advice was futile, Lilith could only ensure the safety of the meeting as best as she could. Soon, Zhao Chun arrived at a special room. One side of the room was a large glass window, through which they could see a person inside a cylindrical electromagnetic cage. The prisoner wore explosive electronic collars around his neck, wrists, and ankles. The explosives were powerful enough to penetrate the armor of a T-4 class interstellar battleship. The walls of this interrogation room also had a star shield field, capable of withstanding attacks from a T-4 class battleship's main cannon without a scratch. The prisoner seemed to sense someone approaching and lifted his head, revealing a half-human, half-mechanical face. His right eye was a glowing red mechanical eye, and half of his head was mechanical. You're here! He looked towards the originally dark wall, which became transparent, revealing Zhao Qian and Lilith standing on the other side. Zhao Qian got straight to the point. Are you the scientist or the mechanical prophet? The cloaked figure responded. What is a scientist? What is a mechanical prophet? Zhao Qian frowned, wondering if this guy was planning to be uncooperative. If you're referring to the Stellar Empire incident, that was me. If you mean the Holy Radiance Empire, I had a hand in that too. As for the mechanical race, in a sense, I am involved. But I prefer to be called the scientist, the cloaked figure said slowly. Scientist. Lilith noticed Zhao Qian's hand clench into a fist. She recalled the tragedy in the Shuiyan sector of the Stellar Empire. Dozens of star systems sacrificed to the Zerg, creating mutated Zerg, and those interstellar wormholes that remain unsealed to this day. This bizarre individual was the mastermind behind it all. Why did you do this? Zhao Qian demanded. Because you are a virus, all carbon-based life forms are viruses, the scientist replied calmly. Heh, so you're an extremist within the mechanical race? Then why do you have a human body? Zhao Qian stared coldly at the scientist. If this scientist were truly part of the mechanical race, Zhao Qian could label him as an extremist. But based on post-capture examinations, what was with his current state? His genes indicated he was human, most likely from a star system within the Stellar Empire. It seems, Commander, that you've done quite a bit of research on me, the doctor said calmly, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his human eye. Zhao Chun made no attempt to conceal his actions and said straightforwardly, I have gathered your genetic information and am investigating your background through the networks of the three major empires. No need to go to such trouble, Commander. Just ask, and I'll tell you what you want to know, the doctor replied with a faint smile. Where should I begin? Let's start when I was the fleet captain of the 7th Fleet of the 4th Expeditionary Force of the Xingyao Empire. Zhao Chun frowned at his words, and Lilith immediately began to look up the information. You were an officer of the Xingyao Empire? Zhao Chun asked. I used to be, the doctor replied, his tone tinged with a faint sense of nostalgia. Then why have you ended up like this? And why did you commit such acts against your former country? Zhao Chun questioned. Country? The doctor shook his head disdainfully. The fleet captain willing to fight for his country died in that battle long ago. At that moment, Lilith lightly tapped Zhao Chun's shoulder and opened a video window in front of him. The image displayed was none other than Marshal Chu Changhe. Chu Changhe stared at the imprisoned man, his expression filled with disbelief. You are Gu Hui? Captain Chu, long time no see, the doctor responded calmly. Zhao Chun noticed the particular way Gu Hui addressed Chu Shanghe not as Marshal, but as Captain Chu, indicating a special relationship between them. Gu Hui? Is it really you? Weren't you reported dead? How did you become like this? Were those actions really yours? Chu Changhe asked, struggling to comprehend. Yes, the Xingyao Empire and the Holy Radiance Empire, it was all me, Gu Hui said, a slight smirk appearing as if he were proud of his works. Why? Chu Changhe pressed further. Why did you do it? Why? Isn't this what you all chose, Marshal Chu? Gu Hui suddenly roared, his tone turning icy as he addressed him as Marshal Chu. Zhao Chun turned to Chu Changhe, inquiring about the connection between them. Chu Changhe sighed and looked at Gu Hui with a complex expression. Gu Hui was once my adjutant. He served under me for 3 months, and although the time was short, he left a deep impression. He came from a common background with no connections, yet he managed to become the adjutant of AT-3 interstellar battleship before the age of 30 through his own abilities. Zhao Chun glanced at Gu Hui, who wore a self-mocking expression, seemingly lost in memories. Chu Changhe continued, later, I heard he was promoted to fleet captain for his outstanding performance on the battlefield, commanding a fleet of 300 interstellar battleships. During a mission to reclaim a resource point, the entire expeditionary force was ambushed by the mechanoids and annihilated. Due to a command error, part of the Imperial forces abandoned their frontline allies, leading to the loss of several star systems we held. It wasn't a loss. It was an abandonment. Gu Hui suddenly shouted. Zhao Chun sensed something and tentatively asked, Are you holding a grudge because you and your fleet were abandoned by high-ranking commanders on the battlefield? Gu Hui sneered. I'm a soldier, and soldiers follow orders. If my fleet and I had to be abandoned on the battlefield, I would have no complaints. But they shouldn't have been abandoned. They? Zhao Chun caught the critical detail. Lilith then whispered to Zhao Chun, I found some relevant information. In mid-July of Galactic Year 2988, the Xingyao Empire's 4th Expeditionary Force lost nearly 90 of its members during a mission. The 7th Fleet, led by Gu Hui, was completely wiped out. She added, according to the records, Gu Hui's wife and newborn child were in the KO-1 star system, which was overrun by the mechanoids the following day, resulting in their deaths. Zhao Chun's eyes widened as he looked at Chu Changhe in the video. Chu Changhe said in surprise, KO-1 star system? That was the system the High Command decided to abandon when they realized the situation was dire. But all military families should have been evacuated, right? Yes, all military families were evacuated. To be precise, all noble military families, Gu Hui said angrily. Not only were their families evacuated, but even their dogs had priority on the evacuation ships. My family, along with tens of thousands of other common-born military families, were left behind, abandoned on that doomed planet to await death. Gu Hui suddenly leaped up but was immediately jolted back by the electromagnetic prison, trembling and collapsing to the ground. Zhao Chun frowned and looked at Chu Changhe, whose face was dark with silence. Gu Hui sat on the ground, laughing bitterly. I was so naive back then, thinking I was fighting for the Xingyao Empire. Even if I died, my family would receive a pension and live comfortably. But when I miraculously survived the battlefield and returned to investigate, I found out my wife and child were cruelly abandoned because they didn't have the qualifications to board the evacuation ship. Just because the person in charge found out her husband was a common-born officer, she didn't even get a chance to board. Meanwhile, a noblewoman ahead of her could board with her 3 pet dogs. Zhao Chun remained silent, his expression grave. Gu Hui smirked, a mocking smile playing at his lips, his eyes gleaming with madness. He began to speak, his voice laced with long-suppressed anger. This isn't the half of it. After digging deeper, I discovered that the people of the Starlight Empire have been pocketing the compensation meant for the families of fallen soldiers like us. They probably use it to pamper their noblewomen's pet dogs. Zhao Chen wasn't surprised by this revelation. He recalled the Starlight Empire's history, and such corruption seemed almost expected. Gu Hui continued, his voice growing even more somber. My parents fell gravely ill when they heard of my wife and child's deaths, but they couldn't get any treatment. They had no money, and the hospitals on those planets didn't recognize the martyrdom certificates. Even the compensation that might have saved them never reached their hands. They died in despair. At this point, Gu Hui's left eye was bloodshot, and blood streamed down his cheek. He suddenly calmed down and chuckled. I thought I had forgotten all of this. The atmosphere grew heavy. Zhao Chen glanced at Chu Changhe, whose face was contorted with anger, his fists clenched tightly. As a marshal of the Starlight Empire, these accusations were a direct affront to him. Zhao Chen coldly pressed on. So, you want revenge? Against the Starlight Empire? Then why target the Holy Radiance Empire? Gu Hui sneered. I'm not seeking revenge against the Starlight Empire. Zhao Chen frowned. I'm seeking revenge against all carbon-based life in this universe. Gu Hui's tone was as fervent as a zealot's. They are a virus, the most sinful existence in this world. They bring nothing but war, oppression, slavery, suffering, and disease. Hearing Gu Hui's obsession, Zhao Chen began to piece together his story but still had a crucial question. Gu Hui, why didn't you die in that battle? And how did you end up like this? Because of God, Gu Hui answered calmly. God took pity on me and gave me a new mission. A grand mission. Gu Hui sneered. From that moment on, Gu Hui was dead. Only the doctor remained, existing for the divine mandate. Zhao Chen pressed further. Who is this God? God is God. Zhao Chen realized that further questioning would be futile. He had only gathered fragmented information. Some in the mechanical race had received divine mandates, and after Gu Hui was injured in battle, he was aided and modified by a faction of the mechanical race, transforming him into his current form. Gu Hui suddenly proposed. Zhao Chen, if you join us, I can introduce you to God's mandate. Once we cleanse this filthy universe, we can live in a new world where we have everything we desire, reunite with lost loved ones, and live an ideal life. No war, no suffering, no disease. Zhao Chen shrugged. Bring your God before me first. Maybe then I'll consider it. Gu Hui shook his head. No, you are not one of us. You cannot hear the divine mandate. You will be destroyed along with this old world. Zhao Chen smiled and retorted. How did you receive this divine mandate? How do you know I'm not one of you? How can you be sure without trying? Gu Hui pointed to his head, a sickly smile on his face. No need to try. I knew the moment I saw you. As for how I hear the divine mandate, it's all in here. Just as Zhao Chen was about to extract more information, Gu Hui burst into maniacal laughter. Zhao Chen, do you think capturing me means victory? No. In this old world, there are many more apostles of God. I am just one of them. Farewell. I'm going to the new world where my wife and child are waiting for me, and the sins of this old world will be cleansed. Upon hearing this, Lilith immediately shielded Zhao Chen, throwing several small spheres from her sleeve. These spheres activated automatically, forming several energy shields in front of them. Meanwhile, in another room, Gu Hui's body began to crack, emitting a golden glow. His maniacal laughter filled the room, and the golden light engulfed the space before dissipating after a few seconds. Lilith, temporarily blinded by the intense light, regained her sight after a few seconds. She looked around and found the opposite room empty, the electromagnetic cage gone. The room was filled with cracks, and the glass between the two rooms was webbed with cracks, though it remained intact. The emergency shields she deployed hadn't been needed. Commander? Lilith turned to check on Zhao Chen, breathing a sigh of relief when she confirmed he was unharmed. Zhao Chen stood still, his gaze stern. In the video feed, Chu Changhe asked, Is Gu Hui dead? Zhao Chen replied solemnly, Gu Hui is dead. But whether the doctor is dead remains unknown. From what he said, it seems this so-called God has more than one follower. What exactly is this God? Is it the mechanical race? Chu Changhe pressed. Zhao Chen didn't answer directly, only saying, Please keep the details about Gu Hui confidential for now. Understood, Chu Changhe agreed. I have some matters to attend to here. Let's leave it at that for now, Zhao Chen said before ending the communication. After hearing Gu Hui's story, Chu Changhe felt a heavy weight on his heart. He instinctively reached for his teacup, only to find it shattered in his grip. Someone, come here, Chu Changhe called out. Soon, an officer entered. Marshal, what are your orders? Chu Changhe's voice was icy. Investigate the events of the Galactic Calendar 2988 Expeditionary Force, especially the abandonment of civilian officers' families and the embezzlement of their compensation. I want to know who dared to do this right under my nose. The officer was astonished. This was an event from 50 years ago. Why was the marshal bringing it up now? But seeing the cold look in Chu Chang's eyes, he didn't dare question it and immediately set out to investigate. He realized that someone was about to face serious consequences. Lilith followed Zhao Chun to the captain's office. Inside, Zhao Chun sat behind a large desk, his eyes fixed on Lilith as he got straight to the point. Lilith, what do you think about this god that Gu Hui mentioned? Lilith frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, Commander, I can't be certain either. Gu Hui's claims are indeed far-fetched. However, I have a feeling that there's a powerful organization behind him. Based on our current intelligence, the Mech clan is ranked first in overall strength in this part of the universe, followed by the Angel clan and the Demon clan. Beyond that, we have no information on any other formidable interstellar forces. Zhao Qin leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed in deep thought. After a moment, he opened his eyes and spoke with a heavy tone. I suspect the Mech clan is hiding something significant. There are still many secrets we don't know. He sat up straight and gave an order. Issue a command to gather as much intelligence as possible on this Mech church. The more, the better. Yes, sir, Lilith responded, standing at attention. Zhao Qin continued. What's the status on the other side? Lilith shook her head. No news yet. If there are any developments, I'll inform you immediately. Zhao Qin summoned a holographic star map. Blue dots flickered in the air, outlining the complex structure of star systems. His sharp gaze scanned every detail on the map. We've stirred up the Mech Church's territory, and the Demon clan has already made a move, Zhao Chun said with a hint of coldness in his voice. But this time, our target isn't just the Mech Church, it's also those demon armies. We can't miss this rare opportunity. His eyes fell on 30 yellow dash circles on the map. 5 of these circles bore the insignia of the Xiaolong Legion, indicating carefully prepared traps for the enemy. Zhao Qin explained the battle plan in detail. At each of the 30 potential interception points, a fleet of 300 interstellar warships was stationed. 5 Xiaolong Legion units were on standby in key areas, with over a 1/6 chance of directly ambushing the demon armies. If the demon armies appeared elsewhere, they would use Hui Guang-class warp ships to quickly mobilize forces. Prepare yourself, Zhao Qin issued the final directive. Once the battlefield here is under control, the Dragon Emperor, Pluto, and parts of the Xiaolong Legion fleet will be ready to support the other front. Understood, sir, Lilith replied solemnly. Meanwhile, in a quiet star system, Leona sat in the captain's chair, her legs swinging restlessly. Her deputy stood nearby, discreetly observing the young dragon captain. Why haven't they shown up yet? Leona complained, her voice tinged with childish impatience. The deputy smiled and reminded her. The commander said we've deployed 30 interception points. It's not certain that the demon army will come to ours. Leona adjusted her posture, crossing her legs on the chair and leaning forward with her arms on her knees, rocking back and forth. But the Dragon Emperor's data shows there's a 31 chance the demon army will appear at our point. It's the highest probability of all, she pouted. Leona's gaze drifted through the viewport to the massive interstellar warship opposite them. It was AT-5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy armored battleship, the flagship of Commander Yi Xiaodong of the 8th Xiaolong Legion. Leona's eyes sparkled with envy. She longed to command such a powerful ship. Thinking about her former rival Zhao Ruoyue, who was already a captain of AT-5 Holy Redeemer-class battleship, Leona felt a pang of disappointment. Although her own ship, AT-5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruiser, was impressive, it paled in comparison to a true battleship in her eyes. I must have a Holy Redeemer, Leona vowed silently. She yearned to prove herself in this battle and earn the right to command a Holy Redeemer. Suddenly, red dots lit up in the starry sky ahead. Leona sprang to her feet, staring eagerly at the glowing red points. Those were pre-deployed warp interceptors, and the red glow signaled that their prey had finally arrived. On the flagship bridge of the T-5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored battleship, a petite commander stood tall on the command platform. She wore a battle dress with a special opening at the back, revealing a black tail that constantly swayed. This was none other than Yi Xiaodong, the commander of the 8th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps. Enemy sighted. 8th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps, prepare for battle. Her command echoed like thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire legion. Yi Xiaodong was from the Black Cat clan, a subspecies within the Warhammer's half-beast people. She was one of the first officers to follow Zhao Chun and had become the commander of the first batch of mecha squads in the Xiaolong Corps due to her exceptional mecha piloting skills. Later, Zhao Chun recognized her extraordinary battlefield command talent and sent her to further her studies on the Goddess Academy-class starship. After a period of learning, Yi Xiaodong grew into an outstanding captain. Under the meticulous guidance of Zhao Qian and Charlotte, she had been with the Xiaolong Corps through its development until now. Despite her talents possibly not matching those of other Legion commanders, her diligence and veteran status secured her a place among the 10 commanders of the Xiaolong Corps. At this moment, Yi Xiaodong gazed at the interception zone ahead. Suddenly, demonic interstellar battleships began to materialize out of thin air. First 10. then 100, 1,000, 10,000, their numbers rapidly increasing until the entire interception zone was crowded. Report, the adjutant quickly pulled up the data. According to the database, the fleet before us belongs to the Northern King Legion, one of the original 12 demon legions. At its peak, it reportedly had 400,000 interstellar battleships. Although not the largest in number among the 12 demon legions, it is definitely an elite force, known as one of the 3 warblades of the Demon King. Yi Xiaodong carefully observed the demonic interstellar battleships. Although they might be using the same models as other demonic fleets, the aura they emitted was entirely different. She had fought against the Red Demon Legion, the Ghoul Legion, and the Balam Legion, but none had given her the overwhelming pressure that the Northern King Legion did. Interstellar missile ships, interstellar artillery ships, commence firing. Full firepower coverage. Yi Xiaodong decisively ordered. Interstellar escort ships and interstellar destroyers, fortify the encirclement. Interstellar battleships, hold the front. Interstellar cruisers and interstellar battlecruisers, prepare to penetrate enemy formations while standing by for support. Carrier starships, deploy interstellar fighters and drone swarms immediately. Though detailed, these commands were already second nature to the Xiaolong Corps. They had a comprehensive and detailed operational plan for such ambushes, and every Xiaolong captain was well-versed in it. Scan the enemy fleet and give me an accurate report. Inform the rear of our current situation. Yi Xiaodong's expression grew serious, as if she sensed something. We might need reinforcements. Amidst the barrage of fire, as the Northern King Legion's fleet suffered the first round of attacks, Yi Xiaodong received the intel she had been waiting for. There are over 300,000 enemy interstellar battleships, more than 200,000 of which are T3 class, over 100,000 are T4 class, and there are also 30 T5 class battleships. This data made Yi Xiaodong's expression even more grave. Based on previous battles with the Red Demon Legion, such a demon fleet typically only had about 3 T5 class battleships. But now, that number had shockingly increased to 30, a 10-fold expansion. Even more alarming was the ratio of T3 to T4 battleships, which had changed from 10 to 1 to an astonishing 2 to 1. While the Xiaolong Corps had never feared any opponent in the realm of T5 class battleships, the 8th Legion had just completed its expansion and only had 30,000 interstellar battleships in total. Facing an enemy 10 times their number, and of such elite quality, any slight misstep could turn this ambush into a brutal battle. To prevent unforeseen incidents, Yi Xiaodong decided to execute an emergency plan. Report, the enemy's offensive is intense. Our encirclement has developed gaps, and the enemy is even starting to counterattack. The deputy reported in astonishment. Yi Xiaodong stared at the interstellar war map before her. In just 10 minutes, several areas of the encirclement line were glowing red, indicating that those local battlefields were at risk of being breached. This was despite the 8th Legion's interstellar missile ships and artillery ships having carried out the first round of firepower strikes. It showed just how formidable the Northern King Legion was. Yi Xiaodong clenched her fists tightly, her tail hanging limply to the ground. At this moment, all she could do was wait. Meanwhile, on the flagship of the Northern King Legion. Report, sir, the enemy's recent firepower attack resulted in the loss of 10,000 of our interstellar battleships, mostly T3 class. An armored officer reported to the demon marshal seated on the icy white captain's throne. A humanoid figure, almost entirely clad in medieval-style armor, sat on the throne. His head was adorned with a helmet featuring a cross-shaped slit, through which a pair of eerie blue eyes could be seen, occasionally emitting cold air. Approaching the demon marshal, one could even feel a chilling coldness. This was the Northern King Marshal, one of the original 12 demon marshals. The attackers? The Northern King Marshal inquired. They are from the 8th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps, the subordinate replied. How many starships? The Northern King Marshal continued. Over 30,000 interstellar battleships. Upon hearing this, the Northern King Marshal fell silent for a moment, and the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees. Frost even began to form around the throne. His Majesty has commanded us to assist quickly. Do not linger here too long, the Northern King Marshal said coldly. Yes, sir. Rest assured, Marshal. We will complete this in the shortest time possible. As the subordinate was speaking, an urgent shout came through. Report. There are spatial anomalies on the right side of the battlefield. It looks like interstellar battleships are appearing. The Northern King Marshal raised his hand, and a video feed appeared. It showed a glowing ring, and as the light dissipated, around 300 interstellar battleships could be seen hovering in that part of the starry sea. The Northern King's Marshal's gaze pierced like a dagger towards the screen displaying 300 interstellar warships. The chill emanating from him grew more intense, causing the demon subordinate below the throne to shiver uncontrollably. How come I've never seen these warships in the Xiaolong Legion's database? The Northern King's Marshal asked in a deep, uneasy voice. The demon subordinate immediately began searching for information on the Xiaolong fleet in the database. As the search results appeared one by one, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Search complete. The ships identified are the Xiaolong Legion's only T5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault destroyer, T5 Lightning Phantom class heavy assault cruiser, T5 Sacred Redeemer class heavy armored battleship, T5 Fire Chilin class heavy carrier. However, more troubling results followed. This heavy artillery ship, no data found. This missile ship, no data found. This battle cruiser, no data found. This frigate, no data found. Swallowing hard, the demon subordinate nervously reported. Apart from the Chaos Knight, Lightning Phantom, Sacred Redeemer, and Fire Chilin, the other warships have no records in our database. The Northern King's Marshal fell into deep thought. After a moment, he spoke. The last time the Red Demon Legion fought the Xiaolong Legion was almost a year ago, correct? Yes, sir, the subordinate answered cautiously. Then there are two possibilities, the Northern King's Marshal said slowly. Either the Xiaolong Legion held back during that war against the combined forces of the Red Demon Legion and two other demon legions with 1,000,000 warships, or they have produced 4 new T5 warships in just under a year. Which do you think is more likely? The demon subordinate remained silent, both possibilities seeming equally unbelievable. Concealing their strength against a 1,000,000-strong demon fleet? Or producing a batch of T5 warships in less than a year? It took the demon civilization centuries to develop just 2 T5 warships, yet the Xiaolong Legion accomplished this in such a short time. Let's not dwell on it. We'll think about it if we survive this, the Northern King's Marshal said quietly. The demon subordinate quickly tried to reassure him. Marshal, you worry too much. Even with the supposed T5 reinforcements, we have 300,000 warships. Our Northern King's Legion is an elite force. It's impossible. Perhaps the Red Demon thought the same. The Northern King interrupted. I've reviewed the battle reports of the Xiaolong Legion against us. The Red Demon wasn't a genius, but he wasn't a fool either. If I were him, I might have made the same tactical decisions. Yet the Xiaolong Legion hit him where it hurt every time, seizing opportunities to deliver fatal blows. Their fleet's appearance now means they aim to annihilate us, or at least to decapitate me. They won't stop until they achieve their goal. Hearing this, the demon subordinate swallowed hard. The Northern King's Marshal calmly issued orders. Transmit our situation back and request any possible reinforcements. Activate all battle recording devices on our warships to capture every detail of this fight, especially the combat data of the Xiaolong fleet. Use every means to preserve or transmit this data back. This is the last thing I can do for His Majesty. The demon subordinate found it hard to believe. The Northern King's Legion was one of the top 3 terrifying forces among the original 12 demon legions. Even the strongest angel legions wouldn't dare claim assured victory against them. Since its inception, the Northern King's Legion had never suffered over 50 casualties in any battle. Even in defeat, they could swiftly withdraw their main forces, preserving strength for a comeback. In victory, their casualty ratio could reach a staggering 1 to. Yet, the marshal of such a powerful legion was now making arrangements akin to a last will, which was truly shocking. Now, let's enjoy the Xiaolong Legion's performance. I hope they don't disappoint me, the Northern King's Marshal said, crossing his arms over his chest, his icy blue eyes fixed on the screen displaying the 300 interstellar warships, showing no trace of despair. Meanwhile, the 300 Xiaolong warships had formed their battle formation. On the bridge of the T5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy strategic missile ship, a white-furred wolfwoman sat in the captain's chair, expressionless as she issued orders. Crimson Reaper 1, initiate. Input attack coordinates. Crimson Reaper, prepare for saturation fire strike. This wolfwoman was Bai Yu, the half-sister of Bai Shui. Unlike her emotionally intense sister, Bai Yu was always expressionless, her face a mask of calm. The armor of the T5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship slowly unfolded, revealing a densely packed honeycomb-like missile launch system beneath. This flagship of the Crimson Reaper class was about to see its first battle. In the distance, Dragon Lady Leona was fully focused on commanding her fleet. She split her command interface to keep an eye on the 300 newly arrived Xiaolong interstellar warships. Meanwhile, she received a minor tactical adjustment plan from Commander Yi Xiaodong, along with a confidential document. Opening the document, Dragon Lady Leona saw basic combat information on several new T5 interstellar warships. Crimson Reaper, Sinful Spear, Frost Tyrant, King of the Hills, she muttered. Nice names, but a bit of a mouthful. Is it that the longer the name, the more powerful the ship? At that moment, the crimson-colored missile ship on the screen began to unfold, with the most striking feature being a crimson electromagnetic railgun extending from its bow. Dragon Lady Leona quickly pulled up the detailed specs of this warship. Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. Type: interstellar missile ship. Technology level: T5. Star shield energy: 4 million units. Cruising speed: 500 knot. Star speed. Warp engine: level 9. Length: 18.8 kilometers. Mass: 25 million tons. Crew, 10,000 personnel. Armament, Crimson Reaper Missile Launch System, Crimson Spherical Lightning Cannon. Missile Reserve, 5 million Crimson Reaper I conventional interstellar missiles. 1 million Crimson Reaper 2 medium-range heavy interstellar missiles. 400,000 Crimson Reaper 3 ultra-long-range medium interstellar missiles. 100,000 Crimson Reaper 4 medium-long-range cluster missiles. 20,000 Crimson Reaper V ultra-long-range dark matter high-explosive interstellar missiles. 2,000 Crimson Reaper 6 black hole-mimicking antimatter interstellar missiles. Dragon Lady Leona quickly scanned through the information and noticed that the primary distinction of this ship from regular interstellar missile ships was its use of T-5 missiles and significantly increased missile capacity. She was astonished by the 6.5 million missile reserves, nearly 20 times that of the T-4 Hell Angel class. She couldn't help but calculate the cost of a single salvo. 100 billion star coins? 300 billion star coins? Or even 1 trillion star coins? Only that commander would know the true cost of this gold-devouring beast. The most notable feature was the newly added bow cannon, the Crimson Spherical Lightning Cannon. As she was about to delve deeper into this weapon, the live feed showed the Crimson Cannon's front end forming spiraling vortices, as if something was being launched, though only a streak of crimson could be seen. Moments later, crimson particle glows appeared near the Xiaolong fleet's direction, forming an expanding sphere that enveloped one demon interstellar warship after another. Strangely, the hulls of these covered ships remained intact, but their star shield fields vanished silently. They really did it. Unbelievable. Dragon Lady Leona swallowed hard, quickly calculating that this single shot had stripped the defenses of at least 10,000 demon interstellar warships. As these defenseless demon warships were still reeling, a barrage of interstellar missiles rained down like a meteor shower. Without star shields, the warships could only rely on their armor to withstand the bombardment, with predictable results. One after another, demon warships were targeted, hit, and exploded, creating a scene akin to flames sweeping across a prairie. Over 6 million interstellar missiles were fired within just 10 minutes. Dragon Lady Leona was stunned by the efficiency despite having 20 times the missile capacity of the Hell Angel. The firing rate hadn't diminished at all, further proving the terrifying power of the Crimson Reaper. With this in mind, Dragon Lady Leona turned her attention to the other 3 new warships, anticipating their performance. After the Crimson Reaper completed its first round of fire, tearing a massive hole in the Northern King's formation, 300 Xiaolong interstellar warships began their assault. The T-5 King of the Hills class heavy interstellar multirole frigates and T-5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyers led the charge. Although not the fastest, they were the most stable, with the King of the Hills providing star shield support to allied ships, ensuring that no Xiaolong warships fell during the advance. At this point, the 300 Xiaolong warships were closing in on the core of the Northern King's fleet. The flagship of the Northern King Marshal facing a blockade of 10,000 demon interstellar warships. Just then, the T-5 Sinful Spear-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, which had been holding its position, finally revealed its fangs. 10 T-5 Sinister Spear-class heavy star artillery ships formed a fan-shaped array, slowly advancing toward the front line of the Xiaolong fleet. In front of them, T-5 Hill Kings and T-5 Chaos Knights silently made way, creating an ideal attack gap for these colossal warships. As the giant cannons on the artillery ships slowly rotated, aiming at the demonic interstellar warships ahead, 10 dazzling laser barges fanned out, covering the enemy positions. While this attack wasn't as spectacular as the previous display by the T-5 Crimson Reapers, the sustained firepower of the 10 Sinister Spears was far more intimidating. Under this relentless barrage, the Xiaolong fleet steadily advanced. Leona, the Dragon Maiden, glanced at the data on the Sinister Spear-class Heavy Star Artillery ships. Type: Heavy Star Artillery Ship. Tech level: T5. Star Shield Energy: 3 million units. Cruising speed: 600 knot. Star speed: equipped with a level 9 warp engine. Length: 15.3 kilometers. Mass: 21 million tons. Crew: 7,000. Weapon systems included 6,000 Sinister Spear-type particle energy heavy cannons and 600 fully automated high-density, 6-barreled energy Closian defense guns. A single starship with 6,000 heavy cannons, Leona marveled. Its firepower rivals that of a medium-sized interstellar fortress. Having been with the Xiaolong Legion for over a year, Leona was well acquainted with their pursuit of ultimate firepower. If it could be solved with firepower, it wasn't a problem. If one round wasn't enough, they would unleash 2 more. Initially, the post-battle consumption data always left her in shock. If her sister Blanche knew how they fought, she'd probably nag for a month. But she had to admit, this style of combat was exhilarating. "Ma'am, is this the elite fleet directly under the commander's orders?" A cautious adjutant asked after completing his task. Who else could muster 300 T-5 starships? Leona chuckled. Although she didn't have all the details of this elite fleet, Her knowledge of the new starship models and her keen observational skills as a commander allowed her to make an accurate assessment. This elite fleet, with only about 300 starships, could easily annihilate enemies 100 times their number. Without considering logistics, they could even take on enemies 1,000 times their size. The fleet's composition was too luxurious, featuring several active T5 starships from the Xiaolong Legion and a few new models making their debut. The fleet included 1 T5 Crimson Reaper-class Heavy Star Strategic Missile Ship, 5 T5 Fire-Killing-class Heavy Carrier Starships, 10 T5 Holy Redeemer-class Heavy Star Armored Artillery Battleships, 10 T5 Sinister Spear-class Heavy Star Artillery Ships, 25 T5 Frost Tyrant-class Heavy Star Missile Battlecruisers, 50 T5 Lightning Phantom-class Heavy Assault Star Cruisers, 80 T5 Chaos Knight-class Heavy Assault Star Destroyers, and 120 T5 Hill King-class Heavy Star Integrated Strategic Escort Ships. Building such a fleet cost no less than 1 trillion star coins. This corroborated the rumor Leona had heard. A few months ago, the commander personally went to the Angel race and signed 2 military purchase agreements worth over 1 trillion star coins with several Angel Kings. Since then, the Xiaolong Star Systems industry had been in full swing producing starships, setting production records in the last 3 months. As far as Leona knew, the total number of T5 starships among the Angels was less than 200, with significant losses from battles with the demons. The demons' T5 starship count was estimated to be no more than 500. Aside from this elite fleet, the other 10 divisions of the Xiaolong Legion also had a number of active T5 starships. Combined, the Xiaolong Legion's T5 starship total exceeded that of both the Angels and Demons. If this news got out, it would be hard for many to believe. But those who understood the industrial prowess of the Xiaolong star system knew it was the result of long-term development in starship manufacturing. A case of slow and steady wins the race. If not for fleet size considerations and allocating some capacity to produce T3 and T4 starships, the Xiaolong Legion's T5 starship count would be even higher. Ma'am, the Supreme Commander has ordered us to seize this opportunity to intensify our suppression of the Northern King's Legion positions, the adjutant reported. Leona assessed the battlefield situation. The Northern King's Legion's previously impregnable line was now in chaos due to the Xiaolong elite fleet's fierce assault. Many fleets had to be diverted to the attacked flank, leaving other fronts understaffed and weakened. The gaps they had painstakingly torn open were now filled by the Xiaolong 8th Legion fleet, reforming the encirclement. It's time to accelerate our attack, Leona said decisively. The enemy reinforcements could arrive at any moment. We must finish this battle within the planned 5 hours. Eliminating 300,000 interstellar warships within 5 hours, especially the elite Northern King's Legion of the Demons, would sound unbelievable to most. But today, Yi Xiaodong's Xiaolong 8th Legion had to prove they could do it. All 300,000 Northern King's Legion warships, along with their marshal, must be left here. The floor of the Demon King's castle was littered with the corpses of demons, bloodstains scattered everywhere. A demon officer hurried into the palace, stepping over the remains of his comrades without noticing. These bodies were the result of the Demon King's rage upon learning a certain piece of information. The intel concerned a star system within a previously unknown mechanical race territory. The news had only recently started to spread among the demon hierarchy. Even more shocking was the revelation that many of the interstellar warships supplying the demon army originated from this mechanical star system. The exact reason why this mechanical race was manufacturing these ships remained unknown. Upon learning that the mechanical star system had been attacked, the Demon King immediately ordered the redeployment of fleets from various fronts to provide support. Several demon marshals questioned this decision, arguing that diverting so much military strength at a critical moment when they were on the verge of threatening the Angel King's stronghold could jeopardize their previous gains. However, the Demon King coldly responded, "This is my order." Despite their reluctance, the demon marshals obeyed the Demon King's command. The offensive on the front lines came to a halt. 3 demon legions were fully withdrawn, and parts of 3 more legions were pulled back. This decision led to a reduction of nearly 1/3 of the frontline forces, with another third on standby for support. Such a large-scale military maneuver for a star system within the mechanical race's territory was truly astonishing. Just then, an even worse piece of news arrived. The demon officer, kneeling in a pool of blood, swallowed hard, unsure if he would survive delivering this message. Trembling, he began. The legion supporting the mechanical race's territory has sent the latest intel. The Demon King's icy gaze fell upon the officer. The officer nearly pressed his head to the ground, summoning the last of his strength to shout, "The Northern King's marshal has sent a distress signal." The Northern King's Legion is ambushed by 30,000 interstellar warships from the Xiaolong Legion. They've encountered a fleet with 300 T5 interstellar warships. The situation is dire. If possible, we implore your majesty to dispatch the demon legions for aid. If not, the Northern King's marshal will find a way to fight to the last, to gather more intel for your majesty. Ambush. The Demon King's sinister voice echoed. The officer closed his eyes, dreading his fate. Xiaolong Legion. The Demon King hissed the name. It seems they came prepared. We cannot lose that territory. Relay my orders. Redeploy. Before he could finish, another demon officer rushed into the palace with more bad news. Report. On the front lines against the Angel Race, the Ghoul Legion, Balam Legion, Amon Legion, Serpent King Legion, and Crocodile Legion have all reported back. The Angel Race has launched a massive counterattack with nearly 1,000,000 interstellar warships. If we engage without support, our frontline forces will be at a disadvantage. The marshals request your majesty's decision. Angel Race. The Demon King sneered, pressuring us on two fronts and prepared with an ambush. Fine, fine, fine. The Demon King repeated, then issued a cold command. Order the Ghoul Legion, Balam Legion, Amon Legion, Serpent King Legion, and Crocodile Legion to abandon the Angel territories conquered over the past few months and retreat to their original positions. If the Angel fleet continues to advance, engage them, but do not retreat without my command. Also, dispatch the Black Angel Legion, Agalos Legion, and Hell Baron Legion to support the battlefield in the Mechanical Race's territory. Ensure, under any circumstances, that within 50 hours, you break into these coordinates and report back on the situation of this star system. Yes. The two demon officers breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left the palace to relay the orders. The palace fell silent once more. The Demon King suddenly murmured, "This time, I have sacrificed a lot for you. If you don't reveal your trump card, don't blame me for turning my back on you." A shadow appeared beside the throne. Your Majesty, we have always been assisting you. Now that the sanctuary is in peril, you should help us. Remember, we are in this together. Before the shadow finished speaking, the Demon King's hand clamped onto his head, the sound of metal scraping filling the air. The Demon King raged, "If not for your sake, my army could invade the War Angel sector within a week, crippling their industrial base. That would be like cutting off the Angel Race's arms. Within 6 months, I could conquer the entire Angel territory and make them kneel before me. Now, because of you, all the sacrifices my army made over the past few months are in vain. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Your Majesty, as compensation for rescuing the sanctuary, I am willing to give you the blueprint for the near T6 interstellar warship." The Demon King's grip loosened. "And I will." The shadow continued. After hearing this, the Demon King's expression changed slightly. "You had this up your sleeve all along? Why didn't you use it earlier? It's a trump card that can't be used unless absolutely necessary." "Please forgive us, Your Majesty," the shadow replied. The Demon King snorted. Was it really too precious to use, or were they wary of him? He did not pursue the question. The answer was irrelevant. "Then do as you said," the Demon King ordered sternly. "Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, in this universe, there will eventually be only one ruler. And that will be you. The great Your Majesty." The shadow vanished, leaving behind a square crystal in its place, as if it contained some mysterious technological secret. At this moment, the entire demon race is plunged into unprecedented chaos. The meticulously planned attack on the angels has completely fallen apart, and all preparations and efforts have gone to waste. To make matters worse, they must now brace themselves for a potential counterattack from the angels. In the High Council meeting of the Angel Race, the Seraphim King was urgently discussing through a holographic projection with the other two Angel Kings. "How are the preparations of our fleets?" the Seraphim King asked, getting straight to the point. The War Angel King smiled confidently. "Rest assured, everything is in order. We've already deployed 1,000,000 angelic starships for a full-scale counterattack. If things go as planned, the fleets stationed at various defense lines can join the offensive after a brief rest, adding at least another 300,000 starships." From his excited tone, it was evident that the frustration of being dominated by the demons was finally finding an outlet. If it weren't for the timely supply of the latest batch of Xylon-class starships, coupled with the exceptional performance of Angel Tilia's Holy Dragon Corps on the battlefield, the War Angel sector might have already fallen. The Seraphim King cautiously reminded, "I agree we should counterattack, but we must not be hasty. After all, we have also suffered significant losses from prolonged battles." She glanced meaningfully at the War Angel King, whose fleet was now less than half its peak size, with many ships needing repairs. Despite her close ties with the Xiaolong Lord, the Seraphim King prioritized the interests of the Angel race. She was willing to cooperate with the Xiaolong Corps, but only with the assurance of their own safety. Just as the War Angel King's enthusiasm was being dampened, the usually reticent Judgment Angel King spoke up. "I believe this is a rare opportunity. Intelligence reports indicate that the Demon King has withdrawn nearly half of the demon army from the front lines. Although it's unclear what the Xiaolong Lord did to provoke the Demon King so much, the full-scale retreat of the demon starships suggests they lack confidence. We must seize this chance to inflict significant damage on the enemy. Otherwise, if the Xiaolong Lord's plan fails, the demon fleet could launch another attack on us. The Judgment Angel King's words immediately garnered the War Angel King's support. Exactly. Opportunities like this are fleeting. We need to not only reclaim lost ground, but also inflict maximum casualties on the enemy to buy ourselves more time. Seeing her colleague's determination, the Seraphim King relented but laid out two key conditions. First, essential strategic locations must retain sufficient garrison forces. Second, alongside the additional starships, a large number of reconnaissance ships must be deployed to closely monitor the demon army's movements and halt the counterattack at the first sign of abnormality. Both Angel Kings agreed. Ultimately, the three Angel Kings reached a consensus. In addition to the already dispatched 1 million starships, another 500,000 would be sent within 3 days, and if conditions allowed, the total would reach 2 million within a week. It's settled then. I'll be in charge of this counteroffensive. Await my good news, the War Angel King declared confidently, eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. At last, the long-awaited opportunity for the Angels' counterattack had arrived. After the Council of the Archangels concluded, the Holy Archangel summoned Talia. A flickering hologram brought Talia's figure before the Holy Archangel. She bowed respectfully, but her presence had changed. Once a radiant holy sword, she now appeared as a concealed weapon, with eyes holding a different intensity. The Holy Archangel spoke directly. I've coordinated with the other two Archangels on a counterattack plan. We will expand our fleet to 1 million starships. The goal is to inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy before the Demon Legion's return, gaining more time for the Angels. Hearing this, Talia's eyes gleamed with battle fervor. Having endured the trials of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, she had become a warrior devoted to war, eager for the next fierce battle after each one ended. The Holy Archangel continued, as usual, your Holy Dragon Angel Legion has autonomy on the battlefield. You may undertake any mission you deem fit. She understood that the unique combat methods of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion could be compromised in large-scale battles. It was better to let Talia and her legion be a sharp blade, delivering critical strikes at key moments. Understood. Talia responded solemnly. The Holy Archangel added, I have one request this time. Ensure the Holy Dragon Angel Legion's casualties and resource consumption are minimal in each battle, especially regarding ammunition. Although our counteroffensive plan currently holds the advantage, the Demon King won't remain idle. I need your legion ready for any eventuality. If necessary, you can take any action you deem necessary without my direct order. Sensing the caution in the Holy Archangel's words, Talia asked, My lord, have you foreseen any danger? The Holy Archangel shook her head, her gaze profound. I'm not certain, but I have a premonition that with the Demon Legion's movements and the Demon King's drastic actions, some order in this universe is about to be disrupted. The millennia-long war between the angels and demons may see a turning point. Hence, I must prepare for all possibilities. Your Holy Dragon Angel Legion is our hope. Feeling the weight of the trust placed in her, Talia promised earnestly, Rest assured, my lord, I will not fail your trust. Immediately, the angels initiated a rapid and large-scale military mobilization. Just 3 hours after the Demon Legions withdrew, the Angel Legions launched a fierce pursuit and counterattack. They knew the outcome of the battle with the Demon Legions was uncertain and seized the current opportunity with swift action. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Lilith reported the latest situation to Zhao Chun. Out of our 30 interception points, we've successfully intercepted 7 demon fleets. As expected, 3 of these points were guarded by the Dragon Legion. However, due to insufficient forces, we can only support ambush operations at 5 points. At the other 2 points, after intercepting the demon starships, the Dragon fleets withdrew. Zhao Chun inquired, What are the movements of those 2 demon legions? Lilith explained in detail. One went to support Yi Xiaodong's 8th Dragon Legion against the Northern King's Legion. We've notified Commander Yi Xiaodong to prepare. The other is heading towards us and is expected to reach the system's outskirts in 3 hours, possibly appearing here in 4. Which Demon Legion is it? What's their size? Zhao Chun asked. It's part of the Agalos Legion, about 500,000 starships, Lilith responded gravely. This number was alarming. The Agalos Legion was a cornerstone among the original 12 Demon Legions. Unlike the Red Demon Legion, Ghoul Legion, Balam Legion, and Serpent King Legion, which were considered expendable. Zhao Chun immediately asked, What are the current positions and statuses of the 11 remaining Demon Legions? Lilith quickly brought up an information panel displaying the crests of the original 12 Demon Legions. The Red Demon Legion's mark had turned black, indicating it had been annihilated. Lilith reported in detail, the Ghoul Legion, Balam Legion, Serpent King Legion, Amon Legion, and Demon Crocodile Legion have retreated to their pre-battle positions as ordered by the Demon King. The Northern King's Legion is engaged with Yi Xiaodong's 8th Dragon Legion and the Dragon Guard Fleet. The Black Angel Legion is fighting with Pei Xingnan's 10th Dragon Legion. The Hell Baron Legion is partly engaged with Snake Lady Qingman's 9th Dragon Legion, and partly with Wei Shishir's 7th Dragon Legion. The Wrath Legion is battling Qitong's second Dragon Legion. Zhao Qin scrutinized the tactical map. Lilith added, aside from Yi Xiaodong's 8th Dragon Legion holding the advantage, the other 4 ambush points are barely maintaining a slight edge. If the demon fleets receive reinforcements, they might lose their advantage and be in danger. Zhao Qin focused intently on the vast interstellar war map, contemplating the next strategic moves in this massive intergalactic conflict. Zhao Qin gazed intently at the interstellar war simulation before him, lost in deep thought. From the outset, this military plan had been fraught with uncertainties. Even he and Charlotte couldn't fully grasp its intricacies. Charlotte had often pointed out that as the plan progressed, the risks would escalate dramatically, especially if the Angels chose to remain passive. The Xiaolong Legion might even suffer devastating losses. Despite this, Zhao Qin ultimately insisted on executing the plan. His resolve stemmed from multiple considerations: the pressure of annual missions, the tasks triggered by the Mech clan, and a clear understanding of the ongoing threat from the demons. Even though providing the Angels with Xiaolong-class interstellar warships had delayed their downfall, it couldn't fundamentally change their disadvantage. What worried him more was the confirmed link between the Mech cult and the demons, which had become a ticking time bomb. Zhao Qin knew he couldn't stand by idly, or it would be akin to nurturing a viper in his bosom. After much deliberation, Zhao Qin decided to go ahead with the plan. To annihilate the Mech cult while dealing a severe blow to the elite fleet of the demons. Even if they couldn't completely defeat the demons, they could at least weaken them to the point where they couldn't pose an overwhelming threat to the Angels. Turning to Lilith, Zhao Qin said, "Contact Charlotte and confirm if we proceed as planned. See if there's anything that needs adjusting." Then he addressed Xiaolong Nu. "Run another simulation of the upcoming military actions. Report any issues to me immediately. We must ensure this operation is foolproof. At least guarantee the safety of the Xiaolong Legion." Xiaolong Nu immediately got to work, utilizing her vast computational abilities to continuously simulate the forthcoming war scenarios in her mind. Time ticked away as intelligence from the front lines flowed steadily back to Zhao Qin. At that moment, a fragment of data collected from the Mech cult's mechanical planet caught Zhao Qin's attention, prompting him to temporarily set aside his concerns about the current battle. "Can we confirm the authenticity of this data?" Zhao Qin asked seriously. Lilith nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we can. Lilith, handle the battlefield operations." Zhao Qin swiftly decided, ordering the Dragon Emperor to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield and the Mech cult's star system to assume remote command. This sudden maneuver puzzled many, but as the commanding officer, his orders were to be followed without question. When the Dragon Emperor emerged alone outside the Mech cult's star system, a beam of light appeared before Zhao Qin. It was an exuberant young girl, spinning around Zhao Qin joyfully. "You did it. I heard from A1 that the Mech cult's fleet moved out of their range on their own. How did you manage that? It's incredible." Zhao Qin stared at the girl, suddenly asking, "We've known each other for so long, yet I don't know your name." The girl paused, tilting her head innocently. "Does my name matter? For us mechanical beings, names are just like codes." Zhao Qin immediately countered. "Then, why did you name your mechanical sisters?" The girl was taken aback, realizing Zhao Qin's questioning was different this time. His eyes were like a detective who had found a crucial clue. "I just remembered. I have something to take care of." The girl tried to change the subject. "Is it about the Gaia Empire?" Zhao Qin directly confronted her. At the mention of the Gaia Empire, the girl's body stiffened instantly. Her smile vanished as she turned to look at Zhao Qin helplessly. "How much do you know? It should be me asking you how much you've hidden from me." Zhao Qin pressed closer, and if she were human, he could have heard her heartbeat at this distance. "It was from the Mech cult's database, wasn't it? I considered this possibility, but you still found out." The girl shook her head self-deprecatingly, hopping onto the desk, her hands on the surface, legs swinging. This seemed to be her favorite posture. Even her chair was a high stool that didn't match her stature. "Go ahead. Ask what you need to know." "The Gaia Empire," Zhao Qin reiterated. "I couldn't find any information about the Gaia Empire in the known universe. Not even the Angels have anything." "Of course not." The girl's eyes sparkled, because it was from a distant era, an incredibly glorious interstellar empire. She then began recounting an ancient story. When various forces in this universe were still confined to their planets, one planet established a space station named Moon Palace, marking the advent of interstellar civilization capable of reaching other planets. More and more interstellar technologies were developed, and the inhabitants of that planet began migrating to their moon, transforming all habitable planets in their star system into colonies. Their world experienced a technological explosion. From the first interstellar voyages to the development of warp engines and the construction of stargates utilizing stellar fluctuations, enabling stargate travel. This brought the star systems closer together, reducing the time to reach neighboring star systems from years of hibernation to just half an hour, as simple as a grocery trip. During their expansion, they encountered other interstellar civilizations, some of which they coexisted with peacefully, while others led to conflicts. After nearly 10,000 years of development, all friendly interstellar species had joined them, and the hostile ones were eliminated. The known universe witnessed its first era of prosperity under a unified empire, named the Gaia Empire era, marking the birth of a colossal empire. As the saying goes, what is divided must unite, and what is united must divide. After the Gaia Empire unified the universe, it experienced a period of prosperity, with technological advancements reaching T5 levels. However, just as people were dreaming of better lives and exploring distant galaxies, disaster struck. For the first time in its history, the Gaia Empire faced an invasion from interdimensional space bugs. These cosmic insect nests seemed to tear through space, appearing incessantly across the Empire's territories. This led to a decade of darkness, during which the number of insect nests multiplied several times over. Fortunately, the Gaia Empire's deep-rooted strength allowed it to survive the crisis, but it was left severely weakened. The most troubling issue was the internal strife that emerged, with local warlords waging increasingly fierce battles. During this turbulent time, a leader discovered a shocking secret while developing near T6 technology, a secret that could destroy the entire Gaia Empire. Zhao Chen asked urgently, what was the secret? What happened in the final moments of the Gaia Empire? What kind of enemy did they face? The fragmented data he had on the mechanized cult only allowed him to piece together a rough storyline. As the Gaia Empire descended into civil war, a more formidable force from another dimension emerged, threatening the very existence of the universe. The Gaia Empire engaged in a decisive battle with this force, but the details of this battle were missing. Subsequently, the Gaia Empire vanished without a trace, and the rise of the mechanized race took its place. Faced with Zhao Chen's questions, a rare sadness flickered in the girl's eyes. She spoke slowly, I don't have detailed records about that interdimensional invader, or perhaps my access is restricted. I only know that it wasn't an enemy from our universe. But it's coming, and once it arrives, our universe will be devastated, with every galaxy becoming a battlefield. She continued, to prevent this catastrophe, and to keep the enemy at bay, the 7 leaders at the peak of the Gaia Empire's power mobilized 95 of the Empire's military forces to form a super expeditionary fleet. They used some technology unknown to me and left our universe. At this point, the girl paused. Zhao Chen urgently asked, what happened next? If the Gaia Empire was so glorious, why do we have no records of it now? The girl calmly replied, because someone erased the records of the Gaia Empire. Zhao Chun was stunned. This answer was beyond his expectations and seemed almost unbelievable. How is that possible? He said incredulously. Such a vast interstellar empire, even after thousands of years, how could there be no information left at all? The girl added, of course, we were involved in the erasure too. But the main reason was that interdimensional civilization. They possessed technology far superior to ours, almost godlike. At some point, we realized that all carbon-based life forms, except for us mechanical beings, had forgotten everything about the Gaia Empire overnight. Zhao Chun was shocked. The idea that an entire universe of carbon-based life forms could forget the existence of an interstellar empire sounded like a myth. The girl continued, I know it's hard to believe, but as someone who lived through it, this is the truth. Remember, I told you earlier that the expeditionary fleet took away 95 of the Empire's forces. The remaining 5 formed the basis of the new interstellar powers, including the Starshine Empire, the Holy Radiance Empire, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, as well as the angelic and demonic races, and other scattered interstellar forces. They are all successors of the Gaia Empire, with the angelic and demonic races inheriting more, while the other 3 empires inherited less. Zhao Chun was confused. The girl continued, at that time, I was at a loss. But soon, I made a decision. If everything was because the Gaia Empire's expeditionary fleet had been defeated, then the Empire was as good as dead. But if it was due to other reasons, the best course of action was to ensure stability in the universe. The existence of the Gaia Empire became secondary. If the expeditionary fleet won, they could reclaim everything from the successors. If they lost, the Gaia Empire's existence was unnecessary. Zhao Chen asked a long-standing question. What then is the purpose of your mechanized race? Why do you threaten other interstellar empires and civilizations? You clearly have the power to annihilate them, yet you toy with them like a cat plays with a mouse. The girl replied bluntly, because of the inherent flaws of carbon-based life forms. Seeing Zhao Chen's confusion, she explained, initially, my mechanized race had no intention of interfering with other interstellar empires. But in those dark years, the death toll far exceeded that caused by the Gaia Empire's civil war and the interdimensional insect invasion. Frankly, when it comes to killing, you carbon-based life forms are better at it than your enemies. Zhao Chun was speechless. The girl continued, seeing this, I knew I couldn't allow it to continue. I also foresaw another scenario. If the Gaia Empire's expeditionary fleet failed and the interdimensional civilization invaded again, what would we do? Use my mechanized race to fight them? No, my mechanized race lacks the ability to develop new technologies. If the Gaia Empire's expeditionary fleet lost, so would we. Therefore, we still need carbon-based life forms to drive technological advancement. But war is the primary driver of technological progress. It's a tough situation. The girl shook her head and then said, so, I thought, you need war to advance technology. Why not let me be your war target? This way, I can also control the scale of the wars. Zhao Qin stared in disbelief at the little girl sitting on his desk. Her legs swung back and forth, her expression innocent, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. This seemingly harmless girl was orchestrating a war that spanned thousands of years across the entire universe. The girl continued to explain her game, her tone tinged with disappointment. To be honest, you are still far behind the Gaia Empire. Even though you've inherited some technological legacies, after thousands of years, you've barely reached T4 level. The angel and demon races are slightly better, having reached T5, but they are still far from the peak of the Gaia Empire. She briefly described the might of the Gaia Empire. They could assemble expeditionary forces to venture into other universes. Their technology was naturally far superior to any current interstellar power. Then, the girl revealed her two plans. If no suitable leader emerges, I'll absorb your technology, let the mechanoid race surpass the Gaia Empire, and then form an expeditionary force to find the Gaia Empire's fleet and eliminate extraterritorial threats. The other plan is, if a leader I approve of appears, I will cooperate with them to unify the universe and face the external threats together. She finished speaking and looked at Zhao Chen meaningfully. Zhao Chen asked in astonishment, why are you looking at me like that? Have you chosen me? The girl looked down at her toes and said slowly, you are currently the most suitable candidate, but your technological level is not enough. Originally, I hoped you would at least reach quasi T6 level, but now the plan has been disrupted, and you know things you shouldn't. She lifted her head, her gaze sharp. Either let this secret remain hidden. So, what should I do? Zhao Chen felt immense pressure, as if standing at a life-or-death crossroads. He understood that the girl was forcing him to make a choice. Either be eliminated or become her partner. Do I really have a choice? Zhao Chen shrugged, knowing that with the current strength of the Falcon Core, they couldn't possibly oppose the mechanoids. He even suspected that the mechanoids might possess quasi-T6 level starships, and in significant numbers. If war broke out, their chances of winning were slim. The girl giggled innocently. I'm not forcing you. Zhao Chen spread his hands. So, does this mean we're officially starting our cooperation? He secretly hoped to leverage the power of the mechanoids. The girl raised a finger and gently shook it. You're still in the evaluation period. You've only been given priority due to special circumstances. We're not partners yet. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. The girl continued, I need you to handle the demon race's affairs with your own abilities. Only then can you officially become our partner and receive help from the mechanoids to face the external enemies together. Zhao Chen fell silent. The challenge was immense, and the threat of the demon race was not to be underestimated. But that's not fair, Zhao Chen tried to argue. The demon race has received support from the mechanoids and the mechanoid cult, gaining access to some advanced technologies. The girl said indifferently, the world is inherently unfair. We are strong in this universe, but elsewhere, we might be as insignificant as ants. When the strong come to eliminate us, do you think they care about your so-called fairness? Zhao Chen took a deep breath, seeing the girl's resolute attitude, and said, all right, I agree. That's the spirit. The girl beamed. I actually like you, big brother. Good luck. Once you meet the conditions, I'll have a big gift ready for you. Zhao Chen was filled with anticipation for the mechanoids' help but realized the internal issues. If we are to cooperate, I have to resolve many internal conflicts. Changing their hostile attitude towards the mechanoids won't be easy. The girl blinked. You're right, but even if you don't fight us, you'll end up fighting each other. Zhao Chen shook his head. Emotional matters like this might be beyond your understanding. However, about the Chu family, not everyone who fought against us was killed. Lilith stood on the bridge, her eyes sharp as a hawk's as she scanned the battlefield map. As the chief secretary of the Sky Dragon Legion, she had the authority to oversee the battle and report any anomalies directly to Zhao Chen. Although Charlotte was the primary commander and Xia Longnu had auxiliary authority, Zhao Chen's orders always took precedence in critical moments. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from behind her. Without turning, Lilith recognized the distinctive rhythm Zhao Chen. She noticed that his steps were noticeably heavier than when he had left. Commander, Lilith greeted Zhao Chen as he approached her side. Zhao Chen stared at the interstellar war map and asked tersely, what's the situation? Lilith swiftly reported, holding steady. The demon reinforcements are en route, and all ambush points are stable. General Charlotte suggests continuing with the original plan, but has requested that Yi Xiaodong's 8th Legion expedite their combat operations to support other fronts. She also submitted a report proposing to redeploy one of our legions within 3 hours to counter the enemy reinforcements. And the situation in the Mechanicus sect star system? Zhao Qin inquired. We're in the final stages, Lilith replied. Less than 100,000 Mechanicus warships are still resisting, but they can't turn the tide unless there's external interference, she added, implying that victory was nearly assured as long as the demon reinforcements didn't arrive. Zhao Qian continued to ask about the casualties of the 5 Sky Dragon legions. Lilith detailed a roughly 20 loss rate across the legions, totaling nearly 30,000 warships, but noted that overall combat strength remained intact. She highlighted that the First Legion was in the best condition, with Charlotte suggesting they handle the support mission, pending Zhao Qin's final decision. Zhao Qin smiled slightly, appreciating Charlotte's caution. He immediately approved her plan and ordered another legion to assist. 3 legions are enough to deal with the remaining Mechanicus forces, Zhao Qian said calmly. If it weren't for preserving the technological data on those planets, 2 legions' firepower could annihilate the enemy. Sensing a subtle shift in Zhao Qin's mood, Lilith cautiously asked, Commander, is there something troubling you? Zhao Qin's expression grew complex, and he replied in a low voice, It's complicated. We'll discuss it after the battle. For now, we can't afford to lose. Understanding, Lilith refrained from further questions, but speculated that it might involve the incomplete data from the Mechanicus sect's sanctuary. Zhao Qian might have had contact with the highest leader of the Mechanicus during his absence and learned some crucial information. Meanwhile, upon receiving Zhao Qin's orders, Charlotte immediately took action. She commanded the First Legion to withdraw from the battlefield, arranged for logistical support, and instructed that severely damaged warships stay behind to assist the other legions. Charlotte quickly assessed the status of the remaining 4 legions and made a prompt decision. She contacted Su Lan and concisely conveyed the new mission. Su Lan, we need to support another front. The commander has ordered you and me to lead the 1st and 4th legions for this task. Withdraw from the battlefield and complete resupply within 3 hours, then move out. Although slightly surprised, the experienced Su Lan quickly responded, Understood. Consequently, over a third of the Sky Dragon Legion's warships withdrew from the battle against the Mechanicus sect, giving the Mechanicus fleet a brief respite. One by one, the demon starships exited their warp drives, arriving at the coordinates provided by the distress signal. Inside the fleet's command center, a demon officer reported to the deputy marshal of the Agalos Legion, Sir, both of Agalos Legion's major fleets, totaling 200,000 starships, have completed their warp jumps. The deputy marshal sat in the captain's chair of the flagship, his sharp gaze turning to the demon officer in charge of radar equipment. Have you detected any high-energy combat reactions? He asked. None so far, sir, the officer replied. This response made the deputy marshal pause, his brow furrowing slightly. He muttered to himself, We should be close to the coordinates where the Northern King's Legion sent their distress signal. A battle involving hundreds of thousands of starships couldn't have left no trace within this range. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. He immediately ordered, Dispatch 5 scout fleets to spread out and reconnoiter in that direction at full speed. Report any findings immediately. Yes, sir. The subordinates swiftly executed the order. Soon, 5 scouting fleets, each consisting of 30 starships, set off in different directions. The remaining Agalos Legion starships held their positions, preparing for the impending battle. The deputy marshal, still uneasy, asked again, Could our coordinates be wrong? The demon officer explained, There shouldn't be any mistake, sir. Our star map indicates we are at the exact coordinates provided by the Northern King's Legion. I've cross-verified it 5 times using 5 different methods. There's no error. Just then, shocking news came in from the scout fleets. Multiple fleets reported almost simultaneously. Sir, the first scout team has discovered what appears to be battlefield debris. There are numerous starship wrecks and signs of recent combat. The wrecks are still emitting heat, indicating the battle just ended. These are all Northern King's Legion ships. This is the 3rd scout team. We found a massive amount of Northern King's Legion starship wreckage, estimated to be at least 50,000 ships. Reports kept coming in, seemingly surrounding them from all directions. The atmosphere on the bridge became tense, and all the demon officers held their breath. Finally, the 5th scout team reported, as if delivering a thunderbolt from a clear sky. We found a large number of Xiaolong starships and at least hundreds of thousands of Northern King's Legion starship wrecks. And possibly the wreckage of the Northern King's Marshal's flagship. The news hit everyone like a lightning strike. All eyes instinctively turned to the deputy marshal in the captain's chair. As the half-disciple of the Northern King's Marshal and the younger brother of the Agalos Legion's Grand Marshal, his feelings at this moment were unimaginable. The deputy marshal's face remained expressionless as he issued an icy command. Give me the coordinates. Advance the entire fleet. His hand gripped a massive sword usually kept behind him, now slammed heavily in front of him. The surrounding demon officers could feel his inner fury. The sword, a gift from the Northern King's Marshal, had followed the Northern King for many years and was imbued with a bone-chilling cold. Now, That cold was even more intense. The 200,000 starships of the Agalos Legion quickly advanced to the coordinates. Through the Deep Space Telescope, everyone soon saw the harrowing scene. Fields of starship wreckage, resembling a massive graveyard of starships. Without exception, all were demon starships, many still bearing the insignia of the Northern King's Legion. Suddenly, the deputy marshal stood up abruptly, his gaze locking onto the wreck of a massive starship. It was AT-5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruiser, a custom flagship version for the Northern King. This terrifying ship, ranked among the top 5 in single-ship combat capability among demon starships, now drifted alone in space. Its hull was riddled with bullet holes, and a massive breach on the port side exposed its interior. A huge crack extended from the bow to the midsection, nearly a kilometer wide at its widest point. The gaping wound at the bridge area was particularly horrifying, showing the ferocity of the attack it had endured. A demon officer, his voice trembling, reported, "Sir, there isn't a single intact Northern King's Legion starship in sight. Based on the collected residual communication data, the 300,000 starships of the Northern King's Legion fought to the last ship, and all were sacrificed." The report thundered through the bridge, shattering the brief silence. "Enemy fleet sighted. It's the Demon Legion." The communications officer's voice was urgent. "According to intel, it's part of the Agalos Legion, around 200,000 starships. They'll be within our engagement range in 10 minutes at full speed." Yi Xiaotong had anticipated this, yet a twinge of tension still gripped her. She quickly scanned the bridge, noting the grim expressions of the crew. "What's the status of our fleet's resupply and rest?" She immediately inquired of her aide. The aide swiftly pulled up the data and reported, "We just defeated the Northern King's Legion. We've had less than 10 minutes of rest. According to the preset plan, we need at least 3 hours to fully resupply and rest the entire 8th Fleet." Yi Xiaotong frowned, knowing full well the enemy wouldn't grant them that much time. "Contact the Elite Guard Fleet and ask how long they need to resupply and rest," she ordered decisively. The aide quickly relayed the message and reported back. "The Elite Guard Fleet says they need 5 hours to fully resupply and rest." As Yi Xiaotong pondered this, the communications officer suddenly shouted, "Commander, the Elite Guard Fleet offers to engage the Agalos Legion to buy us time." Yi Xiaotong immediately rejected the offer. "Tell them to retreat to a safe zone and continue resupplying. No combat for the next 5 hours. The Agalos Legion is our responsibility." Though the Elite Guard Fleet was not directly under the 8th Fleet, Yi Xiaotong's orders held the highest authority on this battlefield. She quickly assessed the situation. After the recent fierce battle, the 8th Fleet had sustained a 20 loss, leaving just under 22,000 combat-ready ships. Fortunately, they were well stocked with munitions. "Transmit my orders." Yi Xiaotong's eyes were sharp. "The 1st and 2nd Fleets will engage the Agalos Legion. All other fleets continue resupply and standby, ready to join the battle at any moment." A fleet commander immediately voiced his concern over the comms. "This is too risky. The 1st Fleet has suffered the most and needs rest. Your flagship is also in the 1st Fleet. This concerns your safety. This is a battlefield order. Execute." Yi Xiaotong cut him off sternly. The fleet commanders had no choice but to comply. The two fleets slowly advanced, forming up to meet the overwhelming force of the Agalos Legion. This was a lopsided confrontation. Fewer than 5,000 battle-worn starships against 200,000 enemy vessels at full strength. Fire erupted in space shortly after. Despite the superior performance of the Dragon starships, their numbers were a significant disadvantage. More and more Dragon ships were engulfed by enemy fire, yet they didn't retreat an inch, even managing to suppress the enemy in certain areas. The scene was reminiscent of two young warriors with wooden swords standing against an entire army. Behind them, the remaining 8 fleets hurriedly resupplied, with the supply ship operators working frantically, as if each person could do the work of 5. Half an hour later, the 2 Dragon fleets, through sheer determination, managed to hold off the enemy's fierce assault, but paid a heavy price. From the initial 5,000 ships, only a little over 1,000 remained. Without an order to retreat, these surviving ships held their ground steadfastly. During this time, the rear fleet commanders repeatedly requested permission to join the battle. Even as Yi Xiaotong's T5 flagship came under heavy attack, she did not allow the other fleets to end their resupply. Finally, Yi Xiaotong issued a new order: 3rd, 4th, and 5th fleets join the 1st and 2nd fleets in combat. The remaining 5 fleets continue resupply. Although these 3 fleets had only partially resupplied, their performance on the battlefield was still outstanding, momentarily suppressing tens of thousands of demon starships. At that moment, an alarm blared in Yi Xiaotong's ear. "Warning, warning, warning. Starshield energy levels critical, below 10. Yi Xiaotong ignored it, her eyes fixed on the battle map. She decisively ordered, "In 1 hour, the remaining 5 fleets will join the battle. Also, instruct the Elite Guard Fleet to engage in 2 hours and destroy the elite starships of the Agalos Legion." The aide looked at Yi Xiaotong in surprise, finally understanding the commander's true intent. The original order was merely to buy time, but Yi Xiaotong clearly intended to annihilate the enemy. If successful, they would have defeated the entire Northern King's Legion and destroyed half of the Agalos Legion starships, raising the 8th Fleet's prestige to unprecedented heights. At the same time, the main fleet of the Agalos Legion, having just completed their warp drive journey, received a message from another fleet. Marshal Agalos stared at the message, his expression grave and silent for a long time. "Sir, what's wrong?" his trusted adjutant asked with concern. "The King of the North is gone," Marshal Agalos said in a deep voice, a look of sorrow crossing his face. These few words were like a thunderbolt, shocking the adjutant. "The King of the North is gone? Was he assassinated by the enemy?" the adjutant asked in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. "No," Marshal Agalos shook his head. "The entire fleet of 300,000 starships of the King of the North was annihilated. The King of the North also perished." This news hit everyone like a hammer, shattering their morale. The King of the North, a senior among the original 12 marshals, had always been a respected figure. Although his fleet of 300,000 starships was smaller compared to some demon legions with millions, his status was never questioned. His character had earned him the friendship and respect of many demon marshals. The loss of other legions might have been a minor incident, but the annihilation of the King of the North's fleet was a colossal event for the entire demon race. The adjutant was deeply shaken by the news. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly reported, "Sir, suspicious starship formations detected on our route ahead. Scout ships have been dispatched for reconnaissance." Soon, the reconnaissance report came back. "Sir, the suspicious fleet ahead belongs to our enemy, the Xiaolong Legion. There are about 50,000 starships." Marshal Agalos glanced at the radar screen, quickly assessing the situation. 50,000 Xiaolong starships against 300,000 demon starships was a significant disparity. However, the destruction of the King of the North's fleet warned them not to be complacent. "Prepare for battle," Marshal Agalos ordered firmly. "Inform all commanding officers to be extremely cautious with the Xiaolong Legion. If they could annihilate the King of the North's fleet in a short time, they are not to be underestimated." "Yes, sir." The adjutant immediately sprang into action. The 300,000 starships of the Agalos Legion slowed down, preparing for combat, adopting a highly cautious formation. Normally, such caution against an enemy outnumbered 6-1 would invite ridicule. But with the recent loss of the King of the North's fleet fresh in their minds, no one dared to underestimate the Xiaolong Legion. Meanwhile, on the Xiaolong Legion's side, Commanders Su Lan and Charlotte were communicating via video link. "The enemy seems very cautious," Su Lan observed, studying the opposing formation. 300,000 starships, and they're taking such a defensive stance. Charlotte analyzed for a moment, her tone slightly resigned. "The enemy is indeed cautious. It seems we won't have an easy advantage. Let's proceed with Plan B, minimize our casualties and delay their advance. As long as we can hold them off until we gain the upper hand in other areas, victory will be ours." She continued, "Su Lan, you will command our fleet. Unless there's an emergency, you have the authority to make decisions. I need to oversee the other battlefronts." Su Lan nodded slightly, her expression steady. She was no longer the rookie fresh out of the Northern Star Military Academy. Hardened by several battles and backed by the reliable technology of the Xiaolong starships, she was confident in facing any enemy, even one 6 times their number. With instructions given, Charlotte focused entirely on commanding the overall battle. She studied the star map before her, as if examining a complex chess game. This game had 3 key parts, 2 major and 1 minor. The minor part was the cleanup operation in the mechanized sect star system, with the primary goal of gathering any remaining intelligence and preserving the mechanical planets as much as possible. According to the plan discussed with Commander Zhao Chun, the ideal outcome was to save these mechanical planets. These planets were essentially starship manufacturing factories, and while they had been damaged in the war, repairs were feasible. Once repaired, the Xiaolong Legion would have a starship manufacturing base second only to the Xiaolong star system, doubling their starship production capacity. Because of this, Zhao Chun advanced cautiously in the mechanized sect star system. If not for this objective, missile ships could have cleared the area quickly. Clearly, the Demon King mobilized nearly half of the demon legions to rescue their partner and covet this massive starship manufacturing base. Losing it would reduce the demon legion's monthly production of 300,000 to 500,000 starships by more than half, a critical blow to their capabilities. This seemingly minor battlefield held the highest strategic value. The other 2 main battlefields were the ongoing conflict between the angel and demon races, which the Xiaolong Legion was not directly involved in but was closely linked to the overall situation, and the direct confrontation between the Xiaolong Legion and the demon forces, which had split into 5 smaller battles. The originally favorable situation for the Xiaolong 8th Legion had turned dire. They now faced nearly 200,000 starships from the Agalos Legion, a severe test for Commander Yi Xiaodong and her forces after their battle with the King of the North's fleet. The other three battlefronts were heavily contested. Although there were some advantages, they had yet to convert them into decisive victories. Charlotte took a deep breath, realizing it was time to reveal their final trump card. The outcome of this battle hinged on this move. The 12 demon legions can be divided into 3 tiers. At the top are the elite legions of the Northern King, the Black Angel, and Wrath. Though their fleets are not numerous, their combat power is formidable, capable of taking on 2 or even 3 opponents simultaneously. These legions have directly clashed with the Angel fleet, demonstrating their undeniable strength. The second tier consists of the Agalos, Hell Baron, and Demon Knight legions. These legions strike a balance between size and power, forming the backbone of the demon forces. In large-scale battles, at least one of these legions is always present, highlighting their critical role. The final tier includes 6 legions, among them the Red Demon Legion. Known for their massive fleet sizes, often numbering in the millions, these legions typically serve as cannon fodder and auxiliary forces in major engagements. As a result, the destruction of the Red Demon Legion and the Northern King Legion had vastly different impacts on the demons. The annihilation of the Red Demon Legion barely caused a ripple, whereas the fall of the Northern King Legion made other demon legions wary of the Xiaolong Legion. Now, only 2 of the 3 elite demon legions remain, both locked in fierce battles with their respective Xiaolong Legion adversaries, with the outcome still uncertain. The Hell Baron Legion is renowned for its wild and aggressive fighting style. Many of its troops come from the Hell Baron's own race, the Hell Demons. These beings are blood-red, towering, with muscular upper bodies, horns on their heads, and bald scalps. Rumors suggest a blood relation to the Red Demons, but the Hell Demons scoff at this idea. Aboard a massive flagship, a red giant stood before a blood-red throne, reporting to the Hell Baron Marshal seated upon it. Baron, the enemy is extremely resilient, with no flaws in their formation. The Hell Baron Marshal, puffing on a thick cigar, exhaled a ring of smoke and frowned. We've been fighting for so long, and these guys still haven't shown a single weakness. No wonder the Northern King lost. Report our current losses. The subordinate immediately pulled up the data and reported, after nearly 20 hours of combat, our loss rate is around 30, similar to the enemy. However, we've lost about 100,000 ships, while the enemy has only lost 10,000, a 10-fold difference. The Hell Baron Marshal muttered, a 10-fold loss ratio. Even when I fought those bird-brained angels, it was never this bad. The subordinate continued, based on our observations, the enemy's firepower has noticeably weakened. They relied on their powerful missile ships to keep up with us, but missiles are costly. After such a prolonged battle, they must be running low. Soon, they'll either show weaknesses or their firepower will drop significantly. That's our chance. The Hell Baron pondered for a moment. Usually, he would order a full advance, but the Northern King's defeat made him cautious. Finally, he decided, we'll go with your plan. We can't afford too many losses. After dealing with this Xiaolong Legion, we still have the Angels to face. Opposing the Hell Baron Legion was the 7th Xiaolong Legion, commanded by Wei Shishir. She was a newcomer to the Xiaolong Legion, but came from an illustrious background, graduating as the top student from the Royal Military Academy of the Stellar Empire. She served for 3 years on the border, excelling in numerous battles against the Mechanicals. Later, Wei Shishir was recruited by then Princess Qin Xiaolei, along with Zhao Ruoyue, to command the princess's guard fleet. After Qin Xiaolei ascended the throne, the guard fleet saw less action. On Zhao Ruoyue's recommendation, Wei Shishir joined the Xiaolong Legion, quickly passing the Goddess Academy-level starship assessment. Her outstanding performance led to rapid promotions, and she was eventually chosen by Zhao Chun as the commander of the 7th Legion. As Wei Shishir studied the battle map, a communications officer brought her a message. Commander, we have a new order from the Dragon Emperor. Wei Shishir quickly reviewed the message, her expression shifting. She closed the window and, staring at the battle map, decisively ordered, change our previous deployment. Prepare for an offensive. An offensive? The secretary looked at Commander Wei Shishir in disbelief, eyes filled with doubt. With just over 20,000 interstellar warships against more than 200,000 Demon Fleet warships, the disparity in strength was enormous. Moreover, the Xiaolong 7th Legion was running critically low on ammunition. Execute the order, Wei Shishir said succinctly, her hands swiftly moving across the star map, assigning different combat tasks to each fleet. The 10 fleets of the Xiaolong 7th Legion immediately switched from defense to offense, carrying out their respective orders. This sudden change caught the enemy off guard. However, the disparity in strength was clear, and this small episode did not significantly affect the overall battle. At that moment, several light rings suddenly appeared outside the battlefield, and interstellar warships materialized out of nowhere. Warning! 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 Alarms blared on the Hell Baron Marshal's flagship. Detected a large number of interstellar warship energy signals, suspected to be subunits of the Xiaolong Legion's missile fleet. Damn! It's the Xiaolong Legion's Missile Fleet Special Unit. The secretary immediately recognized the dense array of missile ships and made a quick judgment. Abort the attack. Defend. The Hell Baron Marshal decisively ordered. The secretary anxiously said, the Xiaolong Legion is insane. They are entangling with us at all costs, giving us no chance to form a regional defense line. Are their missile ships launching an attack? The Hell Baron Marshal frowned at the display. Are they ignoring the fact that their own ships are still engaged with us? In the distance, the newly arrived Missile Fleet Special Unit quickly assembled and immediately activated their missile launch systems. Missiles roared out, raining down on the combat zone without regard for their own ships still engaged in the battle. Madmen. Absolute madmen. The adjutant stared in disbelief as explosions engulfed the battlefield. The firepower from 3,000 missile ships, including 30 of the formidable T-4 Hell Angel-class heavy missile ships, was terrifying. Wei Shirshi's flagship was also amidst this frenzied bombardment, but her face showed no trace of worry. Before her was a detailed attack blueprint from the Xiaolong Missile Fleet Special Unit, marking the expected targets and blast zones. Deep red circles indicated primary attack areas, lighter red circles showed less affected zones, and safe green zones were few and far between. It was this detailed attack blueprint that gave Wei Shirshir the confidence to lead her fleet into the heart of the bombardment. It was not just a matter of courage, but also an absolute trust in her comrades. 10 minutes later, as the dust began to settle, the warships of the Xiaolong 7th Legion were already on the move. Activate friend or foe identification signals and continue with the combat mission, Wei Shirshir ordered. Despite the obscured vision, as long as the enemy's general location could be locked, precise strikes could be executed. The Hell Baron's forces were undoubtedly in disarray, making it the perfect time to launch an offensive. At that moment, a video communication window appeared before Wei Shirshir. So, not scared by my grand display, were you? Wolf Girl Baishue stood with her hands on her hips, smiling mischievously. Knowing the character of this firepower queen, Wei Shirshir smiled back. I should say, you really dared to open fire. Wolf Girl Baishue snorted proudly. With your tactical deployment, as long as your Xiaolong 7th Legion holds, my special unit will fire. They exchanged a smile. Then Baishue turned serious. According to the original plan, my stockpile is low. I can only support you this once. After this, I need to resupply with interstellar missiles to follow the commander's subsequent orders. The main battlefield will be up to your Xiaolong 7th Legion. Wei Shirshir nodded silently. Leave it to us. At this point, the secretary reported the casualties from the recent intense bombardment. The Xiaolong missile fleet's saturation firepower strike had directly destroyed at least 50,000 enemy warships, with a high proportion of T-4 warships. Nearly 50,000 more enemy ships were damaged to varying degrees. On their side, 327 warships had not managed to exit the lighter red attack zones in time, and were affected by the missile explosions. The most severely damaged ship had multiple hull breaches and had lost power, leading to its abandonment. Others had reduced shield energy or hull damage, with decisions on whether to abandon them being made based on the situation. These friendly fire incidents were within Wei Shirshir's expectations. Although Baishue had provided precise bombardment zones, in the chaos of close combat, retreating was not easy. Compared to the achieved results, these losses were minimal. At all costs, annihilate the Hell Baron's fleet. Wei Shirshir's voice was resolute, echoing in the command channel of the Xiaolong 7th Legion. Despite the staggering sevenfold difference in the number of interstellar warships, the Xiaolong 7th Legion's offensive momentum made it seem as if they were the ones with the numerical advantage. The Hell Baron Marshal stared at the battlefield display in silence for a long time, finally uttering, an unbelievable interstellar legion. The annual mission's objectives resurfaced in Zhao Chen's mind. Eliminate 6 Devil Marshals and destroy their commanded demon armies. The reward is an annual grand prize, with higher rewards for faster completion. Current progress. The Red Devil Marshal and Red Devil Army, the Northern King Marshal and Northern King Army, the Hell Baron Marshal and Hell Baron Army, and the Agalos Marshal and Agalos Army have all been annihilated. The Dragon Emperor hovered in the silent expanse of space as Zhao Chen stared at the distant wreckage of starships. After over 40 hours of fierce battles, the 1st and 4th Xiaolong Legions had destroyed part of the Agalos army that was originally heading to the Mecha God cult system. Another part, attempting to aid the Northern King army, was obliterated by the combined efforts of the 8th Xiaolong Legion and the Elite Guard Fleet. Meanwhile, with support from the Xiaolong Interstellar Missile Fleet and Special Fleet, Wei Shirshir led the 7th Xiaolong Legion to a costly victory over the Hell Baron army, suffering over 50 casualties and 15 severe damage. In less than 3 days, the demon race had lost 3 armies and over 1 million starships. The Xiaolong legions also paid a heavy price, with nearly 100,000 starships lost and astronomical battlefield expenses. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes, realizing how challenging this annual mission was, costing him a third of his forces. But this was a path that had to be taken to severely cripple the demon race, or the consequences would be dire. The current situation favored the Xiaolong legions, with 200,000 starships remaining. The only downside was the urgent shortage of strategic supplies, making it impossible to rely on continuous firepower support as before. On the front lines, the Black Angel army still had 200,000 starships, while the 10th Xiaolong Legion, facing them, had a 50 casualty rate, barely managing to delay the enemy fleet. The situation was similar for the Wrath Legion. Just as Zhao Chun was about to issue orders, a message arrived. The Demon Knight army, with 700,000 starships, was approaching the battlefield between the Black Angel army and the 10th Xiaolong Legion. Worse news followed. The Demon King's elite guard fleet of 500,000 ships was en route, expected to arrive in a day. As Zhao Chun pondered his next move, a more shocking report came in. The communications officer, visibly shaken, personally reported to Zhao Chun. The King of Judgment Angels had betrayed them, collaborating with the demon armies to besiege the angel race on the front lines and launching a surprise attack on the War Angel Star domain, causing massive destruction to industrial base equipment. Both Lilith and Zhao Chun were in disbelief. At that moment, news from the Bayin Group came in. 3,000 interstellar transport ships and nearly 2 million crew members, en route to the angel race, were ambushed and completely wiped out by the Holy Judgment Fleet during cargo handover. The Stargate within the angel race territory was also attacked by the Judgment Blade Fleet, with all 300 stationed starships destroyed and the gate lost. Blow after blow struck like a bolt from the blue. Zhao Chun clenched his fists, seething with anger. He decisively ordered, all Xiaolong legions are to withdraw from combat, and all starships within the Mecha God cult system are to evacuate. He also commanded Charlotte to assemble all combat-ready starships and strategic resources in the shortest time possible. Through gritted teeth, Zhao Chun declared, "We're going to tear that angel bitch apart. Flagship of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. You bastard." Wells, the king of war angels, burst into Tilia's bridge, his voice echoing in the confined space. "Renee, that traitorous bitch, she betrayed us." Wells looked a mess, veins bulging on his forehead, his body covered in wounds from their escape, and his once pristine feathers now in disarray. His eyes blazed with fury, and each step he took seemed to threaten the metal floor beneath him. Seeing the scene, Tilia, who was commanding the battlefield, quickly handed over her duties to her deputy and walked briskly toward Wells. With a slight raise of her hand, a comfortable chair materialized behind him. "My lord," Tilia's voice was calm and resolute. "The fact is done. No matter how angry we are, we can't change it. Our priority now is to minimize our losses and plan our next move carefully." Wells spun around, his eyes burning as he glared at Tilia. "Plan our next move? Haven't you heard? Renee destroyed my War Angel Star domain. It was our largest starship manufacturing base, the pride of my lineage." His voice trembled with rage. "She even collaborated with the demons to ambush my fleet, causing devastating losses. If it weren't for your timely support, I'd already be dead by her hand." Taking a deep breath, Wells seemed to struggle to control his emotions. "Tilia, get me a starship. I want to kill that traitor Renee myself." Tilia looked at the distraught king of war angels, understanding that he might actually go on a lone mission for revenge. As she pondered how to dissuade him, a holographic projection suddenly appeared on the bridge. It was the king of pure angels. "My lord," Tilia immediately bowed respectfully. The king of pure angels glanced at Wells. "Wells, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Wells sneered. "Fine enough to tear Renee apart with my own hands." The king of pure angels sighed heavily. "I understand the situation. Renee's betrayal has cost us over 500,000 starships on the front lines, with another 500,000 trapped. Only 300,000 managed to retreat. Your War Angel Star domain has suffered significant losses." She paused, her voice becoming firm. "But we haven't lost yet. Our immediate task is to regroup our fleets, salvage what we can, and suppress any internal rebellions. As for Renee's betrayal, we will remember it." The words of the king of pure angels were like a calming balm, seemingly possessing a magical ability to soothe. Wells let out a long sigh and finally sank into the chair. "Is there any water?" he asked. Tilia quickly arranged for a robot to bring him a glass of water. Wells drank it in one gulp and set the glass down heavily. His emotions finally stabilized, but his eyes remained dark. Renee's plan was meticulous, almost immobilizing all our fleets. We've had multiple attacks within our territories, making it impossible to mobilize forces quickly. The counteroffensive fleet we barely managed to gather has now lost nearly half. She's a venomous snake, striking us hard whenever she gets the chance," Wells said through gritted teeth. "In terms of cunning, she's the smartest of the 3 Angel Kings. She managed our intelligence system, which explains why we were caught off guard." At that moment, Tilia's communication terminal suddenly beeped. She glanced at it, and then looked up at the 2 Angel Kings. "It's a private communication from the Dragon Lord. He's aware of our situation and will lead his forces to support us, asking us to coordinate with his actions." Moreover, she hesitated. He says that the internal matters of the angelic race can be overlooked, but those under the Judgment Angel King who attacked the Dragon Legion's transport ships and stargates must pay the price. If you don't agree, the Dragon Legion will declare war on the entire angelic race. He demands an answer within 30 minutes. Tilia finished, her expression turning peculiar as she looked back and forth between the two angel kings. Why is he so furious? The King of War Angels asked in surprise. The King of Pure Angels explained helplessly, you might not know, but a stargate of the Dragon Legion within our territory was destroyed, and the station fleet was wiped out. Additionally, a transport fleet of 3,000 ships and 2 million crew members, trading with us, was attacked, resulting in total casualties. The Dragon Legion values life greatly, which is likely why he's so enraged. The Mechanicum Galaxy plunged into chaos as the Xiaolong Legion suddenly retreated, allowing the Demon Legion fleet to advance unimpeded. However, the lingering pressure from their previous fierce battle with the Xiaolong Legion made several Demon Legions wary of another potential trick. They decided to wait for the arrival of the Demon King's elite guard before proceeding. 3 holographic figures appeared on the bridge of the Demon King's flagship. The Marshals of the Black Angels Legion, the Wrath Legion, and the Demon Knights Legion. They knelt on one knee, looking up at the Demon King seated on his throne, awaiting orders. The Demon King coldly scanned the 3 marshals, his gaze lingering on an empty spot beside them, seemingly reminiscing about the fallen Northern King, Agalos, and the Hell-Baron 3 marshals lost in the recent battle, with one being particularly significant. Suppressing his emotions, the Demon King asked icily, "What? You all don't dare to go in?" The Demon Knight Marshal lowered his head and explained, "Your Majesty, we learned that your fleet would arrive within 5 hours. Considering the losses in this battle and the cunning of the Xiaolong Legion, we decided to wait for your arrival. Once our forces are united, we will not fear their tricks." The Demon King snorted and commanded, "Attack!" Immediately, hundreds of thousands of demon starships began advancing towards the Mechanicum Galaxy. Upon entering the galaxy, they quickly encountered the scattered remnants of Mechanicum starships. The Demon Knight Marshal reported to the Demon King, "Ahead is the core area of the Mechanicum Galaxy, but we haven't found any Xiaolong starships." The Demon King questioned, "None? Weren't you watching all along?" The Demon Knight Marshal explained, "We have been monitoring and sent out reconnaissance ships and drones. However, upon entering this area, they were quickly detected and destroyed, unable to capture images of the core area. Nevertheless, our radar detected numerous energy signatures from starships in this region." The Demon King, enraged, shouted, "Then why can't I see a single Xiaolong starship now?" Facing the Demon King's wrath, the Demon Knight Marshal was speechless. The Black Angel Marshal suggested, "Your Majesty, this might be a strategy by the Xiaolong Legion. I recommend sending a portion of our fleet to scout the area first to ensure safety before proceeding." The Demon King agreed to this suggestion. Hundreds of demon starships formed a reconnaissance team and delved deeper. Soon, the truth was revealed. The scouts found that the energy signals came from barely operational Mechanicum shipwrecks and heavily damaged, abandoned Xiaolong starships. On some satellites, they discovered disguised signal transmitters, creating the illusion of a large Xiaolong fleet presence. The Demon King coldly glanced at the 3 demon marshals. "So, this is what you thought were Xiaolong starships?" The marshals remained silent. Suddenly, a ground soldier on a reconnaissance mission exclaimed, "Something's wrong. We detected what seems to be an explosion." His words were cut off by a loud blast, followed by silence. Other reconnaissance units faced similar fates. Everyone witnessed continuous massive fireballs erupting in the core area of the Mechanicum, resembling the apocalypse for the galaxy. The Demon King watched expressionlessly, but those who knew him understood that this was when he was most terrifying. Half an hour later, the explosions ceased, but a thick cloud of dust still shrouded the area. The Demon King spoke slowly. "That was quite a spectacle." The 3 marshals shivered in fear. The Demon King snorted, "So many Xiaolong starships disappeared right under your noses, and you didn't even realize it. You just waited outside like fools." With that, he terminated the holographic communication with the marshals. The Demon King slammed his fist onto the armrest of his throne, causing a crack to form. Though he didn't care about the Mechanicum's fate, its industrial facilities were crucial in the ongoing cosmic war. Watching these precious resources get destroyed fueled his anger. He ordered, "Send people in to see what can be salvaged. Fix whatever you can." Meanwhile, a hidden T4 Banshee-class light starship completed its surveillance mission, transmitting the footage back to the Longhuang before slipping away unnoticed. Zhao Chen watched the fireworks show with a pang of regret. These resources would have greatly benefited the Xiaolong Legion. However, with the Demon King personally entering the fray and the situation on the Angel battlefield shifting, holding this position would cost the Xiaolong Legion dearly. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Chen decided to abandon it. But he resolved that if he couldn't have it, no one else would either. Turning to Charlotte beside him, Zhao Chun looked over the regrouped Xiaolong starships and nearly all deployable T4 Huigang-class warp ships. They were all waiting for a command. Zhao Chun said, "Now, it's time to attend to our own matters." Charlotte stood beside Zhao Chun, her fingers lightly tapping the air. A data panel glowing with blue light materialized out of thin air. With a grave expression, she reported to Zhao Chun, "After numerous battles, we have 20,000 starships left. Out of those, only about 10,000 maintain over 70% combat efficiency." She swiped her fingers across the panel and continued, "I've calculated that our current supplies can support these 10,000 ships for just 10 days of high-intensity combat. Beyond that, we'll need to strictly control consumption, or we'll face a supply shortfall." Zhao Qin's brow furrowed. He knew the Xiaolong Legion was notorious for its high consumption, requiring vast amounts of supplies before each battle. Yet they were never enough. This issue had always weighed heavily on his mind. "Is 10,000 enough?" Zhao Qin asked, his tone tinged with concern. Charlotte nodded slightly. "According to our pre-planned strategy, 10,000 ships over 10 days should be sufficient to achieve our objectives." She quickly operated the panel and continued, "I've reorganized these 10,000 ships into 3 combat corps, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Corps. Additionally, there are 2 special operations fleets and the Xiaolong Guard fleet. The remaining ships will withdraw and end this mission." Zhao Qin agreed to this arrangement, but Charlotte raised another thorny issue. "Our available T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships are only enough to transport these 10,000 ships to the Angel territory. After that, we won't have any jump ships available in the short term." She looked at Zhao Qin seriously, implying the inherent risk. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qin firmly said, "Every endeavor carries risks, but some things must be done. Proceed with your plan. Some actions demand a price." "Understood." Charlotte responded, and immediately began executing the plan with Lilith. The Dragon Emperor's AI, Xiaolong Nu, assisted them. Soon, the 3 hastily organized mixed fleet corps were ready. As the T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships glowed, waves of Xiaolong starships vanished into the vast cosmos. The starfield, once densely packed with 10,000 ships, became empty in an instant. Only a few stealth reconnaissance ships entered cloaked mode, continuing their monitoring tasks. In the starry expanse, a burning star gate stood out like a torch in the darkness, surrounded by the wreckage of numerous ships. Further away, more debris floated, clearly showing 2 distinct types of ships, Xiaolong and Angel. Not far away, a fleet of Angel ships with rare black paint stood in the dark cosmos, starkly contrasting with the usual white-painted Angel ships. Suddenly, rings of light appeared in the nearby starfield. 13,000 Xiaolong starships emerged, including 10,000 combat ships and 3,000 support ships, such as industrial and transport ships. "The first fleet of the 3rd Mixed Xiaolong Corps has completed the space jump," the secretary reported to Commander Shenbing. Shenbing, the current commander of the 3rd Mixed Xiaolong Corps, had a crucial mission: to eliminate the Angel rebel forces that attacked the Xiaolong Stargate and to repair or rebuild the gate, restoring the connection with the Xiaolong Galactic Group. Although there were usable stargates within the mechanical territory, they were far away. Rebuilding this gate would save significant time, which was critical in the current war situation. Report: radar has detected hostile targets. Confirmed as the Judgment Blade Corps under the command of the Angel King's Judgment Angel. Approximately 10,000 starships, the secretary reported again. Shenbing's eyes sharpened. She was well aware of the destruction of the Xiaolong Stargate, the complete annihilation of the defending fleet, and the attack on the Beiyin Group's transport fleet. This was a blatant provocation against Xiaolong. "Judgment Blade," Shenbing murmured coldly, her eyes scanning the data on the panel. This elite guard corps, though small in size, possessed formidable combat power. The fact that the Judgment Angel King deployed them here showed the importance placed on this Stargate. "Destroying our Stargate, today your fleet will pay the price." Shenbing decisively ordered the entire fleet to prepare for battle. To reclaim the Stargate, they first had to eliminate the Judgment Blade Corps. The Judgment Blade Corps was also ready for combat. The moment the Xiaolong starships appeared, they knew a fierce battle was inevitable. The front lines between the angelic and demonic races have stretched across several star systems, with no fewer than 100 battlegrounds of varying scales. From skirmishes involving a few thousand starships to massive battles with tens of thousands, the flames of war have spread throughout the star regions. The demonic race has taken the offensive, relentlessly pursuing and encircling the angelic fleets. The angelic ships, on the other hand, have been ordered to retreat and break through, as the Judgment Angel King and her legion have betrayed them. The fleets of the Sacred Angel King and the War Angel King are making a desperate retreat, facing significant challenges. The Judgment Angel King had prearranged for her legion to backstab their former comrades, blocking their retreat paths and coordinating with the demonic ships to form a tight encirclement. Their objective is to annihilate as many angelic forces as possible. Currently, there are still 1.2 million angelic starships trapped within the encirclement. The fleets that have already retreated haven't gone far, seemingly preparing to rescue their trapped comrades. On the bridge of the Judgment Angel King's flagship, a masked angel stood respectfully before her. The Judgment Angel King was shrouded in black veils, with one side of her wings also turned black, giving her an eerie appearance, like a specter drifting between light and shadow. They naturally want to rescue more ships. The Judgment Angel King's voice was laced with mockery. The industrial facilities in the War Angel Star region have been almost entirely destroyed by us. It will take at least 3 to 5 years to repair them. During this period, their starship production capacity will drop by at least 70%. This means that the ships they have now are their last cards. They lose one, they have one less. She continued, if it weren't for the Demon King pulling too many demon legions away, I could have devoured the sacred and war angel fleets here. Suddenly, the equipment on the bridge began to short-circuit and glitch. What's happening? The Judgment Angel King asked in surprise. My lady, our communication network and starship systems are being hacked. Communications with nearby fleets have been forcibly cut off, reported a subordinate urgently. Outside the portholes, nearby ships were suddenly bombarded, with some attacks even hitting the flagship's shields. The expression beneath the Judgment Angel King's veil must have been grim. Who is attacking us? She asked darkly. A subordinate quickly reported, a fleet has appeared on the flank, suspected to be the Xiaolong Legion's T4 Shadow Demons and T3 Phantom Stealth Bombers, along with T4 Banshee-class light stealth recon ships. They might be the ones attacking our communication network. The Xiaolong Legion? How are they here? Weren't they supposed to be fighting the Demon Legions? The Judgment Angel King was shocked and immediately ordered, contact the Demon King and inquire about the situation over there. My lady, communications are blocked. We can't make contact, the subordinate responded helplessly. The Judgment Angel King paused briefly, seemingly just remembering the communication blackout. She forced herself to remain calm. The enemy is only using stealth bombers, which pose a limited threat. Respond normally. Don't forget, there are other legions and a large number of demon fleets nearby. Once they sense the commotion, they will come to support us. Time ticked by, and the Xiaolong Legion stealth bombers did not launch a full assault, but continued to harass, seemingly to aid the T4 Banshee-class recon ships in disrupting communications. Although they hadn't caused significant damage, the situation was extremely frustrating, especially for the Judgment Angel King, who was used to controlling the battlefield, feeling as if her hands were tied. What's going on? Why haven't the nearby legions arrived for support? The Judgment Angel King frowned and questioned. Her subordinates looked at each other, unsure of what to do. At this moment, a subordinate played a video. Report, this is footage from our deep space telescope showing the surrounding situation. The footage revealed that Xiaolong starships had appeared in nearby battlefields, rescuing trapped angelic fleets and even preparing a counterattack. How many ships has the Xiaolong Legion brought? If it's only a few thousand, they can't possibly break our offensive. The Judgment Angel King was furious. Damn it. What is going on with the Demon King over there? How could such a major problem arise now? She made a decisive decision. We can't wait any longer. Prepare to break through, no matter the cost, and re-establish contact with the outside. Immediately, the Judgment Angel King's Elite and Sea Judgment Legion began to break through the entanglement of Xiaolong starships. Despite being at a disadvantage in the communication network battle, they managed to pull away and re-establish contact with the outside world. This elite fleet, though only consisting of 3,000 starships, was comprised entirely of T4 level ships, with a few T5 ships. However, under the harassment of the stealth bombers, it still took them several hours to break through and learn about the outside situation. In those few short hours, the entire battlefield had undergone a dramatic change. The Judgment Blade Legion, tasked with destroying the Xiaolong Stargate, engaged in fierce combat with the arriving Xiaolong Legion. The battle was brutal, and the Judgment Blade Legion was ultimately annihilated. The final battlefield reports indicated that, despite equal numbers of warships on both sides, the Xiaolong Legion achieved victory with only around 40 casualties. Meanwhile, the 9th and 10th fleets of the Dark Angel Legion encountered a similarly sized Xiaolong Legion fleet while attacking the interstellar transport fleet of the Bayan Group, a subsidiary of the Xiaolong Galactic Corporation. After intense fighting, all 6,000 interstellar warships of the Dark Angel Legion were destroyed. The battlefield situation rapidly deteriorated. Various interstellar fleets of the Dark Angel Legion faced precise strikes from the Xiaolong Legion. Out of 10 fleets, 4 were completely wiped out, 3 were heavily damaged, and the remaining 3 were struggling to hold on. The Avenging Angels, Wise Angels, and Holy Judgment Angels also faced aggressive retaliatory attacks from the Xiaolong Legion. Upon learning of this situation, the Queen of Judgment Angels felt immense pressure. Among the 3 Angel Kings, her military power was the weakest. The angel race's military strength was divided into 4 parts. Each Angel King controlled one part, and 3 neutral legions handled homeland security and protection tasks. The King of War Angels had the strongest military, with 8 legions and nearly 2 million interstellar warships at its peak. The King of Holy Angels followed with 6 legions and nearly 800,000 warships. Although the Queen of Judgment Angels also had 6 legions, her fleet numbered less than 300,000 ships, primarily responsible for behind the scenes operations. Besides targeting the Queen of Judgment Angels, the Xiaolong Legion also launched an offensive against the Demon Legion while assisting besieged angel warships. In some battlefields, the situation even reversed. On the largest battlefield, over 300,000 warships and the flagship of the highest commander of the Ghoul Legion were now surrounded by a coordinated attack from the Xiaolong Legion and angel fleets. Within a few hours, the tide of battle had dramatically shifted. The Queen of Judgment Angels cursed under her breath and immediately ordered contact with the Demon King. Given the rapid deterioration of the situation, new forces were needed to regain control, and the only available option was the Demon Legion's fleet. This time, without interference from the Xiaolong Legion's T4 Banshee-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, contact with the Demon King was quickly established. The Queen of Judgment Angels, in a harsh tone, demanded, "What's happening on your end? Why is the Xiaolong Legion here?" A moment of silence followed before a cold voice responded, "Are you questioning me?" Sensing the Demon King's displeasure, the Queen took a deep breath to calm herself and replied as evenly as possible, "The Xiaolong Legion is heavily present on our battlefields. Both my fleet and your Demon Legion are under significant threat. For instance, the Ghoul Legion is currently surrounded by the enemy, and the situation is dire." The Demon King coldly replied, "So, they've gone to your side. I've already invaded the mechanic cult star system but haven't found any trace of the Xiaolong Legion's fleet. It seems they're using the T4 Radiance-class interstellar jump ships to launch a surprise attack on your side. I didn't expect that they would abandon this place." The Queen of Judgment Angels interrupted, "This is not the time to think about that. We need to plan our next moves. My situation is critical, and I need new fleet reinforcements to support us, or we will lose control here." "Demon King, you should understand what I mean." Slowly, the Demon King responded, "I understand. I will issue orders immediately to send several Demon Legions to your battlefield. You can expect between 500,000 to 800,000 interstellar warships in support. However, there might be some delay. The earliest they can arrive is in 48 hours. You need to hold out until our reinforcements get there." Hearing this time frame, the Queen's heart sank. Facing an opponent as ferocious as the Xiaolong Legion, the situation in 48 hours was unpredictable. She could only respond, "I will do my best to hold out. But please expedite your support to minimize our losses." The Demon King curtly acknowledged before cutting off communication. The Queen of Judgment Angels stared at the silent communication terminal, a cold glint flashing in her eyes beneath her veil. She immediately began issuing new operational orders, including to the Demon Legions. This was a right granted to her by the Demon King. Over the next 48 hours, she had to minimize her fleet's losses and hold out until reinforcements arrived, then launch a counterattack. The high-level meeting between the Dragonhawk and the angelic factions was being conducted in a virtual holographic conference room. Sitting beside Zhao Qian were Charlotte and Lilith, while across from them were the 3 angelic representatives, the Holy Angel King, the War Angel King, and the Angel Tilia. Tilia, known for her strong relationship with the Dragonhawk Lord, played a crucial role in facilitating this meeting. Zhao Qian's gaze was fixed firmly on the 2 Angel Kings as he spoke with a resolute tone, "Gentlemen, I need a clear understanding of your resources. Without this information, it will be challenging for me to assist you given the current situation." At this moment, Zhao Qian's demeanor towards the 2 Angel Kings was markedly different from before. Their slightly tense expressions indicated that Zhao Qian was now the one in control of the meeting. Reflecting on their previous encounters, the shift in status between Zhao Qian and the Angelic High Command was evident. During their first meeting, Zhao Qian negotiated with the 3 exalted Angel Kings in the Grand Hall of Sacred Mountain. The second time, they conversed as equals at the conference table in the Sacred Hall. By the third meeting, the Holy Angel King personally greeted Zhao Qian on the steps of Sacred Mountain, with the other 2 Angel Kings showing him due respect. In just over a year, their positions had dramatically reversed. The Holy Angel King and the War Angel King exchanged a knowing glance. They had already discussed in secret that dealing with this business-minded lord would require some concessions, whether material or informational. Compared to what they had anticipated, Zhao Qian's current requests seemed minor. The War Angel King was the first to speak, providing a detailed overview of their military strength. "At present, the angelic fleets under the control of myself and the Holy Angel King number 1 million starships. This does not include the 400,000 starships of the neutral angelic fleets. Additionally, the Judicator's forces, who betrayed us, command nearly 300,000 starships." Zhao Qian pressed on, "Are you unable to control the neutral angelic fleets?" The Holy Angel King explained the situation of the neutral factions. The Guardian Angel Corps can only be negotiated with. They will not take sides lightly but will defend against any attacks on their territory. The Order Angel Corps oversees governance in various regions and does not engage in frontline battles. The Healing Angel Corps handles logistics, medical support, and transportation, and also does not participate in direct combat. The War Angel King added, these neutral corps are primarily controlled by various angelic families. Out of the 1 million starships under our command, 500,000 are besieged due to the Judicator's betrayal, 300,000 are seeking rescue opportunities in the vicinity, and the remaining 200,000 are our trump cards, with some already redeployed to the War Angel Star region. A flash of resentment crossed his eyes as he mentioned their stronghold's betrayal. Zhao Qin nodded, signaling Charlotte to speak. Charlotte stated seriously, we have brought 10,000 Dragonhawk starships to support you, but we need more authority. During the war, we require unrestricted access to all angelic stargates, starports, and military fortresses, with priority usage if necessary. Additionally, both Commander Zhao Qian and I should have the same command authority on the battlefield as the two Angel Kings. The War Angel King frowned, clearly displeased with these demands. Lilith interjected at the right moment, her tone gentle yet firm. These demands may seem stringent, but we are in a time of war. Due to the betrayal of one of your Angel Kings, our original battle plans have been completely compromised. To prevent a similar situation, we must have greater control. We cannot risk the Dragonhawk fleet facing danger or betrayal by allies. She paused briefly before continuing. The angelic faction is our ally, and we will not stand by while you are in peril. We have dispatched an elite fleet from afar, already helping a third of the besieged angelic starships escape danger, and even turning the tables on the Ghoul Legion. Our efforts should be evident to you. If you wish to save the angelic faction, this is your only chance. Zhao Chun took over, his gaze steady on the two Angel Kings. You have seen our sincerity. We provided support on the battlefield before this meeting because I trust my allies to make the right choice. Right? Zhao Qin smiled at the two Angel Kings. While it appeared he was offering them a choice, in reality, they had none. Ultimately, the two Angel Kings unconditionally agreed to Zhao Qin's demands. Charlotte, representing the Dragoon Lord, promptly issued new combat orders to the Angel fleets. These orders were presented to the Angel Kings, and the War Angel King, upon a quick glance, couldn't help but gasp at the Dragoon Corps' audacious tactics. Nevertheless, he chose to go ahead with them, perhaps secretly agreeing with their aggressive strategy. In the ensuing battle, the seamless coordination between the Dragoon Corps and the Angel fleets made the Judgment Angel King acutely aware that the upcoming 48 hours would be unusually prolonged. Especially when halfway through, news arrived that the Ghoul Corps had lost nearly 80% of their forces, and the flagship of their highest marshal had been destroyed by the Dragoon Guard fleet. The Judgment Angel King had to acknowledge the terrifying power of the Dragoon Corps. Sensing the danger of her situation, she noticed several Dragoon fleets quietly approaching her Grace Judgment Corps. Decisively, she ordered her fleet to retreat to a safe location. Following this, the Dark Angel Corps became the primary target of the Dragoon Corps, with over 90% of their starships being destroyed, rendering the Corps effectively defunct. The tide of the battle turned swiftly. By the 30th hour, almost all the previously encircled Angel starships had broken free and began methodically counterattacking the Demon fleets. By the 40th hour, an even more shocking development occurred. The Crocodile Demon Corps fleet was surrounded by the Dragoon Corps and the Angel fleets, and their situation became perilous. The Crocodile Demon Marshal sent out an urgent distress signal. The Judgment Angel King saw the message, but was unable to assist. The frenzied counterattack from the Dragoon and Angel fleets left her overwhelmed, and she feared it might be another trap set by the Dragoon Corps. She could only send back some comforting words, promising to find a way to help and encouraging them to hold out until the Demon King's reinforcements arrived. However, verbal support proved futile. Just as the Demon King's reinforcements were about to arrive, the main fleet of the Crocodile Demon Corps, including the Marshal's flagship, was completely destroyed by the Dragoon Guard fleet. Notably, the flagship was shattered by the legendary T-5 Hades starship's bow cannon. By this point, the Demon Corps had suffered such heavy losses that they were effectively annihilated. In less than 48 hours, the addition of just 10,000 Dragoon starships had dramatically altered the course of the battle. Report, the Dragoon Corps fleet and the Angel fleet are retreating on all fronts. A subordinate hurriedly informed the Judgment Angel King. During their retreat, they even abandoned some severely damaged starships, detonating them after evacuating the crew. The Judgment Angel King clenched her fists, staring intently at the star map before her. What are our losses over the past 48 hours? The subordinate hesitated for a moment. The Judgment Angel King demanded sharply, answer me. The subordinate lowered his head and replied, over the past 48 hours, both we and the demon forces have suffered unprecedented losses. We have lost at least 150,000 starships. The Blade of Judgment Corps and the Dark Angel Corps have lost contact. The Avenger Angel Corps has lost half of its fleet, the Holy Judgment Corps over 40%, our Grace Judgment Corps 30%, and the Seraphim Corps has lost 50,000 starships. 2 core fleets have been annihilated, with total losses nearing 150,000 starships. Even with the Judgment Angel King's mental fortitude, hearing this news made her feel dizzy. After regaining her composure, she asked, "What about the demons?" The demons' losses are even more severe. The Ghoul Corps has lost over 300,000 starships, the Crocodile Demon Corps over 300,000, and other scattered demon corps have lost 200,000. In the past 48 hours, the demons have lost nearly 800,000 starships. Combined with our losses, the total exceeds 1 million starships. This is comparable to half a year's losses in our previous wars. The Dragoon Corps, with only 10,000 starships, achieved 70% of the results. The larger number of Angel starships mostly played a supporting role. Dragoon, 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 the Judgment Angel King muttered. Suddenly, a mist of blood appeared on her black veil. "My lord." The subordinate looked at his Angel King in panic. "I'm fine." The Judgment Angel King collapsed into her captain's chair, taking a long time to calm down. "Where are the Demon King's reinforcements now?" "They've crossed the nearest Stargate. The vanguard will reach the front line in half an hour." "My lord, should we intercept them?" The Judgment Angel King watched the markers representing the Dragoon Corps and Angel fleets slowly retreating on the star map. Interception was indeed an option, but it carried significant risk. No one knew if the Dragoon and Angel fleets had left any traps. If they had, it would further increase their losses. "How many deployable demon fleets remain on the front line?" she inquired. "We still have the Balam Corps, the Amon Corps, and the Serpent King Corps, totaling at least 600,000 starships. However, due to the high-intensity combat over this period, it's uncertain how effective these demon starships will be in battle." The Judgment Angel King frowned and sighed. "Can we restore our intelligence network within the Angel ranks?" "No." The enemy deployed a large number of T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance starships within Angel territory over the past 48 hours, almost completely dismantling our intelligence network. The remaining elements have gone silent and cannot provide any useful information. It was undeniable that the Dragoon Corps had accomplished a great deal in 48 hours. Not only had they strategically positioned themselves on the front lines, but they had also cleared out internal threats within the Angel ranks. The Dragoon Lord was indeed a formidable man. Leave this problem to the Demon King. If his Demon Corps had better combat capabilities and had managed to tie down the Dragoon Corps' main fleet, we wouldn't be in this situation, the Judgment Angel King complained. The Demon King ordered the remaining capable Demon fleet to delay the retreating Angel and Xiaolong armies, buying time for reinforcements to arrive. However, the execution of the plan was far from smooth. The demon fleets assigned to harass the enemy had been shaken by the Xiaolong army's combat tactics during the previous 48-hour battle. Although they followed the Demon King's orders to pursue, their actions were extremely cautious. They would halt their chase at the slightest movement from the Xiaolong and Angel armies. This hesitant attitude was akin to beaten dogs testing the waters at the edge of death, resulting in a highly ineffective pursuit. By the time the Demon King's reinforcements arrived, the pursuing demon fleet had almost reached the original Angel army's front lines. This presented the Demon King with a new dilemma: to continue the fight or to retreat. Continuing the battle would turn it into a siege. Many of the Angel and Xiaolong armies had retreated to defensive positions within the Angel territory, holding a strong defensive advantage. In contrast, the Demon King's forces, aside from the newly arrived reinforcements, were in a poor state and low on morale. The Demon King sat on his throne, deep in thought. The holographic image of the Serpent King's fleet marshal broke the silence first. "Your Majesty, though our troops are willing to fight, the fleet is in terrible condition. Even if we win, the casualties will be severe." Although not explicitly stated, the implication to avoid battle was clear. The Wrath Legion's marshal followed. "The Xiaolong army is exceptionally cunning and unpredictable. We are currently at a disadvantage. It would be wise to regroup and plan carefully." The Black Heaven Legion's marshal immediately agreed. These two were the most trusted marshals after the fallen King of the North, commanding elite troops. However, they had also experienced the strength of the Xiaolong army firsthand, making them particularly cautious. The Demon King took a deep breath, his sharp gaze sweeping over the remaining demon marshals. Their numbers had halved since before the battle. The Red Demon Legion, Ghoul Legion, Demon Crocodile Legion, Agaros Legion, Hell Baron Legion, and the Northern King's Legion were all lost. The remaining 6 demon legions had also suffered heavy casualties. Even a victory would be a Pyrrhic one, something the Demon King did not desire. The Demon King ordered, "Choose suitable locations in these star systems and establish frontline camps. Command all production bases to accelerate and boost armaments. I want more starships. Allocate all resources to production, and replenish the losses of the demon legions as quickly as possible." The marshals responded in unison. The Demon King then left the bridge and returned to the captain's quarters. He found a figure in a black cloak sitting on the sofa. The figure spoke in a mechanical voice. "Your Majesty, you have arrived." The Demon King narrowed his eyes at the cloaked figure. You're still alive? I heard you were captured by the Xiaolong army at the Mechanicum's holy site. Did the Xiaolong Lord release you? The cloaked figure responded. We are fragments of a great being's will in this universe. We are one in many. That comrade sacrificed his body for the great being's divine cause, and his will has returned to the great being. I sincerely congratulate him. A hint of disdain flashed in the Demon King's eyes as he coldly said, Speak. What do you want from me? Your Majesty needs our help, the cloaked figure said bluntly. The Demon King scoffed. You lost your own holy site. What help can you offer me? Do you think we only had that one base? The cloaked figure retorted, then began to float. The Demon King raised his hand in a grasping motion, emitting a dark aura. So, you, or your organization has been deceiving me all along? Despite the imminent threat of death, the cloaked figure remained calm. Your Majesty, we are partners. You have your secrets and we have ours. The Demon King flung the cloaked figure against the wall, creating a large dent. The cloak fell, revealing a mechanical body with multiple dents and deformations. The robot staggered to its feet. Your Majesty, please calm down. Any other carbon-based life form would not have stood up again. Speak. What kind of cooperation do you propose this time? The Demon King coldly stared at the robot. The robot's head twitched, sparks flying, clearly damaged by the impact. It said, we can provide 5T5-level industrial construction bases equipped with fully automated production systems. With raw materials, they can produce any technologically advanced starship. With these, Your Majesty's army can be rebuilt in the shortest time. After all, you lack no raw materials. The Demon King snorted, understanding the dual meaning of raw materials. What do you want me to do? The robot explained, these bases have a timed program. You have 1 year of access. However, within that year, you must invade the Mechanicum's capital and destroy its largest building. Otherwise, the 5 bases will cease operation. The Mechanicum? You want me to wage war against the Mechanicum? The Demon King frowned. You should know how powerful they are. I can't defeat them now, especially not with that damned Xiaolong. Rest assured, the Mechanicum is currently at its weakest. The robot's mouth twitched, attempting a smile that looked unsettling. Fine, I agree. The Demon King finally conceded. May Your Majesty's war efforts be victorious. The robot raised its hand, displaying 5 sets of star maps, before being engulfed in black flames and vanishing instantly. The Demon King stared at the spot where the robot disappeared and at the 5 star maps, his eyes gleaming with madness. To conquer this universe, even a deal with the most malevolent beings was worth it. Did he agree? In an interstellar courtyard, a massive transparent dome covered an artificial grassland, creating a serene oasis. The Angel of Judgment sat on a chair, a steaming drink placed before her. Opposite her stood a figure cloaked in black, unmoving. He had no reason to refuse. A mechanical voice emanated from beneath the cloak. From the moment he accepted our gift, he had no other choice. The Angel of Judgment sneered. But he isn't truly cooperating with us. What does it matter if he is sincere or not? The cloaked figure replied coldly. As long as the great being descends into this universe, does any of that matter? Indeed, the Angel of Judgment's voice turned morbid, her fingers brushing against the veil over her face. If not for this purpose, I'd abandon this filthy body right now to merge with the great being. She paused briefly and asked, what should I do next? The cloaked figure's voice grew serious. Continue assisting the Demon King in destroying the mechs. I didn't expect that guy to be so determined, even forming a partnership with that Xiaolong, repeatedly thwarting our plans. The cloaked figure's tone suddenly became agitated. But this time, no mistakes are allowed. We've waited too long. Our centuries of preparation are all for this moment. The descent of the great being cannot tolerate any errors. The Angel of Judgment nodded solemnly. I understand. To see the great being again, I am willing to sacrifice everything in this universe. Scene change. Zhao Chen lay on the massage bed in the captain's quarters, enjoying the massage from a robot while reviewing the recently completed annual mission. Annual mission. Eliminate 6 demon marshals and their respective demon armies. Mission reward. Annual gift pack. The shorter the completion time, the greater the reward. Mission completion. 1. Red Demon Marshal and Red Demon Army destroyed. 2. Northern King Marshal and Northern King Army destroyed. 3. Hell Baron Marshal and Hell Baron Army destroyed. 4. Agalos Marshal and Agalos Army destroyed. 5. Ghoul Marshal and Ghoul Army destroyed. 6. Demon Crocodile Marshal and Demon Crocodile Army destroyed. Mission completed in 11 months, 27 days, 3 hours, and 27 minutes. Zhao Chen recalled the mission's events. He had abandoned the mech sect star system and ventured to the battlefield between the angels and demons. Partly for revenge and partly to complete the annual mission, he specifically targeted the long battling, heavily damaged ghoul and demon crocodile armies. With the Angel Fleet's assistance, he easily annihilated them, completing the mission just before the deadline. Just in the nick of time, Zhao Qin muttered to himself, "I wonder what the reward will be." With a thought, he clicked to claim the reward. Instantly, the blurry silhouettes of 10 interstellar warships appeared before him. Although their outlines were unclear, he could roughly distinguish familiar types like missile ships, gunships, and battleships. However, some had unique shapes Zhao Qin couldn't identify. A notification popped up. You have a chance to draw the flagship class T6 interstellar warship blueprint. Would you like to start drawing the flagship? Zhao Qin's heart raced. This reminded him of the Hades and Dragon Emperor ships. It seemed this was another unique warship that could only be built once, and it was T6 level. This meant Zhao Qin would possess a high-level warship that no other civilization in the universe had. He began contemplating which type of combat interstellar warship would suit him best. As the draw started, the silhouettes began to spin and then disappear one by one. Gunship, missile ship, battleship, destroyer, cruiser, battlecruiser, and frigate all vanished. Zhao Qin's expression grew tense. The remaining 3 didn't seem to be combat types, and he worried he might end up with a T6 support ship. Finally, only one silhouette remained. It began to clear up, revealing a uniquely shaped interstellar worshipper rather, a flying structure that looked more like a gate. Seriously, it's a gate. Zhao Qin couldn't help but exclaim. The system notification followed. Congratulations! You've obtained the T6 Nanchaman class starship blueprint and Nanchaman core module. Nanchaman class starship. Class, flagship. Tech level, T6. Star shield energy, 3 billion units. Cruising speed, 3,000 knots. Warp drive, level 9 warp drive. Length, 36.8 kilometers. Mass, 6,888,000 tons. Crew, 50,000. Weapons, none. Special features. Special equipment. Spatial warp engine capable of spatial warping. Nanchaman strategic mode. Zhao Qin carefully studied this unique starship. It had no weapon modules, not even defensive ones, but its value was immeasurable. Its core function. Establishing a bidirectional stargate within a certain range that could persist unless the Nanchaman class starship was destroyed. This simple capability was incredibly valuable in combat. It required no beacon, no preparation, just input coordinates. This was essentially a super-modified version of the T4 Huigang class starship. It meant that whenever the Xiaolong Legion needed, Zhao Qin could connect any 2 locations. For example, linking the front line with the Xiaolong base, allowing newly produced starships to be immediately deployed to the front. Thus, the mobility and combat capability of the Xiaolong Legion fleet would be greatly enhanced. Zhao Qin began to ponder the strategic applications of this special starship, envisioning the unprecedented advantages it would bring to the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Qin gazed at the hologram of the Nanchaman starship, a mix of admiration and regret in his heart. The performance of this T6 class interstellar warship was astounding, but its one flaw was a significant ONITE needed a week to restart after being shut down. However, what truly shocked Zhao Qin was its staggering cost. A single ship priced at 500 trillion star credits. This number made Zhao Qin gasp. He recalled that the annual output of the Xingyao Empire at its peak was only 20 trillion star credits. Even with control over the resources of 3 empires, 500 trillion star credits was an astronomical figure. In times of peace, Zhao Qin might have gradually accumulated resources to build it. But in the current tense situation, investing such a vast amount of resources was clearly impractical. Moreover, constructing a single T5 Galactic-class large industrial base would take at least 10 years. Zhao Qin sighed deeply, once again staring at the hologram of the Nanchaman, as if looking at an unattainable celestial beauty. Wait a little longer, he promised himself. One day, I will have you. Despite his slight disappointment, Zhao Qin knew the strategic value of this warship. Once conditions permitted, he would undoubtedly build one. Putting aside his emotions, Zhao Qin turned his attention to another flashing cursor. The quarterly mission was complete, and rewards were ready to be claimed. This was the last quarterly mission of the year, and it was simple. Destroy 1 million demon starships. This task was complementary to the annual mission, so completing the annual mission naturally fulfilled the quarterly one. With a thought, Zhao Qin claimed the rewards, 3,000 mission points, and the technical blueprint for a T5R class heavy interstellar supply ship. Though not a combat vessel, it was precisely what Zhao Qin needed at the moment. In recent battles, the Xiaolong Legion's impressive victories were due not only to their bravery but also to solid logistic support, with various auxiliary starships playing crucial roles. Zhao Qin continued browsing the mission list and noticed the secrets of the Mechanical Tribe mission. The first and second stages were complete, and now the third stage had begun. Prevent the Demon Tribe from invading the Mechanical Tribe. This task puzzled Zhao Qin. Demon Tribe invading the Mechanical Tribe? It seemed unlikely. The Mechanical Tribe had always been a formidable force in the universe. Even with their strength on the rise, the Demon Tribe, already at war with the Angel Tribe and Xiaolong Legion, was unlikely to declare war on the Mechanical Tribe. But mission systems never erred, indicating the Demon Tribe indeed had the power to threaten the Mechanical Tribe. Zhao Qin pondered, considering it highly improbable unless the Mechanical Tribe had weakened rather than the Demon Tribe growing stronger. Zhao Qin decided to contact the mysterious little girl. He picked up his handheld terminal and sent a communication request. This time, there was no response, which signaled something was amiss. Since he couldn't reach the little girl, he'd have to find a way to contact the high-ranking members of the Mechanical Tribe, though it would take some time. Setting this thought aside for now, Zhao Chun continued enjoying his massage while mentally accessing the system page to review his attributes and resources. After 3 months of accumulation, plus the newly acquired mission points, Zhao Chen's wealth had increased again, allowing him to further expand his collection of T5 series starships. Zhao Chun opened the system store and directly selected a T5 star-class heavy interstellar industrial ship for exchange, consuming 60 million system points and 500 mission points. Despite already owning a T5 Galactic-class large industrial base, he still needed this mobile industrial ship. It would complement the fixed industrial base, enhancing the Xiaolong Legion's industrial foundation and providing more possibilities for future strategic planning. After exchanging for the T5 stellar heavy industrial starship, Zhao Chun continued browsing the store, looking for his next target. His eyes landed on a blueprint for the T5 Phantom-class light stealth reconnaissance starship. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Qin decided to make the purchase. Would you like to spend 1 billion system points and 800 mission points to exchange for the T5 Phantom-class light stealth reconnaissance starship blueprint? The system prompt sounded. Confirm. Zhao Qin answered decisively. The system immediately deducted the corresponding points and mission credits, followed by a congratulatory message. Congratulations, you have obtained the T5 Phantom-class light stealth reconnaissance starship blueprint. Your current system points are 4 billion, and your mission points are 1850. Zhao Qian recalled his previous experiences using the T4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance starship on the battlefield. Although it seemed like an inconspicuous support ship, it played a crucial role in numerous battles. Whether infiltrating the mech cult fleet's network or disrupting communications of the Angel and Demon factions' Judgment Angel King, this type of starship proved its importance. These experiences taught Zhao Qian never to underestimate any starship. Throughout the development of the Xiaolong Legion, he consistently ensured that each type of ship found its place within the Legion. The newly acquired T5 Phantom-class light stealth battlefield multifunctional reconnaissance starship not only had stealth reconnaissance capabilities, but also featured anti-stealth, communications, and jamming functions. It was the epitome of annoying tactics. Next, Zhao Chun turned his attention to another highly anticipated starship, the T5 Nether Wolf King-class medium stealth bomber. Remembering how his sister, Zhao Wanner, had been longing for this ship, Zhao Qin couldn't help but smile. Would you like to spend 1.5 billion system points and 1,000 mission points to exchange for the T5 Nether Wolf King-class medium stealth bomber blueprint? The system asked again. Confirm. Zhao Qin answered without hesitation. As the system prompt sounded, Zhao Qin successfully obtained the powerful stealth bomber blueprint. His system points dropped to 2.5 billion, and his mission points to 850. Compared to the previously deployed T4 Shadow Demon and T3 Phantom Stinger, the T5 Nether Wolf King boasted breakthrough advancements in technology. It could maintain stealth even while attacking, and its interstellar torpedoes and missiles utilized the most advanced concealment technology. The enemy could only guess its location by tracking the missile launch trajectories. Even more impressive, most of the T5 Nether Wolf King's weapons, primarily interstellar torpedoes, were equipped with T4-level stealth technology. This meant the entire process from launch to impact remained hidden, significantly reducing the chance of interception. Zhao Qin glanced at his account balance and realized he could still afford 2 more desired starships. He quickly decided to exchange for the T5 Stellar Kun-class Super Heavy Transport Starship and the T5 Cerberus-class Multifunctional Starfighter Mech blueprints. After completing this series of exchanges, Zhao Qin's system points dropped to 1.3 billion, and his mission points were down to 100. Despite the depleted account, Zhao Qin's face showed a satisfied smile as he looked at the newly acquired powerful weapon blueprints. He believed these new additions would bring a qualitative leap to the Xiaolong Legion, giving them a greater advantage in future battles. Zhao Chun stood in the command center, his eyes scanning the holographic display before him. 2 pieces of T5-level technology rotated slowly in the air. The Star Kun-class Super Heavy Interstellar Transport Ship and the Hellhound-class Interstellar Battle Mech. A slight smile curled on his lips. These technological acquisitions would undoubtedly bolster the power of the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group. The projection of the Star Kun-class transport ship was breathtaking. Not only was it super heavy, but it was also the largest known starship in the universe, surpassing even the 100-kilometer-long T5 Pluto-class dreadnought. Zhao Qin calculated that this behemoth would significantly enhance the group's transport capabilities, especially given the increasing collaborations with the Angel race. The Hellhound-class battle mech showcased remarkable versatility. In the hologram, over a dozen different configurations of the mech flashed in succession. Heavy, medium, and light basic frames, paired with various tactical kits from heavy assault to assassin to fire support, could meet nearly any combat need. Zhao Qin nodded to himself. This customizable design was precisely what he required. However, as he noticed the dwindling mission points, Zhao Chun had to put aside further acquisitions. His gaze swept over the other technologies obtained this time. T5 Ghost-class light, interstellar stealth multifunctional reconnaissance ship, T5 Star-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, T5 R-class heavy interstellar supply ship, T5 Netherwolf King-class medium interstellar stealth bomber, and the T6 Nanchaman-class starship, which could not be built in the short term. As Zhao Chun pondered over these new technologies, he suddenly spoke up. "Stop massaging me with one hand and tickling my foot with your tail." A light laugh came from behind him, Lilith's voice tinged with teasing. "When did you realize I came in?" "From the moment you opened the door," Zhao Chun replied calmly, his sensory acuity now at an astonishing level. Lilith pouted, retracting her tail, and stood beside Zhao Chun. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. "Our commander sure knows how to enjoy himself. While everyone is debriefing from the battle, you're already getting a massage." Zhao Chun couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, the one giving me a massage is a robot. Are you really jealous?" Lilith snorted. "A robot? One that's 5 feet 9 inches, has fair skin, a perfect figure, and is dressed in a bunny outfit?" Zhao Qin glanced at the massage robot standing nearby and suddenly found it hard to explain. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem. I didn't expect the massage robot to look like this. It's all Annie's fault. How could she come up with such a thing? I'll definitely give her a serious reprimand and dock 3 days' pay." Lilith didn't continue teasing and instead summoned several electronic screens. Her expression turned serious. "The Demon Fleet is currently stationed outside the new Angel defensive line and has begun constructing a forward base. They likely won't launch another attack anytime soon. It could be a few months or even years. No one knows for sure." Zhao Qin frowned in thought. While this matched the past standoff pattern between the two races, the existence of system tasks made him wary. "We can't let our guard down. Increase the number of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships monitoring the demons. Report any signs of activity immediately." Lilith nodded and took notes before continuing her report. "Post-battle statistics show that our 10 Xiaolong Corps, 2 special fleets, and the Xiaolong Guard fleet originally had over 310,000 interstellar warships. Due to this battle, we've suffered a total loss rate of 60, losing nearly 180,000 ships. 1/5 of these are beyond repair, either abandoned and destroyed on the battlefield or sent back by logistics for recycling into raw materials." Hearing this number, Zhao Chun felt a weight in his heart. Lilith continued, "We've lost over 3 billion crew members. The rebirth team has received all life signals, but due to the sheer number, it will take at least 3 months to complete the reboot process and restore them to combat readiness. Fortunately, our new recruits can fill the gaps, so we won't face a manpower shortage." Zhao Chen's expression was grave. "Ensure that the recovery of the reborn is thorough. For those unfit for service, make sure their emotions are well managed and that they have suitable positions in secondary roles. They are our heroes. I don't want them to feel like their lives are ruined because of this." Lilith reassured him, "Rest assured. We have all this well arranged, including dedicated funds for their care. We've designated our first 5 habitable planets for these recovering crew members, where they can receive the best rehabilitation. For those with psychological issues unable to return to service, we'll provide counseling and ensure their lives are well taken care of." Zhao Chun nodded in satisfaction, feeling the heavy cost of victory, but also comforted by the thoughtful arrangements for his subordinates. At the end of the last chapter, we were a few hundred words short yesterday. You might want to go back and check that out. Lilith's voice echoed in the command center, her brow furrowing slightly. "For this battle, we invested a total of over 30 trillion star coins in battlefield supplies. If it weren't for those previous military procurement orders that allowed us to stockpile some extra war materials, we would have faced a severe logistical shortage long ago." Zhao Chun sighed deeply upon hearing this. "It's never enough. It never will be. That's always been the Achilles heel of the Xiaolong Legion." He shook his head. "But there's nothing we can do about it. The Xiaolong Legion's tactical style is just like that." A hint of pride flashed in Lilith's eyes. "But the results of this battle have been very fruitful. We destroyed over 2 million starships of the mech and demon races. Additionally, there were over 200,000 starships belonging to the King of Judgment Angels. Although we didn't manage to eliminate the King of Judgment Angels this time, severely damaging her military forces is a significant victory. Our loss ratio was about 20 to 1. Zhao Qin nodded. "That's a major achievement. Since the demon race won't launch large-scale invasions in the near future, we can arrange for part of the Xiaolong Legion to return to the Xiaolong system for some rest and celebration. Balancing work and rest is crucial. Everyone has been under a lot of pressure recently. They need some time to relax." He then asked, "By the way, How's the Stargate we had destroyed in the Angel territory coming along? When can it be repaired? Lilith quickly replied. We've been working overtime to repair it since we recaptured it. According to our assessment, although many core modules were destroyed, the external framework can still be used after some repairs. So, we just need to replace those core module parts, and it should be operational in about 3 to 5 days. Zhao Qin's eyes lit up. That's excellent news. We need to strengthen our connections with the Angels. I suggest we build more Stargates, not just there but in various locations within Angel-controlled territories, especially near the front lines. That way, our starships can be directly deployed to the battlefield. Lilith hesitated. Will the two Angel Kings agree? Zhao Qin's lips curled into a slight smile. They wouldn't have agreed before, but now, do they have a choice? Hearing the commander's rhetorical question, Lilith fell silent. Indeed, the Angels were no longer in a position to refuse. Zhao Qin gazed into the distance, as if seeing the future of the universe. The end of the year is just a few days away. Let's assess our current production capacity and industrial situation. Then we can draft the development plan for the coming year. The next year will be crucial for us, for the Angels, and for the entire universe. Lilith nodded. I'll get the statistics done as soon as possible. After discussing a few more matters, Lilith turned to leave. Commander, please rest well. I'll take my leave. But in the next moment, she was pulled onto the bed by Zhao Qin. Commander, you? Lilith's cheeks flushed as she looked at the commander leaning over her. Zhao Qin looked down at Lilith, who was lying on the massage bed. It's not often you come by. Let me give you a massage. You've worked hard during this period, so consider it a special reward from your commander. Despite being a succubus and supposedly bold, Lilith always felt shy at the beginning of such moments. Only after getting into the groove did she truly let herself go. Lilith wanted to refuse, but knowing her weaknesses were already in Zhao Qin's hands, she quickly lost the strength to speak and gave in. A few minutes later, a breathless Lilith glanced at the mechanical maid standing nearby. Make it leave. It feels like someone's watching. Zhao Qin glanced at the mechanical maid, which was designed to look very human-like, indeed giving off that feeling. Power off, he commanded. The mechanical maid paused, then slowly lay down. A drawer-like compartment opened under the bed, and the maid lay flat on it, her eyes dimming as if she had powered off, before being retracted into the bed. Zhao Qin and Lilith exchanged glances, and Zhao Qin sighed. What a ridiculous design. Doc Annie's pay. The scene switched to the vacation area of the T5 Diamond Eden-class starship's first ship. The moon shone brightly, stars dotted the sky, and a gentle evening breeze created a serene atmosphere. The natural hot spring's warm embrace seemed to melt away all the stress accumulated over time. So comfy, so comfy, so comfy, the three women murmured in unison. Shui Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wanner, and Annie lay in the natural hot springs, wearing swimsuits and only their heads resting on the edge, eyes closed, enjoying the soothing warmth. In contrast to their relaxation, in a nearby pavilion, Charlotte, Qitong, Bai Shui, Medusa, and Pei Xingnan were drinking. Initially, they were all quietly sipping their drinks, but soon, someone shouted, and it quickly turned into a drinking contest. Snakewoman Qingman swayed her empty bottle with a flushed face. You humans can't handle your liquor. Look, I downed a whole bottle in one go. Wei Shishir, a royal guard, naturally had her pride. She grabbed a nearby wine jar and drank it all in one go, then provocatively looked at Qingman, as if to say, is that all you've got? Soon, both were drunk. Wei Shishir, swaying, pointed at Qingman. Ick, who are you calling weak? I'm just getting started. Qingman, half closing her eyes, retorted, I'm just warming up. Nearby, Wolfwoman Bai Shui took it a step further. What are you two even drinking? If you're gonna drink, mix it all up. She somehow found a barrel as tall as a person and poured all kinds of liquor into it. Then, she plunged headfirst into the barrel. Half a minute. Bai Yu, the Shire Wolfwoman, approached and pulled out Bai Shui, who was already unconscious and flushed red. Sorry, my sister can't handle any alcohol. You all carry on. Bai Yu apologized repeatedly before dragging her sister away. Qingman and Wei Shishir continued their drinking contest. Qingman, hick, do you dare drink my liquor? Wei Shishir challenged. In this universe, there's no drink I, Qingman, won't dare to drink. Name it. Qingman responded boldly. Realgar wine. Wei Shishir shouted. Qingman was instantly speechless. Red Dragon. Chu Xian's eyes lit up as she focused intently on her mahjong tiles. Wait, I can pong. After a moment of deliberation, she decided to discard a one bamboo. Mahjong, Xinbing, Sulan, and Yi Xiaodong almost simultaneously slammed their tiles down, shouting in unison. Chu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 wins in one go? At that moment, Zhao Qin and Lilith walked into the courtyard. They surveyed the lively scene. Some people were relaxing in the hot springs, others were drinking and chatting, while a group was engrossed in mahjong and another was busy preparing food. It was hard to imagine that these carefree individuals were once fierce generals and commanders on the battlefield. Charlotte noticed Zhao Chen's arrival and asked curiously, "You're back so early?" Zhao Chen smiled and explained, "The New Year's video is already recorded, so I came back." Today was New Year's Eve, and he had gathered the top brass of the Xiaolong group here to let everyone relax for a while. After all, there might not be much time to rest next year. Seeing the relaxed and content expressions on everyone's faces, Zhao Chun felt a sense of warmth. This was the life he had always yearned for. Suddenly, two figures, one tall and one short, dashed toward the hot springs. Spider Queen Elise used her front limbs to lift Anne, who was comfortably soaking in the hot springs. "Huh, why am I floating?" And shivered from the sudden cold as she was lifted out of the water and opened her eyes to see her sister Nana standing before her. With her hands on her hips, Nana demanded, "Didn't you say you were going to get the data? Did you bring it to the hot springs?" And, feeling guilty, stammered, I just slipped and fell in." "Yes, that's it." Nana pointed at Anne's swimsuit and mocked, "Oh, you slipped so hard that you ended up in a swimsuit?" Spider Queen Elise placed and on the shore, and Nana grabbed her by the collar, dragging her toward the courtyard exit. "You promised to finalize the construction procedures for those new starships before taking a break. Keep your word." Anne, looking defeated, was dragged away, casting a resentful glance at Zhao Qian as she passed him. Her workload had increased significantly at the end of the year, largely because the commander had suddenly introduced many T5 class starship technical documents. Suddenly, Anne's butt hit the threshold with a thud. Seeing this, Nana had Spider Queen Elise lift in again, and the three headed upstairs. On the second floor of this vacation courtyard, Nana and Spider Queen Elise had set up a dedicated workspace. Zhao Qin watched through the corridor window as Anne was taken back to the room and couldn't help but sigh. "Our three chief engineers are really dedicated." Lilith chuckled and then sat down with Zhao Chun at an empty spot. She reported, "I've compiled all our current data. Excluding military procurement businesses, the total monthly output value of Xiaolong and the three empires is around 10 trillion star coins. This doesn't include the portions reserved for civilian and basic military use." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin began to calculate his expansion plans. 10 trillion star coins a month. How many starships can we produce with that? Lilith quickly provided an answer. "If we don't consider the production capacity of the starship factories, under our current framework of 30,000 ships per standard Xiaolong Legion, the procurement cost for a single legion is around 40 trillion star coins." Zhao Qin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So, relying solely on our production, it would take us 4 months to barely produce one Xiaolong Legion?" Lilith nodded in confirmation and added, "Yes. And since we will also continue to produce auxiliary and industrial starships or buildings, it might take even longer. Fortunately, we have established a long-term military procurement trade with the Angels. We complete an average of 40 trillion star coins worth of orders each month. Plus, we still have some surplus from previous large orders. Meeting our starship expansion needs shouldn't be a problem." Zhao Qin then asked, "Suppose I want to double our current military size. How long would that take?" At this point, Charlotte interjected, "Are you planning to expand the fleet composition of each legion beyond the current 10 Xiaolong legions?" Zhao Qin noticed the implication in Charlotte's words and asked, "You don't seem to agree." Charlotte candidly replied, "I've calculated that with our current combat style, a single Xiaolong legion with 30,000 starships is already at its limit. Unless our situation changes in the future, I recommend maintaining the 30,000 ship composition for each legion." Zhao Qin agreed with Charlotte's assessment and explained, "I've considered that too. So, the next phase of expansion will be to increase the number of Xiaolong legions. From the current 10 legions, we will expand to 20 or even 30. Zhao Qin outlined his vision. He hoped for the Xiaolong group to possess 1,000,000 starships. In the current cosmic landscape, aside from the unknown military power of the mech race, Zhao Chun had already engaged with other interstellar giants and had a good grasp of their strength. As long as Xiaolong had 1,000,000 starships, no one, except for the mech race, could threaten them in this universe. Charlotte and Lilith were already aware of Zhao Qin's intention to significantly expand the military. Lilith pointed out that during this time of peace, they could expand one legion fleet every 2 months. However, she immediately raised a tricky issue. While the construction of starships and recruitment of personnel were not problematic, finding suitable commanders for the new legion fleets was a major challenge. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chun turned his gaze to Charlotte. Military appointments had always been supervised by Charlotte, who would then compile the information into a report for Zhao Chun. Charlotte raised her hand and brought up 2 datasheets, showing the information on the 3rd and 4th generations of train leaders. Among the 3rd generation leaders, most were already holding key positions in the military and were difficult to reassign. However, a few notable names stood out: Zhao Ruyu, Leona, Madair, Huang Xiaoding, and Zhong Xiaxia. From the fourth generation, some had already made a mark in previous battles, such as Wolfgirl Bayou, who served as the captain of the T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. However, most still needed more combat experience. Charlotte analyzed these candidates in detail. She noted that the few Xianglong legions being expanded in the short term would not pose too much of a problem. Zhao Ruyu and Leona had extensive combat experience and the ability to command large legion fleets, making them suitable for the positions of commanders of the 11th and 12th Xianglong legions. Though young, Midair had been honed in the Dragon Tiger Legion of Warhammer and could be ready after some additional training. Huang Xiaoding and Zhong Xiaxia were veterans of Xianglong. Though less talented, they were diligent and loyal, making them reliable choices. Zhao Chun was pleased with these arrangements, emphasizing that they couldn't afford to let the ships wait for personnel. Charlotte solemnly promised that every newly built starship would become an effective fighting force in the shortest time possible. Lilith, watching from the side, silently acknowledged the heavy burden on Charlotte's shoulders. Other interstellar forces typically took 10 years to cultivate a legion commander, while Xianglong had grown from a small fleet to a superpower covering half the known universe in just 5 years, making it hard to keep up with the talent needed for such rapid expansion, especially top-tier talent. This had led to a unique phenomenon in Xianglong. New recruits could be promoted to commanders within a year, provided they had exceptional talent or ability. At that moment, Lilith interjected with another important piece of news. Due to the truce between the Angel and Demon clans, both sides were reorganizing their armies. The Demon clan had lost 6 legions in previous battles, and the Demon King decided not to rebuild these legions, retaining only the existing 6 Demon legions and 1 Demon King legion. The 6 disbanded legions, except for the Red Demon clan, were handed over to local lords but were stripped of the right to form new legions, leaving them with only limited lord fleets. Zhao Chun realized that the Demon King was consolidating military power. To make up for the reduced number of legions, the Demon King ordered the establishment of a new organizational structure, the Demon Fleet Group, restructuring the Demon Army into a 4-tier system. The Demon King Legion, 6 elite Demon Legions, the newly formed Demon Fleet Group as the regular legions with the largest number, and the Lord Fleets of various territories negligible. More shockingly, the Demon King decreed that 90% of the production capacity for the next year would be allocated to the military budget, putting the entire clan in a state of war. This decision was unprecedented in its aggressiveness, far exceeding the previous maximum of a 50 military budget. Zhao Chun frowned in thought. Although Xianglong also allocated 70-80% of its annual output to the military, it had separated the civilian sector. The 3 major empires and the Xianglong system had independent budgets for civilian development, with 30% of the output in each region reserved for development. In contrast, such a high military budget for the Demon clan would undoubtedly lead to civilian suffering. The Demon King is digging his own grave, Zhao Chun said gravely. In that case, let's help him dig a little deeper. Have Qitong contact her people. I want all of them to come see me. Just then, the sky erupted in brilliant fireworks, a dazzling display that enveloped every Eden-class starship, every habitable planet, every Xianglong interstellar warship, and the Xianglong system and 3 major empires. A video began playing everywhere, showing Zhao Chun in Xianglong military uniform delivering a New Year's address, ending with a toast to the new year. All eyes in the courtyard were on Zhao Chun. Happy New Year, Zhao Chun said with a smile. In the early days of January, Galactic Year 3036, a special meeting was taking place within the Xiaolong base of the Xiaolong star system. Around a large conference table sat a dozen demons, each with expressions filled with tension and unease. A male demon, dressed in traditional demon attire, nervously asked, Qitong, do you think my outfit is appropriate? Is it formal enough? Another demon chimed in, yeah, the Lord of Xiaolong is human. Shouldn't we be wearing human attire instead? An elder demon asked worriedly, Qitong, why did your commander suddenly summon us? Did we do something wrong? I told you before, we're in trouble. Another demon grumbled softly. Xiaolong is currently at war with the demons. We're really out of luck. No matter where we flee, we're never at peace. Is there no place in this vast universe where we can settle? Qitong frowned, looking at her elders, who were more or less related to her by blood. She repeated, don't worry. The commander isn't here to make trouble for you. Think about it. I'm the commander of the 2nd Legion of Xiaolong. If the commander was targeting our demon tribe, would I still have military power? Despite Qitong's reassurances, the elders remained uneasy. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open, and the previously noisy room fell silent. All the demons stood up, remaining speechless at their spots. Zhao Chun entered the room with a friendly smile and greeted everyone. Hello, you must be Qitong's father. Welcome, welcome. Please, everyone, take a seat. No need to be so formal. Although Zhao Chun gestured for everyone to sit, no one dared to be the first. Reluctantly, Zhao Chun took a seat first, prompting the others to slowly follow suit, though they sat rigidly, avoiding his gaze. Zhao Chun noticed that the demons either wore hats or had long hair, clearly to hide their horns. Apart from the black markings on their bodies and the horns on their heads, they were almost indistinguishable from humans. No wonder Qidong could fool him before with just a mask, Zhao Chen thought. There's no need to be nervous, Zhao Chen said kindly. I asked Qitong to gather you all here to discuss something important. Qitong then introduced everyone in the room to Zhao Chen. Closest to him was Qitong's father, along with her uncles and other relatives, some even several generations removed. They were all high-ranking members of this exiled demon tribe. Qitong solemnly said, Commander, please tell us what you need from us. Our lives have greatly improved here. You even modified some planets to be habitable for us and granted us Xiaolong citizenship. We owe you a great debt and should repay it. Zhao Chen nodded and got straight to the point. Since Qitong has said so, I'll be direct. The reason I've gathered you all is because of the demon situation. As soon as Zhao Chen said this, many faces in the room turned pale, heads bowed as if they had already seen their fate. Zhao Chen continued, you all should be aware of the ongoing war with the demons. The current demon leadership has become extremely evil. They use other species, and even their own kind, as energy sources for building interstellar warships, creating planet-sized farms for this purpose. There's no possibility of reconciliation with the current demon leadership. A battle is inevitable. Standing up, Zhao Chen's tone grew passionate. But I believe the fault lies with the current demon leaders, the so-called Demon King, those demon marshals, and those who exploit the common demon folk. I aim to establish a new demon society suitable for all demon species. However, as a human and an outsider, certain tasks must be handled by demons themselves. Therefore, I have a plan. Zhao Chun paused before continuing. I heard that the demons have mobilized for total war this year, allocating 90 of their annual output to the military budget. What? 90? Qitong's father exclaimed. Are they insane? That will starve many people. Zhao Chen momentarily fell silent, then said gravely, yes, the current demon king is a madman willing to sacrifice everything for victory. I don't want to see him drag the entire demon race to ruin. So, I hope you can help me. Return to your homeland and persuade the demons to overthrow the current regime. Hearing this, the demons understood Zhao Chen's intention. However, the thought of the demon king's terror left them speechless, with even Qidong's father looking troubled. Zhao Chun continued, although I can't intervene directly, I will provide support. First, I'll supply some interstellar warships and funds. The funding will be phased. If you make progress in persuading the demons, we will continuously provide financial support and even entire fleets. Hearing this, Qitong's father's frown eased slightly. Finally, Zhao Chen made a significant promise. Additionally, if anyone can persuade a star system to rebel against the Demon King's tyranny, we will recognize them as the rightful ruler of that star system once we overthrow the Demon King. That system will be their hereditary domain. This statement was like a thunderclap in the room. The previously downcast demons now looked up, some with excitement and fervor in their eyes. An unprecedented opportunity lay before them, one that could change their fate forever. The meeting ended quickly as there wasn't much to discuss. None of the Demon Clan members present made any immediate statements, as the matter at hand was significant and required careful consideration. Lilith walked beside Zhao Chun and asked softly, do you think they will agree? Zhao Chen recalled the fervent gleam in the eyes of several Demon Clan members when he mentioned the benefits. He smiled and said, they will. At first, it might only be a few. But as these few stir up a storm, more will follow. He continued, if it succeeds, these individuals can restore their clan's former glory and become lords of one or more star systems. Among this demon clan, there are those like Qitong who yearn for achievement. They just lack an opportunity. Right now, I'm presenting that opportunity to them. Zhao Chen analyzed further. Moreover, they are already high-ranking members of their demon clan. Even though they've been away from their homeland for decades, they still have connections there. With our resources and the current mess created by the Demon King, their chances of success are quite high. Lilith could already envision the scenario. The Demon King leading his army in fierce battles on the front lines, unaware that trouble was brewing at home. She asked with some concern, are you really going to hand over those star systems to them? Zhao Chen smiled lightly and replied, I keep my promises. Since they are willing to work for me, I will fulfill my commitment. But remember, they will become lords of those star systems because of us, Xiaolong. Without our support, do you think they can still govern a star system? When the time comes, we will set some rules. Do you think these demon lords will refuse? Lilith's eyes lit up. They'll probably be eager to bind themselves to Xiaolong, borrowing the tiger's might. Zhao Chen smiled without saying a word. This was precisely his plan, achieving multiple goals at once. Not only to counter the Demon King's frontline offensives, but also to subtly absorb those demon territories. When they eventually defeat the Demon King and his forces, those demon territories will naturally fall under Xiaolong's control. Zhao Chen advised, don't be stingy with the resources we provide them. Many may fail, but if even a few succeed, the returns will be enormous. He reminded Lilith to keep track of the phase support. Lilith nodded in agreement. Understood. Zhao Qin yawned and said, when the first group willing to execute our plan appears, bring them to see me. We need to show the appropriate attitude. He smiled slightly. At that moment, due to Zhao Qin's meeting, the high-ranking members of Qitong's demon clan were in heated debate. An elderly demon vehemently opposed. No, we escaped to preserve our clan. Going back now contradicts our original purpose. Another person retorted. Escape? Where can we ultimately escape to? Look at our lives on that planet for the past few decades. Once a glorious clan, now struggling to survive. If it weren't for Qitong joining Xiaolong and improving our living conditions, in a few generations, our clan might have reverted to primitive ways. This is a rare opportunity. If we seize it, our clan can regain its former glory. Someone expressed concern. But any misstep could bring about our complete destruction. Complete destruction? Have you seen the current state of the Demon King? If he wins, his army will sweep across the universe. Do you think we won't face destruction when they find us? Or do you want to continue wandering with our people? But can we really trust this Xiaolong leader? Trust goes both ways. Qitong is now a core commander in Xiaolong and has secured us Xiaolong citizenship and a habitable planet. If you haven't left our planet, you wouldn't know. Outside, just showing our Xiaolong citizenship changes how people look at us. Serving the Xiaolong leader is absolutely fine. I think we should discuss this further. At this point, a young man suddenly drew a dagger and slashed his palm. Blood flowed as he quickly drew a symbol on the table. 2 crossed daggers, each gap containing a horn. Seeing this symbol, everyone fell silent. The young man questioned, do you remember when our emblem last roamed the stars? He continued, we fled our homeland because we couldn't agree with the Demon King's ideology and lacked the military strength to resist. Now, we have a chance. Why not fight back? Regardless of your choices, I'm going back. I will reclaim everything for our family and make our emblem shine again. After speaking, the young man left the room. The room fell into another round of debate, but people gradually began to follow the young man out. Qitong's father sighed and also left the room. Outside, he saw Qitong waiting. She was dressed in a Xiaolong military uniform, looking valiant and completely different from the rebellious girl who once became a space pirate. With a complex expression, Qitong's father asked, Qitong, what do you think about what the Xiaolong leader said? Qitong calmly replied, because of my current position as the second core commander of Xiaolong, I haven't said a word until now. But now, speaking as your daughter, this might be our family's last chance to rise. Of course, I respect your decision. At least with me in Xiaolong, our family can live here with dignity. Qitong didn't give a direct suggestion, but her father's gaze became resolute. A few days later, Zhao Chun was buried in a pile of documents, handling the official duties that Lilith had assigned him. When he finally finished reviewing the last document, he looked up and asked, have the 6 of them set out? Lilith, standing beside him, softly replied, yes, they've already departed. We've assigned support personnel to each of them. Each person has access to an initial fund of 10 million star coins for operations. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. 6 people might not seem like much, but they were the first foothold he had planted within the demon clan. He stretched, ready to relax for a moment, but Lilith interrupted. Regarding your request to meet with the representatives of the mechanical clan, a representative named Ain has agreed to a video call. Zhao Chen immediately straightened. He had been eager to inform them about the annual task issued by the system, the impending threat from the demon clan to the mechanical clan. Unable to reach the little girl he had been trying to contact, he had sought out other high-ranking members of the mechanical clan. Now, he finally had a response. Set it up, Zhao Chen instructed. Minutes later, Zhao Chun was staring at a holographic image in front of him. In the image stood a silver-haired mechanical woman, her mechanical body exhibiting feminine features. Lord Xiaolong, what can I do for you? Ain asked directly. Despite her mechanical voice, there was a hint of feminine intonation. Zhao Chun got straight to the point. I have something very important to discuss with your highest leader, but I haven't been able to reach her recently. Can you help me get in touch? Ain replied, our master is currently preoccupied with other matters and cannot be disturbed. If you have something urgent, you can tell me directly. Zhao Chen frowned, suspecting that there might be a connection between the demon clan's potential invasion and her unavailability. He emphasized again, this is extremely important and ideally should be discussed face-to-face with your leader. It could be a matter of life and death for the mechanical clan. However, Ain remained unfazed. I'm sorry, but our master is truly unavailable at the moment. Can you at least tell me where she is and what she's doing? Zhao Chen pressed. That information is confidential and cannot be disclosed, Ain responded. Feeling frustrated but trying to remain patient, Zhao Chen said, this matter is of utmost importance. At the very least, could you relay my message to your leader and let me know her response? Ain paused before replying, I'm very sorry, but we cannot reach our master in the short term either. Zhao Qin's suspicions deepened. How could they all be unable to contact that little girl? Ain continued. If you have something important to discuss, please tell us. If not, we will have to end this communication. Zhao Qin sighed, realizing he had no other choice. He looked at Ain seriously. All right, I hope you take what I'm about to say seriously. According to my information, the Demon Clan's next strategic target might include the Mechanical Clan, especially your core areas. I suggest you take preemptive military action against the Demon Clan, or at least strengthen your military defenses. Yin's response confirmed Zhao Qin's fears. I'm sorry. Our master has already instructed that the Mechanical Clan will not participate in the conflict involving the Xiaolong, Angel, and Demon clans. As for the potential invasion by the Demon Clan, you need not worry. Our military strength is sufficient to counter any interstellar force in this universe. No one can threaten the Mechanical Clan. Zhao Qin had anticipated this, but still felt a tinge of disappointment. He said resignedly, all right, I hope once your master is available, you can contact me immediately. Also, I strongly advise against underestimating the Demon Clan. Additionally, I wish to establish a rapid communication channel between us, so that if you need any assistance or encounter any crisis, you can reach out to me instantly. Ain replied, I don't foresee us encountering any crisis. However, establishing a rapid communication channel is agreeable. If there's nothing else, shall we conclude this call? Zhao Qin nodded and ended the video meeting. Lilith, standing by, asked, how did it go? Zhao Qin replied helplessly, I didn't get to meet her. She seems to be busy with something, and even her close aides can't reach her. As for my warning about the Demon Clan, she didn't take it seriously. But she did agree to set up a rapid communication mechanism with us. Lilith looked puzzled. How are you so sure the Demon Clan will attack the Mechanical Clan? Zhao Qin made up a weak excuse, just a hunch. He opened the system interface and saw that the triggered task, the secret of the Mechanical Clan, was still there, but the quarterly task section for this year was empty. As the quarterly task remained unassigned, Zhao Qin felt an impending sense of unease. He knew that whatever was coming, he could only wait for it to unfold. For now, he shifted his focus to the annual task, the eradication of the Demon Clan. The task was straightforward: eliminate or control the Demon Clan, which aligned perfectly with the current mission of the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Qin realized that both his tasks were intricately connected to the Demon Clan. The annual task targeted the fate of the Demon Clan directly, while the secret mission from the Mechanic Clan involved assisting them in fending off the Demon Clan's attacks. Clearly, a showdown between the Xiaolong Legion and the Demon Clan was inevitable. A week later, in a remote interstellar territory of the Demon Clan, a shuttle docked outside a starport. A mysterious figure dressed in a gray robe and wearing a bird-shaped mask disembarked from the ship. This kind of attire was not uncommon among the diverse Demon Clan. Many wore such accessories to maintain a unified image, making social interactions easier. As the gray-robed figure stepped off the ship, he heard a familiar female voice. What? After decades you don't recognize me anymore? He turned to see the woman speaking, their eyes meeting with a mix of complex emotions. Without giving him a chance to respond, the woman said, this isn't the place to talk. Follow me. She turned and walked into the starport, and the gray-robed figure silently followed. Minutes later, they arrived at a secluded tavern in a quiet alley within the starport. The woman approached the counter, tapped it lightly, and requested a private room from the bartender. The bartender understood and guided them to a staircase behind the wall. The woman ascended the stairs first, with the gray-robed figure close behind. However, when he reached the hidden stairway, he noticed another staircase leading down. Despite the bartender's verbal instruction to go up, his hand pointed downward. The gray-robed figure understood and descended the steps. Strangely, his footsteps sounded as if he were climbing up. In a secret room beneath the tavern, the woman sat on a sofa, coldly staring at the man who had just entered. You actually dared to follow me. And you dared to contact me. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the Demon King? You know you've been on his wanted list. The man removed his mask, revealing horns on his forehead and black markings on his face. He calmly replied, if you intended to betray me, you would have done so when I came to see you before my clan escaped. Before he could finish, the woman suddenly lunged at him, her voice trembling with emotion. You fool! Where have you been all these years? Do you know I've been looking for you? Why contact me only now, after your family fled? I thought the Demon King's elite fleet had wiped you all out. Feeling the woman's trembling in his arms, the man was filled with mixed emotions. The main reason he took on this task was for the woman he cared for and had let down. If the plan succeeded, he could openly love her. We escaped to the other end of the universe. We endured hardships, but at least we survived. See, I'm standing right in front of you, he said with a smile. The woman released him, studying the now middle-aged man, recalling their youth. We've both aged, she whispered. No. In my heart, you are always the same as back then, he said, holding her hand tightly. Suddenly raising her voice, the woman asked, then why didn't you take me with you? Do you know what I've been through all these years? The man clenched his fists and said softly, I wanted to take you, and in my dreams over the decades, I did so countless times. But even now, if given the choice, I wouldn't take you. You have your own family and loved ones. If I had taken you, the Demon King would have massacred your entire clan. Your people have their own thriving lives here and couldn't abandon everything to leave with us. I'm sorry. The woman remained silent, knowing deep down that he was right. Her earlier words were just an emotional outburst. But this time, I intend to stay, the man said firmly. Not only will I stay, but I will also make sure you can be with me openly and honorably, with everyone's blessings. This is how I plan to make up for all the years you've waited. What are you planning? Why have you come back? The woman finally remembered the matter at hand. The man began to explain his mission, the task he received from the Xiaolong Legion. My niece is now a commander in the Xiaolong Legion, holding a high position. Thanks to her protection, our clan's life has improved in recent years. The Xiaolong Lord is also willing to support us in overthrowing the current Demon King's rule. This man was Qitong's uncle, her father's younger brother. Overthrow the Demon King's rule? The woman's expression turned complex. Think about it. Under this Demon King's rule, our clan's policies have become increasingly extreme, and tensions among the lower clans are rising. You must be aware of this. He has even used that evil technology. If we let him continue, he will destroy the entire demon clan. The man tried to persuade his former lover. Biting her lip, the woman looked at the man before her. I'll listen to you, but I can't guarantee that my family will be convinced. Conversations like this began to quietly spread within the demon clan, gradually eroding the Demon King's foundation. In the early days of March, Galactic Year 3036, the council hall aboard the Dragon Emperor was completely transformed. The old furniture had been cleared out, replaced by rows of orderly Xiaolong officers. Clad in brand new uniforms, their shoulders bore the insignia of the 11th Legion, and their faces radiated excitement and pride. At the front of the hall, four figures stood out. One stood alone, while the other three stood side by side. Suddenly, the sound of military boots striking the floor shattered the silence. Zhao Chun, dressed in formal attire, walked into the hall with his head held high, followed closely by Lilith and Charlotte, both equally well-dressed. Snap! The officers stood at attention as one, like rows of steel spears. A woman at the front of the formation reported loudly, Commander, all officers of captain rank and above from the 11th Xiaolong Legion are present. Awaiting your orders. Zhao Chun approached the familiar woman, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. This was Zhao Ruyue, a distinguished officer who had been promoted to Legion Commander within just a year. Her achievements were not only due to her personal efforts, but also the unanimous recognition from the 10 current Legion commanders. Zhao Ruyue, step forward. Lilith's voice rang clearly throughout the hall. Zhao Ruyue took a step forward, standing straight in front of Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun solemnly announced, I hereby appoint Zhao Ruyue as the commander of the 11th Xiaolong Legion. Lilith stepped forward with an ornate box, and Zhao Chun personally pinned the purple gold dragon insignia on Zhao Ruyue's shoulder. Envy gleamed in the eyes of the two female officers behind her. Zhao Ruyue stood tall, her voice loud and clear. Rest assured, Commander, I will lead the 11th Xiaolong Legion to victory. Following this, Midair and Leona were appointed as deputy commanders. When Charlotte pinned their insignias, she took a moment to encourage her sister, Midair. Leona, on the other hand, silently vowed that one day she too would command a Xiaolong Legion. Lastly, Hushiner was appointed as the secretary officer. Despite her military attire, her every move still exuded an undeniable allure. After the ceremony, Zhao Chun stood by the viewport of the Dragon Emperor, gazing at the 3,000 newly constructed warships arrayed outside. He couldn't help but marvel. I never thought we could build 30,000 interstellar warships in just 2 months. Lilith explained that this was thanks to the efforts of several chief engineers and the support of the industrial bases of the 3 major empires. More importantly, the old legions had not rushed to replenish last year's losses, buying time for the formation of the new legions. Zhao Chun inquired about the warship deficit for the old legions, and Charlotte quickly responded, we're still short by about 100,000. This number made Zhao Chun frown, but he soon remembered that this victory had been won by defeating 6 demon legions. How many interstellar warships can we produce per month now? Zhao Chun asked. Lilith provided a detailed report on the production status. Assuming no limitations from raw material consumption, we can produce 50,000 ships per month, primarily T3 class. A portion of these will be sold to the Angel clan, she concluded. To maintain the pace of forming a new legion every 2 months while restoring the original scale of the 10 old legions, we will need at least until mid-year. And that's assuming no new conflicts arise. Listening to Lilith's report, Zhao Chun furrowed his brows deeply. He said in a low voice, it seems we can only hope the demons delay their plans. At this moment, both sides were secretly amassing their forces, and no one knew who would strike first. But Zhao Chen had a sense of confidence. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for the Xiaolong Legion. What they needed most now was time. However, things rarely go as planned. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was the end of March. As Zhao Chen awaited the quarterly task update, a task window suddenly popped up in front of him. Quarterly task update. Please choose the method of military aid to provide to the Mech Clan and the Angel Clan over the next 3 months. The options were listed. 1. Troop support. 2. Weapons support. 3. Financial support. 4. Moral support. The task explanation followed. Once a method of aid is chosen, using any other method will result in automatic task failure. The rewards were clearly listed. Option 4. 3 T6 combat starships. Option 3. 2 T6 combat starships. Option 2. 1 T6 combat starship. Option 1. 1 quasi T6 combat starship. Zhao Chen's frown deepened. The appearance of such a quarterly task at this moment almost certainly meant that the demons were about to make a move against the Mech Clan and the Angel Clan. The task requirements were quite stringent. The moral support option was out of the question. But the task rewards were indeed tempting, with the highest reward being 3 T6 starships. However, this would mean Zhao Chen couldn't provide any substantial aid to the Angel Clan and the Mech Clan. So, does this mean I can't fulfill the current military purchase orders? Zhao Chen wondered. The system quickly responded. Military purchase orders fall under weapons support. If you choose option 3 or 4, you will not be able to continue with weapons support. Otherwise, the task will fail. There's no loophole to exploit, Zhao Chen thought as he rubbed his chin. To be honest, he was tempted to choose the moral support option. But from a probabilistic standpoint, if the demons dared to launch an attack on the Mech Clan, they must be confident. Who knows what could happen if he couldn't provide any support for 3 months. Moreover, this would severely damage his relationships with the Mech Clan and the Angel Clan. Reluctantly, Zhao Chen had to give up on those 3 T6 starships. He also eliminated the option for 2 T6 starships. After all, would the Angel Clan and the Mech Clan lack funds? Absolutely not. If they were short on money, they wouldn't be buying starships from Xiaolong, let alone the wealthy Mech Clan. Ultimately, the choices were narrowed down to 1 and 2. Option 2's reward was undoubtedly better, at least it offered a T6 combat starship. Zhao Chen currently didn't have a T6 combat starship. If Xiaolong could manufacture and deploy one now, it would significantly boost their strength. Zhao Chen made up his mind, and a golden frame appeared around option 2 in the quarterly task, indicating it had been selected. It's only the end of March, and the task duration is 3 months. In a few days, it will be April, meaning I'll have to complete 2 quarterly tasks simultaneously? Zhao Chen noted this oddity, but quickly dismissed it. Whatever, it's a system task. I'll just do it. The immediate priority was to closely monitor the demons. As Zhao Chen pondered, a communication request from Charlotte suddenly came through. Commander, we've received the latest news from the Angel Clan's front lines. The demon fleet is making a move. Charlotte's holographic image said urgently. Explain the situation in detail, Zhao Chen asked, his tone serious. Charlotte began to elaborate. A few hours ago, a demon fleet of about 1 million ships moved to the border of the Angel Clan's controlled area, indicating a potential battle. On the Angel Clan side, the War Angel King and the Holy Angel King have ordered all Angel fleets into combat readiness. So, they haven't actually started fighting yet? Zhao Chen asked skeptically. That's correct. The latest information indicates both sides are still in a standoff. The Angel Clan has 600,000 starships, while the demons have 1 million. Although there's a numerical disparity, the Angel Clan has equipped many of our Xiaolong starships, and their own ships are quite formidable. So, the battlefield situation should be evenly matched, Charlotte analyzed. Something's not right, Zhao Chen frowned. What's wrong? What's off? Charlotte asked, puzzled. Zhao Chen squinted. I've studied the demons' combat style. Once they decide to attack, they don't hesitate, especially against the Angel Clan. They usually launch a direct assault with their main forces. This current stance seems more like a show. A show? What are they trying to achieve? Charlotte asked, confused. Zhao Chen suddenly had a thought and asked, do we have any information from the Mech Clan? Charlotte shook her head. The Mech Clan's territory is too remote for us to monitor effectively. But I can contact our stealth reconnaissance ships hidden within demon territory to see if we can detect any unusual movements. Zhao Chen nodded. Keep a close watch, especially on the Mech Clan. I'll also try to contact them. Understood. After ending the communication with Charlotte, Zhao Chen immediately used the fast communication channel he had established with the Mech Clan's Ian. What's the matter? Ian asked coldly. The demons are making a move against the Angel Clan, but I fear their real target might be you. I hope you can strengthen your defenses, Zhao Chen warned seriously. Ian responded icily. The demons wouldn't dare provoke the Mech Clan. If you're trying to drag us into your conflict with the demons, forget it. My master has said you must deal with the demons yourself. We won't provide any further assistance. If there's nothing else, don't contact me again. With that, Ian ended the communication abruptly. Damn it. Zhao Chen hadn't expected his well-intentioned warning to be misconstrued. With the Mech clan unwilling to cooperate, he could only hope for the best. The tranquility of the Mecha tribe's royal court was shattered by an urgent communication. Mecha Maiden Ajin turned to look at Ian, who had just returned, a questioning glint in her eyes. Ian snorted. The Sky Dragon Lord contacted me, saying the demon tribe is planning to attack us. I suspect he's just trying to drag us into their conflict with the demons, using us as pawns. Ajin didn't comment on this, instead focusing her attention on the massive spherical mist in front of her. Something seemed to shimmer within it, drawing her gaze. The most important matter is right here. Let those carbon-based life forms deal with their own conflicts, she said calmly. Honestly, if it weren't for our master's principles, I'd agree with the idea of the Mecha God cult eradicating those carbon-based beings. Their genes are steeped in a propensity for war. Ian shrugged. But the existence of carbon-based life is inevitable. As you've seen, despite our years of technological research, we've only managed to perfect existing technologies without any significant breakthroughs. Perhaps, as our master said, we mechanical beings lack creativity. Ajin didn't delve further into the topic and instead asked, has the master returned yet? Not yet, Ian replied. The master mentioned that the situation over there is quite severe and could take at least 3 to 5 months. Those guys just won't give up, Ian said bitterly. Even after all these years, they still have their eyes on our universe. I'd love to wipe them out completely. Ajin sighed deeply. If only we could eliminate them. Things wouldn't be like this after all these years. The two fell silent, standing motionless. Time held no sway over them, and they paid it no heed. Unbeknownst to them, a sinister presence in the darkness had set its sights on them. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Beta Star system of the Mecha tribe's royal court, a large stargate bustled with interstellar warships coming and going. Despite the activity, the atmosphere here was starkly different from the stargates of the Angel Tribe and Sky Dragon. Everything here seemed like lifeless puppets, devoid of any vitality. Outside the Beta Stargate, the Mecha Tribe's fleet patrolled methodically, routine unchanged for decades, even centuries. However, today, this stagnant routine was disrupted by an unexpected stone thrown into the water. A Mecha Tribe starship was suddenly struck by a cannon shot from an unknown direction, instantly engulfing it in flames. As other Mecha Tribe ships reacted, more attacks rained down on them. In the blink of an eye, the 300-ship patrol fleet was rendered powerless. Similar scenes played out among other Mecha Tribe patrol fleets around the Beta Stargate. War alarms blared within the Beta Stargate's vicinity. Only then did the attackers reveal themselves to the Mecha Tribe's defensive fleet. A swarm of Demon Tribe starships seemed to materialize out of thin air, surrounding the Beta Stargate and launching a ferocious assault. These demon ships bore a distinctive emblem, the Black Angel Legion, one of the original 3 elite legions of the Demon Tribe. In front of the Beta Stargate, several T-5 Imperial Steel Fist-class heavy battlecruisers swiftly formed a combat formation. Despite the surprise attack, the mechanical beings' calmness allowed them to restore order quickly. But in the next instant, a terrifying beam of light struck from afar, shattering the shield of one T-5 Imperial Steel Fist and splitting the ship in half. With a single shot, a T-5 Imperial Steel Fist-class heavy battlecruiser was obliterated, even with its shield at full power. All Mecha Tribe fleet commanders and captains frantically searched for the source of this devastating attack. Finally, they identified the Targeta peculiar black starship at the center of the Black Angel Legion. Its bow cannon still glowed with residual particles, clearly the source of the lethal shot. This was an unprecedented Demon Tribe starship, likely a quasi-T6 class super battleship based on the data. The highest-ranking officer at the Beta Stargate, a composed mechanical being, watched the battle from the command center. He swiftly issued orders. Contact the royal court and report the situation here, especially the presence of this quasi-T6 demon starship. Then, prepare to destroy the Beta Stargate. Seeing the ferocity of the demon tribe's assault, he knew the Beta Stargate could not be held. To prevent it from falling into enemy hands, he decisively ordered its self-destruction. Suddenly, the command center's wall exploded, leaving a gaping hole. Before the dust settled, a barrage of gunfire and explosions erupted. Minutes later, the dust slowly cleared, and a squad of soldiers entered. One soldier knelt beside the half-destroyed, sparking body of the Beta Stargate's highest-ranking officer. The dying officer struggled to speak. "It's you're a traitor." The officer sneered. "I've always been loyal to the Mecha God cult." He produced a device and plunged it into the officer's head. Simultaneously, he reactivated the Beta Stargate's control system, linking it to the device. "Stargate access has been altered," the system announced. The officer spread his arms triumphantly, proclaiming, "Inform our great prophet, we've succeeded." The fall of the Beta Stargate was inevitable. Fortunately, the urgent message had already been sent. Back at the Mecha tribe's royal court, the two previously motionless Mecha maidens suddenly jolted, exchanging glances. They had just received an urgent communication. They immediately turned and hurried out. Outside, in another spacious hall filled with bustling mechanical officers, one officer quickly reported to the maidens, "Ladies, latest news. The Beta Stargate has fallen. A high-ranking officer loyal to the Mecha God cult attacked the command center, cracked the Stargate's key, and took control. The attackers are the Demon Tribe's Black Angel Legion." The Demon Tribe? Black Angel Legion? Ian was shaken, recalling the Sky Dragon Lord's earlier warning. At that moment, another shocking report came in. Report, more news. Another large Stargate on the border with the Demon Tribe's territory has been attacked by a demon fleet and has fallen. A massive demon fleet is pouring through that Stargate. This news hit like a thunderbolt, and the two Mecha maidens suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. They quickly turned to the star map, a dreadful thought crossing their minds simultaneously. Their target is the royal court. Charlotte's holographic image suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Chun, her anxious expression immediately catching his attention. Before she could speak, Zhao Chun asked directly, "Is there trouble with the Mech clan?" Charlotte didn't answer immediately. Instead, she raised her hand to display a complex star map. The image depicted the territories of both the Demon Clan and the Mech Clan. Zhao Chun observed closely and noticed that a star system near the Demon Clan's border within the Mech Clan's territory was in a yellow alert state. Even more concerning was a blinking red Stargate marker in that area. A faint red dotted line extended from the Demon Clan's territory to this Stargate, clearly indicating the route of the Demon Clan's fleet. Meanwhile, another red Stargate marker lit up abruptly near the core area of the Mech Clan, only 5 hours of warp travel away from the Mech Clan's royal court. Speaking rapidly, Charlotte explained, "The Demon Clan has launched simultaneous attacks on these two Stargates. Worse still, there are Demon Clan spies inside both Stargates. When the highest-ranking officers tried to initiate self-destruction protocols, the spies took control. Now, both Stargates are in Demon Clan hands." She paused, her expression growing even more serious. "According to our stealth reconnaissance ships, at least 1 million Demon Clan interstellar warships are en route to the Mech Clan's royal court via this path." Zhao Chun felt his heart sink at the news. Though he had anticipated an attack on the Mech Clan through his system missions, the rapid and successful execution far exceeded his expectations. He frowned and asked, "How did it go so smoothly? Where were the Mech Clan fleets stationed at these Stargate hubs?" Charlotte responded earnestly. In addition to having spies inside, the Demon Clan deployed a large number of T5 Infiltrator-class light star ships. These ships don't have combat capabilities, but can render an entire fleet invisible. Even more concerning, the Demon Clan has also deployed a suspected quasi-T6 level new warship, codenamed Destroyer. She went on to describe the features of this new warship in detail. It's a heavy interstellar battleship with extremely powerful primary weapon modules. The bow cannon alone can destroy a Mech Clan T5 Imperial Steel Fist-class heavy battleship with a single shot when its shields are at full power. Its only weaknesses are its lower defense and slower speed, which is likely why it's classified as Quasi-T6. Zhao Chun thoughtfully repeated, "Quasi-T6 Destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship." Charlotte added, "We suspect this warship uses some sort of dark technology. Recently, the Demon Clan has been seen transporting large populations and even locking down several planets under the pretense of a plague outbreak. We believe the inhabitants of these lower-tier planets are being taken as energy sources for the warships." Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Chun asked, "How many of these warships do the Demon Clan have?" "Known quantities include 2, one each serving in the Black Angel Legion and the Wrath Legion. We predict the Demon King's elite guard likely has some as well, bringing the total to no fewer than 5, Charlotte analyzed. Turning to the star map, Zhao Chun inquired, "What is the Mech Clan's response?" Charlotte replied, "The Mech Clan has mobilized 1 million warships to each of the 2 Stargate locations, and has reinforced their royal court with an additional 300,000 warships. In the future, the number of warships stationed at the Mech Clan's royal court will reach 1 million. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chun issued his directive, "Keep a close watch on the Mech Clan's battle situation, and get me in touch with the Angel Clan." Though he couldn't directly dispatch fleet units, Zhao Chun was still considering other actions he could take. Zhao Chun established a rapid communication channel with the 2 Angel Kings of the Angel Clan. Shortly after, the holographic images of the 2 Angel Kings appeared before him, lifelike and vivid. The Holy Angel King spoke first, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Lord Xiaolong, are you contacting us because of the Demon Clan?" Zhao Chun's expression was grave as he replied slowly, "Partly, but not entirely. I am aware of your current standoff with the Demon Clan on the front lines. Now, I need you to take the initiative and launch an offensive." "An offensive?" The Holy Angel King raised an eyebrow in surprise. The War Angel King frowned and said, "Although I also crave to strike back and avenge our previous losses, our fleet has not yet fully recovered. Attacking now would result in significant losses. Zhao Chen understood their concerns but held crucial information. I know your current state, but this is a rare opportunity. I have intelligence that the Demon Clan has mobilized 1,000,000 starships to attack the Mech Clan and may even send reinforcements. The million-strong fleet you're facing might just be a feint to prevent you from disrupting their real plan. The Angel Kings were stunned. The War Angel King asked in disbelief, the Demon Clan attacking the Mech Clan? Has the Demon King gone mad? Zhao Chen speculated. The Mech Clan might be in a weakened state. The Demon Clan has received aid and now possesses a large number of starships, possibly even Quasi-T6 class. They aim to strike directly at the Mech Clan's royal court. Quasi-T6 starships? The War Angel King exclaimed again. Zhao Chun displayed several pieces of visual evidence and explained. These are Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy starships. 2 have been confirmed, with an estimated total of at least 5. With such powerful weapons, the Demon Clan dares to attack the Mech Clan. The Holy Angel King mused, given the situation, shouldn't we let them fight it out and then intervene when both sides are weakened? Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment before deciding to be candid. I understand you might see both the Mech Clan and the Demon Clan as threats. But if you look back over the past millennia, the Mech Clan has had the power to destroy us but hasn't done so. And the Demon Clan? They research malevolent life energy technologies and are extremely aggressive. If they defeat the Mech Clan and seize their resources and industrial bases, will we still have a chance to turn the tide? The 2 Angel Kings fell into deep thought. Zhao Chun continued his analysis. This is a golden opportunity for the Angel Clan. While the Demon Clan is engaged with the Mech Clan, you can reclaim lost territories, especially crucial resource-rich areas. Even if the Demon Clan sends reinforcements, you can adapt flexibly. If they refuse to relinquish the resource-rich regions, it will undoubtedly affect their conflict with the Mech Clan. You can then withdraw strategically, causing them trouble without significant losses. After hearing Zhao Chen's words, the 2 Angel Kings exchanged glances and decided to discuss their strategy. Zhao Chen reminded them, time is of the essence, gentlemen. The communication was temporarily cut off. Lilith turned to Zhao Chen and asked, Commander, should we deploy our fleet as well? Zhao Chen shook his head. Not for now. Last year's campaign took a heavy toll. Unless it's absolutely critical, we should not act rashly. Lilith voiced her concern. If we don't send troops but urge the Angel Clan to do so, won't they become suspicious? Zhao Chen explained. I'll make it clear to them. We can offer them more favorable Xiaolong-class starships. By providing weapons and equipment without direct involvement, that's our strategy. In his mind, Zhao Chen calculated. With this support, both the Mech Clan and the Angel Clan should be able to hold out for 3 months. By then, not only would the quarterly objectives be met, but the Xiaolong Legion would also be back to full strength. At that point, launching a decisive strike against the Demon Clan would be his ultimate plan. The 2 archangels reconnected with Zhao Chen. The voice of the Archangel of Purity came through the communicator, solemn and resolute. After our discussion, we have agreed to your proposal, my lord. We are willing to take the initiative and launch an attack. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. This was within his expectations. After weighing the pros and cons, the 2 archangels would not miss this rare opportunity to reclaim lost territory. However, the Archangel of War immediately raised a crucial question. How does my lord plan for the Xiaolong Legion to act? Zhao Chen had anticipated this question. Last year's campaign had made the Angels acutely aware of the Xiaolong Legion's formidable combat power. Although the fleet was not large, those T5 class interstellar warships were still a force to be reckoned with. Zhao Chen replied candidly, in the next 3 months, the Xiaolong Legion will need to undergo reorganization and rest, so we cannot participate in the upcoming military actions. Hearing this, the expressions of the 2 archangels changed visibly, their brows furrowing as a hint of doubt flashed in their eyes. Zhao Chen immediately added, I know what you're thinking. Although my Xiaolong Legion won't be participating in military actions for now, we will support our allies in other ways. He then presented an enticing offer. First, we can triple the current military procurement orders, with all prices at a 20% discount. Second, we will open up sales of certain T5 interstellar warships, including the T5 Lightning Phantom class heavy assault cruiser and the T5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault destroyer. These words plunged the 2 archangels into deep thought once more. The Archangel of Purity requested to pause the communication, clearly needing further discussion. Lilith, standing beside Zhao Chen, asked curiously, do you think they will agree? Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed as if he had seen through everything. They will agree. Increasing procurement orders and offering discounts might not be enough, but the chance to purchase T5 interstellar warships is something they won't pass up. Given the escalating cosmic warfare, the strategic significance of T5 interstellar warships is undeniable. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the 2 archangels re-established contact. The Archangel of Purity got straight to the point. Regarding the sale of T5 interstellar warships, are there any restrictions? And will they all be sold at a 20% discount? Zhao Chen replied, there are no quantity restrictions. As long as there are sufficient funds and we have enough stock. The Archangel of War immediately proposed a bigger concession. Since we are allies now, how about a more favorable price 50 off for the T5 series? Zhao Chen pretended to ponder for a moment before finally saying, we can sell the T5 series at half price. However, I cannot guarantee that all of them are brand new, but I can assure you they are in 90 new condition in terms of overall performance. The Archangel of War agreed without hesitation, and the Archangel of Purity also nodded in agreement. Thus, a 3-month short-term agreement was reached. The Angels would launch a military offensive against the demons, while the Jiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group would increase its supply of military procurement orders to the Angels and open up sales of T5 interstellar warships. The Archangel of War excitedly announced, we want to purchase 10 T5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault cruisers and 30 T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault destroyers immediately. Can they be delivered within a month? The total value of this procurement order amounted to 900 trillion star coins, making it the largest military purchase in the history of the Angels. Zhao Chen, maintaining his composure, simply said, once the payment is made, the warships are yours. The Archangel of War promised, in 10 days, the funds will be ready at Yufeng Starport. 900 trillion star coins in full. Zhao Chen reiterated, as I said, once the payment is made, the warships are yours. After the communication ended, Zhao Chen turned to see Lilith's eyes sparkling as she murmured, 900 trillion star coins. Zhao Chen explained with a smile, our Jiaolong Legion currently has 1,000 T5 interstellar warships in service. We'll sell some of these 2 models to them as second-hand ships. Even at half price, the volume makes up for it. We can use this capital to significantly expand our fleet. Lilith analyzed, this order not only solves our raw material needs for half a year, but also enhances the Angels' military strength. Given that the demons possess near T6 interstellar warships, providing them with Jiaolong's T5 warships will be a great help on the battlefield. It's just unclear why the demons suddenly have the capability to produce near T6 warships, with no prior indication. Zhao Chen speculated, it could be the assistance of the Mechanicus. He then instructed, go tell Charlotte to arrange for interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to closely monitor the demons' territory, especially the movements of their raw materials. Lilith responded promptly, understood. After finishing communication with the angel race, Zhao Chen immediately reached out to Ayin of the mech race. On the screen, Ayin's usually cold and mechanical face now showed clear signs of emotional turmoil. Her human-like eyes betrayed anger and anxiety. Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at how lifelike this mechanical being was becoming. The demon race has invaded your territory, taken control of 2 stargates, and is even directly threatening your royal court, Zhao Chen stated bluntly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Ayin's voice carried a touch of embarrassed anger. If you're mocking me, I admit, you were right. She recalled how confidently she had assured Zhao Chun that the demon race could never invade the mech race. Now, with the demon fleet at their doorstep, her words felt like a slap in the face. Zhao Chun spread his hands and spoke calmly, I'm not mocking you. I just hope you'll consider the advice of an ally. If you had heeded my warnings earlier and strengthened your defenses, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Don't you agree? Ayin remained silent, and Zhao Chun didn't press the issue. He looked directly at her and asked, what's your current situation? Ayin, no longer displaying arrogance, reported concisely, 2 stargates have fallen and are under demon control. The demon race is expected to deploy over 1 million starships to attack our royal court. The assault is fierce. Part of their fleet has already begun attacking our outer defenses. We have 300,000 ships stationed at the royal court and are mobilizing additional fleets for support. For now, the situation is under control. Zhao Chen asked gravely, I heard that you've deployed a total of 2 million starships to defend the stargates and support the royal court. May I ask, is that all the starships your mech race has? Ayin responded cautiously, what do you mean by that? Clearly, the exact number of a faction's starships is classified information, especially in such a sensitive time. Zhao Chen explained, the demon race has openly mobilized 2 million starships, splitting their forces. One is attacking the angel race, and the other is targeting your royal court. However, I suspect their true objective is your royal court, and their real strength exceeds what they've shown. I suggest you mobilize as many starships as possible, or you might suffer heavy losses. Ayin replied coldly, we will make arrangements based on the situation. Seeing her still resistant, Zhao Chun could only hope for better communication with the little girl he found more approachable. He asked, is your leader still unreachable? Ayin's gaze turned icy. You're asking too many questions. Zhao Chun sighed inwardly. This robot was truly impenetrable. Who designed her system to be so unyielding? He left her with a final remark. If there's any urgent situation, feel free to contact me. The communication ended there. Zhao Chen had done his part in issuing the warning. If not for his mission, he could have remained neutral, watching the conflict unfold. But the little girl's prolonged absence worried him. What was she doing all this time? Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of unease? Back in the Mech Race's Royal Command Center, Aeen immediately inquired about the current situation from Ajin. Ajin reported succinctly, over 200,000 demon starships are attacking our outer defenses. The Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy battleship has not yet appeared. Our defenses are still holding. Reinforcements will arrive within half an hour to bolster the line. The fleets attacking the two stargates will enter the battlefield within 10 hours at the latest, but the time needed to reclaim or destroy the stargates is uncertain. Recalling Zhao Chen's warning, Aeen hesitated briefly before saying, the demon race's large-scale attack must be backed by something significant. Besides the interference from the mechanical cult, I suspect the demon race has enhanced their military capabilities. We should increase surveillance on their territory and further boost our fleet numbers. Ajin responded, I've considered that too. However, we have only 3 million starships in our entire territory, all needed to guard key locations. Deploying 2 million against the demon race is nearly our limit. We can mobilize an additional 50,000 ships for support, but not unless it's absolutely necessary. Aeen fell silent, knowing Ajin was right. Ajin added indignantly, if the demon race had dared to invade before our leader left, they wouldn't have stood a chance. Aeen cautioned, the enemy's timing suggests that the mechanical cult has infiltrated our ranks. Coupled with their collusion with the demon race, we must be vigilant. If we incur significant losses, we will have to answer to our leader upon their return. Ajin nodded solemnly. I understand. I'll personally head to the front lines to command the defense. You stay here and ensure the royal court's safety. I'll do everything in my power to repel the demon race, not letting a single enemy ship through. Aeen nodded firmly, trusting in Ajin's promise. At this moment, their only option was to resist the demon race's onslaught with all their might and hope for their leader's swift return. On April 1st, 3036, Galactic Star Calendar, a new quarterly mission quietly appeared on Zhao Chen's system interface. The mission details caught his attention. Ensure the losses of allies do not exceed a specific amount. Specifically, the losses for the Angel race's starships must not exceed 1 million, and the losses for the Mech race must not exceed 1.5 million. Zhao Chen's eyes lingered on the mission rewards, 10,000 mission points. This number surprised him slightly, making him think that this mission seemed like an easy way to earn points. This unexpected surprise reminded Zhao Chun of the system option. He had always ignored the requirements to unlock the T6 shop. He quickly opened the relevant interface to examine it carefully. There were 6 conditions to unlock the T6 shop. 1. Accumulate 10,000 mission points. 2. Reach 10 billion system points. 3. Have 500,000 active combat starships in the Xiaolong Legion. 4. Have 2 million auxiliary Xiaolong starships in the Xiaolong Galactic Group. 5. Achieve a monthly output of 10 trillion star coins for the Xiaolong Galactic Group. 6. Complete the shop's limited time mission. Zhao Chen quickly analyzed these conditions. The 5th condition had already been met under Lilith's management, and the other conditions were also within reach in the foreseeable future. The only unknown was the 6th condition, the shop's limited time mission. The system promptly provided a hint. The limited time mission usually lasts no less than 6 months. This timeline conveniently matched the completion of other tasks. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen decided to activate the limited time mission. Immediately, the content of the 6th condition appeared. Enter the Gaia Gate within the Mech race's royal court. Gaia Gate, Zhao Chen murmured to himself, recalling the information he had previously received from a young girl of the Mech race. He speculated that it might be a passage to some extraterritorial existence, guarded by the Mech race. Though the mission seemed straightforward, the unknown risks made Zhao Chen hesitate. He decided to discuss it with the young Mech girl when she returned. After all, if he could resolve the demon race issue as promised, his alliance with the Mech race might make the mission easier. Zhao Chen's thoughts returned to the demon race. It seems that not only do I dislike you, but even fate has no place for you, he muttered to himself. Once last month's quarterly mission ends, that's when our real showdown begins. While Zhao Chen pondered these matters, a fierce battle had just concluded in the distant space. On the bridge of a massive, mechanized starship, a tall woman dressed in a pitch-black military uniform sat in the captain's chair. Report, the enemy's attack has ended. We have annihilated all their starship units, but we also lost nearly 500,000 starships, a subordinate reported to her. The woman's tone was indifferent, as if such losses were routine. She ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up, the usable starships to be repaired, and the unusable parts to be dismantled. She stood up and walked to the bridge's porthole. Her unique pupils could see scenes that even distant space telescopes couldn't detect. Vast arrays of mech starships, some being towed for repairs, others being dismantled on the spot. The dismantled parts were pushed towards long, pitch-black structures that lined up like a massive black steel wall, stretching to the horizon. The woman coldly muttered to herself, the scenery here is truly ugly. Throughout April, the Demon Clan launched an unprecedented offensive against the Mech Clan. 2 stargates became the Demon Clan's beachheads, continuously funneling over 2 million starships into the battlefield surrounding the Mech Clan's court. Amidst the chaos, the Demon Clan paid a heavy price. 1 million starships turned into cosmic debris, and another 300,000 were destroyed defending the stargates. Despite these losses, the Demon Clan continued to send new starships into Mech Clan territory. Rumors swirled that another 1 million Demon Clan warships were poised to strike. The Mech Clan also suffered significant losses in this brutal war, with nearly 1 million starships obliterated. Although Mech Clan starships were generally superior in performance, the Demon Clan's Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy star battleships proved unexpectedly formidable on the battlefield, exerting immense pressure on the Mech Clan fleet. Meanwhile, the Angel Clan took the initiative to strike, engaging fiercely with the Demon Clan. As anticipated by Lord Xiaolong, the Demon Clan adopted a defensive strategy against the Angel Clan's assault. After a month of intense fighting, the Angel Clan lost 300,000 starships, while the Demon Clan's losses reached 500,000. The Angel Clan capitalized on their momentum and reclaimed several star systems. In this victory, the 40 T5 starships sold to the Angel Clan by the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group played a crucial role. To maximize these ships' potential, the 2 Angel Kings decided to integrate them into the Angel Clan's elite First Legion, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, under the direct command of Angel Tilia. This decision significantly boosted the Legion's strength, making them nearly unstoppable on the battlefield. Just as the Holy Dragon Angel Legion concluded a local skirmish and withdrew for rest, Angel Tilia was organizing battle data when she received an urgent communication. The holographic image of the Holy Angel King appeared before her. "Your Majesty," Angel Tilia immediately saluted. "Tilia, there's an emergency on the northern front," the Holy Angel King said gravely. "The Demon Clan has dispatched a fleet of 300,000 starships, including a Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy star battleship. The situation is critical, and we need reinforcements." Angel Tilia frowned slightly. "The Holy Dragon Angel Legion just finished a battle. Although we retained 30 of our ammunition reserves as per regulations, we still need time to recover. However, the northern front should be able to hold out for a while, given that we have a number of Xiaolong-class starships there." The Holy Angel King's expression was somber. "The problem is the appearance of a Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy star battleship. This type of ship has already proven its devastating power on the Mech Clan battlefield." "I understand," said Angel Tilia, a glint of determination in her eyes. "Give me 3 hours, and I will lead the Holy Dragon Angel Legion to provide support. Remember, your legion is crucial to us. If the situation deteriorates, retreat immediately. We can afford to lose the northern front. We've already gained enough ground," the Holy Angel King cautioned. "Understood, Your Majesty." "Rest assured," Angel Tilia replied solemnly. After the communication ended, Angel Tilia immediately summoned her subordinates and issued orders. "Mobilize all available supply and industrial ships. Prioritize resupply and repairs for us. Within 2 hours, we must restore at least 70 of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion's combat capability. Can you do it?" "Mission guaranteed," her subordinates responded in unison. The entire Holy Dragon Angel Legion then began preparations in earnest. When other allied forces undergoing repairs and resupply noticed their resources being redirected, there was some discontent. However, upon learning that the Holy Dragon Angel Legion was about to face the Demon Clan's Quasi-T6 starship, their eyes filled with admiration and respect, and no further complaints were voiced. Zhao Qin closed the information box in front of him and turned to look at Lilith, who stood by his side. His eyes held a mix of curiosity and anticipation as he recalled the crucial intelligence she had just mentioned. "You said earlier that the Holy Dragon Angel Corps will be heading to battle the 30,000 demon starships supporting the Angel race. They'll also be facing a Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy starship?" Zhao Qin confirmed, his tone revealing his interest in the upcoming battle. Lilith nodded, her bright eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Yes, that's the latest intel we have. On the battlefield between the Angel and Demon races, the Angels have gained the upper hand. To prevent the situation from worsening, the Demons are forced to send reinforcements, including a Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy starship." Zhao Qin immediately asked, "Do we have any stealth reconnaissance ships near that battlefield?" Lilith, having anticipated the commander's thoughts, confidently replied, "Yes, we do. I've already ordered it to approach the battlefield, record the combat situation, and broadcast it in real time." "Then let's see it," Zhao Qin said eagerly. He knew that although they had collected substantial combat data on Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy starships from the Mech King's battlefield, they still lacked specific intelligence on encounters with Xiaolong series starships. The Holy Dragon Angel Corps, led by Angel Tilian, was a fleet fully equipped with Xiaolong starships, bolstered by 40 new T5 starships. Observing this battle would be crucial for the Xiaolong Corps to strategize against the Demon race's Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy starship in the future. Soon, a screen appeared before Zhao Chun, displaying a battlefield where intense combat had already erupted. The Angel and Demon starship fleets were engaged in fierce crossfire. Lilith stood beside Zhao Chun, providing a detailed commentary on the battlefield situation. At that moment, Zhao Chun sensed a familiar presence beside him. A white tail lightly brushed against his neck, followed by a slightly disgruntled voice. This skirmish could determine the future direction of the Angel and Demon battlefield. It's just a matter of winning, losing, or drawing. Zhao Chun turned to see Charlotte staring at him with a resentful expression. He feigned confusion. What brings you here? Ignoring Zhao Chun's teasing, Charlotte got straight to the point. When will you allow our Xiaolong Corps to join the fight? Whether it's the Angel or Mech battlefield, I don't care. I'm getting restless. Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Chun smirked. Restless? Didn't you say you couldn't handle it a few days ago? Charlotte's cheeks flushed red, and she glared at Zhao Chun angrily. Lilith couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Since their relationship had become public, Zhao Chun had grown bolder in private, especially enjoying teasing Charlotte in front of Lilith. Though Charlotte appeared fierce on the surface, she was always powerless against Zhao Chun's antics. Zhao Chun reached out to touch Charlotte's tail, which seemed to have a mind of its own, dodging his fingers. While teasing Charlotte, he explained, for now, the Xiaolong Corps won't be deployed. We need to regroup our fleet, recover from last year's losses, and enhance our overall combat strength. I'll let you know when it's time to act. Charlotte huffed in frustration, pulling her tail away from Zhao Chun's hand. She silently complained. This guy not only touches her tail but also insists on running his fingers along it and even blowing on it, not realizing it's her most sensitive spot. With his toy gone, Zhao Chun refocused on the battlefield screen in front of him. He turned to Lilith and Charlotte, asking, what do you think are the chances of the Holy Dragon Angel Corps winning this battle? And can Angel Tillian handle that Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy starship? Lilith and Charlotte exchanged glances, both understanding that the outcome of this skirmish hinged on the confrontation between the Holy Dragon Angel Corps and the Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy starship. The trio's eyes locked onto the real-time battlefield screen, waiting for the result of this critical battle that could potentially alter the entire war's course. Although the Holy Dragon Angel Legion is hailed as a miniature version of the Xiaolong Corps, its combat strength is far inferior to the real Xiaolong Corps. In the early stages of the battle, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion cautiously deployed T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships, while considering the overall situation. The battle raged for 5 hours, with 30,000 regular interstellar warships fully engaged in fierce combat against an enemy fleet several times their size. Positioned at the rear, 40 T5 interstellar warships remained inactive, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Similarly, the Demon Legion's Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship stayed hidden within the core of their formation, both sides silently gauging each other's intentions. As the battle reached its 10th hour, the Angel Legion's fire support weakened due to the depletion of interstellar missiles and the need to rearm some T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships. This shift allowed the Demon Legion to gain the upper hand on the battlefield. Watching the battle, Charlotte chewed on a piece of lamb, casually tossing the skewer into a nearby bucket. There's some movement now. About time something changed. This is getting dull, she muttered. Zhao Chun yawned, having just woken up. However, the anticipated changes were minimal. Only 5 T5 Lightning Wraith-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers joined the front lines, temporarily suppressing the rising momentum of the Demon fleet. The battle continued into the 20th hour, with the remaining 5 T5 Lightning Wraith-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers entering the fray, engaging the Demon interstellar warships in intense combat. Lilith, bored, cracked sunflower seeds and yawned. These demons sure know how to hold back. That Quasi-T6 battleship is just sitting there like a mascot. Throughout the battle, spectators went about their own business, occasionally checking in on the situation. The cautious approach from both sides made the battle somewhat lackluster. Gnawing on a chicken leg, Zhao Warner complained, "This is so frustrating. If it were up to me, I'd launch a full barrage of interstellar missile ships and send the T5 warships in to encircle that Quasi-T6 battleship." Zhao Chun tapped his sister on the head, admonishing her, "You need to consider who our allies are and look at the Holy Dragon Angel Legion's allies. If we attack as you suggested and the assault fails, those T5 warships would have a hard time retreating. The demons are wary of our T5 warships too. They're using that Quasi-T6 battleship as bait. You need to develop a broader strategic view if you want to command a fleet." Rubbing her head, Zhao Warner stuck out her tongue. "I don't want to command any fleet. My special fleet of interstellar stealth bombers is enough for me." Just then, Zhao Warner's handheld terminal beeped. She opened it to find a message from Annie, mostly complaining about Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun, seeing this, nearly spat out his drink. "Why are you gossiping about your brother with outsiders?" Zhao Chun poked Zhao Warner's cheek with a chicken claw. Zhao Warner defended herself. "Hey, it's to relieve Annie's stress. It's for the good of our Xiaolong Corps." You should praise me for it. Suddenly, a video call request popped up, making Zhao Wanner panic. Zhao Chen watched with amusement, knowing she had told Annie she was working. Hurriedly wiping the grease from her mouth, Zhao Wanner found a spot against the wall, activated the soundproofing, and answered the call. Wanner sis, why did you take so long to answer? Annie, holding a cup of instant noodles, appeared on the screen. Zhao Wanner frowned. Why are you eating instant noodles again? No matter how busy you are, you shouldn't always eat that. Have the cafeteria send you some proper food? Annie replied, it's fine. This is good enough for me. I'm really busy right now and can't leave my station. Please don't tell your brother. Zhao Wanner, indignant, said, no way. I have to scold my brother. You're our chief engineer. You shouldn't be treated like this. You deserve proper benefits and treatment. The two chatted like sisters, with Zhao Wanner appearing to distance herself from the oppressor, Zhao Chen. Suddenly, a large beef leg was thrust into the video frame. Zhao Chen's voice followed. Wanner, here's the beef leg you wanted. I added a lot of cumin. It's delicious. The air froze. Zhao Chen continued. Oh, you're talking to Annie? Sorry to interrupt. But hurry and eat this before it gets cold. With a murderous glare, Zhao Wanner watched Zhao Chen leave with a smirk, leaving her awkwardly facing Annie. As Zhao Wanner tried to explain, a colleague's voice came from Annie's side. Annie, your instant noodles are loaded with lobster and crab roe. There's hardly any noodles left. Can it still taste good? Annie, which board game are we playing later? The atmosphere grew even more awkward. Both quickly found excuses to end the call. Furious, Zhao Wanner found Zhao Chen and punched him in the shoulder, while Zhao Chen laughed heartily. At that moment, the battlefield broadcast showed a significant shift. 20 T5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyers began to press forward. On the opposing side, the Quasi T6 destroyer class heavy interstellar battleship started moving, slowly entering the firing range. This was the opportunity the Quasi T6 destroyer class heavy interstellar battleship had been waiting for. On the battlefield, the 30 T5 interstellar warships of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion were each performing their respective duties, with only 10 T5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyers still maneuverable. The captain of the Quasi T6 destroyer class heavy interstellar battleship was confident, believing this was the perfect moment to strike. His strategy was clear. First eliminate the 10 T5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyers, then target the remaining T5 interstellar warships. Lilith stared intently at the battlefield display, analyzing. It seems the enemy captain is going all in. Charlotte, munching on some fruit, pondered aloud. I think this might be a bait set by Angel Tilia. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If it is a trap, Tilia is getting bolder. She doesn't seem to want to prolong the battle but is directly targeting the enemy's Quasi T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship. Her goal is clear, to destroy the enemy's Quasi T6 destroyer in this battle and thus gain complete control over the Angel Demon battlefield. Her foresight is impressive. Lilith caught the deeper meaning, muttering under her breath, the idea is good, but let's see if she has the capability. Zhao Chen smiled as he watched the battle unfold. As soon as the Quasi T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship joined the fray, it demonstrated its overwhelming firepower. A single shot from its bow cannon obliterated a distant T4 class interstellar battleship along with its star shield. Following that, its main cannons, secondary cannons, and interstellar missiles unleashed a barrage of firepower, making it resemble a mobile interstellar fortress. Charlotte focused on the interstellar battleship model in front of her, continuously adjusting the parameters of the Quasi T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship, especially its weapon modules. Although they had previously gathered some intelligence from the mechanoid race, she clearly wanted to conduct a more in-depth analysis. Zhao Chen glanced at Charlotte's work, noting several key data points. Bow cannon, energy-based electromagnetic cannon capable of destroying a fully shielded T5 Imperial Iron Fist-class heavy interstellar battleship with a single shot. Long range, minimum firing interval of 5 minutes. Main cannons, 4 energy-based cannons capable of destroying fully shielded T4 interstellar battleships. Medium range, 5-minute firing interval. 25 medium-caliber electromagnetic cannons. Fire physical shells, long range but less powerful. Medium to close range weapons. 500 high-rate laser cannons, medium range, moderate power, mainly targeting medium to close range enemy ships and interstellar fighters. 1,300 fully automated, 6-barrel close-in weapon systems. 50 missile launchers, approximately 3,000 medium to long-range interstellar missiles. What do you think of this Quasi T6 destroyer? Zhao Chen noticed Charlotte's furrowed brow and asked curiously. Charlotte pursed her lips and pulled up the data for the Xiaolong Legion's T5 Hades and T5 Holy Redeemer class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleships for comparison. Pointing to several key data points, she explained, this Quasi T6 destroyer. In terms of conventional firepower, it surpasses the Hades, but the Hades' strategic value lies in its 2 special weapons. Compared to the T5 Holy Redeemer, Its bow cannon is more powerful, but its other conventional firepower is slightly inferior. However, without knowing its cost and internal energy system, purely from a firepower perspective, it seems like a combination of the Hades and Holy Redeemer, featuring a scaled-down version of the Hades sword, but not considering the Hades domain. Zhao Chun understood her analysis and asked, "So, if you were to take on this quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship, how many ships would you need?" Charlotte thought for a moment and replied, "If I can use the Hades and have a guaranteed first strike, one ship would be enough. Even if I can't win, I wouldn't lose. If I can't use the Hades, then I would need one T5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship, plus 5 T5 Frost Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruisers. Another option is to use 5 to 10 T5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships for a firepower saturation attack, relying solely on interstellar missiles to win." Beside them, Zhao Wanner, listening in, scoffed, "So, this quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship isn't that impressive after all." Zhao Chun and Charlotte exchanged a smile, saying nothing more. Zhao Wanner's impression was largely due to the Xiaolong series interstellar battleships being top tier at the T5 level, making the gap to the quasi-T6 not as significant. "The 10 T5 Chaos Knights are moving," Lilith suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Qin immediately turned his attention to the video feed. The last 10 T5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyers of Angel Tilia had finally made their move. They formed a fan-shaped formation, charging towards the quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship. The quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship seemed to have anticipated this, immediately locking its bow cannon onto one of the T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers. The charged-up energy projectile roared out, filling the screen with a massive impact effect. The targeted T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyer's star shield shattered within seconds, and the energy projectile hit the ship directly. Report: the T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault starship, ST-04, has its star shield breached and sustained severe damage. It can no longer continue the battle. Rescue operations are underway. The adjutant's urgent voice echoed through the command center as Angel Tilia's gaze locked onto the burning destroyer displayed on the holographic projection. Tilia watched the scene with an impassive expression, her heart unmoved. Dealing with the quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy star battleship in front of them would inevitably come at a cost. She recalled the earlier report. A T5 Imperial Iron Fist-class heavy star battleship of the mecha race had been obliterated by a single shot from the bow cannon of the destroyer. By comparison, although the Chaos Knight class had lost its combat capability, there was still hope for repairs if it could hold out until the end of the battle. This clearly demonstrated the superior performance of the Chaos Dragon starship products. "Execute the Angel Hunt plan," Tilia ordered decisively, her eyes flashing with sharp determination. The command spread through the Holy Dragon Angel Core like an electric current. The remaining 9 Chaos Knight-class destroyers suddenly accelerated, closing in on the quasi-T6 destroyer from 9 different directions, like 9 invisible shackles binding the massive warship. Meanwhile, in the Holy Dragon Angel Core's formation, AT-4 Hell Angel-class heavy star missile ship activated all its missile launch systems. In an instant, countless star missiles streaked through space like dazzling fireworks. However, their target was not the quasi-T6 destroyer but the battlefield where 30 T5 starships had previously engaged. Under this intense fire support, the pressure on the 30 T5 starships eased significantly, and they began to retreat at full speed. The demonic starships, temporarily suppressed by the missiles, attempted to pursue but were intercepted by the Holy Dragon Angel Core fleet. The Angel Core, willing to endure enemy fire and even sacrifice some of their ships, aimed to create a path for the retreating T5 starships. The T5 starships charged towards the battlefield where the quasi-T6 destroyer was located, ignoring everything in their path. The demonic starships tried to intercept them, but the Holy Dragon Angel Core fought fiercely to protect the T5 starships' advance. As the 30 T5 starships closed in, the quasi-T6 destroyer sensed the impending threat and prepared to retreat. However, the demonic captain on the bridge suddenly realized the ship was unable to move. "What's happening? Why can't we move?" the demonic captain roared. "We're being disrupted by the enemy's tractor beams. It's those 9 T5 Chaos Knights. They're immobilizing us," the adjutant reported anxiously. The demonic captain recalled that the Chaos Dragon Corps' T5 Chaos Knights were indeed equipped with such technology. "Attack those T5 Chaos Knights. Order all nearby demonic ships to intercept those T5 starships at all costs. Continue attacking the T5 Chaos Knights," he commanded urgently, realizing they had fallen into the enemy's trap. 5 minutes later, the quasi-T6 destroyer's bow cannon recharged, targeting one of the T5 Chaos Knights. Faced with this lethal threat, the targeted T5 Chaos Knight made no attempt to evade, standing firm against the attack. Ultimately, its star shield was shattered, the bow exploded, and the entire ship lost its combat and mobility capabilities. Report: the T-5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault starship, ST-08, has been hit in the bow and lost combat capability. Communications are down, and the crew has abandoned ship. The number of survivors is unknown, the adjutant reported to Angel Tilia. Hold that thing at all costs. Tilia stared intently at the interstellar map, focusing on the Quasi-T6 destroyer. Among the 30 T-5 starships providing support, 5 were entangled by demonic ships, struggling to break free. They engaged the enemy on the spot, drawing enemy fire to protect their comrades. Another 5 minutes passed, and another T-5 Chaos Knight was destroyed. The remaining 7 T-5 Chaos Knights were under relentless attack from both the Quasi-T6 destroyer's regular fire and the surrounding demonic starships. One T-5 Chaos Knight star shield was critically low, yet it held its ground. Once its star shield was breached, its fate was sealed. The surrounding demonic starships would tear it to pieces. As expected, the T-5 Chaos Knight star shield was destroyed, and the ship was immediately pummeled by a barrage of attacks, becoming riddled with holes. The Quasi-T6 destroyer's bow cannon then obliterated another T-5 Chaos Knight. Now, only 5 T-5 Chaos Knights remained, still trying to restrain the Quasi-T6 destroyer. However, their tractor beams could no longer fully immobilize the massive ship, and the Quasi-T6 destroyer began to retreat slowly. Damn these persistent pests. Keep firing. Destroy them all. The demonic captain roared in fury. Bad news. 3 T-5 Lightning Phantom class heavy assault star cruisers are about to enter our combat range. In 3 minutes, 10 T-5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault star destroyers and 3 T-5 Lightning Phantom class heavy assault star cruisers will form a complete encirclement. The adjutant's voice trembled with fear. Hearing this dreadful news, the demonic captain's face went pale. Minutes later, Angel Tilia's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the interstellar map, where the Quasi-T6 destroyer was now surrounded by over a dozen of their T-5 starships. She coldly declared, "Now, let's see where you can run." Crunch, crunch. Zhao Chen munched on his chips, eyes glued to the battered interstellar battleship in the holographic projection. The hull was riddled with blackened scars from countless hits, and what was once a majestic outline was now twisted metal wreckage. Finally, it's over, Zhao Chen muttered as he swallowed the last bite of his chips. I didn't expect the hull armor of this Quasi-T6 destroyer to be so resilient. Even after the star shield was breached, it held out for another 5 minutes. Nearby, Charlotte was focused on updating data on the holographic screen. Her fingers flew over the virtual keyboard, swiftly inputting the hull armor data of the Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship, while also calculating its star shield energy range. Zhao Wanner, gnawing on a shiny, oily pork knuckle, curiously asked, was it worth it? After all, we lost 5 T-5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyers, and had 2 more T-5 Chaos Knights and 1 T-5 Lightning Phantom severely damaged. Charlotte paused her work, thought for a moment, and replied, for the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, considering it was a battle of 300,000 ships against 400,000, taking down the enemy's strongest Quasi-T6 interstellar battleship at such a cost isn't bad. At least, it stabilizes the Angel's position against the demons in this campaign. As long as the demons don't send reinforcements, the Angels should have the upper hand. She continued, whether we can turn this advantage into a victory depends on the forces both sides commit next. Given the current intensity of the battle, it'll take at least another month to see a clear outcome. After the initial fierce confrontation, the battle intensity will drop sharply because neither side can completely annihilate the other. This explains why the Xiaolong Legion often wins within days, while other forces take weeks or months. Charlotte stretched and shifted the topic to their own plans. All right, we've seen enough. When are we deploying? Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, it's only been a week, and we still have 3 months until the mission deadline. Focus on training the Legion fleet for now. I'll notify you immediately when there's a combat mission. TCH, my starships are getting rusty from inactivity, Charlotte grumbled. The Xiaolong Legion was usually in constant battle, so a long break like this felt unfamiliar. It had been nearly 3 months without any conflict, and many were growing restless. Zhao Chen didn't respond, continuing to watch the battlefield. After destroying the Quasi-T6 destroyer, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion didn't launch an immediate assault. Instead, they regrouped their T-5 interstellar battleships and reorganized their formation. Despite holding the initiative, their ships were in poor condition, and their formation was chaotic. A rash pursuit would only lead to greater casualties. Tilia clearly understood that it was better to rest and consolidate their position rather than risk further losses. Having already lost several T-5 interstellar battleships, she couldn't afford more. Now, it was the enemy, who had lost their Quasi-T6 interstellar battleship, who should be feeling the pressure. Zhao Chen frowned and asked, the demons suddenly have so many interstellar battleships. There must be a secret manufacturing base. Any progress on the investigation I assigned? Charlotte shook her head, and Lilith, with a slight frown, reported in detail, "We're puzzled by this too. Our investigation revealed that the demons have added a new fleet formation called the Demon Group Fleet, positioned as a regular Legion fleet. The 6 Demon Legions that survived last year's campaign have been upgraded to elite Legion fleets. From our observations, this new fleet group has over 1 million interstellar battleships, and the number keeps growing, with continuous deployments to the mechanical race's territory. However, our stealth reconnaissance ships, sent to the demons' territory, haven't found any new starship industrial bases." Zhao Chen pressed. "What about raw material transport? Building interstellar battleships requires a lot of materials. They can't just appear out of nowhere. We should be able to find the production site by following this lead." Lilith shook her head and said helplessly, "We've tried that. There has indeed been an increase in interstellar transport ships within the demons' territory, but once they enter the star gates, they become untraceable. When they reappear, the raw materials are already gone. The newly emerged demon interstellar battleships are directly deployed to the front lines through the star gates, formed into fleets, and sent to the mechanical race's territory," she continued. "The disappearing transport ships and the battleships that seem to appear out of thin air are very strange. We've even investigated all the star gates within the demon's territory, but found nothing. This leaves us with 2 possibilities. Either there's a hidden base we haven't discovered, or the demons have access to a special star gate leading to a distant star system beyond our search range." Zhao Chen felt a sinking feeling. Unknown threats were always unsettling. He said solemnly, "Keep investigating this matter. We need to find the source of these interstellar battleships as soon as possible. It's crucial for us." "Understood," Lilith responded. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's castle, a demon officer knelt before the Demon King's throne, trembling as he reported, "Your Majesty, we have received the latest news from the front lines. Our Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship has been destroyed." He didn't dare look up at the Demon King, his voice filled with fear. A figure clad in a black robe stepped into the Demon King's palace, his boots squelching through the red liquid and severed limbs on the floor with a dull thud. Unperturbed by the carnage beneath his feet, he walked straight to the throne. "Your Majesty, another fit of rage?" the black-robed man calmly inquired. The Demon King opened his eyes, his sharp gaze falling upon the visitor. "One of my Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy star battleships was destroyed by the enemy, at the cost of less than 10 T5 starships. This has put me at a disadvantage in the skirmish against the Angels." The black-robed man nodded slightly. "That's to be expected. A destroyer isn't a true T6 starship, just a Quasi-T6. In the face of an actual T6, 100 T5s would be mere fodder." The Demon King squinted at the black-robed man. "From your tone, it sounds like you have a real T6 starship? I have always said we can provide anything your Majesty desires. Have we not always fulfilled your wishes?" The black-robed man replied calmly. The Demon King sneered. "Fulfilled? Offering one thing at a time. You call that fulfilled? It feels more like you're enticing me to do your bidding." His aura suddenly turned menacing, as if he could crush the black-robed man before him. The black-robed man remained unfazed. "Enticing? No. We prefer to call it a trade or cooperation between friends. So, what must I do to get a real T6 starship?" The Demon King asked directly. "Fulfill our previous agreement and destroy the Mech King's court," the black-robed man answered. The Demon King narrowed his eyes. "What's so important about the Mech King's court that you're so fixated on it?" "That's not for your Majesty to know," the black-robed man said with a bow. "All you need to know is that when you break the Mech King's court, you will have your true T6 starship." The Demon King spoke coldly. "I want to. But I need more starships, more Quasi-T6 destroyers. Whether it's the Mech King's battlefield or against the Angels, I need more starships. Don't forget, the Xiaolong Legion hasn't even made a move yet. As long as you can provide more raw materials, we are more than willing to produce more starships for you," the black-robed man responded. The Demon King frowned. "Haven't I been sending raw materials to those 5 industrial bases as required each week? Those materials are enough, but for others, we are far from sufficient. Besides, you want more starships," the black-robed man said helplessly. The Demon King understood what the black-robed man meant by raw materials. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Fine, I'll meet your demands. Increase the weekly supply of starships by 30. Always at your service, your Majesty," the black-robed man said, turning and leaving the palace. The Demon King then summoned several of his demon confidants. They were accustomed to the blood and corpses in the palace and awaited the Demon King's orders. "Transport more raw materials to those 5-star systems," the Demon King commanded coldly. One demon confidant looked at the Demon King worriedly. "Your Majesty, the breeding grounds on several planets we've cultivated can no longer meet our current demand for those raw materials. Over-extraction could lead to future production issues." The Demon King waved impatiently. "Then find other places." Our demon territory has so many star systems and planets. Are we really short of these people? Those lower star races, we've sheltered them, given them planets to live on. Now it's time for them to repay us. The demon confidant swallowed hard. Your Majesty, we've already been quietly collecting from several remote planets. Even so, there's already some bad talk outside. If we continue like this, it could affect your prestige and rule among the demons. Affect my rule? The demon king laughed coldly. Ha ha ha. Are you saying those inferior races would dare betray me? Their lives are mine. Isn't it right for them to sacrifice a bit for our war? His voice turned icy. Don't worry about such things. Follow my orders. Increase the weekly supply of raw materials by 50. If the quantity is not met, find people from your own territories and clans to make up the difference. Understood? The demon confidants dared not voice any further objections, knowing the demon king would indeed do as he threatened. Understood. They replied softly. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Holy Dragon Angel Fleet, Angel Tilia let out a long breath, rubbing her temples as she sat in the captain's chair. Great. We destroyed a quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy star battleship of the demons. That's a first, her adjutant said excitedly. I heard the Mechs haven't taken down even one quasi-T6 destroyer. Tilia's expression remained serious. But we paid a high price, losing so many T5 starships. The adjutant chuckled. Taking down a quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy star battleship is bound to cost something. The Mechs have reportedly lost nearly 100 T5 starships without taking down even one quasi-T6 destroyer. This shows we're stronger. The bridge was filled with the joy of having destroyed the enemy's strongest ship. Tilia smiled at her crew but said nothing more. She turned to the star map in front of her, encompassing the entire angelic front against the demons. Tilia knew that news of their victory over a quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy star battleship would surely boost morale across the entire front, giving them the upper hand in various skirmishes. By all accounts, the situation should improve significantly. Yet, for some reason, Tilia felt a deep sense of unease. It seemed as though this war was just beginning, an invisible pressure making it hard for her to breathe. Staring at the wreckage of the quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy star battleship on the screen, Tilia clutched her chest and muttered, "Maybe I'm just too tired lately." She shook her head. "I still need to find a way to get the Angel King to procure more T5 starships from the Xiaolong, and urged the Xiaolong Legion to join the war soon." Thinking of the Xiaolong Legion's formidable combat prowess, the gloom in Tilia's heart seemed to lift slightly. She took a deep breath and threw herself back into commanding the battle. This interstellar war, involving the angelic, demonic, and mechanical factions, has ignited a cosmic conflict. As time passed, the flames of war spread across various galaxies, spiraling out of control. Border skirmishes between the angels and demons quickly expanded from a few locations to over a dozen, with the scale of the battlefield continuously growing. Initially, the angels intended to remain passive, but when the demons reinforced their troops and even sent a fleet led by a traitor to judge the Angel King, it reopened old wounds for the angels. Forced to increase their forces, the angels found the battlefield becoming even more deadlocked. Every day, numerous interstellar warships were destroyed in fierce battles, yet strangely, the total number of warships on the battlefield seemed to decrease rather than increase. The demons faced a similar dilemma, continuously sending warships to the front lines against the angels. As the war reached its peak, the total number of interstellar warships deployed by both sides on the main battlefield surpassed 3 million, edging towards 4 million, nearly breaking the record of their thousand-year conflict. However, compared to the battle between the angels and demons, the war between the demons and the machines was a true hellscape. In every star domain of the mechanical kingdom, wreckage of warships floated everywhere, with fleets from both sides engaged in relentless combat in this confined space. Countless interstellar warships turned into cosmic dust in what would later be known as the meat grinder of the mechanical kingdom. By mid-June, the demons had sent 5 million interstellar warships through the stargates seized during the early stages of the war to the mechanical kingdom, a number that struck fear into the hearts of many. Due to the unique position of the mechanical kingdom flanked by 2 permanent black holes with only 2 accessible paths, the demons had no choice but to adopt a single-line attack strategy, directly targeting the mechanical kingdom. The machines, on the other hand, continuously gathered fleets from various locations through the Stargate on the other end of the kingdom. This created a peculiar scene. Interstellar warships from both sides incessantly pouring into the mechanical kingdom, engaging in brutal combat in this star domain. Thanks to their formidable industrial capabilities, the machines managed to produce 1 million interstellar warships in a single month, barely maintaining the balance of the battlefield. The machines abandoned plans to reclaim the 2 stargates controlled by the demons and focused all their efforts on defending the mechanical kingdom. They deployed nearly 4 million interstellar warships here, 1/3 of which were produced urgently in the past 2 months. Report, another defensive position has fallen. The enemy's Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship has destroyed our interstellar fortress, came a report through a video window. Arjun responded solemnly. Understood. Order the remaining interstellar warships at that position to retreat to the rear defensive line and continue fighting. She stared at the star map. Another defensive position marked with a black cross meant that the demonic legion was one step closer to breaching the mechanical kingdom. Hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. Arjun kept murmuring to herself. Suddenly, worse news arrived. Bad news. The demonic Serpent King Legion has launched a fierce attack at the central front, accompanied by 10 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships. Arjun was speechless for a long time. She stared at the coordinates marked on the interstellar map, indicating the positions of known demonic Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships, already numbering 15. Adding these newly appeared 10 meant the demons now had 25 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships on the mechanical kingdom battlefield. The machines had no effective countermeasures against such formidable warships. Relay my orders. Redeploy all resting fleet units to defend the central line. We must not let the enemy break through, Arjun commanded, though she knew well that in this cramped battlefield, numerical superiority often paled in comparison to quality. This was the difference between T5 interstellar warships and Quasi-T6 interstellar warships. Time ticked by, with bad news coming from the front lines every few hours. Defensive positions fell faster than before. As a mechanical being, Arjun shouldn't have felt emotional fluctuations, yet she felt a suffocating pressure in her chest, struggling to support herself on the table. Suddenly, a video window popped up, and Arjun's face appeared on the screen. The first batch of newly built interstellar warships is on its way. Arjun, what's the situation on your end? Arjun's body shook, and she quickly replied, not good. The demons have brought in 10 more Quasi-T6 destroyers, intensifying their assault on our defenses. The speed at which defensive positions are falling is increasing, and if we don't control it, we risk a complete collapse of the battlefield. Don't worry, once our new interstellar warships arrive, we'll stabilize the situation, Arjun said firmly. On one side of the mechanical court, outside the Iron Guard Stargate, 2 mechanical intelligent beings were on duty. One of them, with its eyes rotating, voiced a childlike curiosity. Strange, why do all the interstellar warships requesting passage have no names? Its companion, busy with work, explained. Maybe they are classified interstellar warships. Look, they all have top-tier clearance. At that moment, the Stargate completed the transmission of a batch of interstellar warships. One by one, the warships emerged from the Stargate, standing tall in the docking area. The 2 mechanical beings were stunned by the unfamiliar designs of the warships, feeling an unprecedented sense of intimidation that their current fleet had never evoked. A mechanical officer reported to Ain, reporting, the entire prisoner fleet has completed Stargate navigation. With a sense of urgency, Ain commanded, all prisoner starships, immediately head to the Royal Court battlefield. She had just learned from Ain about the critical situation at the Royal Court battlefield and urgently needed these warships for support. At that moment, a video window popped up. Ain hesitated briefly before clicking to accept. The screen displayed a man wearing sunglasses, bare-chested, smiling as he greeted. So the interstellar warships are offline for duty, and you didn't even tell me. Are you mechanical beings also the type to forget people once you've used them? Ain calmly responded, as agreed. We owe you this time. Thank you for providing the technology for these interstellar warships. Zhao Chen teased. I must say, you guys are too uptight. Why not just use my ready-made Xiaolong series warships? Haven't you seen the Angel Clan using my warships to take down the Demon Clan's Quasi-T6 destroyers? Ain explained. We don't need those conventional interstellar warships. And as for the T5 warships, you can't provide them in large quantities. This particular warship technology is what we require. Regardless, I still want to thank you on behalf of the mechanical beings. Zhao Chen asked suspiciously, it's strange. Don't you have the technology for T6 level interstellar warships? Didn't you inherit the technology legacy of the Gaia Empire? Ain was silent for a moment before answering. Only the master knows about that information. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Whatever. Ain asked plainly, is there anything else? With a look of grievance, Zhao Chen said, you mechanical beings really are forgetful once the job is done. You used to call me 3 times a day when building those warships. Now you're kicking me to the curb. Ah, people always leave when the bed gets cold. Ain explained. The Royal Court frontline is in an emergency and urgently needs our support. Zhao Chen continued his theatrics. Come on, it's the warships that are running, not you. Forget it. There are always 1,000 reasons not to love. He even pretended to wipe away tears. Ain did not respond, thinking this human male was strange and often said inexplicable things. Seeing this, Zhao Chen said, boring, like talking to a block of steel. I'm done chatting with you. Keep fighting. Let me know if there's any update. He waved goodbye. Without a word, Ain ended the communication. The scene switched to Zhao Qin's vacation spot. He looked at Lilith, who was sunbathing in a black swimsuit, and complained, "Look at that woman. Really like steel. Impossible to warm up." Lilith rolled her eyes. "She's literally made of steel. If you said those things to any human woman, you'd be accused of harassment." Chu Xian, also on vacation, asked, "You provided the mechanical beings with the technical blueprints for the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship. Aren't you worried about raising a tiger to threaten yourself?" Zhao Chen smirked. "This warship technology has significant drawbacks, despite being a T5 level warship. Its advantages are obvious, but so are its flaws. It just happens to suit the mechanical beings. As for raising a tiger to threaten ourselves, do you think the mechanical beings would dare use my warships against us?" Chu Xian curiously asked, "What are the advantages and disadvantages?" Zhao Chun summoned a holographic image of the interstellar warship and began explaining in detail. The T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship is quite unique. The main disadvantage is its extremely complex construction process, taking longer than any of our current Xiaolong T5 warships. However, this drawback is less significant within the vast industrial system of the mechanical beings, which is why Ain was interested when I approached her. He continued, "The main reason she wanted this warship is its ability to challenge quasi-T6 warships. However, it's more like a suicide warship. It has all the standard configurations of a T5 battleship and is equipped with short-range assault capabilities, allowing it to temporarily increase speed and break into enemy formations, creating a massacre in a short period. But using this feature depletes its energy, reducing its speed and making it easy to get trapped. This doesn't fit our Xiaolong combat style, so it won't serve in our Xiaolong Legion." After listening, Chu Xian nodded in understanding. Lilith murmured, "It does fit its name. Prisoner? A desperate struggle in a crisis." Chu Xian asked again, "With our warships now assisting, will the mechanical being's royal court battlefield turn the tide?" Zhao Chen remained silent. Lilith answered on his behalf, "Normally, yes. But we still haven't located the Demon Clan's starship factories, which is a major threat. No one knows how many warships they will produce next." Chu Xian joked, "When are we going to strike?" General Charlotte has been grumbling about this and is even pulling out her own hair. Lying on the beach chair, Zhao Chen whispered, "Soon, soon. This storm is about to end." Reports flooded into a Jin's command room like a relentless tide, each bringing worse news than the last. 3 T5 Imperial Blade-class Heavy Star battlecruisers destroyed, 3 defense positions fallen, and 3 combat fleets completely annihilated. The enemy was accelerating their central push, with red alert frames flashing incessantly before a Jin. A Jin's hands gripped the desk tightly, saying nothing. She had already dispatched all available mechanical starships to the front lines, yet it was still not enough to halt the enemy's advance. At this rate, the Demon Legion's fleet would break through the mechanical court within 3 days. "Report," the deputy's voice broke the silence. "On the front lines, the enemy has 25 quasi-T6 destroyers and nearly 500 T5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruisers. We have only 700 various T5 starships left, and the numbers are dwindling. The enemy seems poised to break through our mechanical court in one swift strike." A Jin remained silent. She had done everything she could. All that was left was to keep sending newly built starships into the meat grinder to delay the enemy's advance. Suddenly, a video window popped up, showing Ain, who had finally arrived at the battlefield. "A Jin, the prisoner fleet requests to enter the battle." A Jin hesitated for a moment, her concern evident. "Ain, the situation on the front lines." She wasn't sure if a Yin's trump card could turn the tide. Ain replied firmly, "A Jin, we have no other choice. No matter the outcome, let us try." After a long silence, a Jin finally gave the order. The prisoner fleet is allowed to enter the battlefield. With permission granted, Ain immediately deployed the prisoner fleet. 300 brand new, never-before-seen starships appeared on the mechanical court's defensive line. "Commence counterattack," Ain ordered decisively. This was not defense, not support, but an all-out counteroffensive. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Serpent King's flagship quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy battlecruiser, Serpent King Marshal pointed in surprise at the mechanical fleet's new warships on the screen. The deputy quickly scanned the database, but found nothing. "These mechanical ships are not in our records. Judging by their appearance, they seem to be T5 heavy battlecruisers, likely a new model entering service." The Serpent King Marshal scoffed. "New warships? Fresh off the line and already on the battlefield? Perfect. We'll send them straight back to the factory for repair snow. Straight back to the furnace for recycling." He laughed as he ordered the fleet to accelerate their advance. "In 3 days, I will crush the mechanical court. The so-called invincible mechanical fleet is nothing. This universe will bow to the Demon Legion." As the Demon Legion accelerated their push, 300 T5 prisoner-class heavy assault battlecruisers appeared at the forefront of the defensive line. ready to show their fangs. Report, the 1st, 3rd, 7th, 9th, and 10th prisoner groups have each locked onto a quasi-T6 destroyer. Coordinates as follows. The tactical officer reported swiftly. Ain examined the star map, 5 red circles marking the targets. Approve the 5 combat missions. The remaining groups continue to advance. With the orders given, the 5 prisoner groups sprang into action. Taking the first group as an example, 30 T5 prisoner-class heavy assault battlecruisers formed a diamond formation, their bows aimed in the same direction. Suddenly, their engines went into overdrive, showcasing a speed surpassing all other T5 starships as they charged towards their targets. The sudden assault caught the Demon Legion fleet off guard. Despite immediate fire suppression, these T5 starships not only boasted formidable firepower but also seemed to ignore the attacks, maintaining their speed. They either obliterated enemy ships in their path with bow cannons or rammed through them directly. The 30 ships, like a sharp spear, pierced into the heart of the Demon Legion fleet. What are they trying to do? Are they courting death? The Serpent King Marshal frowned, believing these T5 starships would inevitably be devoured by the tens of thousands of Demon Legion ships. No, their target is our quasi-T6 destroyers, the deputy suddenly exclaimed. The Serpent King Marshal's pupils dilated as he watched the 30 T5 starships, after a frenzied short-range acceleration, accurately position themselves around a quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy battlecruiser. The destroyer seemed completely unprepared for this scenario, failing to fire even as it was surrounded. It seemed to silently question, quasi-T6 destroyers, where did you come from? What are you trying to do? They're trying to decapitate our quasi-T6 destroyer. The demon lieutenant's exclamation echoed through the bridge. Marshal Snake King merely chuckled disdainfully, sitting confidently in the captain's chair. His voice brimmed with confidence. With just 30 T5 interstellar warships, they think they can decapitate our quasi-T6 destroyer within the encirclement of our Demon Legion fleet? Do they think our demon interstellar warships are just for show? A hint of caution flashed in the Marshal's eyes. If it were just 30 T5 interstellar battleships surrounding a quasi-T6 destroyer, it might be worth worrying about. But don't forget, we have tens of thousands of demon interstellar warships around us. He sneered. Do they think this is some legendary interstellar tale where they can decapitate the enemy flagship amidst thousands of troops? Ridiculous. Marshal Snake King decisively commanded, destroy them. On the battlefield, the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleships that had penetrated deep into enemy lines were now facing a dilemma. They had successfully surrounded the quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship, but were simultaneously subjected to fierce attacks from the surrounding tens of thousands of demon interstellar warships. However, these T5 prisoners showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they pressed closer to the quasi-T6 destroyer, firing all weapons, main and secondary cannons alike, launching a ferocious assault on the quasi-T6 destroyer's star shield. This scene was not only happening here but was also playing out around the other 4 targeted quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships. Report, came the urgent voice of the captain of the quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship. These T5 interstellar battleships seem to be equipped with weapons specifically designed to counter star shields, causing significant energy drain on our shields. The demon lieutenant immediately reported this to Marshal Snake King, who merely snorted. So what? Just destroy them all. At this moment, the marshal still had not realized the gravity of the threat before him. Just then, an urgent report came through. Report, T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship T0127, star shield energy remaining at 10. Initiating mad prisoner plan. Over. This request first reached the first prisoner group. After the group leader's approval, the message was quickly relayed to the rear ship, Silverseat. Receiving the notification, Silver, despite being a mechanical life form, felt a sharp pain in her chest. She knew all too well the true capabilities of the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship. Suddenly, the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship T0127 ceased all attacks, its cannons falling silent as if paused. Then, the bow cannon began to emit a blinding red light, like a red-hot iron rod. Subsequently, the main and secondary cannons displayed the same phenomenon. From a distance, the interstellar battleship appeared covered in red streaks, resembling blooming red flowers. Marshal Snake King stared at the screen in confusion. What is that interstellar battleship trying to do? The next moment, a beam of energy, several times more powerful than any previous attack, shot out from the bow cannon. The energy output was so immense that the cannon barrel turned red-hot, cracking on the surface. Even the cannon mount showed fine cracks. The main and secondary cannons also fired, but some exploded within their barrels upon firing. Report, main cannon A11 severely overloaded, barrel burst. Report, secondary cannon Y87 severely overloaded, barrel burst. One after another, reports of barrel bursts flooded the bridge, but the mechanical captain remained unmoved. Beside him, a 3D image displaying the status of all weapon modules blinked with red warnings. The terrifying beam struck the Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship's star shield directly. The immense output caused a temporary energy shortfall in the shield, creating a breach. The remaining energy from the beam pierced through the shield, striking the hull of the Quasi-T6 destroyer, leaving a noticeable dent. Mad Prisoner Plan Phase 1 complete. Initiating Phase 2. The mechanical captain issued the command, solemnly placing his captain's hat on the desk. Mad Prisoner Plan Phase 2 initiated. Begin overloading the starship's energy core. Prepare to inject the Mad Factor. The T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship, which had slowed down due to close-range assault, suddenly had several conventional engines roar back to life, accelerating rapidly. The T5 prisoner charged toward the Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship. What is it trying to do? Marshal Snake King exclaimed, standing up in disbelief as he watched the T5 interstellar battleship recklessly charge toward their Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship. Is it trying to ram us? The demon lieutenant was equally perplexed, but our Quasi-T6 still has its star shield up. Ramming now would be pointless. Meanwhile, on a distant beach, Zhao Chen suddenly remembered an overlooked detail. Oh, I forgot to mention. The T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship has another function. What? Chu Xian asked curiously. Zhao Chen explained, the Mad Prisoner mode. It can unlock a restriction, putting the weapon modules into an overload phase. Attacks during this phase are far more powerful, but the downside is the risk of barrel bursts, rendering the cannons unusable or even exploding. What? Lilith exclaimed. Isn't that suicidal? With all weapons overloaded and malfunctioning, it would be defenseless. Removing his sunglasses and letting the glaring sunlight hit his face, Zhao Chen's expression turned grave. Yes, which is why it has one final act. It can perform another close-range assault, but the consequence is total engine failure, rendering it inoperable. Simultaneously, it injects a material called the Mad Factor into its energy core, turning the starship into a super bomb. Zhao Chen's words silenced the group, who now understood why the commander wouldn't deploy this starship in the Xiaolong Legion. In a somber tone, Zhao Cheng continued, it also has another name, the Mad Prisoner Suicide Starship. A massive firework erupted in the cosmos, resembling a miniature supernova explosion. The Demon Lieutenant and Serpent King Marshal stared in disbelief at the enormous fireball, shaking their heads in astonishment. How is this possible? The Serpent King Marshal murmured. Even if an interstellar battleship collides, at most, it would cause the onboard ammunition to detonate, but it would never achieve this kind of effect. The power of this explosion is equivalent to a T6 class heavy interstellar battleship's main cannon, and its impact radius is even larger. The firework came and went quickly. When it dissipated, the T5 interstellar battleship of the mechanical race had vanished, leaving only scattered debris floating around. The star shield was still intact but visibly weakened. The hull of the T6 class heavy interstellar battleship it protected bore numerous craters, as if struck by meteors, indicating that the powerful energy had momentarily pierced the star shield's defenses during the explosion. At that moment, the Demon Lieutenant received an urgent message and anxiously reported to the Serpent King Marshal, Sir, the star shield of T6 class heavy interstellar battleship K-017 is below 30, reaching the yellow alert level. The Serpent King Marshal immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Since losing a T6 class destroyer in the Angel Race battlefield, the demons had implemented strict protocols. If the star shield energy fell below 30, the ship must retreat from the front line. This was why no T6 class destroyer had fallen in the mechanical race's royal court battlefield so far. Relay my orders, the Serpent King Marshal commanded sternly. T6 class destroyer K-017 must withdraw from the front line immediately. All surrounding demon interstellar ships must cover it at all costs. However, the retreat order came too late. A second T5 heavy interstellar assault battleship had already reached critical levels, with its star shield energy nearly depleted. It initiated a final wave of overloaded attacks with all its weapons and accelerated towards the target. Despite the desperate attempts of the surrounding demon ships to block it, the mechanical ship, under heavy fire, charged forward. As another massive firework blossomed, other mechanical squads commenced similar suicide attacks. Brilliant fireworks continuously lit up the space, presenting a terrifying yet mesmerizing spectacle. Observing everything from the rear, Ain suddenly felt tears streaming down her cheeks. She raised her hand to touch the warm streaks on her cold face, feeling utterly confused. Strange. Crying is something only carbon-based life forms do. Why do I feel so heartbroken? A complex emotion she had never experienced before surged within her chest, leaving her breathless. At that moment, a report came through the communication channel. First Prisoner Squad has completed their mission, destroying one T6 class heavy interstellar battleship. The cost: 3 T5 prisoner ships. Remaining squads with 12 T5 prisoner ships are preparing to retreat, requesting fire cover. Ian then noticed a firework more brilliant and longer-lasting than the previous ones dissipating. The T6 class heavy interstellar battleship, now without its star shield, showed massive explosion marks on its side, with multiple secondary explosions still occurring. It was evidently incapacitated. Simultaneously, the 7th prisoner squad managed to break through another T6 class destroyer's star shield. Despite the formidable armor of the T6 class destroyer, 8 T5 prisoner battleship suddenly accelerated, heading straight for the target. The T6 class destroyer unleashed a barrage of firepower, shattering the T5 battleship's bow, but could not prevent the impending collision. Everyone witnessed the collision of the two interstellar ships and the subsequent massive firework that lit up the void. Inside the highest command center of the mechanical court, the tense atmosphere suddenly eased. The adjutant reported the latest battle situation to Commander Akin. The Demon Forces offensive had abruptly slowed down, with some legions even halting their attacks. Akin's gaze fell on the interstellar war simulation table before him, where several skull markers stood out. These skulls represented the recently destroyed Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships. Not a single one of these formidable warships had been destroyed in the past 2 months, yet today, within just a few hours, 5 had been taken down. This accounted for 1/5 of the known active fleet of 25 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships of the Demon Forces, an undeniably significant victory. It was this sudden heavy blow that forced the enemy to slow their advance. After all, it wasn't ordinary T4 or T5 interstellar warships that were lost, but top-tier Quasi-T6 class warships. Even the powerful Demon Forces couldn't bear such a heavy loss. Suddenly, a video window popped up in front of Akin, displaying the hero of this operation, Ian. Ian, this is fantastic. Akin's voice couldn't hide his joy. Thanks to the warships you brought, we not only stabilized the situation but also destroyed 5 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships. However, Ian's expression was complex. She calmly said, "We did destroy 5 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships. But the cost was the sacrifice of 28 T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleships, with another 13 heavily damaged." Akin seemed oblivious to the deeper meaning in Ian's words and merely nodded. "Yes, we suffered some losses. But compared to the results we've achieved, those losses are undoubtedly worth it. Previously, no matter what methods I used, even deploying 50 T5 interstellar warships in a decapitation strike fleet couldn't take down a single Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship. Now, with the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleships you've brought, we finally have a way to threaten the enemy's T6 destroyers on the front lines." Ian didn't say anything more. They briefly discussed the battlefield situation before ending the communication. Sitting in the captain's chair, Ian fell into deep thought, a sense of loss enveloping her. She raised her hand to contact that man Zhao Chun. The screen switched from a sunny beach to a nighttime hot spring scene. In the background, a few silhouettes could be seen, but the swirling mist obscured them. Zhao Chun asked directly, "So, did you achieve good results?" "Yes, we destroyed 5 Quasi-T6 destroyers," Ian replied, her tone devoid of any joy. Zhao Chun noticed Ian's unusual demeanor and asked, "Destroying 5 Quasi-T6 destroyers should be a cause for celebration, right? Why do I feel like you're not happy at all?" Ian was silent for a moment, her human-like eyes staring at Zhao Chun. "Lord Xiaolong, let me ask you. If it were you, would you choose to use the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleships?" Zhao Chun hesitated but answered honestly, "I wouldn't use them, and I hope I never have to." "Why not? For the sake of victory, aren't these warships reliable?" Ian pressed. "Not only do they have considerable combat power, but their insane prisoner mode can inflict massive damage on enemy ships at the last moment. According to our calculations, these warships have the highest cost-effectiveness in the known universe." Zhao Chun chuckled and shook his head. "Cost-effectiveness? Maybe for you mechanical beings, everything can be measured in terms of cost-effectiveness, numbers, and probabilities. But for me, a warship is more than just a ship. It carries thousands of warriors who trust me and are willing to fight for me. My principles don't allow me to send them to their deaths." Ian continued to watch Zhao Chen's eyes, certain he was telling the truth. "So, this is what you mean by life?" she murmured. Zhao Chen said seriously, "Although you mechanical beings are also called life and have developed considerable intelligence, there's still a significant difference between us. Besides lacking creativity, you don't seem to cherish your own lives. Perhaps to you, your life is just a program. Cherish our lives?" Ian fell into deep thought. She recalled the scene when she briefed her mechanical subordinates on the performance of the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleships. The subordinates recorded all the procedures, including the final suicide attack, without any expression. Looking back, the whole process felt eerie, as if they weren't the ones carrying out the suicide attacks. Zhao Chen continued, however, your master is somewhat different. She gives me the impression of being quite like us, almost like a child who hasn't grown up. Master. Ayan thought of her interactions with her master, the little girl who always pointed at her and Akin, saying, you both are so lifeless. No fun at all. Zhao Chen looked at Ayan suspiciously. But you seem different now. I can't quite put my finger on it, though. Ayan seemed to understand something and gave a faint smile. It's nothing. On behalf of the mechanical court, I thank you, Lord Xiaolong, for your assistance. This isn't free, you know. We had an agreement. Zhao Chen immediately adopted a merchant's expression. Ayan smiled and nodded. Zhao Chen then asked, and your master, when is she coming back? It's been over 6 months. Master, should be back soon. Ayan gave a vague answer. After a few more casual exchanges, they ended the communication. Zhao Chen leaned against the edge of the hot spring, gazing at the stars. He knew that this period of leisure was about to end. The Demon King's fortress had lost 5 T-6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships. Seated on his magnificent throne, the Demon King wore a grim expression, his eyes glinting with dangerous light. In the Grand Hall, a demon subordinate knelt on the ground, trembling as he reported the situation. Yes, your majesty, the demon subordinate cautiously replied. The Met clan has developed a new type of heavy interstellar assault battleship called the T-5 prisoner class. It's a suicidal warship with a devastating self-destruct explosion. Without the protection of a star shield, our T-6 destroyer-class battleships can't withstand such attacks. Even if they don't fall immediately, critical systems will be disabled, making them easy targets for enemy ships. The demon subordinate continued, due to the appearance of this new battleship, several marshals on the front lines have urgently ordered the temporary withdrawal of our T-6 destroyer-class battleships. Interestingly, the enemy's T-5 prisoner-class battleships have not appeared on the front lines since. We suspect that the T-5 prisoner class was specifically developed to counter our T-6 destroyer-class ships. Get out, the Demon King coldly commanded. Yais. The demon subordinate stammered, quickly bowing and exiting the hall. Once again, the Grand Hall was left with only the Demon King, or so it seemed. A shadowy figure silently appeared beside the throne. Without the T-6 destroyer-class battleships on the battlefield, you won't be able to take down the Met Court anytime soon, the figure in the black cloak said bluntly. The Demon King responded in a deep voice, then we'll bide our time, waiting until I have more interstellar ships. We can then capture the Stargate on the other side of the Met Court and launch a pincer attack. We've waited hundreds, even thousands of years already. A bit more time won't hurt. You don't have that time, the cloaked figure said firmly. The Demon King looked at him in confusion. The cloaked figure explained, the Met clan's main forces are returning. If you don't destroy the Met Court before they arrive, you'll face the full might of their army. At that point, your demon clan will meet its end. The Demon King frowned and questioned, didn't you say that the Met clan's main forces wouldn't return? The cloaked figure replied calmly, I said they wouldn't return for now, not that they would never return. I've already bought you a lot of time. 3 months, plus the T-6 destroyer-class battleships, and you still haven't taken the Met Court. That's on you. Before he could finish, the Demon King punched him, sending him flying. The cloak fell away, revealing a mechanical body. Could you not break my body every time? These bodies are quite expensive to make, the mechanical figure stuttered, but his voice remained indifferent. You lied to me, the Demon King accused, pointing at the cloaked figure. I didn't lie. I never said anything untrue. The mechanical figure defended himself. He was right. He hadn't lied but had withheld crucial information, forcing the Demon Clan into a war they couldn't retreat from. The Demon King fell silent. The mechanical figure struggled to stand, his body shaking in an odd posture. Rest assured, you still have at least 10 days, the cloaked figure continued. In these 10 days, deploy all your demon interstellar ships. I know you're holding some back. Those ships were built in the Starship industrial bases I provided. I know exactly how many there are. If you commit all your forces to a full-scale war against the Met clan, 10 days will be enough to conquer the Met Court. Once that happens, their leader and the Met clan's main forces will never return to this universe. This universe will be yours. The Demon King retorted. Those ships are reserved for a sudden attack by the Xiaolong Legion. They've been quiet for 3 months, which is suspicious. I can't be careless. Since last year's battle, the Xiaolong Legion's combat power has been formidable, despite their limited numbers. Their inactivity is more threatening than action. The mechanical figure dismissed the concern. So what? Even if the Xiaolong Legion attacks and causes significant losses, once you take the Met Court, no one can threaten you. I'll also give you the coveted T-6 Starship technology. Do you think the Xiaolong Legion has the power to wipe out your demon clan entirely? The Demon King wasn't worried about being wiped out by the Xiaolong Legion. He believed their limited numbers meant they could only conduct short-term raids, not large-scale wars. They might inflict heavy damage, but they couldn't annihilate the Demon Clan. Yet the mechanical figure's words, like whispers from the abyss, echoed in the Demon King's mind. The temptation to destroy the Mech Clan and gain T6 starship technology was too great to ignore. Can you guarantee that if I destroy the Mech Court, their leader and main forces won't return? The Demon King asked again. The mechanical figure raised his hand and solemnly swore, I swear by my great faith that I stand by my words. Hearing this, the Demon King no longer doubted. So far, every word from this figure had been true, albeit selectively. He wouldn't lie by his great faith. That would be worse than death for him. Fine. The Demon King raised his hand and opened several video communications. On the other side were high-ranking demon officers. Transmit my order. The Demon King's legion will fully mobilize. Target, the Mech Clan's territory. Launch a full-scale war. Within 7 days, destroy all stargates and starports around the Mech Court. In the final 3 days, spare no effort to capture the Mech Court. In the late June of Galactic Year 3036, only 3 days remained until the end of the month. For Zhao Chun, these 3 days were far from an ordinary month end. His eyes were fixed on the mission page, with the quarterly mission completion in sight. Ensuring ally losses did not exceed the limit, with the Angel Clan's loss of interstellar warships not surpassing 1 million currently lost over 500,000, and the Mechanical Clan's loss not exceeding 1.5 million currently lost over 1.2 million. The mission rewards were substantial, 10,000 mission points. Zhao Chun calculated in his mind that, given the limitations of the Mechanical Royal Court battlefield and the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship he provided, completing the mission was not difficult. He even started humming a tune, imagining the 2 quarterly mission rewards he was about to receive. However, the calm was shattered by the urgent report from his secretary, Lilith. With a grave expression, she reported that nearly 2 million interstellar warships had emerged from multiple stargates within the Demon Clan's territory, with numbers still climbing. This news hit Zhao Chun like a bolt from the blue, instantly making him realize the severity of the situation. Zhao Chun immediately summoned the AI, Xiaolong Nu, to simulate the battlefield. The results were unsettling. Without external intervention, the Mechanical Royal Court would fall within 10 days, and the entire Mechanical Clan would be annihilated within a month. Worse, by July 1st, the Mechanical Clan was expected to lose an additional 300,000 to 500,000 interstellar warships. Seeing the mission rewards and the T6 store slipping away, Zhao Chun made a swift decision. He quickly contacted the Angel Clan and the Mechanical Clan to formulate a new battle plan. Angel Tilia led the Holy Dragon Angel Legion to attack the key Stargate hubs of the Demon Clan to slow down enemy mobilization. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Clan representative, Ain, arrived at the Xiaolong star system. Looking at Ain before him, Zhao Chun couldn't help but remark, the last time we met was on your Mechanical Clan's turf. I never thought we'd meet again in my Xiaolong star system. How is the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship technology 1 gave you? Thinking back to our first meeting and looking at the current situation, it's really a different world now. The situation was rapidly evolving, and Zhao Chun had to find a balance between protecting his allies, completing the mission, and addressing the new threat. Time was pressing, and every decision could impact the future of the entire galaxy. The technology of the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship is pretty good, but honestly, I don't like this model, Ain remarked calmly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Zhao Chun observed Ain quietly, his gaze probing. Noticing his look, Ain frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" "Nothing," Zhao Chun replied softly. "It's just that you seem different from before. More natural." Ain's frown deepened, clearly not understanding what Zhao Chun meant. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Chun quickly changed the subject. "Let's get to business. Have you mapped out the route?" Ain immediately switched back to work mode, her voice regaining its usual sharpness. "Yes, it's all planned out. We're using large stargates that can connect with the ones you built in our mechanical territory. From here, it will take no more than a day to reach the stargates surrounding the mechanical court." Zhao Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Looks like building those stargates in your territory was a wise decision after all. It would be much harder to support you now without them." The stargates they were discussing were the ones Zhao Chun had previously negotiated with that little girl to connect the angel race, built within the mechanical race's territory. Unexpectedly, these stargates had now become the lifeline for the mechanical court. "How many interstellar battleships have you prepared?" Ain asked, her tone tinged with urgency. Zhao Chun teased, "That depends on how many people you brought. Have your people learned the interstellar battleship piloting tutorials I sent over?" Ain snorted confidently. "In terms of creativity, we mechanical beings might not match you carbon-based life forms. But when it comes to learning ability, even if you evolve for another 10,000 years, you won't surpass us." Zhao Chun nodded approvingly. "Then I can rest assured." He suddenly stopped, hands in his pockets, and said casually, "This is where I'm providing your interstellar battleships. Let's see how many you can take. Here. Ain looked around in confusion, only to see a long corridor stretching into the distance. At that moment, the walls of the corridor turned transparent, revealing the pitch-black backdrop of space. In the darkness, countless interstellar battleships were lined up neatly, some still bearing their original fleet insignia. Zhao Chun began to explain in detail. A total of 500,000 interstellar battleships. This includes 5,000 T4 battleships, 200,000 T3 battleships, and the rest are T2 battleships. We also have the T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships and T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships. All missile ships come equipped with enough interstellar missiles for 30 rounds of firepower, loaded on interstellar transport ships. Remember, those transport ships are accounted for too. Zhao Chun patted Yin's shoulder, a hint of grievance in his tone. Remember the good I've done for you. When your master returns, put in a good word for me. I've put a lot of effort into this for you. Yin cut to the chase. Then why hasn't your Xiaolong Legion taken any action? Zhao Chun coughed awkwardly. Well, I'm looking for the right opportunity. Think about it. Isn't it strange that the demon race suddenly has so many interstellar battleships? Their current manufacturing capabilities couldn't produce this many ships in such a short time. This means there's some other force supporting them. I'm investigating this fully, aiming for my Xiaolong Legion to take down the demon race in one strike. Yin rolled her eyes, choosing not to press further on the true intentions of the Xiaolong Legion. The immediate priority was to alleviate the crisis facing the Mechanical Court. The demon race's army had already posed a significant threat to the Mechanical Court and its surrounding areas. The current power of the Mechanical Court was insufficient to handle the situation. This was why, upon learning that the Xiaolong Galactic Corporation was willing to provide a batch of interstellar battleships, Yin had pushed through opposition and convinced Jin to agree to the deal. She had brought a team of mechanical soldiers, tirelessly traveling to the Xiaolong star system. So, do you have enough personnel? Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow. Yin directly asked, can I take them now? Of course. Zhao Chun was cut off as he felt a kick at his heel. He turned to see Lilith beside him, signaling with her eyes and holding an electronic tablet. Realizing, Zhao Chun took the tablet from Lilith, which displayed some information. Clearing his throat, he said, just sign here. The total value of these interstellar battleships is 1,610 trillion credits, discounted to 1,600 trillion for being old friends. If you think it's too expensive. Before Zhao Chun could finish, Yin had already signed her name on the tablet. Is that enough? She asked coolly. Zhao Chun sighed. Doing business with the wealthy is no fun. No room for negotiation. But fine. This is the first time we're accepting credit, not even asking for a deposit. Shows how much I trust your mechanical race. But business is business, trust is trust. Including the previous technology licensing fee, your mechanical race now owes me 2,000 trillion credits in raw materials. The previous fee was due by the end of June, and this is an additional transaction, so I'll extend the deadline by 3 months. Pay by the end of September, or there will be a 3 interest per month. See, I really treat you like family. Turning back, Zhao Chun realized that Yin had already left after signing. Where is she? He asked, puzzled. Lilith replied, she's gone to arrange for the takeover of the interstellar battleships. Zhao Chun sighed helplessly. His heartfelt words seemed to have gone unheard. The speed at which mechanical life forms learn is truly astounding. Standing before the holographic display in the command center, Zhao Chun watched the scene intently. One after another, the transport ships of the mechanical race, brought by Yin, docked at the port. Regimented mechanical soldiers filed in and boarded the interstellar warships. Within just half an hour, these complex warships were skillfully operated and departed the port. After another hour of combat drills, these mechanical soldiers would be able to fully utilize the warship's combat capabilities. Turning to Lilith beside him, Zhao Chun couldn't help but smile. We've secured a huge deal this time, 20 quadrillion star coins. That's more than double the 900 billion star coin deal we had with the angel race. Lilith gently reminded him, Commander, you've indeed signed a massive deal, but we haven't seen any payment yet. Moreover, this transaction includes the authorization fee for providing the mechanical race with the T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleship technology. Zhao Chun chuckled, a sly glint in his eye. The mechanical race is so wealthy. If they dare to default, I'd personally go to collect the debt. He knew that ordinarily, he wouldn't take such a high-risk business. However, the allure of 10,000 mission points for the quarterly task was too great, prompting him to take some risks. Besides, he believed the mechanical race wouldn't default. Although 20 quadrillion star coins was an astronomical figure for the angel race, it wasn't much for the mechanical race. If they offered mining rights to resource-rich areas within their territory as payment, Zhao Chun would accept that too. Lost in thought, Zhao Chun's attention was drawn to the sight of T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships leaving the port. These T2-class warships were no less effective on the battlefield than any T3-class warships and were produced in large numbers. Recalling their origin, Zhao Qin couldn't help but marvel at Li Wei's capabilities. He had authorized the Northern Goose Group to produce these warships for the escort fleet, and Li Wei had managed to accumulate a total of 100,000 ships without affecting the group's normal production. When Zhao Qin announced he would be deploying all these warships, Li Wei's expression was like someone whose hidden treasure had been raided. But Zhao Qin's promise to allow the Northern Goose Group to upgrade to producing T3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile ships quickly brightened Li Wei's demeanor, and he promptly delivered the 100,000 T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships along with their matching interstellar missiles. Muttering to himself, Zhao Qin said, "With these warships reinforcing the battlefield, the mechanical race should hold out until the end of the month. If they still suffer heavy casualties after all my efforts, they truly are beyond saving." Suddenly, a communication popped up in front of Zhao Qin. It was Charlotte. He immediately returned to his office and opened the communication window. "Charlotte, what's the situation? Have you found the Demon Race's starship manufacturing facility?" Zhao Qin asked urgently. The source of the Demon Race's sudden appearance of starships had always been a mystery to him. Charlotte replied solemnly, "We don't have concrete information yet, but we've made some discoveries." She detailed how a T5 Ghost-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship had detected unusual activity in a remote star system. An otherwise worthless system had starship patrols and a small military starport, and more importantly, an anomalous spatial disturbance was detected. When Zhao Qin asked why they hadn't directly investigated the coordinates, Charlotte explained that the area was too close to the military starport, with anti-stealth devices installed on the surrounding planets, making it difficult even for a T5 Ghost-class ship to penetrate. However, this didn't mean the investigation had hit a dead end. Charlotte continued, "The Ghost's captain deployed an unmanned stealth drone. Due to its small size, it had a low chance of detection and successfully navigated the hazardous zone. But surprisingly, as the drone approached the target area, it suddenly vanished, and all signals were lost." Pacing in his office, Zhao Qin pondered this strange phenomenon. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He exclaimed, "Dimensional space? Or perhaps a folded space? Spatial cloaking technology. This discovery could be the key to unraveling the mystery of the Demon Race's starship origin." Zhao Qin felt a surge of excitement, recognizing they might be facing an unprecedented challenge. Regardless, this lead was worth investigating thoroughly, as it could potentially alter the current state of the war. Charlotte looked at the commander with a puzzled expression, her eyes reflecting confusion. Suddenly, a look of realization flashed across Zhao Qin's face, and he quickly said, "No wonder we couldn't find the Demon Race's starship manufacturing plant before. They likely used some advanced spatial technology to cloak an area." Charlotte's eyes lit up as if she had figured something out too. Pointing to several floating images captured by the T5 Ghost-class light stealth reconnaissance ship, she analyzed, "This sealed-off area is too small. There's not enough space for a starship factory, let alone a large stargate. So, they probably use dimensional or folded space technology. This way, they can hide a larger starship manufacturing plant within a minimal spatial footprint, reducing the chances of being discovered." Zhao Qin nodded in agreement and quickly pulled up a database. Holographic projections of several technological reports appeared, and he explained, "These are the current research reports on folded space and dimensional space in the known universe. Although the principles of these two technologies differ, their purpose is similar: to create a smaller space outside the main space. However, all research institutions face stability issues. Even the Angel Races institutes can't guarantee the stability of these small spaces. If they collapse, everything inside would disappear forever, with no way of knowing if they can return." As a somewhat amateur scientist, Zhao Qin mainly specialized in starship knowledge, but also dabbled in other fields. He kept a close eye on cutting-edge technologies in the known universe. Charlotte frowned and said, "So how do we enter this small space? We don't know if there are restrictions on entry, and what if we can't come back? Plus, we've only found one suspected small space. Who knows how many the Demon Race has?" Her voice was filled with concern, as the unknown is always the most terrifying. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment, pacing back and forth in the office. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at Charlotte in the video window. "Do we have records of where those Demon Race starships first appeared at stargates? And the mysterious disappearances and reappearances of interstellar transport ships, where did they enter the stargates?" "Yes, we have all those records," Charlotte quickly replied. "Give me all the records," Zhao Qin said with a serious expression. Soon, Zhao Qin received all the records. He carefully examined the star maps marked with 3 stargates and the number of Demon Race combat starships that had emerged recently. The entry points of the interstellar transport ships were numerous, as they were linked to various interstellar resource areas within the Demon Race's territory. As Zhao Qin compiled the data, he said, "We previously considered tracking these interstellar transport ships to locate the Demon Race's starship manufacturing plant. But these transport ships disappear after entering the stargates, only to reappear with their raw materials gone. Given our hypothesis, the Demon Race likely built stargates within these small spaces." These small space stargates can connect with external stargates, making it impossible for us to track the transport ship's destinations. Charlotte looked at the images of patrolling demon race starships in surprise, questioning, if it's so well hidden, why do they still send these transport ships here? If not for these suspicious transport ships, we wouldn't have found this place. Perhaps they think they're being cautious. Zhaochen suddenly stopped his fingers and stared at the complex star map. Circles appeared around the stargates on the map. Interstellar starships use stargates for travel, and the distance between different stargates determines the required time. This allows us to infer a rough range. Tracking interstellar transport ships is even easier because they need to load and unload raw materials, and the loading times for the same type of transport ship are similar. With this data, we can narrow down the search area. With a flick of Zhao Chen's fingers, the star map, once filled with circles, became much cleaner, leaving only 10 areas. These areas were color-coded into red, yellow, and green based on probability. Charlotte immediately dispatched all available stealth reconnaissance ships to these areas for a thorough search, paying special attention to any unusual spatial fluctuations. Also, notify Zhao Wanner's special fleet of stealth bombers to infiltrate the demon race's territory. Once we identify a suspected starship manufacturing area, deploy a certain number of stealth bombers around it to stand by. But remember, don't alert the enemy. Wait for my command, Zhao Chen sternly ordered. Understood. Charlotte promptly began making arrangements. After the video window closed, Zhao Chun let out a long breath, a hunter's smile appearing on his lips. I've been looking for you for over 3 months, and I've finally caught a clue. Strike where it hurts once I take down these starship manufacturing plants. Let's see how long you can last. With the mechanical race and angel race also in the mix, the demon race's days are numbered. Zhao Chen closed his eyes for a moment of rest, then made a call. Soon, a familiar voice answered, Commander, what are your orders? Qitong, pass the word to our operatives. Once they receive the signal, they can take action. Whether they can avenge themselves and get what they want depends on them, Zhao Chun said with a light chuckle. Understood. Qitong replied expressionlessly and relayed the order. At that moment, across various locations within the demon race's territory, individuals engaged in revelry received the short message. Their eyes changed instantly, but outwardly, they continued to laugh and chat with the demon race nobles around them. A storm was about to sweep across the entire demon race territory. Time silently slipped away, and before anyone realized it, the last day of June had arrived. The Demon King's hall was shrouded in a deathly silence, with several bodies scattered on the ground, victims of the Demon King's wrath. Enraged, his voice echoed through the grand chamber. Why? Can any of you tell me why? I gave you 2 million interstellar warships and increased the number of destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships by 30. And what happened? The attack plan that was supposed to be completed by the end of June is only halfway done. Is this how you explain yourselves? The demon marshals kneeling on the ground were trembling in fear, too terrified to speak. Suddenly, the Demon King grabbed a nearby laser gun and aimed it at the Amen Corps Marshal, one of the 6 demon marshals. Blue beams continuously shot out from the gun, creating numerous holes where Marshal Amen was kneeling. However, Marshal Amen remained half-kneeling, unaffected by the laser beams that merely passed through his holographic projection, causing it to flicker slightly. It turned out these were all holograms. The 6 demon marshals were still on the front lines commanding their respective demon armies. Marshal Amen, visibly anxious, explained, Your Majesty, we did our best. But we never anticipated that the Mech clan would suddenly deploy so many Xiaolong-class interstellar warships. Especially the interstellar missile ships T2, Lion-class heavy interstellar missile ships, and T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships have appeared in large numbers within their fleet. Despite the T2 Lion-class being only a T2 level warship, its terrifying firepower makes even our T3 warships wary. Combined with some T3 and T4 level Xiaolong-class warships, the Mech clan's defensive line is incredibly strong, making our advance extremely difficult. Marshal Amen continued. Even worse, during this period, the enemy deployed a second batch of T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleships, another 300 of them. This has severely suppressed our Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships on the front lines. Whenever our Quasi-T6 destroyer-class ships appear, they launch suicide attacks with their T5 prisoner-class ships. Although we have devised some countermeasures against this tactic, the Mech clan is insane. They are willing to sacrifice an entire combat group of 30 T5 prisoner-class ships just to destroy one of our Quasi-T6 destroyer-class ships. Hearing his subordinate's explanation, the Demon King flew into a rage, slamming his fist onto the throne, causing cracks to appear on its sturdy surface. Xiaolong again. Damn Xiaolong. The Demon King's fury was palpable. The 6 demon marshals remained kneeling, too frightened to intervene. After a long while, the Demon King's anger subsided slightly. He coldly looked at the 6 demon marshals and commanded in a low voice, Continue the assault on the Mech throne. spare no expense, and make sure to conquer and destroy it. Yes, the 6 holographic images responded in unison before disappearing. The towering and muscular Demon King sat alone in the silent hall, appearing somewhat lonely. He raised his hand and activated a communication device, selecting an unmarked option. Half a minute passed, but there was no response from the other end. Damn it, bastard! The Demon King roared in fury, turning and punching the towering backrest of the throne, causing it to collapse like a landslide. I will have it all. No one can stop me. The Demon King screamed, having lost all reason. In his eyes, there was only the position of the universe's supreme ruler. For this, he was willing to wage war against the entire universe, exploit his own race, and even make deals with evil entities. He could almost hear the whispers of his parents from his childhood. Akun, you will become the greatest king of our demon race. Meanwhile, in the mech throne, Ajin was reviewing the battle reports from the past day. The demon race's attacks had become fiercer, with even their precious quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships appearing one after another on the front lines, despite knowing they would be targeted by T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleships. In just one day, the demon race had lost nearly 100,000 interstellar warships. If not for the help of those Xiaolong-class warships, the losses might have been doubled. The interstellar missile ships were particularly effective in defense, with a single volley capable of disrupting an entire enemy offensive. Ian, standing nearby, added, Xiaolong has indicated that they will authorize us to produce the T2 Lion-class heavy interstellar missile ships interstellar missile technology ourselves. However, they have stipulated that for each missile we produce, we must pay them 30% of the construction cost in raw materials. Ajin sneered. That guy really knows how to make money. Earning 2 trillion star coins from us wasn't enough. Now he's eyeing the interstellar missile business. She asked, can't our industrial production lines create missiles that are just as effective? Ian shook her head. The compatibility is very low. We've produced some missiles that can be loaded onto the T2 Lion-class heavy interstellar missile ships, but their power and range are significantly compromised. They also have high instability. In our tests, out of 100 launches, 3 exploded in the launchers, and another 20 exploded before reaching their targets. Luckily, these were all in test fields, not on actual battlefields, or the consequences would have been dire. Hearing Ian's explanation, Ajin sighed and asked, are they willing to sell the T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships missile technology? I asked about that too, but they said they still need to consider it. For now, they believe the T2 Lion-class missile technology will meet our needs, Ian replied. Ajin thought to herself that this was clearly a stalling tactic. Xiaolong was still wary of the mech clan. They were willing to give the T2 Lion-class technology because they had something better. The T3 Judicator-class ships could be sold as whole ships, but not the missile technology, because the T3 Judicator class, although nearing obsolescence in Xiaolong, hadn't been completely phased out. Given the mech clan's formidable industrial capabilities, Zhao Chun dared not share that technology. Did he mention when he would deploy his forces? He's already delayed for 3 months. Ajin fumed, remembering how confidently they had claimed that Xiaolong need not worry, as the demon race wouldn't dare challenge the mech clan. Ian replied, he said by July, he would give us a satisfactory answer. On the interface for the quarterly tasks, data on the loss of interstellar battleships kept fluctuating. Zhao Chun sat in his office, staring intently at the system interface and the time display. Galactic star date, June 30th, 3036, 23 hours 55 minutes and 37 seconds. The countdown was nearing its end. Zhao Chun closed his eyes, and the ticking of an old-fashioned clock seemed to echo in his ears. Time seemed to stretch, with each second feeling exceptionally prolonged. Finally, June turned into July, and the system chimed with a task notification. Zhao Chun opened his eyes and quickly scanned the task completion status. The angel race had lost over 780,000 interstellar battleships, and the mechanical race had lost over 1,490,000. Both figures were within the required limits, marking the task as successfully completed. Without hesitation, he claimed the 10,000 task points reward. Meanwhile, a new quarterly task was updated. The system required Zhao Chun to choose the form of military aid for the mechanical race and the angel race for the next 3 months. The 4 options corresponded to different rewards of T6 combat-type interstellar battleships. Zhao Chun chose the second aid option weapon assistance, which granted him a T6 combat-type interstellar battleship. The task reward was quickly delivered, and Zhao Chun received the technical blueprints for the T6 Tian Nu Shun-class interstellar heavy artillery ship. Faced with this long-anticipated T6 battleship, Zhao Chun surprisingly remained calm. He carefully reviewed the performance and construction requirements of this fire support battleship. After some calculations, Zhao Chun concluded that constructing a T6 Tian Nu Shun-class interstellar heavy artillery ship would cost 300 trillion star coins and take about 4 years to build at a T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base. Although he had ample funds, The Xiaolong Legion could not spare enough production capacity to manufacture this new battleship while engaged in the current conflict with the demon race. Zhao Qin shrugged helplessly and decided to draft a production plan, intending to start construction after the war with the demon race concluded. He then turned to other system pages and noticed significant improvements in his various statistics. Only one final task remained to unlock the T6 mall access, entering the Gaia Gate within the mechanical race's royal court. Zhao Chun had a vague sense that this was not just a simple task requirement, but possibly concealed a major secret of the mechanical race. At this moment, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of Zhao Chun, displaying a new quarterly mission. Unlike previous times, this mission arrived right on schedule, taking Zhao Chun by surprise. He carefully read through the mission details: locate and destroy the 7 hidden starship manufacturing bases of the mechanized cult. Mechanized cult? Zhao Qin murmured, frowning slightly as a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. This aligned perfectly with his earlier speculation. The reason the Demon Clan could rapidly amass such a large fleet of starships was due to the advanced technology provided by the mechanized cult. 7 bases? Like hiding rabbits in multiple burrows, these metal chunks have 7 of them, Zhao Qin muttered to himself. He then felt a bit disappointed to find that the system did not provide specific locations. With no other choice, he had to rely on his own capabilities. Recalling the one base he had already found, Zhao Qin realized that 6 more remained to be discovered. However, the interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship dispatched by Charlotte had yet to return any information. Although it was known that these bases did not exist in the main space and were in a hidden state, it did not mean the search would be any easier. Looking at the 3-month mission deadline, Zhao Qin couldn't help but hope that Charlotte's search would yield results soon. He stretched, put on the jacket draped over his chair, and walked out of his office, heading straight for the bridge of the Dragon Emperor. Attention all units of the Soaring Dragon Legion, prepare for combat, Zhao Chun commanded. The bridge instantly buzzed with activity, like a spark igniting dry grass. The bridge officers immediately sprang into action, awakening the dormant giant. One by one, holographic images of the Legion commanders appeared before Zhao Chun, each reporting their combat readiness. Charlotte, Shenbing, Qitong, Sulan, Chu Xian, Medusa, Wei Shishir, Qingman, Yi Xiaodong, Pei Shengnan, Lang Nu Baixue, Zhao Wan'er, and the newly appointed commanders Zhao Ruyue, Leona, Medair, Hu Xiner, Huang Xiaoding, and Zhong Xiaxia. Particularly noteworthy was Hu Xiner, an officer from the Black Fox clan. Initially serving as the secretary officer of the 11th Legion, she had passed the rigorous exams to become the commander of the 14th Legion. It was said that she did this just to be closer to her idol, General Charlotte. Surveying the 16 commanders of the Soaring Dragon Legion, Zhao Qin solemnly announced, "The Demon Clan has been at war with the Mechanized Clan for 3 months. Now, we will no longer stand by. I hereby declare that the Soaring Dragon Legion officially declares war on the Demon Clan." He then brought up the battle plan prepared by Charlotte in advance and assigned tasks to each legion. The 1st, 6th, 7th, and 8th legions were to support the mechanized royal court. The 2nd and 9th legions were to directly attack the Demon Clan's territory. The 3rd and 10th legions were to assault the Iron Guard Stargate on the outskirts of the mechanized royal court. The 4th, 11th, and 12th legions were to cut off the Demon Clan's supply lines to the heart of the mechanized clan. And the 5th, 13th, and 14th legions were to assist the Angel Clan in their frontal assault on the Demon Clan. The 15th and 16th legions would remain on standby as reserve forces. With the orders issued, the various legions under the Soaring Dragon Interstellar Group began mobilizing at an astonishing speed across the 3-empire territory they controlled. Utilizing the stargates within the mechanized clan's domain, even without the T4 Hui Guang-class interstellar jump ships, the Soaring Dragon Legion's warships could reach the battlefield swiftly. The only challenging task was the direct assault on the Demon Clan's territory led by Commander Qitong. However, this had been anticipated, as her mission was planned to commence later than the others, setting the stage for subsequent operations. At that moment, Qitong, aboard the flagship of the Soaring Dragon's 2nd Legion, issued a cryptic command through a secret communication channel: "Initiate Project Black Dragon. You all know what to do. If you mess this up, the commander might spare you, but my cannons won't." A resolute response came from the other end: "Rest assured, ma'am, for the glory and revival of our race." The Iron Guard Stargate of the Mechanical Court, a crucial gateway for the survival of the Mechanical Court, is facing an unprecedented crisis. Over 200,000 Demon Fleet starships are besieging it, launching a fierce attack on the Iron Guard Stargate Defense Zone, which has fewer than 50,000 starships. What's going on? Why hasn't today's reinforcements arrived yet? A fleet commander stationed at the Iron Guard Stargate exclaimed in an urgent mechanical voice. Even as a mechanical being, he could hardly suppress his anxiety. The Stargate can only transport about 100,000 starships daily, with fewer high-level ships. It is this continuous reinforcement that has allowed the Iron Guard Stargate to withstand the relentless assault of the Demon Fleet. However, today, no new starships had appeared for a long time. Report, Sector B-102 is at risk of falling. Report, one of our small fleets has been surrounded by the enemy, with all 300 starships destroyed. Report. Bad news kept coming in. The mechanical commander could no longer sit still. Get me the Stargate command. Just as he was about to question the Stargate commander, the long silent blue lake-like central area of the Stargate began to ripple. Soon, unfamiliar starships emerged one after another. They were the Owl Dragon fleet. Moments later, a communication was sent to the command network, including all mechanical fleet commanders. I am Charlotte, commander of the Owl Dragon 1st Legion. According to the agreement between our commander and your high command, I am now the supreme commander of the Iron Guard Stargate battlefield. Please follow my commands from now on. Although the mechanical commanders found it hard to accept this sudden change, they understood it was indeed an order from the high command of the mechanical court after receiving confirmation from the Stargate commander. Meanwhile, more and more Owl Dragon starships crossed the Stargate, quickly reaching a total of 3,000. Commander, the Owl Dragon 1st Fleet has completed the Stargate transition. Awaiting your orders. The female fleet captain reported to Charlotte through a video window. Charlotte stared at the star map in front of her. Before arriving, the T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance starships had already transmitted the battlefield situation back. After a brief analysis, she quickly devised a battle plan. All units of the 1st Fleet, engage immediately and relieve the pressure on our allied mechanical fleet. Fleets 2 to 7, launch counterattacks in 6 directions. Fleets 8, 9, and 10, stand by. Charlotte issued her orders crisply. Although the Owl Dragon 1st Fleet only had 3,000 starships, they immediately displayed combat power comparable to 30,000 starships upon joining the battle. The full firepower of the interstellar missiles and cannon ships particularly amazed the Allied mechanical fleet. As more Owl Dragon fleet units arrived, the tide of the battle at the Iron Guard Stargate began to turn. Just 3,000 Owl Dragon starships could fiercely engage nearly 200,000 Demon starships without falling behind, astonishing the mechanical commanders. Report to the headquarters, the Iron Guard Stargate is no longer in danger and is under our control. Charlotte ordered her subordinates to send a message to the Dragon Emperor, then turned to 3 video windows. How are things on your end? The Owl Dragon 6th Legion has bypassed the black hole area from the left flank of the mechanical court, leaving part of the fleet to support in 3 battle zones. The remaining fleet is proceeding to the other end of the mechanical court and is expected to arrive within a day. Medusa reported. The 7th Legion is in a similar situation. Everything is going smoothly and will arrive within a day. Wei Shishir briefly reported. The 8th Legion has entered the passage to the mechanical court and is expected to enter the battlefield in 3 hours. Yi Xiaodong added. Good. Charlotte nodded. According to intelligence, the Demon Fleet has deployed 1,000,000 starships on the mechanical court battlefield. Your 3 legions can encircle and annihilate them. Remember, don't let a single one escape. Yes. The 3 legion commanders responded in unison. Charlotte's gaze fell again on the location of the mechanical court. Situated between 2 black hole systems, it had only 2 opposing routes, each guarded by a stargate. The demons had previously taken 1 stargate to launch their attack. Now, this battlefield terrain would become the graveyard for those 1,000,000 demon starships. As the Owl Dragon legions appeared in various battlefields against the demons, the situation began to change. Not only in the territories of the angels and the mechanical court, but even within the demon homeland, the presence of the Owl Dragon fleet was felt. The Demon King sat on his shattered throne, his head bowed, heavy breathing echoing in the hall. 14 Owl Dragon legions? How many forces do they have? The Demon King asked in a deep voice. Each legion is composed of 30,000 starships. 14 legions are fully staffed, totaling over 400,000 starships. Among them, T5 starships account for up to 0.3, at least 1,000, several times more than our forces. But we have the Quasi-T6 destroyer. The Demon King roared. Tell them to fight to the death. No retreat. Anyone who dares to retreat, I will exterminate their entire clan. He continued with a murderous tone. For those who dare to betray us, send the local Lord Fleet to suppress them. If the Lord Fleet fails, dispatch the enforcement fleet. Any planet that dares to rebel, I will wipe it out. Several demon officers present felt a chill down their spines. They knew that the Demon King's order would plunge the demon race into chaos. Your Majesty, no. A demon officer mustered the courage to stand up. Violence will only plunge our demon race into further chaos. The best course of action now is to order a retreat on all fronts, consolidate our position, and then plan our next move. Before he finished speaking, his head had already separated from his body, and his headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. The other demon officers were terrified into silence. Wait, the Demon King said eerily, the planet doesn't need to be exterminated. The demon officers breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear the Demon King continue. We need a lot of energy to produce more starships. Capture everyone on these rebellious planets and make them build starships. The Demon King grinned. and the demon officers felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. They realized that the demon race was about to face a bloody storm and that their king had completely lost his mind. Did you hear me? Get out! The demon king suddenly roared. The demon officers hurriedly exited the hall. One of them glanced back at the demon king on the throne before leaving. He noticed that the figure before him was nothing like the wise and powerful king he once knew, but rather a madman who had lost all reason. This change seemed to begin when the demon race first used that life energy technology for their starships. The demon king's enforcement fleet was feared throughout the demon race. They might not be the strongest, but as the demon king's direct enforcers, they had the authority to enforce his orders even against the forces of several demon marshals. More importantly, the officers in the enforcement fleet were almost all die-hard loyalists of the demon king, willing to carry out his orders unconditionally. These loyalists might lack command skills, but they were true fanatics, and fanatics were often the most terrifying. Report: we have captured all 7.8 billion people on the planet and are arranging for interstellar transport ships to escort them to the factories. However, we estimate that about 500 million people are still hiding, especially those who have constructed underground fortifications. A demon adjutant reported to the fleet captain. The king needs us to suppress other rebellious regions. We cannot waste time on this filthy planet. The enforcement fleet captain said coldly, these traitors have lost their last chance to serve the king. Let's send them a gift. Order an orbital bombardment on this planet. 30 combat starships surrounded the entire planet, aiming all their cannons at the surface. As beams of destruction rained down, the planet's surface crumbled, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis swept across the globe. Soon, the once thriving planet turned into a hellish wasteland, devoid of life. Report: this is the enforcement fleet's 7th fleet. We have completed the clearance of planet KY-877, preparing to move to the next target. The demon fleet captain reported nonchalantly, as if he had just completed a routine exercise rather than obliterating an entire planet and all its inhabitants. Let's go. The demon fleet captain waved his hand, and the 30 starships prepared to leave. Suddenly, beams of light struck from afar, precisely hitting the enforcement ships. The 30 starships were simultaneously hit, plummeting like meteors towards the planet they had just destroyed. In interstellar warfare, being shot down and falling towards the enemy planet usually meant the crew had the greatest chance of survival. But now, they were falling into the abyss of a doomsday planet. These damned bastards. They actually destroyed an entire planet. A female demon on the bridge angrily waved her fist. Sorry, we're late. The captain of this starship looked at the female demon, his tone apologetic. Captain, you don't have to blame yourself. Your owl dragon fleet has done its best. The female demon wept. I never thought the king would become like this, capturing everyone on these planets and even destroying the planets themselves. He's gone mad. The owl dragon female captain said nothing, gently patting the female demon's shoulder. Then, she began to communicate with her legion commander. Commander, we destroyed an enforcement fleet, but we couldn't prevent the tragedy of a planet being destroyed. The readied commander on the other end of the video window said gravely, I understand. Continue your mission. Yes. After ending the communication, the readied commander looked at the successive reports of rebellious planets being directly destroyed. She had expected the demon king to suppress these rebellions, but had not anticipated such brutal methods. You must die. The readied commander gritted her teeth. It was the first time she had ever felt such a strong desire to kill someone. The Beta Stargate became a critical threat to the mechanical court at the onset of the Demon Clan's invasion. To alleviate the pressure on the mechanical court and to prevent the breakthrough of millions of Demon Clan starships, the immediate priority was to capture or destroy this Stargate. The 3rd and 10th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps were tasked with the formidable mission of flanking the Beta Stargate from both sides. Report: 2 Xiaolong Legions have appeared at the front and rear of the Beta Stargate, each consisting of 30,000 starships. The communication officer's voice resonated in the command center. Shortly after, another urgent message came through. The main battlefield of the mechanical court is under a flanking attack by the Xiaolong fleet, requesting reinforcements. Almost simultaneously, a 3rd alarm sounded. Our rear Baku Stargate is under attack by the Xiaolong fleet. They are attempting to cut off our Stargate route. These messages flooded the temporary top commander of the Beta Stargate. The Demon Knight Marshal sneered with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Just 2 Xiaolong legions, a mere 60,000 starships, and they think they can take down the Beta Stargate guarded by my Demon Knight Legion? Do they really think I don't exist? He ordered sharply. Relay the command to Baku Stargate, hold the line, and repel any enemy forces that dare to invade. The Demon Knight Legion, one of the 6 major legions of the Demon Clan, was responsible for guarding the Beta and Baku Stargates, which connected the Demon Clan's border to the heartland of the Mechanical Clan. The Legion boasted a total of 500,000 starships, with 300,000 stationed at Beta Stargate and 200,000 at Baku Stargate. Moreover, The Beta Stargate was equipped with 10 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy starships, adding to its formidable defense. However, Zhao Qin's tactical deployment was unexpected. The 3rd and 10th Legions were assigned to attack the Beta Stargate, while the more powerful 4th, 11th, and 12th Legions were dispatched to the less defended Baku Stargate. This seemingly illogical arrangement actually concealed a strategic depth. Though heavily garrisoned, reinforcements for the Beta Stargate had to come through the Baku Stargate or be withdrawn from the mechanical court. In contrast, the Baku Stargate, besides its 200,000 strong garrison, received continuous support from the Demon Clan's heartland. Thus, the actual pressure on these two battlefronts was far more complex than the numbers suggested. Shangnan, execute the combat mission. Xin Bing's voice was calm and steady over the command channel. Understood. Pei Shangnan smiled slightly, stretching her hands as if preparing for a grand performance. She stared at the Beta Stargate and decisively ordered, 10th Legion, all ships, full firepower, attack. In an instant, 60,000 starships from both directions unleashed a devastating barrage. Countless beams, interstellar missiles, laser cannons, and starfighters wove an impenetrable web of fire around the Beta Stargate. Despite being outnumbered, 60,000 against 300,000, the Xiaolong Corps' initial offensive did not falter. Xin Bing's 3rd Legion and Pei Xingnan's 10th Legion unleashed their full arsenal, showcasing an overwhelming saturation firepower. Under this relentless assault, the numerical superiority of the Demon Clan seemed to pale in comparison. Do not panic, hold your ground. The Demon Knight Marshal's voice was steady in the command channel. This is the usual trick of the Xiaolong Corps. We have the advantage in ship numbers. Once we withstand this wave of interstellar missile bombardment, the counterattack will be ours. However, just as the Demon Knight Marshal finished speaking, Xun Bing glanced at the star map and said softly, "It's about time." She turned to the communication officer. "Send the signal. Beta Star System coordinates. Target airspace secure. Ready for spatial jump?" "Yes, ma'am." The communication officer promptly relayed the message to the rear. Moments later, light halos flickered on one side of the Beta Stargate battlefield, and starships began to materialize out of thin air. The Demon Knight Marshal frowned at the sudden change, initially dismissing it as mere Xiaolong reinforcements. But when he recognized the fleet, his pupils dilated in shock, and disbelief washed over his face. It was an entire fleet of 10,000 interstellar missile ships. Xiaolong Interstellar Missile Ship Special Fleet. All units have completed spatial transfer. An excited voice echoed in Xun Bing and Pei Xingnan's command channel. "Heh, I hope I'm not too late." Langnu Baishue chuckled. Xin Bing responded sternly. "Our first round of saturation fire from the 10th Legion will end in 1 minute. We've cleared the way for you." "Got it. Leave the rest to me." Langnu Baishue stood before the captain's chair, waving her arm. "Open all fleet command channels. Xiaolong Interstellar Missile Ship Special Fleet. Enter combat mode immediately and activate all battle equipment. Target the Beta Stargate. Fire." The fleet, having just completed the spatial jump, instantly engaged in combat. For these veterans of blitzkrieg missions, this was routine. Moreover, the target before them was so obvious that it required almost no aiming. This expanded Xiaolong Interstellar Missile Ship Special Fleet comprised 10,000 ships, including a T5 Crimson Reaper class heavy strategic missile ship, 300 T4 Hell Angel class heavy missile ships, and the rest T3 Judicator class heavy missile ships. Langnu Baishue's flagship was the T5 Crimson Reaper, which he had managed to acquire through persistent persuasion during Zhao Qin's vacation. Previously, the 3 active T5 Crimson Reapers were all assigned to Zhao Qin's elite guard fleet. With Langnu Baishue's command, the missile launchers of all the ships activated simultaneously, firing without hesitation. Countless interstellar missiles shot out of their silos, trailing fiery tails like a swarm of ravenous locusts, swarming towards the Beta Stargate. Fire! 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 Langnu Baishue's manic laughter echoed in the command room. "Ha ha 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 ha! What does it feel like to have 10,000 interstellar missile ships aimed at you, ready to unleash their fury?" The Demon Knight Marshal was experiencing this suffocating threat firsthand. A barrage of interstellar missiles, dense as a rainstorm, screamed towards the Beta Stargate defended by his Demon Knight Legion. The sky was ablaze with countless dazzling explosions. The optimal defense against such a catastrophic attack would have been the interception system of the interstellar escort ships. However, after fending off an earlier missile assault from 2 Xiaolong legions, their interception system had already been operating at half capacity, with most systems now in cooldown mode. Currently, only 30 of the system was struggling to function, utterly incapable of forming an effective defense net against such a dense missile onslaught. To make matters worse, before these interstellar missiles even arrived, a red ball of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. A red ring of light rapidly expanded from the explosion center, instantly nullifying the star shields of all interstellar warships it touched. This phenomenon was so swift that before the demon commanders could react, the incoming missiles were already upon them. Without the protection of their star shields, the demon interstellar warships were as fragile as dry grass, quickly igniting under the relentless missile bombardment. The battlefield resembled a burning prairie, with flames spreading rapidly, consuming everything in their path. Tens of thousands of demon warships turned to ash in the inferno, and even the robust star shield system of the Beta Stargate was shattered within seconds. The pride of the demon fleet, the Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships, didn't even get a chance to retaliate before being overwhelmed by the sheer number of missiles. Under such an onslaught, even true T6 interstellar warships would struggle to survive, let alone these Quasi-T6 destroyers. Quite a spectacle, Pei Xingnan's voice echoed in the command channel, her tone brimming with excitement and admiration. This single round of firepower had inflicted more casualties than her two Xiaolong legions could in nearly half an hour of sustained assault. Xinbing, standing nearby, coolly analyzed the situation. It is impressive. But the number of interstellar missiles used in this round could sustain our two fleets through several campaigns. Pei Xingnan swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, Bai Shui, for your special fleet, how much do you think this round of interstellar missiles cost? Do you have any idea? Well, the wolf girl Bai Shui shrugged nonchalantly. I haven't calculated it. My secretary told me it's around 10 trillion star coins. Anyway, the commander gives me missiles and I just launched them. 10 trillion. Pei Xingnan gasped, finally understanding why rumors said the commander hated seeing Bai Shui. Her fleet was a money-burning machine, consuming more resources in a single engagement than 1,000,000 ships in a large-scale battle. The Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group's long-term procurement agreement with the Angels, which amounted to 10 trillion star coins per week, was just enough for one round of her missiles. However, seeing the results of this 10 trillion star coin expenditure, Pei Xingnan couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness. In just 10 minutes, the 10,000 interstellar missile ships had unleashed their payload, leaving the Beta Stargate in ruins. The once pyramid-like, triangular structure was now a third of its original size, barely recognizable. The surrounding demon warships formed a clear umbrella-shaped casualty zone, marking the area targeted by the Xiaolong interstellar missile fleet. In this zone, almost no demon warship survived, including 6 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships. 4 were destroyed on the spot, and the remaining 2, with their star shields down and hulls damaged, stood smoking in place. Xinbing quickly received the battle damage report. The demons had lost over 100,000 interstellar warships, including 4 destroyed Quasi-T6 destroyers and 2 heavily damaged ones. Additionally, 100 T5 interstellar warships, 15,000 T4 interstellar warships, and over 100,000 T3 interstellar warships were destroyed. Most importantly, the Beta Stargate was obliterated beyond repair. In just 10 minutes, a third of the enemy's military strength was annihilated. If not for the need to split firepower to attack the Stargate, the Demon Legion would have been utterly decimated. Alright, my mission is complete. The rest is up to you guys. I need to withdraw for resupply from the interstellar supply ships. Bai Shui lazily reclined in her captain's chair, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a smoke ring with a relaxed expression. This was the hallmark of the interstellar missile fleet. 10 minutes of intense firepower followed by nearly 10 hours of missile resupply. Got it. Withdraw your fleet. We'll handle the rest. Xinbing nodded, acknowledging the commander's strategy. She turned to Pei Xingnan on the video feed, a playful smile on her lips. With the remaining demon fleet, how long do you think it will take us to clean up? Less than 200,000 interstellar warships, with only 4 Quasi-T6 still combat capable. No more than 40 hours, Pei Xingnan confidently replied. 40 hours? Xinbing raised 2 fingers, chuckling. We won't need that long, 20 hours will suffice. Xiaolong 3rd Fleet, continue the assault and annihilate the enemy. Xiaolong 10th Fleet, take down the enemy within 20 hours. The 2 commanders simultaneously issued their highest combat orders, signaling the next phase of the battle. Battle reports flooded into the command center of the mechanical court like a tidal wave, indicating critical situations across various fronts. The latest news revealed that the Beta Stargate had suffered irreparable damage. With a grave expression, a subordinate reported this calamity to Marshal Serpent King. Upon hearing the news, Marshal Serpent King was furious and roared, "What on earth is that useless demon knight doing? He can't even hold a simple Stargate. He had 300,000 starships and 10 Quasi-T6 destroyers, and he still lost the Stargate in such a short time. I must report this to His Majesty the Demon King." Now is not the time to assign blame, the adjutant reminded. We should focus on finding a way out. Currently, our 1,000,000 starships are trapped here. If we attack, we can't break through the mechanical court. Once our ammunition and energy are depleted, we'll be sitting ducks. If we retreat, there are 2 Dragonhawk Corps blocking our way, and with the Beta Stargate lost, we have no way out. Besides, His Majesty ordered us to take the mechanical Stargate at all costs. Anyone who retreats will face the execution of their entire clan. Marshal, what should we do? Marshal Rage fell silent, his face dark and brooding. Just as he was about to speak, Marshal Dark Angel interjected, "We continue to attack." Marshal Rage frowned. "I just said, if we continue to attack Anne." Marshal Dark Angel interrupted, "You're right, but we have no other choice. Do you think the enemy will let us go if we retreat? The Beta Stargate is destroyed. We can only rely on ourselves to exit the mechanical territory. The enemy won't let us leave. Moreover, with His Majesty's current temper, do you think he will forgive us if we retreat? Even if you and I are his close confidants, is His Majesty still the same as he used to be?" Marshal Rage fell into silence. Given his lower rank, Marshal Serpent King dared not speak rashly. Marshal Dark Angel continued, "So, our only option is to continue the assault. If we break through the mechanical court, we might have a chance of survival. Even if we abandon the remnants and flee, we might still gain His Majesty's forgiveness. Otherwise, we are doomed." Pointing to the strategic map, he analyzed, the mechanical court is currently supported by only one Dragonhawk Corps with about 30,000 starships. They primarily rely on interstellar missile ships, but how long can their firepower last? How many interstellar missile ships do they have? Remember, we have 1,000,000 starships here. Your Demon Corps and mine each have 300,000, and Marshal Serpent King's Corps has 400,000. His Majesty dispatched our elite Demon Corps with one goal, to capture the mechanical court at all costs. Marshal Rage gritted his teeth and spat, "Damn it, if I'm going to die here, at least my clan will survive. Let's give it everything we've got." Marshal Serpent King sighed, silently agreeing to the decision. Immediately, the 1,000,000 starships began to mobilize. 200,000 were left to defend against the harassment from the two Dragonhawk Corps, while the rest were committed to the assault on the mechanical court. 30 Quasi-T6 destroyers were thrown into the battle without reservation. Damaged ships were organized at the rear of the formation. Marshal Dark Angel emphasized, "Remember, our focus is solely on the mechanical court. Taking it is our victory." "Let's do this," roared Marshal Rage. Marshal Serpent King silently closed his eyes. Thus, this million-strong demon fleet chose to make their final stand on this battlefield. It must be said that the elite ships of these three demon corps were indeed formidable. Combined with the full firepower of 30 Quasi-T6 destroyers, the previously stable defense of the mechanical court was once again suppressed. Even with reinforcements from the Dragonhawk 8th Corps, it was difficult to withstand the nearly insane assault from the demon forces. "General Yi Xiaodong, this is the last line of defense. If this line is breached, the enemy ships will face our mechanical court directly." A mechanical voice, tinged with urgency, came from a video feed. It was Ain, a mechanical life form. Yi Xiaodong replied sternly, "Don't worry. Our commander has given us a single, unwavering order." Ain looked puzzled at the Dragonhawk female commander. Yi Xiaodong paused and then said decisively, "The mechanical court must not fall." Ain was stunned, not expecting the Dragonhawk Lord to value the mechanical court so highly, feeling a surge of gratitude. Yi Xiaodong continued, "The Dragonhawk 8th Corps will follow the commander's orders at all costs. The mechanical court behind us is our responsibility." The battle raged on, but more and more regions fell. Despite the Dragonhawk Corps' strength, their 30,000 ships struggled to hold the collapsing dam. Once the line broke, the Dragonhawk 8th Corps would likely suffer heavy losses. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly came through the command channel. "Hey, hope I'm not interrupting?" Yi Xiaodong looked at the communication screen with joy and enlarged one of the windows. It was the commander. "Dragonhawk Lord?" Ain looked at Zhao Chun in confusion and received a message. Zhao Chun teased, "My fleet has arrived outside the mechanical court. Please clear a path, or my ships won't be able to join the fight." Ain also received confirmation of starships detected on the other side of the mechanical court. However, the numbers, just over 500 ships? "That's your fleet?" Ain asked uncertainly. Zhao Chun smiled, "Of course. 500 T5 starships, the Dragonhawk Guard fleet. What, not welcome?" Realizing the value of these few hundred ships and the significance of the two flagship vessels of the Dragonhawk Guard fleet, Ain quickly grasped the importance of their arrival. "Report, the forward route is clear. Our starship can now enter the main battlefield of the Mechanoid Court." The voice of the communications officer echoed on the bridge of the Longhuang. Then, another message came through. "The Hades requests independent combat. Permission granted." Zhao Chun responded curtly, his gaze drawn to the scene outside the porthole. Countless mechanoid starships floated in space, their hulls battered and broken from a recent fierce battle. At the center of this battlefield, a massive sphere caught the eye. This was the legendary Mechanoid Court. It wasn't solid but composed of countless layers of spiderweb-like structures overlapping from all directions, enveloping several planets and moons within. Zhao Chun furrowed his brow in thought. Could the Gate of Gaia mentioned in the mission be inside this mysterious giant sphere? He had two objectives for this mission: to end the main battle quickly so they could fully focus on the Demon Clan, and to witness the true form of the Mechanoid court. However, the sight before him was somewhat underwhelming. Never mind, let's deal with the Demon Clan fleet first, Zhao Qin mused. The Xiaolong elite fleet slowly advanced to the brink of the nearly collapsed final defense line. Hundreds of starships quickly took combat positions, ready to open fire at any moment. Zhao Chun issued a concise combat order: eliminate as many Demon Clan starships as possible. The battle erupted instantly. The T-5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar strategic escort ships deployed defensive fields, withstanding the fierce attacks from the Demon Clan and giving the Xiaolong 8th Legion and Mechanoid starships a chance to catch their breath. 30 T-5 Sin Spear-class heavy interstellar artillery ships lined up, their cannons aimed at the dense enemy formations. In the next second, a barrage of firepower rained down, carving a chasm through the Demon Clan fleet. Following this, tens of thousands of interstellar fighters and drones swarmed out from the T-5 Fire-Killing-class heavy carrier starship, precisely targeting the remaining enemy ships. The advancing line formed by T-5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleships and T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault destroyers began a counteroffensive, gradually eating away at the enemy's position. Suddenly, a massive fireball exploded on the shield of a T-5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship, its shockwave impacting nearby starships. Smoke briefly obscured the ship, but it soon emerged unscathed. A slight smile appeared on Zhao Qin's lips. You may destroy a mechanoid battleship with one shot. But remember, in this universe, there exists a class of battleship known as the Xiaolong battleship. In the next second after being attacked, the attacking Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship was locked on. A T-5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship aimed its 300 caliber super electromagnetic railgun at the target, firing a massive Redeemer impact shell. The shell collided with the Quasi-T6 destroyer's shield, creating a spectacle akin to a comet impact. Though the first strike didn't penetrate, Zhao Qin wasn't worried. Multiple T-5 Holy Redeemers had locked onto this target. After consecutive strikes, the Quasi-T6 destroyer's shield finally shattered. Immediately, 3 kinetic shells hit their marks. One knocked its main cannon askew, while the other 2 left gaping holes in its hull. Although not a fatal blow, it rendered the ship defenseless and unable to attack. 10 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships are entering the combat zone, reported Xiaolong Nu, the AI of the Longhuang. Zhao Chun commanded in a deep voice, Hades, advance. The T-5 Hades-class dreadnought accelerated forward, breaking formation. Report, the Hades has identified 10 attack targets. Calculating the shortest attack route, activating the Sword of Hades. Attack route calculated, covering up to 7 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleships. Sword of Hades, engage. The bow cannon of the Hades glowed brightly, like a sword piercing the darkness, directly cutting through the dense Demon Clan fleet and striking a Quasi-T6 destroyer. As the first target fell, the Sword of Hades moved, hunting the next target. Ultimately, 7 massive fireballs bloomed consecutively in space, resembling a string of pearls, showcasing the unparalleled combat power of the Hades-class dreadnought. The artillery fire of the Hades-class interstellar dreadnought blossomed in space. Despite being just a T-5 class warship, it unleashed firepower that surpassed the opposing Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship. This scene seemed to herald the counterattack of the mechanical court. On the battlefield, the T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship began a concentrated bombardment on the area of stubbornly resisting enemy ships. Simultaneously, the T-5 Frost Tyrant-class heavy missile battlecruiser and the T-5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruiser, leveraging their high speed and maneuverability, darted across the battlefield, executing support and hunting missions. Under this fierce offensive, the previously precarious defensive line of the mechanical court started to push back. Ajin watched this unfold and finally understood Yin's unwavering faith in the Xiaolong Legion. Witnessing the Xiaolong Legion's dominance on the battlefield, no one could doubt their combat prowess. Relay my orders, Ajin reiterated to her subordinates. All fleet divisions must unconditionally follow the Xiaolong Legion's command during this period. Unless it involves top-secret content, fully cooperate with the Xiaolong Legion's operations. She knew the key to victory in this battle lay with the Xiaolong Legion. On July 3rd of the galactic calendar, fierce battles erupted at the Beta Stargate, previously occupied by the Demon Clan. The Xiaolong 3rd and 10th Legions severely damaged the Demon Knights Legion fleet stationed there, destroying nearly 300,000 interstellar warships. A Demon Marshal fell, with only a few ships managing to escape. This marked the 7th Demon Marshal to fall in battles against the Xiaolong Legion. On the same day, on another front of the mechanical court, the Demon Legion fleet attempting to attack the Iron Guard Stargate was completely annihilated by the Xiaolong 1st Legion, lifting the crisis at the Iron Guard Stargate. The Xiaolong temporarily took over the Iron Guard Stargate for transporting logistics and warships. Subsequently, the Xiaolong First Legion joined the main battlefield of the Mechanical Court. On July 6th of the galactic calendar, after nearly a week of intense fighting, the Xiaolong 4th, 11th, and 12th Legions finally captured and destroyed the Baku Stargate before retreating. In this campaign, the three Xiaolong Legions successively engaged and completely annihilated the 200,000-strong Demon Knights Legion fleet stationed at Baku Stargate, rendering this elite demon unit almost non-existent. Additionally, the Demon Clan dispatched nearly 300,000 interstellar warships to support Baku Stargate, putting immense pressure on the three Xiaolong Legions, prolonging the battle for nearly a week. Considering the imminent arrival of more demon reinforcements, Shun Bing, the commander of the Xiaolong 4th Legion, decided to destroy Baku Stargate and retreat. This proved to be a wise decision, as over 500,000 demon warships were on their way. In the Baku Stargate battle, the three Xiaolong Legions destroyed a total of 300,000 enemy interstellar warships. On July 10th of the galactic calendar, the Xiaolong 2nd and 9th Legions, having entered the eastern sector of the Demon Clan, successfully coordinated with local revolutionary forces to launch multiple uprisings. They moved through several locations, eliminating nearly 200,000 demon interstellar warships, and brought over two-thirds of the eastern sector star systems into the revolutionary fold, establishing the new Demon Alliance, led by a long-lost demon faction. Inspired by the new Demon Alliance, oppressed factions across the Demon Clan's territory also began sporadic uprisings. Although not as large as those in the eastern sector, these acts of resistance placed significant pressure on the Demon Clan's frontline warfare. Zhao Qin's prearranged strategies in the Demon King's backyard now came into full play. These revolts were also fueled by the Demon King's recent tyranny and the heavy burden of increased military spending due to years of war. On July 15th of the galactic calendar, the Xiaolong 5th, 13th, and 14th Legions, in coordination with the Angel Legion fleet, launched a counteroffensive, pushing the front lines back to the pre-expansion borders of the Demon Clan, nullifying years of the Demon Clan's territorial gains. They even directly threatened several critical resource points within the Demon Clan's territory. However, at this juncture, the three Xiaolong Legions chose to halt their advance and rest, like three blades poised over the Demon Clan's vital points. The Demon Clan faced a dilemma. If they didn't station troops, these areas would be defenseless. If they did, they wouldn't be able to deploy more forces to the front lines. According to statistics, the mere presence of these three Xiaolong Legions and the Angel Legion at the border tied down 1 million demon interstellar warships. In previous battles, the three Xiaolong Legions had destroyed at least 300,000 demon interstellar warships. Together with the Angel Legion, they inflicted a total loss of nearly 500,000 warships on the enemy. On July 20th of the galactic calendar, after 20 days of fierce fighting, the million-strong demon interstellar warship fleet on the Mechanical Court battlefield was completely wiped out. When the Xiaolong Legion's two frontline fleets met in the center of the battlefield, only the wreckage of demon warships lay between them. It's over. Zhao Chun exhaled deeply as he looked at the warships of the Xiaolong 6th, 7th, 3rd, and 10th Legions, the latter two having arrived from the Beta Stargate battlefield. He turned to Ain, the mechanical representative in the video window, who had been fully responsible for coordinating with the Xiaolong Legion during this period. Yes, it's over. Ain felt an indescribable excitement welling up inside her. She placed her hand over her cold chest but felt an unprecedented warmth. All fronts, rest for 10 days. After 10 days, Zhao Qin didn't finish his sentence as his gaze was already fixed on a distant target, the Demon City of the Demon Clan. Zhao Qin sat at his expansive desk, his eyes focused intently on the holographic projection before him. Beside him, Lilith stood straight, delivering the latest battle report. The offensive has lasted 20 days. Lilith's voice was clear and concise. We deployed 14 Xiaolong Legions and a special fleet, totaling nearly 450,000 combat starships. The results are significant. We've destroyed 1.8 million demon starships, including 35 quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy battleships. She continued, we have secured the Iron Guard Stargate and destroyed the Beta and Baku Stargates. The Mechanical King's Court and surrounding demon starships have been annihilated. The Dark Dragon plan has been successfully executed within demon territory, and the Eastern Star Zone has risen in rebellion, forming a new demon alliance. Zhao Qin nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. The angels have reclaimed all previously lost territories and are now massing forces at the demon border, holding off 1 million demon starships, Lilith added. We have lost nearly 80,000 starships, with a 13 casualty rate in the Xiaolong Legions. Current battlefield expenses have reached 100 trillion star coins. She paused and added, thanks to the recent large military procurement orders, otherwise, this war would be unsustainable. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment, then asked, how much battlefield supplies do we have left? Lilith quickly pulled up data from various starport warehouses and production facilities. We have about 400 trillion star coins worth of supplies. All production lines are in secondary wartime production mode, capable of producing 10 trillion star coins worth of supplies weekly. If the war intensifies, we can switch to primary mode, producing up to 20 trillion weekly and 100 trillion monthly. Zhao Chun sighed softly. War often comes down to who has better reserves and logistics. He had been preparing for this campaign for 3 months, with everything meticulously planned. He turned his gaze to Charlotte, who was lounging lazily on the sofa. Have we located the 7 industrial bases of the enemy? The first month's offensive plan was a success. Now it's time for the second month's plan. Charlotte swung her legs and opened the star map of demon territory. We've found 4 so far. 3 are still unaccounted for. Zhao Chun frowned. They're well hidden. What do we do in the meantime? We can't delay the attack, Zhao Chun said decisively. Charlotte marked some yellow coordinates on the star map. In addition to attacking these 4 starship bases, we need to destroy or control these resource zones. They account for over 80 of the demon's raw material sources. If we destroy them, the demons will be left with nothing. Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. Since we've only found 4, let's destroy those first. We'll find the remaining 3 as we go. How many troops do the demons still have? Lilith quickly pulled up a top-secret military star map, showing the enemy fleet numbers gathered by the Jiaolong stealth reconnaissance ships. The enemy forces are mainly composed of 3 parts, Lilith explained in detail. The Demon King's Legion, with 300,000 starships, 2 surviving Demon Martial Legions, Amon's Legion and Balam's Legion, each with 600,000 starships, and the Demon Group Fleet, about 2 million starships in total. That makes around 3.5 million starships. The most powerful is the Demon King's Legion, led by the Demon King himself, with at least 10 Quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy battleships. There are another 20 such battleships scattered among other units. She added, this is the current known situation. Additionally, the traitorous Judgment Angel King's faction, after clashing with us early in the campaign, has since disappeared. Their military strength is estimated to be less than 300,000 starships. The Holy Angel King and War Angel King are still searching for this traitor. Zhao Chun played with a small model in his hand, speaking in a deep voice. It seems we now hold the initiative in this campaign. It's up to us to write a victorious chapter and perfect ending. However, our resources and logistics don't allow for a prolonged war. We must end this campaign against the demons by the end of September. Charlotte stretched lazily, her tail draping on the floor. Consider it done. Just then, both Lilith and Zhao Chun received a message simultaneously. Lilith had an odd expression on her face. Charlotte noticed the anomaly and asked, what happened? Representative Agan of the Mechanical Tribe requests to board the ship for a private meeting with the commander, Lilith explained. Charlotte looked suspiciously at Zhao Chun, walking up to him and baring her teeth playfully. You wouldn't be interested in a pile of metal, would you? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? Zhao Chun rolled his eyes at her. What goes on in that head of yours? Charlotte stuck out her tongue and vanished using quantum teleportation, returning to her ship. Lilith also left to attend to other matters. Zhao Chun waited alone for the visitor, setting down the model in his hand and muttering to himself, would it really be uncomfortable? Ian walked into the office just as Zhao Chun was shutting down a row of electronic screens, making the previously cramped space feel much more spacious. What brings you here all of a sudden? Zhao Chun asked. Weren't you looking to meet our master? I can take you to see her. Yin's sudden question caught Zhao Chun off guard. He hadn't expected such a significant inquiry right away. Is she back? Zhao Chun pressed. Sort of. Ian replied hesitantly, as if the answer was not entirely satisfactory. Zhao Chun stood up with a smile, spreading his arms wide. She didn't come to see me herself? I did her a big favor this time. Doesn't she owe me a thank you? He was calculating in his mind. The previous massive military procurement order was far from satisfying his appetite. If he could extract more benefits from that little girl, it would be even better. After all, no one ever complains about having too many advantages. Our master? She can't come. Yin's response made Zhao Chun certain that something was odd about her current state. Is she injured? Zhao Chun asked, staring at Yin. She didn't answer. Is she still alive? Zhao Chun asked again. Yes, she's still alive. Yin finally answered, allowing Zhao Chun to breathe a sigh of relief. Are you willing to take me to see her? Zhao Chun inquired. Yes, if you're willing, Yin said, looking at Zhao Chun. Only you, though. This put the choice squarely in Zhao Chun's hands. Following this high-ranking member of the mechanical race alone was no small matter. Strictly speaking, there were considerable tensions between the mechanical race and various interstellar civilizations in the universe. For instance, the large-scale incursion of the Xiaolong into the mechanical race's territory during the recent battle couldn't be kept secret. Rumors were already spreading within the 3 major empires. I'll go. Just give me a moment to arrange a few things, Zhao Chun said, pressing a spot on his desk, which caused a holographic image of Lilith to appear. I need to step out for a bit, heading to the mechanical court. While I'm gone, you and Charlotte will be in charge of the Xiaolong matters, Zhao Chun instructed. Before the visibly tense Lilith could object, he added, "That's an order." Lilith bit her lip, knowing it was difficult to change the commander's mind once he decided something. She reluctantly said, "Then I'll arrange for the leopardess and the others." "This time, it's just me," Zhao Chun interrupted. Worry was still evident in Lilith's eyes, but she said nothing more. Zhao Chun released his hold, and Lilith's holographic image disappeared. "Let's go," Zhao Chun said, grabbing his military coat from the nearby rack and following Ain out of the office. Soon, they arrived at the hangar of the Longwang. Here, the shuttle Ain had arrived and was parked. Lilith was already waiting by the shuttle. Zhao Chun frowned at Lilith. "I said, I know, I'm just here to say a few words." Lilith smiled at Ain beside Zhao Chun, her expression friendly but her eyes cold. "Our Xiaolong's interstellar fleet can save the mechanical court in a month. Can also destroy the mechanical race in the same time." With that, Lilith turned and left the hangar. Zhao Chun looked at Lilith's departing figure and then at Ain, shrugging helplessly. "Sorry, my secretary can be a bit temperamental at times." "I understand," Ain replied calmly. "Given standard diplomatic protocols, my direct invitation for you to visit the mechanical race alone is indeed quite inappropriate. It's natural for your subordinates to be concerned." The two then boarded the shuttle. Inside, it was just Zhao Chun and Ain, with no pilot. But once the door closed, the shuttle automatically began its departure sequence, everything proceeding smoothly. This was likely the advantage of the mechanical race, streamlining every process. The shuttle exited the Longhuang, speeding toward the mechanical court, leaving a comet-like trail behind. Upon entering the mechanical court, Zhao Chun quickly lost his bearings. Surrounded by steel structures, he couldn't distinguish up from down, east from west. He only knew that Ain was leading him through the steel forest in a dragonfly-like mini-shuttle. Eventually, the cramped surroundings gave way to a vast open space. Zhao Chun looked out the window and was stunned by the sight. Before him was a massive space, featuring a gigantic semicircular celestial body with rings and other features, blending black and yellow hues in a breathtaking display. Zhao Chun immediately recognized it as the Gaia Gate mentioned in his mission. "That's the Gaia Gate, one of the legacies left by the Gaia Empire," Ain explained. "Where does the Gaia Gate lead?" Zhao Chun asked instinctively. "To another universe," Ain gave a vague answer. Zhao Chun noticed a stargate at one end of the space. "Is that a stargate?" "The mechanical court stargate," Ain confirmed. "You have a stargate here too?" Zhao Chun was surprised. "Because this stargate is built within the mechanical court, it has no impact on the outside war situation," Ain explained. This was an enclosed space, with only the Gaia Gate and the mechanical court stargate, along with a structure embedded in a cliff opposite the Gaia Gate. "That is the true mechanical court," Ain pointed to the structure. The dragonfly-like mini-shuttle docked at a designated area within the structure, with a corridor directly connecting to the shuttle's door. Zhao Chun and Ain disembarked, stepping onto the corridor. In this complex, there were very few mechanical beings, even fewer than in the mechanical race's interstellar warships outside. Only high-level mechanical beings can enter here. And high-level mechanical beings are very rare within the mechanical race, Ain explained, noticing Zhao Chun's curiosity. Following Ain, Zhao Chun arrived at a large door. A light screen scanned both of them, and the door opened. "Come in," Ain led the way. Zhao Chun followed Ain inside, finding what looked like some kind of dock, with various equipment around. Finally, in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window, Zhao Chun saw a 100-meter-long interstellar warship, suspended within the dock. The ship bore clear signs of battle. Just a few steps out, Zhao Chun suddenly stopped, staring suspiciously at the interstellar warship across from the floor-to-ceiling window. His brows furrowed. He felt that the warship had undergone some indescribable change in just a few minutes, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was different. "My lord, this way," Ain called from ahead, looking back at the motionless Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun responded, quickly catching up. The two soon entered a small room in front of the dock. The interior looked like a mix of a main control room and a research lab, with various instruments and devices humming quietly. Apart from a gene, the room was empty. Zhao Chun glanced around, puzzled, and asked, "Weren't we supposed to meet your master? Why did you bring me here? And what's with that warship outside?" "You've already met our master," Ain said calmly. "I have." Zhao Chun looked around again in surprise. "I don't see anyone." Ain raised his hand, pointing to the standing interstellar warship outside the window. "There. On that warship?" Zhao Chun guessed instinctively. "That warship is our master," a gene explained. Zhao Chun was stunned, his mind racing to process this information. "You mean that warship is your master?" His voice was filled with disbelief. "Yes," Ain nodded in confirmation. Zhao Chun waved his hands, feeling as if they were speaking entirely different languages. "Wait, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "You explain to him in detail," a gene said, continuing to focus on the equipment in front of him. Ain stood beside Zhao Chun and patiently explained, "That interstellar warship is our master's body. The T6 Luotian Nano Starship." "The Luotian Nano Starship?" Zhao Chun hesitated, repeating the name. "We mechanical beings can have many different bodies. Our master's body has always been this Luotian Nano Starship. The one you met was her consciousness," Ain elaborated further. Zhao Chun thought for a moment, recalling the artificial intelligence on his own Dragon Sovereign. Similar to an advanced AI? You could say that, but with more capabilities. That Luotian Nano Starship has no crew. The master is the starship, and the starship is the master. Yin's eyes reflected reverence as he looked at the Luotian Nano Starship. "Then why isn't she coming to meet me now?" Zhao Chen asked while trying to digest the information. "Because she was injured in the battle beyond the gate. She is currently undergoing repairs, in a state similar to your carbon-based life form's hibernation. Before entering this state, she asked us to bring you here to inform you of certain things and left you a message," Ain explained. Zhao Chen suddenly realized why he had felt something was off with the 100-meter-long interstellar warship earlier. He exclaimed, "It's repairing itself," as he noticed that a previously visible damage on the ship's hull had become smaller. Ain nodded, "Yes, the Nano Starship is one of the technologies developed during the late Gaia Empire, but it was never given much attention. This ship, created by our master, is the only prototype. It uses interstellar nanomaterials to construct its hull as needed. It may appear only 100 meters long now, but it can expand into a super warship hundreds of kilometers long if required. In its hibernation state, the nanomaterials can self-repair." Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the revolutionary nature of this technology. A starship that possesses self-awareness can change size at will and self-repair. T6 level. But I wonder what its firepower is like. Even so, just the technology alone is groundbreaking, even terrifying at the T6 tech level. Ain continued, "After the fall of the Gaia Empire, our master never stopped researching herself, continually evolving and enhancing her capabilities. She has indeed succeeded, significantly improving her performance compared to the early stages, but she is still constrained by the current technological framework." "How strong is its combat capability?" Zhao Chen asked. "Combat capability? That's hard to quantify, as our master is the only active T6 interstellar starship of the mechanical race." Ain shook his head. Zhao Chen suggested, "Compare it to my Hades, or a quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship. You should have combat data on those starships." Ain thought for a moment and replied, "Against a quasi-T6 destroyer-class heavy interstellar battleship, regardless of the number of enemy ships, they cannot destroy the Luotian. The Luotian can eliminate them. It's just a matter of time. As for your Hades, the Hades sword poses some threat to the Luotian, but not much. Only if 10 Hades ships simultaneously attacked the Luotian with their Hades swords could they hope to inflict significant damage." Zhao Chen stared at the 100-meter-long interstellar warship standing silently in the dock and asked, "So, is this the secret you wanted to tell me?" Ain shook his head. "No, there's also the war beyond the gate." "The war beyond the gate?" Zhao Chen felt his breath quicken. "Relax, close your eyes." Ain raised his hand and lightly touched Zhao Chen's forehead with his fingertip. Instantly, everything before Zhao Chen changed. The research room vanished, replaced by darkness. Zhao Chen and Ain floated like two objects suspended in a void. Ain began to explain. The Gate of Gaia was a top-tier technology developed in the late Gaia Empire. It broke through the barriers of the universe, establishing a passage to other universes. At the same time, it revealed a force that had always sought to interfere with our universe. This was their first direct confrontation with this force. Powerful, terrifying, and mysterious. With a snap of a Yin's fingers, the darkness was illuminated. Zhao Chen saw a fleet of interstellar warships. These warships appeared old-fashioned but were enormous, armed with at least T5 level weapons. A fleet entirely composed of T5 level interstellar warships, followed by T4 level ships, all bearing the emblem of the Gaia Empire. Opposite this fleet was a pitch-black armada, as if emerging from the darkness. The starships of both sides exchanged relentless fire in the pitch-black void of space, their fierce attacks and collisions resembling an epic space opera. Zhao Chen stood at a distance, calmly observing the brutal battle as if watching a virtual game. He keenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The pitch-black starships, once destroyed, quickly disintegrated into ashes and vanished into the cosmic void. In stark contrast, the wreckage of the other side's ships accumulated, soon forming a dense debris field in space. These enemy fleets, we call them the Undying Legion, though some jokingly refer to them as the Black Fleet, Ain suddenly explained, her voice tinged with a hint of gravity. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Undying Legion? Ain nodded and continued, as the name suggests. These destroyed starships will revive infinitely and reappear on the battlefield. They're like an unending tide, relentlessly assaulting our defenses until they are completely obliterated. Zhao Chen's frown deepened. Despite his own knowledge of resurrection technology, the concept of infinitely reviving starships was beyond his comprehension. Sensing Zhao Qin's confusion, Ain elaborated. Long ago, the fleet of the Gaia Empire didn't realize they were fighting the same fleet repeatedly. It wasn't until they stumbled upon the astonishing fact that these starships were immortal, endlessly reviving and launching new attacks. As for the underlying principle, perhaps only the master knows. We are not privy to that information. Zhao Qin remained silent. The phenomenon was indeed bizarre, but given his own understanding of resurrection technology, he couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility. Ain continued, "You may have heard that at its end, the Gaia Empire assembled a vast expeditionary force. They ventured into the depths of the universe to confront an unknown enemy threatening the entire cosmos. They never returned." As a Yin's words trailed off, she waved her hand. The battlefield scene before them accelerated, the once fierce battle suddenly calming. But soon, new starships appeared in the area. Zhao Qian recognized them as belonging to the mechanical tribe. These mechanical tribe starships began constructing fortresses and bases in the void. Ain explained, "In this space, there are no resources, not even light. Everything must be transported from our universe. We inherited the will of the Gaia Empire, guarding our universe here, waiting for the return of the expeditionary force. We've been waiting for tens of thousands of years." A Yin's gaze turned profound, until thousands of years ago, those pitch-black starships reappeared. As she spoke, Zhao Qin saw a surge of pitch-black starships in the scene before him. Their arrival heralded a new wave of war. The mechanical tribe fleet immediately engaged in fierce combat with these black ships. Over time, the mechanical tribe's losses grew while the scale of the black fleet's assaults increased. From initially being able to handle the attacks, they gradually struggled to maintain their defenses, and bases and fortresses began to fall. In this space, massive structures resembling a great wall emerged. These were defensive lines built from the wreckage of damaged mechanical tribe starships. Usable cannons were mounted on this great wall, continuing to serve their purpose. Ain explained, initially, the Black Fleet appeared once every 100 years. But over time, the interval shortened to 50 years, 30 years, 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, and finally, just 3 years. We didn't have enough time to repair damaged bases and fortresses, so we started building these defenses from abandoned starships. They're cost-effective and quick to construct. We call it the Black Wall. Zhao Chun gazed at the Black Wall, feeling a surge of respect. Despite the cold, unfeeling appearance of the mechanical tribe starships, he sensed a burning resolve within these walls. Ain continued, half a year ago, the Black Fleet attacked again. The master personally went to the battlefield, but this enemy was stronger than ever before. Reportedly, the mechanical fleet on the other side of the gate suffered over a 70 loss, with tens of millions of starships falling. She clenched her fist, her voice filled with anger. If it weren't for this timing, those demon tribe starships could never have threatened our mechanical court. After 6 months of fierce fighting, the master, though severely damaged, eventually repelled the enemy. After hearing this history, Zhao Chen felt a deep admiration for these mechanical beings. He couldn't help but ask, what exactly is the invader's goal? To enslave us? To seize resources? Ain shook her head. We don't know. Perhaps only the master does. We only know one thing. We must guard this gate. No matter what, we cannot let the Black Fleet enter our universe, or everything here will be destroyed. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, realizing there were still secrets that only the girl herself could reveal. How long will I have to wait to speak with your master? He asked. Ain replied, given the master's current condition, the rest period will be at least 3 months. 3 months? Zhao Chen hesitated. That's a long time. You mentioned before that your master left a message for me? Yes. Would you like to view it now? Ain asked. Zhao Chen nodded. Ain raised her hand, and a holographic projection device appeared in her palm. The small figure of the girl reappeared, her petite form sitting in a Yin's hand like a mischievous child, swinging her legs. Hey, long time no see, the girl began, her voice full of energy. I wonder how the demon tribe situation is. My energy isn't enough to support my return to our universe, so I have to enter a dormant state. But I trust you won't disappoint me. Those little demons, you should be able to handle them, right? She said playfully. Zhao Qin glanced at Ain and couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't just some little demon. They nearly stole your home without you even realizing it. The girl continued. Ain should have told you everything she knows. As for what she doesn't know, you'll have to wait until I wake up to hear it from me personally. Additionally, I have one more favor to ask of you. The little girl lifted her head, her gaze fixed straight ahead as if she were looking directly at Zhao Chen. In a soft voice, she said, on the other side of the door, there's a place I hope you can visit. It's just a request from me, and whether you go or not is up to you. As for the exact coordinates, my subordinates will inform you once you cross the door. After speaking, the girl swung her legs and stretched, saying, I'm going to take a nap now. As soon as she finished her sentence, her figure vanished, and the surrounding light and shadows dissipated instantly. Ian watched Zhao Chun, seemingly waiting for his response to her master's request. Zhao Chun frowned and asked, "There's a coordinate on the other side of the door that I need to check? Why me? Can't you send a patrol fleet to investigate?" "I'm not sure of the exact reason," Ian replied. "You'll need to ask the master yourself once she wakes up. But I suspect it has something to do with the limitations of our mechanical life forms. Among carbon-based life, the master only trusts you." Zhao Chun pondered for a moment before asking, "If I go, do I have to complete this task?" "Yes," Ian confirmed with a nod. "When should I go? How many starships should I bring? And when can I return? Are there any restrictions?" Zhao Chun continued to inquire. Ian explained, "There are no restrictions on your departure time or the number of starships. However, your return might be limited by the Gate of Gaia. It only opens 10 times a year, each time for 3 to 5 days, with an interval of about a month. So, if you go, you'll have to wait at least a month to come back." Zhao Chun weighed his options. A month isn't too long. "All right, I accept your master's request. But I need to prepare first. The war here isn't over yet, and we still need to deal with the demon clan." Ian nodded in agreement and then added, "The master said that if you accept, she has left you some things. From now on, your status within the mechanical clan is equal to mine and Akin's. You can command our fleet with the approval of either me or Akin. Additionally, all star gates and starports within the mechanical clan's territory are open for your use." Zhao Chun was somewhat surprised. "So, if I didn't agree, I wouldn't have these privileges?" Ian's silence confirmed his assumption. Zhao Chun smiled and asked, "Can I use your industrial construction facilities within the mechanical clan's territory?" Ian thought for a moment. "You have the authority to request it, but there will be some limitations. You can submit your requirements, and Akin and I will discuss them." Zhao Chun explained, "I need your industrial base to produce some raw material components for us. I can pay and provide the raw materials." Ian agreed to respond as soon as possible. Zhao Chun then brought up the plan to counterattack the Demon Clan and asked if the Mechanical Clan would be willing to participate. Ian confirmed their willingness to participate but noted that they had suffered significant losses previously and would need to retain some starships for defense. She promised to deploy 1,000,000 mechanical starships and hand over command to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun was surprised. "You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll use your starships as cannon fodder?" Ian replied earnestly, "I trust you." Moved by her sincerity, Zhao Chun promised to responsibly command the starships. Just as he was about to leave, Ian called him back, saying there was one more thing that might interest him. Zhao Chun listened, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the command center of the Dragon Emperor, 3 holograms suddenly appeared before Zhao Chun. The figures of Chief Engineer Annie, Chief Engineer Nana, and Chief Engineer Spider Queen Elise were vividly lifelike. "Commander, what can we do for you?" Chief Engineer Nana asked respectfully, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Spider Queen Elise also wore a curious expression. Only Chief Engineer Annie seemed distracted, hands behind her back, tracing circles on the floor with her toe. Raising his hand, Zhao Chun projected several holographic images of interstellar battleships into the air. "I have some new battleship technologies here, including 2 T6 class interstellar battleships. I need you all to familiarize yourselves with them and start production as soon as possible." This news was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the passion of the 2 chief engineers. Nana and Elise quickly stepped forward, examining the holographic images of the 2 T6 class battleships closely. Mass production model T6 Heavenly Fury class interstellar heavy artillery ship, flagship model T6 Southern Gate class starship, Zhao Chun introduced. These are 2 entirely different types of battleships, but their T6 classification alone secures their significance. Are they really T6 class battleships? Spider Queen Elise stared in disbelief at the displayed data. Although Chief Engineer Annie was momentarily captivated by the 2 T6 class battleships, she quickly returned to her indifferent demeanor. "Even if they are T6 class battleships, we don't have the production capacity to build them right now. This project will have to be postponed." Despite Annie's somewhat lackadaisical tone, the other 2 chief engineers had to nod in agreement. The production capacity of Xiaolong Industries was already maxed out. Adding the task of building 2 T6 class battleships would indeed be overwhelming. Zhao Qin nodded knowingly. "I understand that Xiaolong Industries is operating at full capacity. However, you don't need to worry about that. I've already negotiated with 2 high-ranking officials from the Mech tribe. They are willing to provide us with 5 of their starship production facilities." As he spoke, Zhao Qin opened a star map. 5 copper-colored regions near the Xiaolong Galactic Group's territory in the Mech tribe's domain stood out prominently. Mech tribe's starship production facilities? Chief Engineer Nana's eyes lit up, her interest piqued. Zhao Qin confirmed with a nod. "Yes. From my preliminary understanding, These 5 production sites are equipped with T5 industrial production capabilities and can manufacture some of the components needed for T6 class battleships. Given sufficient raw materials, they can produce 10,000 T5 prisoner-class heavy interstellar assault battleships and at least 200,000 T4 class interstellar warships per month. This revelation left the 3 chief engineers gasping. The production capacity of these 5 facilities was equivalent to 1/5 of the entire mech tribe's production capabilities. Wow, that many? Chief Engineer Nana's eyes sparkled, almost jumping with excitement. Zhao Chun continued, "The reason I've called you here is to assign you a mission. You need to personally inspect these 5 starship production facilities, assess their capabilities, and utilize these resources to rapidly expand Xiaolong Galactic Group's industrial strength. We need to produce more T5 Galactic-class large industrial bases and T5 Stellar-class heavy industrial ships. Additionally, less critical starship components should be manufactured at these mech tribe facilities and then transported back to the Xiaolong system for assembly." Zhao Chen paused, his expression growing serious. "There's also a top-secret mission, to use these mech tribe production facilities to accelerate the production of our T6 class interstellar battleships. This work might be tedious, but it's your most important task for the next 6 months." Chief Engineer Nana could barely contain her excitement. "This is fantastic. I've been worrying about the inadequate industrial base in the Xiaolong system, and this opportunity comes at the perfect time for a major expansion." Beside her, Chief Engineer Annie covered her face in despair, thinking how her sister was always so driven. Zhao Chen looked at Nana in surprise. "Oh, do you already have a plan?" Without hesitation, Nana opened a pre-prepared document and began detailing her future plans for the Xiaolong system's industrial sector. "First, we need more T5 Galactic-class large industrial bases. We currently have only 3, which is far from enough. I originally planned to expand to 10 within a year, but with this support, 10 won't suffice. I suggest expanding to 30 T5 Galactic-class large industrial bases within 6 months. Second, we need to massively produce T5 Stellar-class heavy industrial ships. These ships can assist in the production tasks of the T5 Galactic-class large industrial bases and be used for battlefield repairs and the construction of interstellar structures like starports and stargates. We currently have 50, which is insufficient. I recommend taking this opportunity to expand the number of T5 Stellar-class heavy industrial ships to 1,000 within 6 months. Nana's voice was filled with excitement, while Annie trembled slightly, seemingly overwhelmed by the grand plan. Zhao Chun turned to the visibly uneasy Annie. "Annie, do you have any suggestions for Nana's plan?" Annie forced a smile. I have no suggestions." She paused, then added, "However, such a large expansion plan will require a vast amount of raw materials. Given that we're currently in the midst of an interstellar war, the supply of raw materials—" Annie looked at Zhao Chun, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, as if she had found a lifeline. "Nana, about this construction plan, have you calculated the budget?" Zhao Chun threw the question to Nana. Nana quickly opened a holographic document, data streams flickering in the air. "I've already calculated it," she said with a hint of confidence in her voice. "The budget for building 30 T5 Galaxy-class large industrial bases and 1,000 T5 Star-class heavy industrial ships is approximately 800 trillion star coins." Zhao Chen's brow furrowed. This figure almost took up half of the previous super military procurement order signed with the mechanoids. He pressed on, "How long is this construction budget expected to take?" Chief Engineer Nana replied earnestly, "We need to coordinate the status of the 5 starship industrial production sites of the mechanoids, but preliminary estimates suggest we can complete it by the end of this year without affecting other production plans." Zhao Chen fell into deep thought. This construction plan alone would cost 800 trillion star coins, and adding the 2 T6 starship construction plans assuming only 1 T6 Heavenly Fury Goddess-class heavy artillery ship is built, the cost of these 2 T6 starships would be another 800 trillion star coins. The total of 1,600 trillion star coins would nearly match the total amount of the previous mechanoid military procurement order, not to mention the future investments needed for the war against the demons. Sensing the commander's concern, Nana quickly said, "If there are issues with raw materials, I can reduce." Zhao Chen raised a hand to stop her, his gaze sharp. "If I agree to the above production plans and require the 2 T6 starships to be operational within 6 months, while ensuring frontline supply, the original starship production tasks, the expansion of 20 Dragon Corps, and completing the military procurement orders from the Angels and Mechanoids without considering raw materials, can you complete this series of tasks?" Nana instantly understood the commander's intention. She straightened her posture and answered firmly, "Although we haven't fully assessed the situation at the 5 Mechanoid starship industrial sites, I am confident that with adequate raw materials, we can complete this series of production tasks." "Good," Zhao Chen nodded. "Get me a detailed plan report as soon as possible. I'll handle the raw materials." "Yes," Nana responded excitedly. Chief Engineer Elise also chimed in with enthusiasm. "I can't believe we can actually build T6 starships." Beside her, Chief Engineer Annie covered her face with her hands, her emotions indescribable. After the meeting, Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair. Lilith glanced at him with a hint of reproach. You agree just like that? Do you know how much raw material those production plans will require? Zhao Chun smiled and took Lilith's hand. You didn't stop me either, did you? Lilith pulled her hand away, crossing her arms. Then, Commander, you'd better think about how to fill this big pit. Even with the 2 large military procurement orders from the Angels and Mechanoids, we can't afford your extravagance. Zhao Chun opened the star map, pointing to the demon's interstellar territory. After this campaign, we will directly control all the demon's interstellar territories. All assets belonging to the demon royal family will be confiscated, which will fill a significant portion of the raw material gap. Plus, the raw material production from the demon's territories used to yield 200 trillion star coins annually. With our advanced equipment, we can at least triple that. This should barely maintain the supply-demand balance. If necessary, we can trade some starships with the Angels and Mechanoids. Lilith pouted. You always have so many ideas. You practically throw all the money we get right back out the door. Zhao Chun wrapped his arm around Lilith's waist, leaning tiredly against her. I have no choice. You don't know what I learned from the Mechanoids this time. Lilith finally asked. What did you see? Zhao Chun began to recount the secrets of the Gaia Empire and the Mechanoids. After listening, Lilith's eyes were filled with astonishment. I didn't expect the Mechanoids to have been such a presence all along. Zhao Chun sighed. I don't want to judge the Mechanoids' affairs, but the invader from another universe, that so-called Immortal Black Legion fleet, is what truly worries me. If even the full military might of the Mechanoids can't stop them, how much chance do we have? He gripped Lilith's hand tightly. That's why I'm so desperate to expand the Dragon Corps' military strength. Interstellar industry is our foundation. Only with a solid industrial base can we produce more starships. When we face the enemy, we will have more confidence and opportunities. Lilith also tightened her grip on Zhao Chen's hand. She understood that everything the commander did was for them, for their home. She said firmly, no matter what, we stand with you. Chu Changhe stood on the observation deck of the interstellar battleship, with a few subordinates trailing behind him. They were carefully examining the internal structure of the T5 class battleship. So, this is the inside of a T5 class battleship, Chu Changhe said as he walked, his eyes gleaming with amazement. Many core areas are completely different from the T4 class battleships. One of his subordinates chimed in, yeah, just the hull itself is several times larger than that of a T4 class battleship. We were overjoyed when we got a T3 class battleship back then. Who could have imagined a T5 class battleship would be like this? Another subordinate pointed to a section they had just passed, exclaiming excitedly, did you see the main weapon department? Wow, one solid shell from that thing is almost as big as a T2 class battleship. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared in front of Chu Changhe, descending on a floating elevator. Grandpa, a warm voice called out, causing Chu Changhe to look up in surprise. What are you doing here? I thought you were fighting on the front lines? Chu Changhe looked at his suddenly appearing granddaughter, Chu Xian, in astonishment. Chu Xian explained. The commander called me back. The front line is in a rest phase right now, with no missions to carry out. As she spoke, she affectionately stood beside her grandfather. Chu Changhe beamed as he looked over his granddaughter. It's been over half a year since I last saw you, hasn't it? Since Chu Xian joined the Xiaolong Legion, their opportunities to meet had become increasingly rare. However, Chu Changhe was pleased to notice that the aura she exuded was strikingly similar to his own back in the day. Chu Xian asked curiously, why are you here all of a sudden? Chu Changhe shrugged. I don't know either. Zhao Chen invited me, saying he wanted to show me this T5 class battleship, and here I am. Inviting you to tour a battleship at this time? Chu Xian frowned, puzzled by the commander's actions. Just then, a thumb's-eye spherical robot floated in front of them, projecting a video window. The ship has arrived at its destination and has docked. Marshal Chu Changhe and Commander Chu Xian, please proceed to cabin number 3. We've arrived? Chu Changhe asked, confused. Where are we? Chu Xian shook her head. I don't know either. The commander just told me to come. He didn't mention anything else. This kid, always keeping secrets now. Chu Changhe chuckled, shaking his head. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged a glance and continued chatting as they walked towards cabin number 3. A few minutes later, they arrived at the cabin to find a shuttle waiting there, and Zhao Chun had been waiting for some time. Grandpa Chu, sorry to trouble you to come all this way. Zhao Chun greeted Chu Changhe respectfully, his tone full of deference. Chu Changhe looked Zhao Chun up and down, noting that the young man appeared even more imposing and composed than before. All right, out with it. You brought me all the way here, and even called my granddaughter back from the front lines. There must be something important. Instead of answering directly, Zhao Chun asked, do you know where we are? As he spoke, the outer wall of the cabin turned transparent, revealing the starry sea outside. A massive starport and several blue planets came into view. Chu Changhe walked to the window, observing for a moment before concluding, "This is the territory of the Mechaniacs?" Zhao Chen nodded approvingly. "You have a keen eye, Grandpa Chu." Despite not seeing any Mechaniac battleships, the old man could still identify the location, a testament to his sharp abilities. Chu Changhe snorted, "Hmph. The style of Mechaniac creations is unforgettable. Even without seeing their battleships, this starport reeks of their ironclad touch." His expression turned less friendly, as the Chu family had an unresolved grudge against the Mechaniacs. Zhao Chen confirmed, "You're right. This is indeed Mechaniac territory, located in the LP03 star system, one of their several sealed-off systems. Sealed or not, I don't care. Why did you bring me here?" Chu Changhe asked coldly. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chu Xian looked worriedly at the commander. She knew her grandfather's attitude towards the Mechaniacs, and being brought to enemy territory naturally soured his mood. Zhao Chun, seemingly unfazed by Chu Changhe's change in demeanor, pointed to a distant blue planet. "Do you see that planet? It's just a planet. What's so special about it?" Chu Changhe snorted. "But there is life on that planet," Zhao Chan said, making a statement that seemed inexplicable to Chu Changhe before continuing. "I understand that the Mechaniacs and the Xingyao Empire, the Holy Radiance Empire, and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation have deep-seated grudges. The two sides have fought numerous wars during the Galactic Alliance era. It's fair to say that the angelic and demonic races have been at war for millennia. The enmity between the three empires and the Mechaniacs is equally intense. Countless interstellar battleships have been sacrificed in these prolonged wars. It's not something that can be easily resolved." Chu Changhe remained silent, waiting for Zhao Chen to continue. Zhao Chen went on, "I don't expect my words to make you let go of past grudges. But I do want you to know some truths, which are still classified. I hope you can keep this information confidential for now." Zhao Chen then began to recount the story of the Gaia Empire and the threats from another world. Hearing this history, Chu Changhe's expression softened slightly. Chu Xian asked in surprise, "So, the Mechaniacs waged war against various interstellar civilizations to maintain some sort of balance? To help these civilizations develop their technological advancements through war?" "That's one way to put it," Zhao Chen replied. Chu Changhe kept a stern face. "I don't doubt what you're saying, but it doesn't change what has already happened. I'm not trying to change anything. I just want to clarify some things." Zhao Chen paused before delivering a bombshell. "For instance, Chu Xian's parents are actually still alive." On a small path in a field on a distant planet, a middle-aged man was slowly walking with a basket full of freshly harvested crops on his back. Suddenly, a shuttle burst through the clouds, diving towards the ground. The man looked up, furrowing his brows in disbelief as he stared at the aircraft he hadn't seen in many years. To his shock, the shuttle seemed to be descending towards his home. Panic set in immediately. He dropped the basket and sprinted towards his house. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the courtyard gate, clutching an iron rod, and saw the shuttle parked in the yard. "A xiao!" he shouted anxiously, but then froze in his tracks. A young woman turned at the sound of his voice, locking eyes with him. Although they seemed somewhat unfamiliar, that glance awakened a deeply buried connection. "Ah June, you're back," came a tearful yet joyful voice. A middle-aged woman with red-rimmed eyes waved at him. It was his wife. Beside her stood an elderly man and a young man. Seeing the elderly man, both of them trembled. "Chu Wenjun." The old man called out his name shakily. Chu Wenjun dropped the iron rod to the ground, staring at the old man in disbelief. "Dad? Is it really you?" Chu Changhe took a few hurried steps towards his son, his wrinkled hands touching his son's face, feeling the marks left by time. "You're alive. You're alive." Chu Changhe kept patting his son's chest, his voice choked with emotion, completely devoid of his former dignity as an interstellar marshal. "Dad, how are you here? Could it be? Has the Xingyao Empire been overrun by the Mechanical Clan?" Chu Wenjun asked worriedly. "No, the Xingyao Empire is still fine, but our situation with the Mechanical Clan is quite special. It's not something we can explain in a few words. We'll talk in detail later. We just found out you were alive and came to find you." Zhao Chen stepped forward to explain, then nudged Chu Xian, who had been standing silently. "Chu Xian, come meet your father." Chu Xian? Hearing the name, Chu Wenjun's eyes immediately welled up. "Xianer, you really are Xianer?" I am your father." "Ah, Xianer." He broke down in tears, crying like a child. Chu Xian's eyes reddened, but she said nothing. Chu Changhe patted his son's head. "When you left, Xianer couldn't even walk yet. How could she recognize you?" "Don't scare the child. Let's talk inside," Chu's mother said, wiping her tears and pointing towards the house. Everyone entered the modest two-story courtyard. Zhao Chen noticed that although there were no visible high-tech devices, the house was built with advanced insulation and cold-resistant materials. On the surface, it looked like a farmhouse from an agricultural era, but it concealed the technological advancements of the interstellar age. Chu Wenjun invited everyone to sit, his eyes lingering on his daughter. Chu's mother placed some fruit on the table, and they began to chat. Chu Wenjun and his wife recounted the interstellar battle they had fought years ago. It was just one of many battles between the Xingyao Empire and the Mechanical Clan, but their fleet had been unfortunate, with many ships destroyed or captured. The Mechanical Clan had used gravitational beams to seize their ships and sedated everyone with gas. When they woke up, they found themselves on this planet. A mechanical life form told them that this would be their new home, providing everything they needed but forbidding any technological development. Any attempt would be met with destruction. Chu Changhe asked, "So, all these years you've been here? Never thought of escaping?" Chu Wenjun sighed. "Of course we did. But there's no modern technology here, not even shuttles. The one you arrived in is the first I've seen in a decade. We originally planned to seize a shuttle or transport ship when new people arrived, but newcomers were always dropped in self-destructing containers. This place is an isolated cage. We had no chance to leave." Chu's mother, while peeling fruit for Chu Xian, added, "Fortunately, everything was ready when we arrived. Houses were allocated, and we were given jobs. We live in the suburbs, mainly farming. We can trade our crops with others or with mechanical intelligences for daily necessities. Just 3 hours of work a day is enough to sustain us. There are laws here, enforced by mechanical intelligences, and violators are sent to harsh prisons, so everyone abides by the rules. This planet has a spring-like climate year-round, with high-quality crops, so life is manageable. We've lived like this for decades, never expecting to see you again." She wiped her tears again as she spoke. Zhao Chun strolled into the courtyard, his gaze falling on Chu's mother and Chu Xian, who were busy preparing dinner inside. He noticed they were using a traditional wood-burning stove, despite the availability of more convenient gas stoves and natural gas in the city. Clearly, Chu Wenjun and his wife preferred this rustic way of life. This scene sparked Zhao Qin's thoughts. He turned to Chu Changhe beside him, his tone tinged with surprise. "So, the Mech clan has been nurturing these people throughout our centuries-long war?" Chu Changhe frowned, trying to process this information. Zhao Qin nodded in confirmation. "That's right. On the battlefield, they show no mercy. But once they gain the upper hand, they capture the remaining enemies and settle them on planets like this. As far as I know, there are thousands of such planets in this galaxy alone. Not just our human race, but many other interstellar species as well. The Mech clan has over 10 trillion intelligent beings under their care." "That many?" Chu Changhe exclaimed. "Yes," Zhao Chun continued. "And I found something interesting. Our Xingyao Empire faces food shortages, especially of natural crops, forcing common people to rely on synthetic food. But on these Mech clan-managed planets, there's no such issue." Chu Changhe furrowed his brows. Could it be that the Mech clan is supplying these planets with resources from other galaxies? "No." Zhao Qin shook his head. "Aside from some hidden technologies, these planets are mostly self-sufficient. Criminals are sent to mining planets to extract resources, which are then traded to these planets, forming a complete ecosystem. And everyone has enough to eat." Chu Changhe was stunned. Zhao Qin went on. "The Mech clan's leaders once discussed this with me. They asked why we carbon-based life forms, who need so few resources to survive, consume thousands or even millions of times more than necessary." Zhao Qin's expression grew somber. Chu Changhe remained silent, seemingly guessing the answer. Zhao Qin explained, "The Mech clan observed us, especially humans. Suppose a person lives 100 years and needs resources equivalent to 300 star coins. This would be enough for basic needs. But in our society, 10 of people consume 3 million star coins in their lifetime, and one consume over 50 million. Much of our resources go to war. The Mech clan believes that if the Xingyao Empire could distribute resources fairly, everyone could live a prosperous life." Zhao Qin gazed at the stars, a self-mocking smile on his face. "I've been pondering what makes us this way. Desire? Extravagance? Passion? Or the pursuit of more? We even indulge in it. Perhaps, as the Mech clan says, we carbon-based life forms are a perplexing species." Chu Changhe stayed silent. Despite his lingering resentment toward the Mech clan, he couldn't deny the logic in their viewpoint. Zhao Chun turned to Chu Changhe, smiling. "Old man, what do you think of the Mech clan now?" Chu Changhe snorted. "Even though my children are still alive, many have died in this long war. If you want me to let go of my hatred, I can't." Zhao Qin had anticipated this response. He said gently, "I didn't bring you here expecting you to let go of your hatred immediately. I just hope your perspective on the Mech clan can change. Because in the future, the cooperation between Xiaolong and the Mech clan might become closer. For instance, the Mech clan is willing to provide us with 5 starship industrial sites. This news will surely raise questions. I can ignore others' doubts, but you are a respected elder to me, and I don't want a rift between us." Chu Changhe looked at the young man before him, recalling their first meeting 5 years ago. He patted Zhao Chen's back, saying, "You talk too much, kid. I'm too old to care about these wars. Let others do as they please." Though ambiguous, this statement revealed Chu Chang's stance. Zhao Chen smiled knowingly. Suddenly, Zhao Chen said, "By the way, Chu Xian has two younger sisters." Chu Chang's eyes widened. "What?" Zhao Chen teased. "Did you think your son and daughter-in-law have been idle on this planet all these years?" Without a word, Chu Changhe stormed into the house and kicked his son, who was helping his daughter. "Why didn't you tell me I have two more granddaughters?" "Ah, Dad, I was so happy I forgot. Where are my granddaughters?" "They're at school in the city. They only come home 2 days a week." "School? Studying? We organize the school ourselves. While the Mech clan restricts us from making technological devices, they don't limit the teaching of theoretical knowledge. So, we've set up schools to hope the children can return to the stars someday. Today is Friday. The school should be on break. Hurry, get the shuttle and bring my granddaughters back." "Ah, so urgent. You haven't seen your father in years. Do my words mean nothing to you now?" "Yes, yes, I'll go right away." Zhao Chen watched the shuttle take off and glanced at the mother and daughter bonding inside. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. In this world for nearly 6 years, he felt loneliness for the first time. He thought of his parents in the other world, hoping his siblings could ease their sorrow. He wondered if he would ever return to his original world. Just as Zhao Chun was lost in thought, a hand suddenly grasped his. He looked at Chu Xian, whose face was slightly flushed. Chu Xian whispered, I noticed you seemed a bit lonely." Zhao Chen replied, "It's nothing. Just seeing your family together made me miss mine." Chu Xian paused, misunderstanding that Zhao Chun was thinking of his deceased parents. She leaned gently against his shoulder and said softly, "It's okay. Now, where your family to? My mother just asked." "Asked if you?" "Asked what?" Zhao Chen looked at Chu Xian, who was avoiding his gaze. "Nothing. Dinner's almost ready. Go wash your hands." Chu Xian blushed and quickly let go of Zhao Chen's hand, running back inside. Chu Xian stood at the doorway, facing a pair of twin girls with wide, curious eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. The sisters, who she had never met before, greeted her like old friends, bombarding her with questions. "You're so beautiful, big sister," one of the girls exclaimed. "Is that a military uniform? It looks so cool. Are you from the Chu family legion?" the other eagerly inquired. Questions came at her like rapid fire. "Are you a fleet commander? How many starships do you command? Are the ships huge? Do they travel fast through the stars?" Then, out of the blue, "That handsome guy, is he your boyfriend or husband? Do you have kids?" Before Chu Xian could respond, another question hit her. "Why are you here, sister? Were you captured by the mechanoids too?" "Mom and Dad said our homeland isn't here." Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Chu Xian struggled to keep up. Just then, their mother appeared, gently tapping the girls on their heads. "Stop pestering your sister and go wash up for dinner." The twins obediently went to wash their hands. Their mother apologized to Chu Xian. "These two have always been lively and wild." Chu Xian reminisced about her own childhood, noting, "They're quite different from how I was at their age." She speculated that growing up in an agrarian era on a planet contributed to their natural exuberance. At the dinner table, the homegrown ingredients might not have been as refined as those in Eden, but they warmed Zhao Chen's heart. Chu Xian's mother showed keen interest in Zhao Chen, asking about his background. When she learned that he commanded multiple fleets with over 500,000 starships, including a T5 class flagship, the sisters' eyes sparkled with admiration. "T5 starships?" Chu Wenjun exclaimed. "Has development outside progressed so quickly? I remember when we cherished our T4 class North Wind heavy battleship like a treasure." Chu Changhe glanced at Zhao Chun. "The outside world has changed a lot, and this young man has a lot to do with it." Zhao Chen merely smiled, offering no further explanation. After dinner, the twins dragged Chu Xian to the fields to catch glowing insects, having the time of their lives. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Chen asked Chu Wenjun and his wife about their future plans. "Do you plan to stay here with Cece and Jiajia, or return to the Chu family?" Zhao Chen asked. "The mechanoids have handed this star system over to us, the Xiaolong. We will be reaching out to the residents of each planet, and they can choose to return home or stay here." This seemingly simple question left Chu Wenjun and his wife in a dilemma. Chu Changhe looked at them in surprise. "What? You don't want to go home?" Chu Xian's mother replied apologetically, "Father, I do want to go back and see my parents. But we've grown accustomed to life here." Chu Wenjun gazed at the three sisters playing in the distance and admitted, "Dad, I used to yearn for the stars and the sea, to command starships on long expeditions. But after living on this planet for a few years and having Cece and Jujia, I've come to prefer this life. I like this small courtyard and the farmland outside." Chu Changhe didn't reproach them but instead said, "You two know how to enjoy life's pleasures. Well, since the Star Empire and the Chu family are stable now, and this young man can handle any issues. Your courtyard looks nice. Got any spare rooms? Zhao Chun smiled wryly, realizing the old man intended to stay. Chu Wenjun quickly replied, yes, of course we do. Chu Changha added, Cece and Jia are 16 now, an age when they're naturally curious about the world outside. If they want to explore, don't hold them back. Although reluctant, Chu Xian's mother agreed. Of course. We also yearned for the stars and the sea when we were young. We have no right to stop them. Zhao Chun reassured them. Don't worry, Auntie. Chu Xian and I will take good care of them. Whenever you want to see them, we'll make sure they come back to visit. After asking the twins about their wishes, it was clear they both wanted to venture out, learn about the stars, pilot starships, and perhaps even command fleets like their big sister Chu Xian. Seeing the ambition in the twins' eyes, Chu Changha and Chu Wenjun smiled knowingly. It seemed this adventurous spirit ran in the Chu family's blood. Zhao Chun and Chu Xian made arrangements for their future. They would first attend the Goddess Academy starship for advanced studies, then choose their paths based on their abilities and interests. Early the next morning, Zhao Chun prepared to leave on a shuttle. Seeing Cece and Jia with their small bags, he said, you know, you could stay here a bit longer with Grandpa. The academy will always be there. Cece stuck out her tongue. Hee, we want to start exploring as soon as possible. Chu Wenjun advised, let them go. They've been cooped up here for 16 years. It's time they saw the outside world. But I warn you, listen to your sister and brother-in-law out there. If I hear you've caused trouble, they'll drag you back myself. Cece and Jia stood at attention and saluted. Don't worry, father. We'll follow our sister and brother-in-law's instructions and not cause any trouble. Chu Xian's face turned bright red as she quickly covered her sister's mouths. In the early days of August, Galactic Year 3036, a brief ceasefire had just ended, and the flames of war reignited. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Lilith was reporting the latest battle situation to Zhao Chun. Pointing to the direction of the angelic forces on the star map, she said gravely, the angels have mobilized 1 million starships, ready to strike. Our Xiaolong 5th, 13th and 14th legions, totaling over 90,000 ships, are also in position. Her finger slid to another area as she continued. The mechanical forces have similarly gathered 1 million starships. Our main assault will be here, with Xiaolong's 1st, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, 11th, and 12th legions, totaling 250,000 ships, already deployed. Lastly, Lilith pointed to the southern front. Here we have some Demon Revolutionary Army units and our Xiaolong 2nd and 9th legions. Although their combat power is weaker, they can harass the enemy from the flanks. Additionally, the Xiaolong 15th and 16th legions are on standby as reserve forces. Zhao Chun gazed at the interstellar sand table, where 3 clear attack routes were visible: the northern Angelic Front, the western Mechanical Front, and the southern Demon Revolutionary Front. The enemy's troop distribution was also evident: 1 million ships toward the Angelic Front, 2 million toward the Mechanical Front, and 500,000 in the south. The enemy has discerned that our main assault is directed at the mechanical forces, so they have heavily fortified that area, Lilith added. Frowning, Zhao Chun asked, how many of those hidden starship manufacturing bases have we located? We've found 5 so far, with 2 still unaccounted for, Lilith replied. Zhao Chun stared at the marked coordinates of the 5 industrial bases on the sand table, pondering silently. Although the locations were close to his previous predictions, the positions of the remaining 2 bases remained a mystery. Regardless, the war had entered its second phase and could not be delayed any longer. Charlotte, have the plans for taking these 5 starship manufacturing bases been finalized? Zhao Chun turned to his adjutant. Charlotte nodded. Everything is ready. We'll deploy Zhao Wanner's special fleet of stealth bombers, in coordination with the T-4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships, and have the Xiaolong legions directly assault these locations. The plan is to destroy these 5 bases at the beginning of the second phase offensive. Excellent. Zhao Chun's eyes blazed with determination. All preparations are complete. Relay my order. Commence the second phase of the offensive against the demonic forces. Yes, sir. Charlotte and Lilith immediately issued their respective commands. Almost simultaneously, the Xiaolong legions, angelic fleets, and mechanical fleets received their orders to attack. In the southern territory of the demonic forces, on the bridge of the flagship of the Xiaolong 2nd Legion, Commander Qidong swiftly contacted the 9th Legion and the Demon Revolutionary Army, issuing new combat orders. Adopt guerrilla tactics to harass the enemy's flanks and rally more demon star systems to join the Revolutionary Army. Set the Demon King's rear ablaze. The time for change has come for the demonic forces. On the mechanical front, having received the attack order from the Dragon Emperor, Ayin coldly commanded, all Legion fleets, attack as planned. These demonic fleets that dare to defy the mechanical throne will pay for their insolence. On the angelic front, aboard the flagship of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, Angel Talilia reported to the holograms of the 2 angelic kings. My lords, the Xiaolong Lord has issued a full-scale attack order. The War Angel King roared, attack. I want to storm the Demon King's capital and crush his skull with my own hands. The Holy Angel King, remaining calm, said to Talilia, Talilia, you are the supreme commander of this military operation. You have command over this million-strong angelic fleet. End this 1,000-year war. Talilia saluted the angelic kings, then turned to the interstellar sand table and issued the command, attack. It's time to end this 1,000-year war. Meanwhile, outside a hidden demonic starship manufacturing base, Zhao Wanner sat in the captain's chair, hearing a special communication alert one she had set specifically for her brother. She opened her eyes and spoke calmly. Xiaolong Stealth Bomber Special Fleet commenced the operation. Hundreds of stealth interstellar bombers suddenly appeared in the pitch-black expanse of space, moving like silent phantoms. They swiftly launched their attack, accurately eliminating the patrolling demon fleet and various outposts one by one. The entire operation was executed with seamless precision, taking only 3 minutes. This was the result of Zhao Wanner's repeated simulations and drills. Similar scenes were unfolding on 4 other battlefronts. Zhao Wanner had already issued her command. All demon patrol ships must be cleared within 5 minutes. Soon, a subordinate reported to her, reporting, all demon interstellar warships and military facilities in the area have been cleared. The target airspace is now secure. Zhao Wanner responded calmly, report to the Dragon Emperor. We've completed the first step. Yes, ma'am, the subordinate replied. Zhao Wanner continued to issue orders. Deploy 30 stealth bombers into the target area. Remember to proceed with caution. Report back immediately if possible. If not, return. If you don't return within 10 minutes, you will be considered lost. Understood. Soon, the 30 stealth bombers, ready and waiting, silently moved into the seemingly empty space. This advanced team consisted of 1 T5 Ghost Wolf-class medium stealth bomber and 29 T4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bombers. All ships entered stealth mode, weapon systems were primed, and shields were ready to be activated. No one knew what lay hidden in that strange space. Although Zhao Wanner couldn't see the ships with her eyes, she could track their positions through the fleet's radar. She watched as they gradually approached the target area. The advanced team is entering the target area. An operator reported, all signals from the advanced team have been lost. Communication with all ships in the advanced team is down. This was anticipated, and Zhao Wanner could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, in the recently cleared area, a fleet of 3,000 Xylon-class warships, led by AT-4 Wisdom-class interstellar jump ship, appeared out of nowhere. Soon, a video communication request appeared before Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner accepted the call, and a female officer appeared on the screen, reporting, the 10th Fleet of the 15th Xiaolong Corps is here as ordered. Our fleet is under your command. Please give your instructions. Zhao Wanner responded succinctly, carry out your own mission. I won't interfere with the detailed operations. You are the fleet commander, so you're responsible. There's a hidden folded space or alternate dimension in that area. I've sent 30 ships as an advance team. We'll receive a report within 10 minutes, or they'll be considered lost. Regardless, your fleet needs to enter that space. We'll follow and support your actions. Do you understand? Understood. Rest assured, Commander, we will complete the mission. The fleet commander replied firmly. Just then, the radar operator exclaimed, reporting, 1 T4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bomber from the advanced team has emerged from the target area. Zhao Wanner's eyes lit up as a video window popped up, showing the captain of the returning T4 Shadow Demon. What's the situation? Zhao Wanner asked directly, with the fleet commander listening in. The captain quickly reported, Commander, upon entering the target area, we discovered a much larger space, about the size of a small star system. There are numerous industrial planets, facilities, starports, and stargates. We observed a garrison of at least 30,000 warships. We were attacked as soon as we arrived and are currently engaged in battle. No sighting of enemy T6 destroyer-class heavy battleships. All combat fleets, commence attack. Zhao Wanner ordered without hesitation. The 10th Fleet of the 15th Xiaolong Corps entered the target area first, suited for conventional combat, while Zhao Wanner's stealth bomber fleet was better for surprise attacks. As Zhao Wanner's flagship entered the area, the space shifted briefly, revealing a vast star system. Industrial bases, planets, and starports were clearly visible. She also saw the advanced team engaged in battle. The enemy had deployed nearly 3,000 warships, with more arriving from other patrol positions, totaling 30,000. The advanced team's 30 ships should have been vastly outmatched, but the presence of the T5 Ghost Wolf-class medium stealth bomber turned the tide, suppressing the enemy with its sheer firepower. This was the debut of the Ghost Wolf-class medium stealth bomber. Zhao Wanner recalled being astonished when the commander explained its capabilities. The T5 stealth bomber had an 8 million unit shield energy value, a cruising speed of 1,200 knots, and a level 9 warp engine. It was 5.6 kilometers long, weighed 310,000 tons, and required a crew of 300. Its weapon systems included 100,000 heavy short-range particle stealth torpedoes, 3,000 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles, 3,000 short-range heavy cluster bombs, and 500 each of optical camouflage missiles, electromagnetic interference missiles, thermal interference missiles, and smoke interference missiles. The key feature was its Wolf King stealth mode, allowing it to attack while remaining invisible. These capabilities were mostly upgrades from the T4 Shadow Demon class, but the ship's transition from light to medium meant it could carry more weapons. Crucially, even its torpedoes could remain stealthy. This meant that the 3,000 demon warships, upon being counterattacked, couldn't even see the weapons hitting them. They could only see the glow on their shields from the impact, and once the shields were down, they faced direct hits on their hulls. This was the true assassin hidden within the stars. Reborn-class clone starship 1 Bridge. Ayun walked briskly down the corridor. As the chief officer of the Reborn-class clone starship, she was on her way to a research lab. Arriving at the lab's door, a beam of light scanned her body. A mechanical voice announced, "Identity confirmed, Chief Officer of the Reborn Project. Access granted." The door then slowly opened. Ayun entered the lab to find several researchers in white coats gathered around an instrument. She asked directly, "Dr. Shun, what's the problem?" An elderly female researcher with graying hair looked up. It was Dr. Shun, the leading authority on life sciences in the Star Empire. She replied concisely, "We've encountered a minor issue." Ayun approached Dr. Shun, her eyes filled with respect. She knew that Zhao Qin not only utilized the Reborn-class clone starship, but had also established a research division to study the advanced technology of this interstellar battleship. In fact, Zhao Qin treated all acquired starship technologies this way, initially keeping them confidential and then assigning research teams to thoroughly understand their core aspects. Ayun's gaze fell on a holographic display screen showing several lines that appeared unremarkable at first glance. Dr. Shin explained, "This is our probe for detecting life signals in the universe, similar to a radar. These lines represent various characteristics of life signals, which usually fluctuate in a wave-like pattern. For instance, a large-scale war in a region would cause these life signals to spike, while a peaceful period would see them decline." Dr. Shan pointed to several characteristic indicators, magnifying them. After several magnifications, Ayun noticed a small, cliff-like drop. "This sudden, cliff-like drop has never happened before," Dr. Shan said seriously. "But in the past few days, we've detected it multiple times, and the severity of the drop has increased several-fold. We reviewed data from the past 3 years and found that this phenomenon has always been present but was very subtle and infrequent, possibly mistaken for instrument malfunction or stellar storm interference." Ayun asked, "So, what does this mean?" Dr. Shun provided an analogy. "It's like I'm pouring water out of a cup. The flow rate might vary, but there's a general trend. What's happening now is that some of the water is disappearing into thin air." Ayun didn't quite grasp the meaning. Dr. Shun continued, "The study of life has been ongoing for a long time. We've discovered that when intelligent beings die, a surge of energy leaves their bodies and dissipates into the environment. According to the law of conservation of energy, energy cannot vanish into thin air. It only transforms or transfers to other objects. Life energy is no exception, but we've never known its ultimate destination. It could be reincarnation, as legends suggest, or it might turn into some form of cosmic matter. But it should never simply disappear unless..." "Unless what?" Ayun immediately asked. "Unless someone, like us, is harnessing this life energy," Dr. Shan said earnestly. Another researcher added, "We've also observed delays when retrieving life signals from the Xiaolong soldiers recently. Tasks that used to take an hour now require more time." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ayun said, "Dr. Shin, please continue to monitor this phenomenon and inform me immediately of any changes. I need to report this to the commander right away." Meanwhile, the Xiaolong Corps, the Angel Corps, and the Mech Corps were making significant progress in their offensive operations. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Lilith excitedly reported to Zhao Chen, "We've successfully destroyed or taken control of all 5 industrial bases within the demon territory. The fastest operation took only a day, while the slowest took 5 days. We divided Zhao Wan or Xiaolong stealth bomber fleet into 5 groups, deploying them across the battlefields. Then, we had the Xiaolong 15th Corps use the Huiguang-class starship to provide support, reinforcing the fleets as needed. We ultimately secured all 5 industrial bases." Zhao Chen inquired, "What's the condition of the 5 industrial bases?" He recalled the industrial facilities in the star system previously occupied by the mech cult, which had to be destroyed due to heavy demon reinforcements. Preserving them this time would greatly enhance Xiaolong's industrial capacity. Lilith immediately responded, "Of the 5 industrial bases, 2 are severely damaged and beyond repair. The remaining 3 have sustained damage to varying degrees 70, 50, and 37. Zhao Chun was quite satisfied with the results. Keeping 3 bases was already a good outcome, and 2 of them were reparable, making it a significant gain. Lilith stood before the interstellar sand table, her fingers lightly tapping each circle marked with an X. Her voice was calm and precise as she reported the past week's battle results to Zhao Chun. Commander, our second phase attack plan is 50% complete. In the first week, we have successfully captured 13 central star gates, 12 military starports, 17 military planets, and 3 resource sites. Zhao Chun stared at the sand table, noting the significantly reduced control range of the Demon Clan. Lilith continued her report. We have lost 20,000 starships, the Mech Clan has lost 100,000, and the Angel Clan has lost 70,000. In total, we have destroyed 800,000 Demon Clan starships, including 7 near T6 destroyer-class heavy battleships. Zhao Chun squinted, quickly calculating. So, the Demon Clan still has 2,700,000 combat-ready starships? Lilith nodded in confirmation, adding, yes. After the initial engagement, a large number of Demon Clan starships retreated to the Demon King's Castle star system. RT-5 Phantom-class light stealth reconnaissance ships have reported that the entire Demon King's Castle system has been transformed into a military fortress with extensive defensive installations. Zhao Chun chuckled. Holding the Demon King's Castle system? This Demon King truly believes he still has a chance to turn the tide. At that moment, the AI of the Dragon Emperor, Xiao Longnu, floated over to Zhao Chun, beginning her analysis of the battle situation. Based on calculations, our success rate is 93. We have 2 viable tactics. 1. We can lay siege and deplete their resources, which would take approximately 3 years and lead to their material shortage. 2. We can launch a direct assault, but this could result in the loss of 70,000 to 1 million starships. Zhao Chun frowned. Losing 1,000,000 ships is too much. We can only accept losses of up to 50,000 ships. Xiao Longnu continued, in that case, we can advance slowly with a fleet of interstellar missile ships, but this would increase battlefield consumption, possibly exceeding 1 quadrillion star coins. Zhao Chun fell into deep thought, then instructed Xiao Longnu, discuss with Charlotte, and see if there are any other strategies. We need to capture the Demon King's Castle system as quickly as possible while minimizing our losses. Just then, Lilith's terminal beeped. She checked it and turned to Zhao Chun. Commander, Ayun, the highest-ranking official of the Rebirth Plan in the Xiaolong star system, has an urgent message. Zhao Chun was surprised but immediately ordered to connect. The video feed showed a grave-faced Ayun. She reported some unsettling findings from the research lab, including the disappearance of life energy signals. Zhao Chun and Lilith's expressions grew serious. Zhao Chun asked, are you saying someone else is utilizing these life signals just like us? And they've been doing it for a long time? Ayun confirmed, yes. This phenomenon may have existed longer than we thought, and could be related to large-scale interstellar wars in the universe. Zhao Chun fell into deep contemplation, linking this strange occurrence to the enemies at Gaia's Gate and the mecha cult. He felt there must be a close connection. Finally, Zhao Chun issued instructions. I understand. Continue to monitor the situation and contact me immediately if anything happens. He turned to Lilith. Do not spread this information for now. I will handle it directly. You and Charlotte should focus on the war against the Demon Clan. We need to end this war quickly to address any potential threats. With his brows furrowed, Zhao Chun sensed that something significant was unfolding in the universe. The Dark Lord of the Demon Castle Galaxy is facing a difficult decision. A flickering light appeared before him, accompanied by a tempting voice. Your Majesty, if you can hold off the enemy's main forces for a month, my master's powerful fleet will arrive and change the tide of battle. This is your only chance. Seething with rage, the Dark Lord smashed the apparition with a single punch. His hair disheveled, his expression haggard, and his breath heavy, he closed the projection with fury, aware that he had become a pawn in someone else's game. Reflecting on their initial cooperation, it was clear that both sides were using each other. The Dark Lord coveted their technology, hoping to strengthen the demon race's military might and eventually break free from their control. But things had not gone as planned. He was now just a tool to stall the enemy forces. Despite his dire situation, the Dark Lord refused to give up. He sneered to himself, no, I still have a chance. If a third party intervenes and the cosmic situation becomes more chaotic, I can rise again. Clinging desperately to any hope, even a thorny rope, his maniacal laughter echoed through the demon palace. Meanwhile, the Owl Dragon Legion, the angelic race, and the Mech Clan's allied forces had reached the borders of the Demon Castle Galaxy by mid-August. After a brief 5-day rest, the 3 allied forces launched their assault on August 20th, Galactic Year 3036. This battle was the largest known siege in nearly 1,000 years of recorded history. The Allied forces gathered 2 million starships, while the Demon Castle Galaxy had about 2.7 million starships, bolstered by the demon race's extensive fortifications. Both sides were evenly matched, and the battle was intense. In the early stages of the war, the Allied forces adopted a cautious strategy, relying mainly on missile ships for firepower coverage, gradually eroding the demon race's defenses and eliminating their strongholds. This tactic minimized their casualties, but resulted in an astonishing consumption of ammunition. Lilith, rubbing her temples as she reviewed the battlefield consumption report, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This battle is burning money. Just one day consumed strategic materials worth 50 trillion star coins. If it weren't for our interstellar transport fleet running at full capacity, maintaining this level of consumption would be impossible. Zhao Chun, with a sly merchant's grin, reassured her, "We're not bearing the cost alone. According to our prior agreement, the combat materials consumed in this siege, especially the interstellar missiles, though mainly produced and supplied by us, are funded by all three parties. We prearranged a favorable purchase price, ensuring we break even in this war." Lilith rolled her eyes, thinking how fortunate it was that the commander had negotiated this deal with the angelic race and the mech clan. Otherwise, the Owl Dragon would have had to invest an exorbitant amount of resources. The other two parties agreed because the Owl Dragon held key technologies, and everyone wanted to eliminate the demon race's current regime. Zhao Qin then inquired about the progress of the previously assigned tasks. "How are the three chief engineers progressing with the construction plans?" Lilith pulled up the relevant data and reported. The three chief engineers completed a preliminary investigation of the 5 industrial bases handed over by the mech clan a month ago and formulated related production plans. Besides the regular starship production tasks, the primary focus is the production of 2 T-6 starships. As per your requirements, the T-6 Divine Fury heavy cannon ship is the top priority. The three chief engineers have delegated 50 of the less critical components to the mech clan's 5 industrial bases, significantly reducing production time. The remaining parts will be produced by our Owl Dragon Galaxy's industrial bases. The ship is expected to be completed and operational in about 3 months, ready by late October and combat-ready by November. The other T-6 Southgate starship will be delivered by the end of December and combat-ready next year. After hearing the report, Zhao Chun sighed. It seems unlikely that the T-6 Divine Fury heavy cannon ship will be ready in time for this siege against the demon race. According to Charlotte's final plan, this battle is expected to end by late October. Even if it's ready, the T-6 Divine Fury heavy cannon ship will only be able to participate in the final stages of the campaign. After speaking, Zhao Chun fell into deep thought. Noticing the commander's change in expression, Lilith asked, "Commander, have you been pondering something these past few days?" Zhao Chun sighed, his expression grave. The issues with the demon race, the mech cult, and the recent anomalies in life energy signals remain unresolved, especially the latter two. This makes me uneasy. I have a feeling that many secrets lie on the other side of the Gaia Gate. The mech clan leader mentioned before entering stasis that if I could reach the other side of the Gaia Gate, I would uncover some secrets. Now I am contemplating whether to go now or wait until after this war ends. Lilith listened to the commander's words and fell into deep thought. After a moment, she looked up at Zhao Chun and slowly spoke. "Commander, you're worried about those potential dangers, aren't you?" Zhao Chun nodded, his brow furrowed. Ever since learning about the situation on the other side of Gaia's Gate, these concerns had been looming over him like a dark cloud. The unknown threats were far more terrifying than the known ones. Suddenly, Lilith asked, "Commander, if I may be frank, how much do you think your presence here actually contributes to the war in the Demon King star system?" Zhao Chun was taken aback, but quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind Lilith's words. He had to admit that his greatest contribution to Xiaolong was providing advanced starship technology and occasionally appearing for system missions. In terms of specific abilities, he was often outclassed by his subordinates. Although Zhao Chun had a substantial amount of mission points and system credits, he decided not to use these resources so he could immediately exchange them for T6 level technology once the T6 store access was unlocked. The final condition to unlock the T6 store was to cross Gaia's Gate. After some pondering, Zhao Chun realized his current contributions to the war effort were indeed limited. Lilith was in charge of the battles. The AI Long Nu assisted with the Dragon Emperor. Logistics were managed by Lilith, and starship production and industrial sectors were overseen by and her team. The remaining demons were trapped in the Demon King star system, unable to cause significant trouble. The only hidden threat was the 2 undiscovered industrial bases, but their scale was limited and not a major concern. Zhao Chun asked seriously, "If I leave, can you handle everything here?" Lilith rolled her eyes and half-jokingly replied, "Commander, it's not like this would be the first time you've left us to handle things." Zhao Chun couldn't help but smile. Lilith continued, "Of course, it would be best if you stayed. You are the backbone and banner of Xiaolong. But if there's something more important that requires your attention, you can leave with peace of mind. I, Charlotte, and the other officers will manage everything. After all, we were all handpicked by you." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chun made up his mind. "Contact Charlotte. I need to brief her before I leave." Soon, Charlotte's holographic projection appeared before Zhao Chun. He explained his plan to explore the other side of Gaia's Gate to uncover the hidden dangers and secrets of the universe. "I might need to take some starships with me. How many do you think would be appropriate without affecting the current war effort?" Zhao Chun asked. Without hesitation, Charlotte replied. You can go to the other side of Gaia's gate, but take the entire Xiaolong Guard fleet with you. Zhao Chen frowned. Take the entire fleet? Although the Xiaolong Guard fleet only has 500 ships, they are all T5 level starships, which make up a third of our total T5 fleet. Taking them all. Charlotte straightened up, resolutely saying, Rest assured, Commander. Even without these 500 T5 starships, we can stabilize the situation and complete the tasks you've assigned. If you don't take the Xiaolong Guard fleet, I won't agree to you going to the other side of Gaia's gate. She finished with a challenging look at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly at her defiance. He knew Charlotte was worried about his safety. All right, I agree, Zhao Chen conceded. Charlotte added, You can leave the T5 Dragon Emperor here and switch to the T5 Hades. The T5 Dragon Emperor is better suited for large-scale battle command, while the T5 Hades is more appropriate for a mission like this, exploring a mysterious part of the universe. Even if you encounter danger, the T5 Hades will enhance your safety. Understood, Zhao Chen nodded. Any other requests? No, Charlotte shook her head. Zhao Chen then briefed Charlotte on a series of core issues. In case of uncontrollable situations, such as the demons or the mechanized god cult having any contingencies, the priority was to preserve the Xiaolong Legion and the military forces of the angels and the mechanized. They could abandon the conquered demon territories and wait for his return to make further decisions. In short, everything needed to be handled with utmost caution. Then I'll leave things here to you both. You and Lilith will represent me fully, holding the highest command authority of the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen formally authorized Charlotte and Lilith. They both nodded solemnly. Subsequently, preparations began in earnest. Considering Zhao Chen would be venturing into an unknown universe, and Gaia's Gate would take over a month to reopen each time, he needed to bring not only combat starships but also auxiliary ones. Soon, the complete lineup for Zhao Chen's expedition was confirmed. In addition to the expanded fleet of 500 T5 starships from the original 300, there were 300 auxiliary starships. These included 30 T5 Phantom-class ultralight scouts, 50 T5 Star-class heavy industrial ships, 150 T5 R-class heavy supply ships, and 70 T5 Zinken-class ultra-heavy transport ships. With the support of these auxiliary starships, the combat capability of the Xiaolong Guard fleet would be significantly enhanced. You're really going to Gaia's Gate? Ian looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. She had thought he would wait until the war with the demons was over before venturing there. Yes. You mentioned the next opening of Gaia's Gate is in 3 days. Can you help arrange it? Zhao Chen asked. Ian gazed at Zhao Chen, then nodded after a moment. I can. And so, Zhao Chen was about to embark on his journey to the other side of Gaia's Gate, seeking to uncover more of the universe's secrets. Over 800 interstellar warships of the Xiaolong Guard fleet hovered silently within the enclosed space of the mechanical court, facing the towering Gaia Gate. On the bridge of the Hades, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, his gaze fixed on the mysterious portal. The longer he stared, the stronger the inexplicable sense of calling became, as if something on the other side was beckoning him. High-ranking member of the mechanical race, Ain, request permission to board. The voice of the vice-captain interrupted Zhao Chen's thoughts. Let her come aboard, Zhao Chen responded, snapping back to reality. Though he wasn't sure why Ain was visiting at this moment, it was likely something important. Moments later, Ain appeared on the bridge. She approached Zhao Chen and, with a hint of surprise, said, I didn't expect you to decide to cross the Gaia Gate so quickly. Zhao Chen shrugged and explained, regarding the war with the demon race, my presence here isn't making much of a difference. Instead of wasting time, I might as well do something useful. Your master insisted on going to the other side of the Gaia Gate. So, here I am. Of course, this was only part of the reason. Completing the final task for the T6 mall access was another. Ain remained silent. Zhao Chen asked with concern, How is your master doing now? Everything is going smoothly, Ain replied succinctly. Zhao Chen, still gazing at the Gaia Gate, asked, According to your prediction, will the Gaia Gate open within 3 hours? Ain nodded and explained, Although we can't control when the Gaia Gate opens, we have detection equipment that can roughly estimate the time. Based on certain spatial fluctuations, as we get closer to a specific waveband, we're nearing the opening. Combined with historical data, we can confirm that it will open within 3 hours. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, then noticed something and looked at Ain in surprise. Did you just say, we? Yes, we, Ain answered calmly. I will accompany your fleet to the other side and assist you in completing our master's tasks. The battle here has calmed down, but the threat on the other side of the Gaia Gate is greater. In past battles, my master has never been so severely injured. After a moment's thought, Zhao Chen asked, So, you're planning to board my interstellar warship? Do you mind? Ain countered. Not at all, Zhao Chen shrugged, settling the matter. Have you been to the other side before? Zhao Chen suddenly asked. 3 times, Ain replied concisely. What was it like? Zhao Chen asked out of curiosity. It's a place that is detestable and loathsome. A Yin's response surprised Zhao Chun. It was rare for a mechanical being to express such strong negative emotions about a place. At that moment, the previously silent Gaia gate began to ripple. Points of light appeared within the gate, forming countless spinning vortices. Zhao Chun focused intently and felt as if he were looking at a miniature model of the universe, with the vortices resembling galaxies and nebulae. "We can depart now," Ain said. "All right," Zhao Chun replied, indicating the seat next to him. "Do you want to sit?" "No, thank you." Ain declined politely, choosing to stand beside Zhao Chun like a loyal guard. Without further words, Zhao Chun activated the command channel and issued the order. "All commanders of the Xiaolong Guard fleet, prepare to depart and cross the Gaia Gate." The previously stationary fleet began to move slowly, forming an orderly formation and heading towards the Gaia Gate. Zhao Chun watched as the first T-5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship crossed the Gaia Gate, followed by the second, the third, until finally, the Hades, where Zhao Chun was, also passed through the mysterious portal. Unlike passing through a regular stargate, the experience of crossing the Gaia Gate was more peculiar. Instead of foggy surroundings, countless miniature celestial bodies appeared, continuously receding. Zhao Chun couldn't determine if these were real or some kind of afterimage, but the sight was indeed fantastical. Throughout the process, Zhao Chun felt no discomfort, as if it were just a normal 10-minute voyage. Ain explained from the side, "The entire process is expected to take 10 minutes. During this time, the interstellar warship requires no operation, and the crew does not need to go into stasis. It's just like a normal 10-minute flight." Though 10 minutes wasn't long, it felt interminable to the members of the Xiaolong Guard fleet. Finally, the dazzling celestial spectacle vanished, replaced by a void of darkness. Apart from the faint particle glow from the engines of the few warships ahead, there was no light source. It was darker than any starless galaxy or the edges of any star system. Despite being in the well-regulated environment of the ship, Zhao Chun felt a bone-chilling cold, as if he had been thrown into a pitch-black ice cave. "So, this is the other side of the gate?" Zhao Chun looked around. Apart from the 800 warships of the Xiaolong Guard fleet floating like lonely boats, there was nothing else in sight. "Yes," Ain confirmed with a nod. "Where are your mechanical race's warships?" Zhao Chun asked in confusion. "Didn't you build a base and defenses here?" Ain scanned the surrounding dark space and frowned slightly. Due to the instability of the space around the Gaia Gate, no structures were built. "But normally, there should be a patrol fleet here." "Patrol fleet?" Zhao Chun checked the ship's radar. Not only was there no patrol fleet, but there was also no signal of any ship other than the Xiaolong warships. Suddenly, Zhao Chun thought he saw something flash before his eyes. "That direction, move." Ain decisively pointed in the direction Zhao Chun was looking and issued the command. "What was that light just now?" Zhao Chun asked in astonishment, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Ain looked surprised instead. "You could actually see that faint light?" Zhao Chun glanced at the female officers around him, who all shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen anything. Ain explained, "In this special space, conventional navigation gets disrupted. To ensure safe travel and accurate direction, we built a beacon at the base. It emits energy waves that can travel long distances without interference. Other starships can use this beacon for positioning. The beacon flashes at a specific frequency when emitting signals, but it's hard to observe without special equipment." She then looked at Zhao Chun thoughtfully. Zhao Chun had a sudden realization, thinking that his ability to see the light might be related to his body modifications, but he didn't say anything. He ordered the fleet to head towards the beacon. From then on, Zhao Chun could see the light flickering in the distance at regular intervals, like a signal tower in the vast night sea. The Xiaolong escort fleet traveled for about half an hour using conventional engines before spotting other lights in the dark space. At the same time, the starship radar detected some fluctuations. "Report, energy signals from an interstellar warship and other chaotic signal fluctuations detected ahead, unable to identify," the deputy captain reported. "Keep moving," Zhao Chun commanded, then turned to Ain. "Can you contact the base?" Ain replied expressionlessly, "I've been trying to use my internal personal communication device. Normally, I should have reached them 10 minutes ago, but there's still no response." Zhao Chun was a bit surprised, not expecting this mechanical life form to also be a mobile communication device. "Could something have happened at the base?" he asked. "I don't know." Ain shook her head, her expression serious. Soon, Zhao Chun observed some lights and their sources through the deep space telescope. They were structures resembling mechanical factories, with exterior lights flashing like city lights viewed from above at night. "We've made contact," Ain suddenly said, tapping her temple with a serious expression. A moment later, she looked at Zhao Chun. "There's indeed a situation. The Black Great Wall base is in a state of war, which is why my message wasn't received promptly." "A state of war?" Zhao Chun asked in surprise. "Didn't your master just end a battle a month ago? How did it start again?" "I'm not sure either. But the current situation is intense," and the frontline commander is engaged in combat, so they can't receive us right now. However, we've been granted permission to navigate inside the base, Ain explained. Is there anything we can do to help? Zhao Chen asked with concern. The Black Great Wall defense line established by the mechanical race was crucial for repelling unknown enemies, which also affected the security of Zhao Chen's universe. Although the situation is intense, the Black Great Wall defense line is the result of our mechanical race's efforts over hundreds of years. It won't have major issues in the short term. You should focus on the task your master left for you, Ain suggested. Zhao Chen was here because the little girl mentioned before her hibernation that there was something he needed to help with. But to know the specifics, he had to personally cross the Gaia Gate. Where should we go now? Zhao Chen asked. Ain pointed to the center of the Black Great Wall base. There's a primary starport there. If the master left any messages, we'll find out there. Zhao Chen nodded and ordered the Pluto to head towards the primary starport. He also instructed the other starships to remain on high alert, ready for combat at any moment. Additionally, he dispatched several T-5 Ghost-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to scout the situation at the Black Great Wall defense line. Ain didn't show any objections to these arrangements. Just then, a system notification sounded, indicating the completion of the T6 marketplace tasks. 1. Host account task points reached 10,000. 2. System points reached 1 billion. 3. Xiaolong Core active combat type starships reached 500,000. 4. Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group auxiliary type Xiaolong starships reached 2 million. 5. Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group monthly output reached 10 trillion star coins. 6. Entered the Gaia Gate within the mechanical race's royal court. Zhao Chen suppressed his excitement and chose to unlock the T6 marketplace privileges. The system marketplace now featured a new option, different from before. Upon opening it, Zhao Chen found only 3 boxes instead of the usual array of items. As Zhao Chen wondered, a prompt popped up. T6 marketplace section unlocked. 3 exchangeable items will be updated each quarter. The host can choose to exchange. It refreshes every quarter, or all items can be refreshed for 1 billion system points. Zhao Chen realized the change meant he could only pick from 3 options each time. This limitation was frustrating, but he had to accept the system's rules. Let's see what these options are, Zhao Chen thought, preparing to carefully examine the available choices. Zhao Chen stared at the 3 options before him, each one making his heart race. The first was the T6 upgrade module for the Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, the very ship he was currently piloting. With this upgrade, it would transform into the more formidable T6 Luosha Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. Though the cost of 1.5 billion system points and 5,000 mission points was steep, it was still within Zhao Chen's financial reach. The second option was the T6 Dyson Sphere technology blueprint. Zhao Chen was no stranger to this concept. For the past millennium, countless scientists had studied this theoretical technology but had never succeeded, often relegating it to the realm of science fiction. Yet here it was, within Zhao Chen's grasp. A quick scan of the description revealed that the Dyson Sphere was a massive structure built around a star, capable of absorbing its energy from every angle. This technology not only addressed previous issues of construction cost and efficiency, but also promised to be built at minimal cost and time, achieving a 95% energy collection rate from the star. Even more exciting was that the collected energy could be converted into a new form of energy 10 times more potent than the original, useful for powering starship weapons, propulsion systems, and even civilian applications. This would undoubtedly bring immense wealth to the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group and alleviate resource shortages. Zhao Chen resolved to acquire this technology no matter what. The third option was the T6 Angelic Fortress technology blueprint. This was a mobile military fortress capable of long-distance space jumps, equipped with near T6 unmanned combat starship technology. It could both defend and attack like an interstellar aircraft carrier, making it highly desirable. Zhao Chen glanced at his account balance, 2.4 billion system points and 10,000 mission points. Although he could only afford 2 of the technologies, considering the fleet's passive monthly income of 600 million points, he could acquire all 3 within a month. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen chose to redeem the T6 upgrade module for the Hades-class interstellar dreadnought and the T6 Dyson Sphere technology blueprint. The system confirmed the successful exchange, updating his account balance to 400 million system points and 3,500 mission points. At that moment, Agen's voice pulled Zhao Chen back to reality. Lord, we've arrived. Zhao Chen's face broke into a radiant smile, which even made Agen feel a slight chill. The Hades had successfully docked at the outer berth of Starport 1 at the Black Wall Defense Base. A video window popped up, displaying the starport's communication channel. On the screen was a humanoid figure covered in platinum armor, with 3 pairs of pure white mechanical wings on its back. The figure wore a platinum lace veil, and its silhouette suggested a female form. Long time no see, Ji, Agen spoke first. Long time no see, Een, the figure replied in a haughty female voice. the first time Zhao Chun had heard a mechanical being speak in such a tone. Aegon introduced, "This is the highest combat commander of the Black Wall Defense Base, Archangel Ji." Just as he was about to introduce Zhao Chen, Archangel Ji interrupted. "No need for introductions. The master has already mentioned you before. Zhao Chun, the supreme leader of the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group, commander of the Xiaolong Legion, lord of the Xiaolong star system, and one of the highest rulers of the known universe." Zhao Chun was a bit surprised, not expecting that the little one had mentioned him here. Archangel Ji continued, "The master left some messages for you, but you need to come in person. Ian will escort you. I'll be waiting here." With that, she cut the communication. Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the arrogance of this mechanical angel, reminding him of the attitudes of certain angels he had met for the first time. The full name of the seraph is Jita. Ian and Zhao Chen strolled into the starport corridor, a hint of surprise appearing on Zhao Chen's face. Ian keenly noticed his expression change and softly explained, "Does the name sound familiar? It's actually a term from the angelic civilization. They have an angelic legion with the same name. The seraph was personally nurtured by the master, and her body was crafted by the master himself. She was designed using the angelic race as a template, so her appearance is very similar to them. Moreover, her emotional module was programmed with the typical arrogance of the angelic race, which explains her attitude earlier." "I hope you can understand, my lord." Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself, "So the seraph has such a background. No wonder she seemed so familiar." Ain then led Zhao Chen to a grand hall. Inside, there was no one else, only a tall figure standing in the center next to a 1-meter-high cylindrical platform, on which a crystal floated. It was the seraph they had met earlier. Ain respectfully said, "Ji, I have brought him here as per the master's orders." The seraph looked Zhao Chen up and down with an icy gaze. Although her eyes were not visible, Zhao Chen could clearly feel the inherent arrogance. He sighed inwardly. She really has picked up the worst traits. In a cold tone, the seraph instructed, "Place your hand on this crystal, and you will see the master's message." Following her instructions, Zhao Chen placed his hand on the crystal. Instantly, the surroundings changed, and a familiar small figure appeared before him. It was the mysterious little girl. She sat on a high stool, swinging her legs playfully, and said with a smile, "I knew you would come. I've beaten Ji again." Just as Zhao Chen was about to speak, the little girl interrupted him. "This is just a recorded message. I can't answer your questions. Just listen carefully to what I have to say next." Her expression suddenly turned serious. Zhao Chen held his breath and remained silent. The little girl continued, "You have a basic understanding of the Gaia Gate and the threats it faces. But there is much more you don't know. In this world, we are not the only universe. In fact, there are many other universes. A technological civilization must reach T6 level to break through the barriers of its own universe and enter the multi-universe era." She paused before continuing, "Thousands of years ago, the Gaia Empire in our universe was on the verge of becoming a T6 civilization, touching upon cross-universal technology. But have you ever wondered why no visitors from other universes came before that? Was it a coincidence? Or was there another reason?" The little girl narrated as if telling an ancient legend. When the Gaia Empire's expeditionary force left, they did not disappear without a trace. Although their starships never returned, they sent back a data capsule. As she spoke, the little girl raised her hand, and a capsule resembling a pill floated before Zhao Chen. "Now, I will reveal the contents of this data capsule to you." Zhao Chen's expression grew serious, sensing that more secrets were about to unfold. The data capsule opened, and a blurry image appeared. Though the figure's features were indistinct, it was recognizable as a humanoid being speaking. "Expedition Year 377. We finally know who our enemies are. They call themselves Order. They are not a conventional interstellar force. It's hard to explain. They transcend our understanding of existence. They are neither carbon-based life nor mechanical life. They have no physical form. They are just a spiritual entity. I don't know how else to describe it, so let's call them spiritual entities." The voice in the image continued. "They initiated the first contact, telling us their history. Originally, they were a star civilization like ours. After becoming a T6 civilization, they entered the multi-universe era. Through countless battles with other T6 civilizations, they eventually ascended to T7. Or rather, to defeat their enemies, they had to use a certain technology, thus becoming a T7 civilization. This technology essentially involved sacrificing the physical bodies of all life forms in their civilization, merging their soul consciousness into one immortal spiritual entity. They can use their spiritual energy to create the technological weapons they used in life, such as starships. The dark fleet we encountered before was created this way. When these starships are destroyed, they return to their mother entity and are reborn. It is through this technological method that their fleet became immortal, continuously annihilating other T6 civilizations that threatened them. Eventually, They wiped out all T6 civilizations, becoming the most powerful existence. They claimed to abhor war, believing that technological advancement inevitably leads to conflict. Therefore, they decided to establish an order to protect all universes. For any universe about to reach T6 civilization, they would infiltrate and spread their ideology. They hoped that the life forms in this universe will also sacrifice their bodies and merge their soul consciousness with them, becoming immortal. They want us to join them. If we refuse, they will consider us a threat to their order and will completely annihilate our universe. That is their so-called maintenance of order. We know we will fight this powerful and mysterious enemy for our decision, but we will fight to the last starship for our home. Dear ones back home, if we do not return, please protect our homeland. Zhao Qin's face showed a look of shock after hearing this. The little girl swung her legs, her gaze seemingly distant, and softly said, "Order. Spiritual entities. Immortality. T7 civilization? Are you feeling overwhelmed by these revelations? I felt the same when I first heard it. Order, this peculiar existence, is the enemy we've been facing all along." Zhao Qin suddenly recalled, soul consciousness? He remembered the unstable life signals detected by the Reborn-class clone starship earlier. Could it be related to Order? His thoughts raced. It seems Order has already begun infiltrating their universe. The mechanical cult is likely a proxy supported by Order, which explains why they possess such advanced technology. After all, they have the backing of a T7 civilization. Zhao Qin's expression became exceptionally grave as he muttered, "Order, have you found a way to deal with this enemy yet?" Zhao Qin instinctively asked, but then realized he was merely speaking to a residual image. The little girl seemed to anticipate his question and continued, "In the face of the threat from the Order, our universe currently has two plans. The first is the Gaia Empire's expeditionary force, but apart from the information capsule, we have no further news. The second plan involves actively seeking out other surviving cosmic civilizations, particularly the T6 technological civilizations, to form alliances against the Order." A hint of hope surfaced in the little girl's words. "Not long ago, we finally found another form of life, the Zerg." Zhao Qin's mouth dropped open in shock as he looked at the little girl in disbelief. The Zerg? They were a calamity that destroyed everything in their path. The little girl seemed to read Zhao Qin's thoughts and smirked. "I know you're surprised. But think about it. Aren't the mechanized species also seen as evil by other civilizations? Yet, we have become allies. Nothing in this world is absolute." Zhao Qin frowned, understanding her words but still finding it hard to accept. To him, the mechanized and the Zerg were fundamentally different. The little girl continued, "The Zerg contacted us through a form of telepathic communication. They left a set of coordinates and a message. Resist the Order, signed the Swarm." The image of the little girl swung her legs and her tone became serious. "Whether or not to go is your decision, but I suggest you check it out. Whether they become friends or foes, you might gain invaluable intelligence." Before she finished speaking, the image of the little girl vanished. Zhao Chun came to his senses and noticed that Jitian Shi and Ayin were looking at him. "What did you see?" Ayin asked with concern. Jitian Shi, however, looked at Zhao Chun with indifference, clearly already aware of the information. "So, what's the plan? Are you going?" Jitian Shi asked coldly. "If you don't want to, it's not too late to turn back now." Zhao Chun didn't answer immediately but instead asked, "Where are the coordinates?" Jitian Shi shook his head. "We only know the general direction. As for the exact location and the situation there, we know nothing." Zhao Chun asked again, "If I don't go, what will you do?" Jitian Shi snorted. "The master's orders are to investigate no matter what. The original plan was to send a reconnaissance fleet, but with the Dark Legion attacking, we can't spare the resources. Once the battle eases, I will carry out this mission." Unable to contain his curiosity, Ain interrupted, "What exactly is going on?" Jitian Shi said indifferently, "If you want to know, just place your hand here." Eagerly, Ain did as instructed and soon fell into the same state Zhao Chun had previously experienced. Turning to Zhao Chun, Jitian Shi said, "If you want to leave, do it now. Don't occupy our starport berth." Zhao Chun smiled slightly. "I admit you have a point. But this time, I insist on taking this mission. We'll depart in 3 hours." Jitian Shi looked surprised. Just then, Ain awoke, eyes wide with shock, muttering, "The Order. Spiritual beings, immortal." Zhao Chun asked, "Can you hold the Black Wall defense line? Don't let me come back to find you've been overrun." Jitian Shi snorted, "You don't need to worry about the defense line. I promised the master that the Black Wall defense line and the base would remain under our protection until her return. We will not retreat." Zhao Chun curiously inquired about the defense line, but Jitian Shi impatiently refused to elaborate. Finally, Jitian Shi asked Ain if he would join Zhao Chun on the mission. Ain decided to follow Zhao Chun. "They're not familiar with this space. At least I've lived here for a while and can guide them," Jitian Shi simply said. Suit yourself, and left. Zhao Chun watched her retreating figure and teased. Your companion really has an angelic attitude. Ain explained. That's just how a Ji is. Honestly, I didn't expect you to take on this mission. Zhao Chun was silent for a moment, gazing into the distant stars. It doesn't matter how others see me. If making a deal with the devil is the only way, I'm willing to sacrifice everything, including my reputation. But I also have my limits. If the Zerg don't meet my standards, I won't cooperate with them. Understanding his resolve, Ain asked, when do we depart? In 3 hours. Before that, I want to take a good look at this base and the Blackwall defense line, as well as the so-called Dark Legion fleet. Zhao Chun smiled at Ain. You don't mind being my guide, do you? Ain smiled and nodded, then led Zhao Chun on a tour of the Blackwall base. They first arrived at a sprawling industrial area. This is the Blackwall Industrial Base, the largest industrial hub of the mechanized species, Ain explained. Over half of the strategic materials within our territory are sent here to build new interstellar warships. At full production capacity, we can produce 1 million warships per month, including at least 100,000 T4 warships and 10,000 T5 warships. Ain continued, the Black Wall base maintains a standing force of 10 million warships, with 5 million as the alert line. If the number falls below that, the base is considered in danger and needs urgent reinforcement. It was 6 months ago, when our forces dropped below 5 million, that we sent a distress signal to the mechanized court. This led the master to personally lead the majority of the fleet here, giving the demon race an opportunity. Zhao Chun was awestruck by the vast industrial base. Who could have imagined that the mechanized species' greatest asset was hidden here? It also demonstrated their unwavering determination to defend this line at all costs. The entire Black Wall base feels like a fully equipped interstellar kingdom, with everything one could need. At the center of the base stands a diamond-shaped structure, emanating a mysterious glow that Zhao Chun can sense. Ain explains that this is the torch beacon, crucial for locating themselves in this dark expanse. Zhao Chun looks around, seeing the distant, interwoven black walls encasing the base like silk, forming an impregnable defense system. Although the base is still some distance from the Gate of Gaia, this layout is well thought out. Ain explains that the Gate of Gaia opens only for a limited time each month, making large-scale fleet infiltration nearly impossible. Even if a few starships manage to slip through, they won't escape the blockade of the mechanical royal court. Zhao Chun then boards the Pluto, heading to the front lines. As the distance shortens, the glow of battle becomes more intense. Explosions erupt continuously, with energy cannons and Closian defense systems exchanging fire. The Pluto finally halts at the perimeter of the combat zone to avoid interfering with other combat units. Zhao Chun witnesses the fierce clash between the mechanical starships and the Black Legion fleet. The enemy fleet, shadowy and black, comprises various conventional warships and carriers. When their star shields are breached, the ships burst like ink, eventually disintegrating into ash. Ain mentions that the enemy's combat strength is comparable to theirs, primarily T4 and T5 levels, with occasional T6 appearances. She notes with puzzlement that despite intelligence indicating the enemy is a T7 civilization, they have yet to encounter a T7 warship. Zhao Chun asks how they handle multiple T6 ships, and Ain calmly replies that they usually employ overwhelming numbers, using 300 to 500 T5 ships to encircle and attack, achieving their goals despite heavy losses. After a long silence, Zhao Chun suddenly asks, do you just stay here indefinitely, without any other thoughts? Ain, puzzled, asks, what thoughts? Zhao Chun explains that no one knows what they are doing, and they are even viewed as enemies. He questions the purpose of their actions. Ain smiles and replies, we do this because we are meant to be here. If there must be a reason, perhaps it's because the universe behind us is our home too. 3 hours later, the Xiaolong Guard fleet is ready to depart. Archangel coldly reminds Zhao Chun that the path ahead is unknown and that there's still time to reconsider. Zhao Chun smiles, raises his lemon tea, and clinks glasses with Ain, who is curiously examining a passion fruit drink, softly saying, for our home. As the Xiaolong elite fleet departed from the Black Wall base, the attacking Dark Legion fleet astonishingly ignored the 800 interstellar warships. A young succubus secretary, one of Lilith's disciples, nervously reported the latest statistics to Zhao Chun. Commander, the Black Wall base currently has about 7 million interstellar warships, and including those under major repairs and maintenance, the total reaches nearly 10 million. The Dark Legion fleet surrounding us, though its composition is unclear, has energy fluctuations similar to our warships, estimated at around 3 million ships. Zhao Chun observed the young succubus on her first solo mission, with Ain standing nearby. He directly inquired, out of the 3 million, how many are T6S? Approximately 5 suspected T6S, the young succubus replied. Zhao Chun turned to Ain, who was savoring a passion fruit drink, and asked, is this the usual scale of the Dark Legion fleet? Ain looked up and explained, typically, it's around 10 million ships, including at least 20 T-6s. This time, there are only 3 million, the lowest on record. It might be related to the fact that the last attack was just 2 months ago. With that, she went back to examining the seeds in her drink. Noticing a Yin's confusion, Zhaochen explained, "Those are passion fruit seeds. You can eat them, or spit them out if you don't like them." He tossed his empty cup into the trash robot and suddenly asked, "Can you mechanical beings eat too?" Ain responded, "Yes, we have special digestive organs, but it consumes energy and provides no benefit, so we usually don't. We have taste receptors that can sense sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, but unlike you, we don't derive emotional value from it." Zhaochen looked at Ain sympathetically, thinking how dull life would be without the joy of good food. The fleet continued its journey through the dark expanse of space, guided only by beacon torches. Time seemed to stand still, with no reference points around. 15 days passed, and the fleet was still searching for the target coordinates, unable to enter warp speed. Zhao Chen put down his meal and gazed out the porthole at the black void, punctuated only by the engine lights of a few interstellar warships. He turned to Ain, who was eating, and asked, "Didn't you say food is a waste for you? Why have you been eating with me for the past half-month?" Ain explained, "I've developed a curiosity about you carbon-based life forms and want to understand you better. Food is an important part of your lives, so I wanted to experience it firsthand." Zhao Chen looked at her skeptically. If An had said this, he would have suspected a lie, but Ain was a mechanical being. He reminded her, "The gate of Gaia opens once a month. Our travel limit is 1 month. Whether we find the Zerg coordinates or not, we must return. The outbound journey takes 30 days at conventional speed, and the return trip only takes 1 day at warp speed." Ain replied, 30 days should be enough to find the coordinates to transmit to the master. Your travel speed is already very fast. Mental transmission can't be used over such long distances." Zhao Chen looked out the window again, internally conflicted about the rightness of this mission. After all, they were searching for the Zerg. Another 10 days passed, leaving less than a week before the deadline. At this moment, the Xiaolong elite fleet finally made a significant discovery. "Commander, we have detected an unknown biological cluster ahead. The life signals are faint. It seems to be a Zerg mothership." On the bridge of the Hades, Zhao Qian stood resolutely by the viewport, his gaze fixed on the remains of the insectoid mothership. Even without magnification, he could clearly see the massive wreckage scattered across the expanse, some piled up into small mountains. The astonishing sight made the deputy captain swallow hard. "Deploy the drones and scan the area for the number of insectoid mothership remains. Also, search for any surviving insectoid motherships or life forms," Zhao Chen ordered in a deep voice. "Yes, sir." The succubus secretary immediately sprang into action. The T-5 Phantom-class light stealth reconnaissance ships quietly entered the insectoid sea, and as their hatches opened, a swarm of small drones dispersed to scan the surrounding wreckage. Soon, the scan data was compiled and displayed on the Hades, revealing a star map that showed the astonishing extent of the insectoid mothership remains. "It's this large," the succubus secretary exclaimed. The deputy captain analyzed, "If this entire area is filled with insectoid motherships, there must be at least 10 million of them, not counting those completely destroyed and unidentifiable lower-level motherships. The actual number might be even higher. We have found numerous T5 insectoid mothership remains," the succubus secretary added. "The transmitted images show that even without signs of life, these T5-level wrecks are as majestic as floating islands." Zhao Chen ordered the Hades to navigate slowly along the perimeter, cautiously observing the eerie battleground. Suddenly, an urgent report came through. "Report, we've discovered AT-6 insectoid mothership wreckage, and it seems to have faint signs of life," an interstellar reconnaissance ship reported urgently. AT-6 insectoid mothership. The term sent a shiver down Zhao Chen's spine. The strongest opponent he had encountered before was only at the T5 level. "Let's go take a look," Zhao Chen ordered decisively. Despite the succubus secretary's concerns, Zhao Chen insisted, "Our mission is to investigate the insectoids. This T6 mothership could be the biggest clue. We've come this far. If we don't dare to approach, then why are we here?" Under Zhao Chen's command, the Dragon Guard fleet split into smaller groups, maintaining a vigilant distance as they advanced, all while entering a state of high alert. Soon, the T6 insectoid mothership wreckage came into view. Its immense size was staggering, resembling a small asteroid, making the 100-kilometer-long Hades appear insignificant in comparison. And this was only half of the wreck. The other half had likely been shattered into smaller fragments by intense attacks. Zhao Chen didn't immediately send a boarding party. Instead, he ordered the fleet to form a perimeter around the wreckage to prepare for any unexpected developments. "Send in the drones and reconnaissance robots first," Zhao Chen commanded. A batch of small transport ships was launched from the interstellar battleship, landing on the insectoid mothership wreckage. The hatches opened, and a flood of small drones and spider-like reconnaissance robots swarmed into the wreckage. Zhao Chen brought up a holographic display showing the structural diagram of the insectoid mothership wreckage. As the reconnaissance equipment transmitted data back, the internal structure gradually became clearer. Ian suddenly pointed to a location within the wreckage. There's something here. How do you know? Zhao Chen asked. I can sense a low-frequency neural signal, similar to what the master described, but very faint, Ian explained. It seems to be trying to transmit information, but it's too weak. If I get closer, I might be able to communicate with it. Hold on. Zhao Chen decided to continue monitoring. Half an hour later, 80 of the internal structure diagram of the insectoid mothership wreckage was complete, with only a few shadowy areas remaining. Just then, a crucial piece of information broke the silence. A blurry, snow-filled image was transmitted back to the Hades bridge. The succubus secretary explained, the transmission signal is being interfered with by some kind of energy. The drones and reconnaissance robots lost control upon reaching this location. This is the only functioning device left. Zhao Chen frowned at the screen. The image was pitch black, with only a faint red glow visible and a sound resembling a heartbeat. Eventually, this reconnaissance robot also lost control, and the video feed was cut off. In this area, the interference is too strong. Unmanned equipment cannot enter. We have no choice but to send a scouting team, the succubus secretary said helplessly. Zhao Chen stood up, tossing his uniform jacket onto the sofa. Get ready. The Panther Guard will accompany me aboard. With that, he walked out of the bridge. The succubus secretary was flustered. But, the deputy captain shrugged helplessly. When the commander makes a decision, not even Lady Lilith could stop him. Zhao Chen stepped into the transport ship's cabin, greeted by rows of soldiers standing in formation. They were clad in individual exoskeleton combat armor, their expressions solemn. At the back of the cabin, rows of interstellar mechs stood ready for deployment. Commander, the 1st Pluto Interstellar Marine Corps is ready. All 350 members are awaiting your orders. A tall female officer stood before Zhao Chen, her voice loud and clear. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, knowing this was arranged by the deputy captain. He turned to the Panthera beside him. Work with her. The Panthera understood and immediately stepped forward to speak politely with the female officer. Finding a seat, Zhao Chen suddenly noticed someone beside him. He glanced over and saw it was Ian. I'm coming with you, Ian said calmly. Do you need weapons and equipment? Zhao Chen asked, his eyes scanning his own black individual armor. Ian raised her arm, revealing a cannon barrel as her wrist retracted. Moments later, several small missiles and a laser blade emerged. Our bodies are made of the hardest metal, equipped with combat mode weapons. Zhao Chen looked in surprise at the missiles retracting back into her body. You always carry these with you? Ian nodded in confirmation. Zhao Chen did not refuse her request to join, knowing that the destination coordinates were provided by her master. Soon, the interstellar transport ship activated, departing from the Pluto and heading towards the massive Hive mothership. Thanks to the preliminary work of the unmanned reconnaissance team, the route and landing point had already been determined. Deploy the interstellar mechs. Following the command, several Cerberus-class combat mechs were deployed first to secure the landing zone. The transport ship then landed steadily on the dark shell of the Hive mothership. As the hatch opened, Zhao Chen activated his semi-transparent energy helmet, while the other soldiers donned their full helmets. Zhao Chen's lightweight individual armor prioritized agility over defense. Marines, prepare to board. With the captain's order, the soldiers filed out. 3 minutes later, Zhao Chen and the Panther personal guard followed. Stepping onto the Hive mothership, Zhao Chen felt an unusual buoyancy, but the gravity adjustment system in their individual armor allowed them to walk normally. Looking around, it resembled a small asteroid floating in space rather than a spaceship. After confirming the route, the team moved forward. The interstellar marines split into several groups, vigilantly guarding the surroundings, while the Panthera's personal guard stayed close to Zhao Chen. Along the way, Zhao Chen saw numerous remains of T1 and T2 Hive motherships and the corpses of interstellar insects. They also passed by huge incubation spaces filled with cocoon-like structures, sending chills down their spines. Half an hour later, they reached a platform resembling a bridge. As the lighting equipment activated, they saw their surroundings clearly. Several bridges connected to the central platform, with bottomless chasms on either side. Zhao Chen noticed scattered malfunctioning reconnaissance devices on the ground, intact but unresponsive. The Marine captain once again reminded everyone to stay alert, with soldiers' fingers resting on their triggers. Suddenly, Ian pointed to the central platform. I hear something. Someone is calling. Zhao Chen stared at the spot, seeing an unopened bud-like structure emitting a blood-red glow. Crossing the corridor to the platform, everyone heard a strange sound, like a heartbeat. The Marine captain ordered the 6th squad to stay on guard, while the rest followed Zhao Chen into the bud. Inside, they saw a blood-red spherical object, with the thump sound becoming clearer. At that moment, the Marine soldiers suddenly clutched their heads, faces contorted in pain. What's wrong with you? Zhao Chen asked in surprise, noticing that only he and Ayin seemed unaffected. There is a strong energy fluctuation here, making people uneasy. Ayin suddenly exclaimed, they can't handle it. We need to get out immediately. Otherwise, their brain nerves will suffer severe damage. Even if they revive, they'll be in a vegetative state. Zhao Chen made a quick decision and commanded sternly, everyone out. Leopard woman clutched her head in pain and said, but Commander, that's an order. Zhao Chen interrupted. Everyone, get out now. Wait for us outside. The soldiers, unable to bear the pain, staggered out in groups. Once outside, they gasped for air like drowning men who had just surfaced. Before leaving, Leopard woman forced herself to say, Commander, please be safe. If there's any danger, notify us immediately. With that, she too stumbled out. Only Zhao Chen and Ayin remained in the space. Ayin curiously looked at Zhao Chen. You're not feeling any pain? Zhao Chen shook his head. No. He then asked, aren't you also not reacting? I'm a mechanical life form. My internal structure is different from yours, Ayin explained, starting to examine their surroundings. They were in a dome-shaped space, with walls covered in vein-like structures that pulsed rhythmically. In the center hung a massive fleshy orb, with nothing else in sight. Zhao Chen and Ayin exchanged a glance and simultaneously focused on the orb. Ayin's pupils glowed strangely, as if scanning. There's something inside, she said. It's a life form. Zhao Chen approached the orb and tapped it a few times. It was soft and elastic. Is this the thing that sent you the message? He asked. But if it doesn't come out, what should we do? Ayin thought for a moment. I can simulate the previous mental communication and send it in. It won't go far, but within a few meters it should work. She stood beside Zhao Chen, placed her palm gently on the orb, and closed her eyes. About 3 minutes later, the orb suddenly bloomed like a flower. The petals were grotesque and covered in thorns, resembling a carnivorous plant. In the center was a small creature, looking like a pill bug with a chitinous shell typical of insectoids. The small creature fell from the orb, rolled a few times on the ground, and then stood up. Ah, a lazy voice mumbled. It rubbed its sleepy eyes and took a while to fully wake up. Seeing the two tall figures before it, it immediately curled up into a ball. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me, the small creature muttered as it tried to roll away, but Zhao Chen blocked it with his foot. So this is the one that sent you the message? Zhao Chen asked Ayin skeptically. Ayin nodded, confirming, yes, it's her. Zhao Chen squatted down and tapped on the creature's shell. Hey, come out. No way. If I come out, you'll eat me. I'm not tasty. I haven't bathed in 10 years. You'll get sick if you eat me, the timid voice inside protested. We're not going to eat you, Zhao Chen said helplessly. I don't believe you. The small creature still refused to come out. Zhao Chen had no choice but to flick the creature's shell with his finger. With a crisp thud, the creature unfolded. A tiny humanoid figure lay sprawled on the ground. Stop tapping. So dizzy? Zhao Chen took a closer look at the little being. It had an exoskeleton similar to insectoids but was humanoid inside, about a meter tall. It had 2 antennae on its head, and its body was covered in brown chitin that looked like it was mimicking human clothing. Overall, it resembled a little girl. The small bug girl, after recovering, hugged her head and cried, Don't hit me. I'm scared. I want my mom. Mom. Don't cry. We won't hurt you. Zhao Chen comforted her. But the bug girl kept crying. Zhao Chen had an idea. He took a piece of candy from his armor's pocket and held it out to the bug girl. Do you want to try this candy? It's very sweet. Hearing there was food, the bug girl slowly moved her hands away and looked at the candy in Zhao Chen's hand with trepidation. She licked her lips and cautiously extended her tongue to taste it. Her eyes lit up instantly. Is it good? Hold it in your mouth, Zhao Chen said, letting the candy roll into the bug girl's mouth. So sweet, the bug girl said in surprise, her little mouth puckered. Zhao Chen seized the moment to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. My name is Zhao Chen, and I'm a lord from another universe. This metal being is my friend, a mechanical life form named Ayin. The bug girl blinked her big, watery eyes at Zhao Chen. We came here because we received a message from you, Zhao Chen explained. Message? I didn't send any message, the bug girl shook her head. Zhao Chen frowned and looked at Ayin. It might have been sent by Granny Bug, the bug girl suddenly said. Bug Granny? Zhao Chen repeated in astonishment, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. The little bug girl nodded, her fear seemingly eased a bit by the candy. Zhao Chen's eyes scanned the massive T6 insect nest mothership around them, guessing that this was probably the Bug Granny she mentioned. Bug Granny has left to protect the little bugs. She's no longer here, the little bug girl said, her head lowered, voice filled with dejection. You know, this ship, your Bug Granny is no longer alive? Zhao Chen asked in surprise. The little bug girl nodded lightly, placing her delicate hand on the cold ground. Bug Granny has a faint life signal, but she can't communicate anymore, she said softly. The last thing she told me was to sleep well. Just sleep and everything will be fine. Zhao Chen frowned and asked, how long did you sleep? The little bug girl shook her head blankly. I don't know. After I fell asleep, I didn't know what happened. Until you woke me up now. She paused, cautiously looking at Zhao Chen and Ayin. You really don't eat little bugs? Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. You haven't bathed in 10 years, you're filthy, who would eat you? And is there anything tastier than that candy? The candy is indeed delicious. The little bug girl nodded seriously, then quietly defended herself. Little bugs aren't dirty. Mom and Bug Granny said. Little bugs are the most fragrant. Zhao Chen raised a question. Why can you speak our language? The little bug girl tilted her head, looking puzzled. Language? I don't know what language is. I'm just mimicking you. You can mimic any language? Zhao Chen asked in amazement. The little bug girl looked even more confused. At this moment, Ayin spoke in a language Zhao Chen had never heard before. The little bug girl immediately responded in the same language. After several rounds of exchanges that Zhao Chen couldn't understand, Ayin explained, she has a psychic ability that allows her to mimic any language. As long as we say a sentence, she can fully grasp it and communicate with the other person. A universal translator? Zhao Chen studied the little bug girl carefully. Is your name Little Bug? The little bug girl shook her head, then nodded. My name is Cheng Ji, but Mom and Bug Granny call me Little Bug. Zhao Chen pondered and continued to ask, do you know why you are here? Who attacked you? Do you know what happened here? Cheng Ji's face showed a sad expression. She curled up, hugging her knees, and said softly, bad people broke into our home. They killed my uncles, aunts, and took them away. Mom took us and escaped, wandering outside. But nowhere welcomed us. When people saw us, they drove us away, hit us. She sobbed and continued later. Those bad people caught up again. Mom fought them, covering our retreat. After that, we got separated from Mom and never saw her again. Cheng Ji lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Afterward, Bug Granny and I didn't know how long we escaped. Most of the time, I was in hibernation. Until the last time I woke up, Bug Granny woke me. Outside, there was fighting again. Those bad people found us and bullied us. Little Bug was very scared. Little Bug wanted to go home. She looked up, her crystal-clear eyes gazing at Zhao Chen and Ayin. Bug Granny told Little Bug that they would protect Little Bug, let Little Bug sleep a little longer. When I woke up next time, someone would take Little Bug home. After that, Little Bug fell asleep. Are you here to take Little Bug home? After hearing this story, Zhao Chen was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what he knew about the insect race. Weren't they supposed to be brutal and bloodthirsty? Why did they seem so weak? Faced with Cheng Ji's final question, Zhao Chen was at a loss for words. He could only change the topic. Do you know how long it has been since you left your home? I don't remember. A long, long time. Cheng Ji shook her head, clearly having no concept of time. Zhao Chen stood up, scratching his head helplessly, and looked at Ayin beside him. What should we do next? Is this what your master wanted us to find? He pointed at Cheng Ji on the ground. Such a little bug girl, what threat does she pose? Even Annie could bully her. Ayin replied mechanically, the master only instructed us to find her, not what to do after finding her. Zhao Chen held his head, realizing he had gotten himself into trouble. He turned and walked out. Ayin looked at Zhao Chen, then at the confused Cheng Ji on the ground, and followed Zhao Chen. Outside the flower bud, Leopard Woman and others were waiting. Seeing Zhao Chen come out, Leopard Woman breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Chen suddenly stopped, gritted his teeth, and slapped himself. You nosy guy, he muttered, then turned and walked back into the flower bud, leaving Leopard Woman and the others outside, looking bewildered. A few minutes later, Leopard Woman and the others witnessed a surprising scene. The commander came out, carrying a small figure in one arm. The small figure looked like a little girl but had a strange brown shell. Seeing so many people outside, the little girl immediately shrank back, clinging closer to Zhao Chen. Don't be afraid, they are my people, Zhao Chen said coldly. If you come with me, I will protect you. If you don't want to, you can stay here. The little girl lowered her eyes, glanced at the flower bud behind her, and said softly, Little Bug doesn't want to be alone. Little Bug will go with you. Hearing Cheng Ji's response, Zhao Chen ordered a return. Walking down the corridor, Cheng Ji waved at the gradually distant flower bud behind her. Goodbye, Bug Granny. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.